Chapter 1. The Debt Troubles of the Dark Elf. I bear a magnificent name. Kalen Nyozu Nyozu, the Harbinger of Death, wields dominion over the realm of mortality, commanding legions of undead warriors. Death knights, wailing banshees, ghouls, putrid necromancers, death priests, and the dread Lich legions that traverse the planes of existence, spreading the essence of death. His name embodies terror, desolation, dissolution, and demise. Hailing from the enigmatic Eastern continent, represents a confluence of cultivation and celestial philosophies, where the pursuit of harmony between humanity and nature, the unification of the heavens and man, and the transcendence of the self are paramount. In essence, Du is a surname of a resplendent lineage of immortal cultivators. As for my name, Kalen Nyozu Du, it amalgamates the quintessence of both the Eastern and Western continents. However, it has not bestowed upon me any extraordinary abilities, apart from the inheritance of their surname. I possess only a tavern, which I have aptly named the Lich Tavern. The confessions of the great Lich Kalen. In the early morning, the grass of the Rhine plains reveled in the frost and dew bestowed by the frozen highlands. Stretching its limbs and eagerly absorbing the essence of growth, the sun radiated a gentle glow, caressing the entire expanse of the prairie, rendering everything idyllic. Yet, at this moment, Kalen was engrossed in his calculations of the Gator formula, meticulously adding a vial of Berserk Bull strength potion to the rum, hoping to induce a mutation in the liquor through the potion's frenzied essence, observing the bubbling reaction within the test tube. Kalen wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his small eyes fixated on the dynamic interplay of the alcohol and the potion. There was a sudden crash. As anticipated, the experiment had failed. The Berserk Bull strength and alcohol could not come into direct contact. Kalen received but one conclusive answer. Gazing at the shattered remnants of his laboratory, he could only manage a bitter smile, lamenting the 50 silver coins squandered on the Berserk Bull potion, feeling as though his heart were bleeding at the thought of the potion's owner. Envisioning the horror that would bloom upon hearing the news of the failed experiment, Kalen's shins began to tremble uncontrollably. Kalen is a Lich, to be precise, a Lich with mad ideas. Of course. There isn't a single Lich on this continent who isn't touched by madness. To be accurate, our Kalen is merely one who transforms his insane thoughts into tangible actions. His lunacy is unparalleled. At the tender age of 14, in a bid to ascertain the orc's insatiable thirst for alcohol, Kalen undertook a perilous journey, clandestinely crossing the sea from the distant ice continent to the Orcish lands, establishing the tavern left by his ancestors upon the Rhine plains. From that moment forth, he devoted himself to the practical application of his wild notions, concocting a waking potion mixed with the venom of a shaman serpent, which nearly resulted in the demise of an entire family of goat-headed beings. By subjecting the leaves of a wisdom tree and the horns of an antelope to fire, he inadvertently created a contagion known as antelope madness, a disease that even the robust Lichen could not resist, leading to 3 months of frantic searches across the Rhine plains for the source of the affliction, during which Kalen did not set foot outside his tavern. His madness, while inviting calamity, also afforded him the means of subsistence, allowing him to formulate a recipe to enhance the alcohol content of his rum and extract grapes to brew delectable wine. He even managed to distill a peculiar purple leaf into a luminescent purple liquor, yielding him considerable profits. However, in stark contrast to the income generated from his research, he was burdened by a plethora of debts. 3 silver coins to the neighboring dog-headed folk, 8 silver coins to the nearby pig-headed family, 30 silver coins to the red-hoofed rat folk 300 meters beneath the eastern ground, 2 gold coins to Uncle Dumo, and 8 gold coins to the family of the red scorpion. Scattered here and there, Kalen's creditors numbered over 100, ranging from a single silver coin to 10 gold coins, and even Kalen himself had lost track of the multitude of debts he owed. The creditors were unconcerned about Kalen's ability to repay them, not for any particular reason, but because Kalen owned a most extraordinary tavern. The tavern's marvel was well known, capable of shrinking at Kalen's whim. Everyone had witnessed him reduce the tavern to the size of a matchstick, cradling it in his palm before re-establishing it outside Rhine town. This wondrous alchemical artifact was said to be a product of ancient alchemy, and many had set their sights upon it, including the town's ne'er-do-wells, who sought to claim the tavern under the pretense of loaning Kalen money at exorbitant interest rates. Ultimately, they learned that only Kalen's bloodline could control the tavern's dimensions, leaving them no choice but to abandon their aspirations, having pillaged all of Kalen's storages before returning to Rhine town. Kalen's tavern was indeed magical, as attested by all, despite his constant borrowing. The amounts were minuscule in the grand scheme. Each creditor harbored dreams of accumulating enough debt to claim Kalen as their slave, a custom widely practiced across the continent. In this manner, the tavern would effectively become theirs. Each individual harbored the same aspirations, hoping for the day they would become the proprietor of the tavern, yet to this day, none had realized that dream. "Kalen, are you there?" The voice was soft and gentle, reminiscent of an angel, imbued with a sweet tremor, akin to the playful tone of a neighboring little sister. Yet, to Kalen's ears, it resounded like a devil's call. "Alice, the stingiest dark elf of the Rhine Plains," Kalen muttered under his breath. Recalling that the 5 silver coins he had borrowed for the Berserk Bull potion had come from her, they had agreed that he would return it in 5 days, yet now, 6 days had passed. I'm here." Kalen hastily descended the stairs, beheld the exquisite figure before him, adorned in a strapless hide skirt, the coarse leather failing to conceal her enchanting form, her fair skin, coupled with the characteristic pointed ears of a dark elf. And her eyes, as clear as a tranquil lake, stood there, embodying the essence of a princess in the mortal realm. Yet, she was no princess but a dark elf like Kalen, scavenging in the Orcish lands. "Alice, how have you been lately? It seems you've grown more beautiful in these few days." "Spare me your flattery." Alice's gentle demeanor abruptly transformed into an icy glare. She extended her delicate hands before Kalen and demanded, "Repay me." "Alice, please hear me out. Repay me." She offered no room for Kalen to negotiate, her cheeks puffed in indignation, her gaze fixed firmly on him, as if uttering a word would unleash her constant refrain of, "Repay me." "I have no money." Kalen's head hung low. His courage for defense evaporated in the presence of the dark elf before him. The fusion of the Berserk Bull's strength and the alcohol was calculated to yield a rum tenfold in potency. And he had initially brimmed with confidence. Yet, he could not pinpoint where the process had gone awry, leading to the experiment's failure. Upon hearing of his lack of funds, Alice's expression morphed from anger to a sweet smile, though it bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a wolf in sheep's clothing. "Do you remember what you said when you borrowed money 5 days ago?" she inquired with a smile as she scrutinized Kalen. "What did I say?" "That I would marry you and bring you to the tavern." Kalen attempted to feign ignorance. "Should I repeat myself? If you continue this charade, I may have no choice but to sell you into the slave market. The divine continent has explicit regulations. If one cannot repay their debts, they automatically become a slave. Though you are but a worthless lich, I could certainly recoup my costs." "Please, Alice, I beg you. I'm terrified. Is it not merely a matter of assisting you with a task? I will comply. Just tell me what you need." Kalen steeled himself, hoping this little sorceress would refrain from demanding anything too outrageous, considering they had been neighbors for several years. Now that a more agreeable attitude, Alice smiled, her lips curling as she casually inquired, "I've heard you know of an elven nest." "The elven nest?" "The abode of ancient elves." "I know nothing of it," Kalen asserted with unwavering conviction, not a trace of hesitation in his voice, as though he genuinely possessed no knowledge of such a place. "Very well. If that is the case, you hold no value to me, and I shall have no choice but to sell you." Alice sighed, rummaging through her pocket until she produced a weathered tome, stating, "I had intended to present this manuscript of Kamenlun to you." "What? Whose manuscript?" "Kamenlun, an ancient lich. Since certain individuals appear disinterested, I shall simply burn it for firewood." "Kamenlun, the miraculous lich Kamenlun?" Kalen's heart nearly ceased to beat. Kamenlun, the prodigious lich from ancient times, was renowned for reassembling fragmented corpses to forge formidable death warriors known as abominations. It was he who infused the corpses of dragons with death energy, giving rise to the magnificent bone dragons. If Niozu, the god of death, established the lineage of liches, then Kamenlun elevated lichhood to its pinnacle. In Kalen's heart, Kamenlun had always been his idol, his aspiration, embodying the creative thought, boundless imagination, and audacious innovation that Kalen aspired to emulate. From the moment he first heard of Kamenlun's exploits, Kalen had resolved to become a lich akin to him. Liberated in thought, unrestricted in imagination, and determined to bring every impossibility into this realm. "Ah, it appears you are familiar with him as well. However, it is unfortunate that you remain unaware of the elven nest," sighed the dark elf, her demeanor particularly striking. Yet, at this moment, Kalen found himself captivated by the tome in her grasp, the allure of her beauty momentarily overshadowed. "I know," Kalen mused, finally uttering the 3 words after some contemplation. The elven nest was a place he had stumbled upon while gathering magical materials, but within it resided a formidable scorpion-tailed lion, a creature that wielded the strength of a lion and the venom of a scorpion, instilling a sense of trepidation in Kalen. Most critically, that scorpion-tailed lion was a magical beast, and from that day forth, he had resolved to steer clear of such a perilous locale. Yet, he was perplexed by how Alice had discovered his knowledge of the elven nest secret and had even acquired the miraculous lich's tome. Chapter 2. The Reckless Experiment. Fear not. I shall handle the dangers within. You need only serve as a guide, and this Kamenlun tome shall be yours, she declared, her words laden with temptation. However, the memory of the scorpion-tailed lion, coupled with the realization of the dark elf's current prowess, a mere third-tier elf, unrefined and far from capable of hunting magical beasts, cast doubt upon Alice's assertions. Wealth is often found in peril. This was Kamenlun's final resolution. After all, the Kamenlun tome was a rare treasure beyond the reach of mere gold coins, and the scorpion-tailed lion's venomous tail was a vital component for a significant experiment, should the endeavor prove successful. It might even save him a substantial sum in material costs. Greetings, Lich. Kamenlun has acquiesced to your request and agreed to be your guide. The dark elf Alice accepts your guidance and promises the Lich's tome as recompense. May the god of fair oaths bestow his blessings. The two formally entered into a covenant, the simplest of agreements on the continent, often sworn in the presence of the god of oaths when two parties reach an accord. This invisible force ensured the rights of both parties, as few dared to breach such vows. Countless instances during the ancient godly wars attested to the fatal consequences of forsaking a sworn contract. After briefly sealing their pact, the pair swiftly exited the tavern, inhaling the fresh air of the outside world. With a flick of his wrist, Kamenlun caused the 5-meter-high tavern to rapidly diminish in size until it transformed into a mere bullet, which he cradled in his palm. Alice displayed little surprise at the spectacle. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes, as the continent was rife with the extraordinary. The ability to shrink at will was a legendary alchemical art of ancient times, now long lost to history. Yet, before him stood this diminutive lich, possessing a relic of ancient alchemy. Let us proceed. It should not be far. I hope to complete this task swiftly, Alice declared, abruptly halting in her tracks. Her almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Kamenlun's, she cautioned gravely, do not hinder my progress. Kamenlun, eager to glimpse the mad designs recorded within the Kamenlun tome, disregarded Alice's warning, allowing it to pass through one ear and out the other. The abandoned elven nest was not far, and with the flat terrain of the Rhine plains, it took less than half an hour to arrive beneath the withered tree he had envisioned. Parting the dense underbrush, they uncovered an underground cave, half a person's height. The foul odor wafting from within indicated that the scorpion-tailed lion conducted its activities apart from hunting. Within this lair, the mingling scent of mating and excrement was so repugnant that even the most grotesque of pig men would be repulsed. Be cautious. The cave houses a scorpion-tailed lion, and their venom is exceedingly fearsome, Kamenlun kindly warned, recalling the last time he had suffered a setback here, having been struck by the lion's tail and forced to spend 2 gold coins on an antidote to recover. Remember, once we enter, do not move recklessly or stray, especially do not bring trouble upon me, Alice stated, not lingering any longer. With a deft motion, she secured her cloak at her waist and, like a cat, slipped into the cave. As a creature born of the depths, the dark elf immediately drew her bow upon entering, releasing a swift arrow that pierced the darkness, resulting in a muffled thud. Kamenlun contemplated voicing his indignation. Am I not a lich? Am I truly so inept? However, after casting the Dark Eye spell to enhance his vision, his perspective shifted. The Dark Eye was an auxiliary spell that expanded one's sight in the dark, and he soon spotted a black bat lying in a pool of blood not far ahead. The black bat, a common beast, possessed natural sonar, enabling it to accurately locate prey. It was typically impossible to hit with arrows. The sight of its lifeless body attested to Alice's remarkable archery skills, as she had dispatched it in this pitch-black environment in less than the blink of an eye. Kamenlun's worries regarding Alice's prowess were somewhat alleviated. Refinement. Kamenlun directed the refinement spell at the black bat, instantly extracting a thick, dark liquid, for the bat's blood was a valuable ingredient for crafting blood potions. Though he lacked the skill to concoct them himself, they could fetch a silver coin per vial on the market. Such precious materials were not to be overlooked, especially as they could yield some profit for future experiments. As for his gambling debts, they seemed to fade from his mind. Hurry, my time is limited. Do not impede my progress, Alice urged impatiently. Technically, now that Kamenlun had brought her here, the task was complete, yet she had not provided him with the tome, clearly unwilling to conclude matters so easily. As Alice shot another black bat, Kamenlun swiftly extracted its blood, following closely behind. After all, he was merely a fledgling lich, with limited spells at his disposal. The real strength in exploring the abandoned elven cave lay with the dark elf. Armor-piercing curse. Alice's voice rang out, releasing a gray-glowing arrow that shot forward, evidently imbued with elven curses. Yet, it was met with a resounding thud, deflected away, followed by a deep growl. 2 blood-red eyes, reminiscent of rubies, appeared, accompanied by a fearsome stench emanating from the creature's massive form. Towering at 3 meters, its lion-like body and colossal head revealed glimmering teeth, particularly the scorpion tail behind, swaying menacingly. Alice's armor-piercing arrow had struck the scorpion-tailed lion's thick scales, failing to slay it and instead inciting its fury. Roar! The terrifying roar echoed, clearly indicating the beast's anger. As its claws struck the ground, a wave of force surged forth, one of the scorpion-tailed lion's 3 signature attacks, Arc Wave. This technique combined earth-based magical energy with its innate strength, producing a sudden explosive arc of force. Be careful, Kamenlun warned urgently, reciting an ancient incantation. Instantly, a frosty aura enveloped them, forming an egg-shaped armor that shielded them. The frost armor was one of Kamenlun's few spells. Crack! The ice armor shattered upon impact, but the brief skirmish provided the dark elf with an opportunity to escape. With a nimble leap, she evaded the brunt of the force, while Kamenlun, caught off guard, was hurled against the wall, tumbling several times before landing in a heap. Fortunately, he was not dead. Kamenlun assessed himself. Aside from some heavy breathing, he appeared relatively unscathed. Did I not instruct you to stay put and not run around? Alice admonished sternly, akin to a superior reprimanding a subordinate. Dear sister, had I not cast the frost armor spell, would I have been struck? Kamenlun attempted to defend himself, but upon meeting Alice's gaze, he swallowed his retort. Alice was exasperated by Kamenlun's ineptitude. He had failed to evade such a straightforward attack. Yet, without lingering on the thought, she knocked another armor-piercing curse arrow and released it. This time, the arrow found its mark, embedding itself firmly in the scorpion-tailed lion's scales. Roar! Suddenly, a flash of green light illuminated the surroundings, and when Kamenlun regained his sight, he saw Alice collapsed on the ground, a clear puncture wound visible on her chest. She had been poisoned. Kamenlun rushed to her side, hastily administering the antidote. He raised his right hand, retrieving a pure green vial, its contents swirling with hints of white and black. He tossed it toward her. Puff! There was no dramatic sound, but a plume of black mist erupted, followed by shards of ice, and then layers of viscous green goo that ensnared the scorpion-tailed lion in place. Alice, can you still fight? Kamenlun felt an increasing sense of foreboding. Upon entering, Alice had been brimming with confidence, yet merely 2 exchanges later, she had become gravely injured. Facing the magical beast lion alone seemed an ominous prospect. She had asserted that she would handle everything within the cave, leaving Kamenlun, a mere fledgling lich, confronting the scorpion-tailed lion, a collision destined for disaster. Fortunately, it's merely a bit numbing. After consuming the antidote, Alice appeared significantly improved. She glanced at the strange vial Kamenlun had thrown. Her curiosity piqued. What was that you just threw? Nothing of consequence, merely an experimental concoction. It combines abyssal potion with putrid viscous oil, a pinch of ice sphere spell, and is infused with barrow lotus leaves. Then slowly refined over a small flame. I call it beast-trapping alcohol. What do you think of its efficacy? Alice remained silent, merely staring blankly at the diminutive lich before her. Are you courting death? In a moment of weakness, Alice found herself questioning the sanity of the lich standing before her. The abyssal elixir, notorious for being a forbidden concoction, was inexpensive yet shunned by all. Yet here was this diminutive lich, recklessly mixing it, risking a connection to the abyssal plane that could summon demons, potentially decimating the entire Rhine plane. Moreover, the iceball spell and fireball were well known for their explosive interaction upon contact. Yet Kamenlun was foolishly experimenting with them. What madness possessed him? Alice had come to redefine her perception of Kamenlun. Be careful. As she observed the scorpion-tailed lion extricating itself from its entanglement, Kamenlun hastily produced a small test tube filled with a purplish-red liquid. What is this? Alice felt a sense of foreboding. A holy flame vial. A product of mixing sacred elixirs with the fireball spell. Lower your head. What for? Without further explanation from Kamenlun, the vial was hurled toward the ground a short distance away, resulting in a thunderous explosion, its force eclipsed that of a bomb. The flames surged upward, engulfing the entire subterranean cavern, amidst which pure holy light shimmered. How audacious for a lich to wield holy light! Did he not realize that such light was the bane of liches and all undead? Was he courting death? Undoubtedly, the holy flame vial proved effective. The scorpion-tailed lion sustained injuries as its chest erupted with wounds, its blood oozing uncontrollably. However, Kamenlun was not unscathed either. Flames splattered against him, creating small holes in his chest, and the most debilitating aspect was the holy light, which began to peel away layers of skin from the dark elf, rupturing blisters beneath his armor. Compared to himself, Kamenlun fared worse. Though he remained uninjured, the explosive combination of holy power and flame had thoroughly disrupted his insides. Had he not swiftly consumed a restorative potion, the lich's life might have been forfeited. Such reckless concoctions were beyond Alice's comprehension. How could Kamenlun, this madman, have devised them? Alice, how are you holding up? Have you regained any strength? If you don't pull through, We shall truly become the lion's next meal. Kamenlun did not speak the whole truth. He was still capable of escape. At least he possessed a sheep transformation potion that could turn a beast into a soft little lamb for 10 seconds, alongside a wind staff to conjure a gust strong enough to lift the scorpion-tailed lion into the air. Though it would not inflict significant damage, it would allow for a swift retreat. He also had his own half-baked earth potion, its name unappealing yet effective, capable of submerging a beast halfway into the ground, thus facilitating an escape. He had countless peculiar items at his disposal, yet Kamenlun was reluctant to use them. Once he fled, the chances of acquiring the Kamenlun codex would vanish. Fortune favors the bold. Kamenlun cursed the fool who uttered such words, oblivious to how many like him had met their demise due to greed, an affliction shared by all creatures. Roar. The lion was truly enraged now. A terrifying roar echoed like thunder on a cloudless day, as a silvery lightning sphere began to coalesce within the scorpion-tailed lion's maw. Kamenlun was baffled. Why would a creature dwelling underground wield lightning magic? He could only remain speechless. His available items were useless against the impending lightning sphere. Arrow of the Spider Queen. Suddenly, Alice summoned all her strength to shout, a flurry of arrowheads resembling spider silk materializing before them. Dense and swarm-like, each one exuding a terrifying energy, divine power. In a critical moment, Alice had tapped into the divine power of the Spider Queen, Rose. Such power, accessible only to the gods, instantly nullified the lion's lightning. Divine power was indeed fearsome. Chapter 3. Alchemical miniature teleportation circles. Alice's ability to wield divine power was unexpected. Such a gift was known as a divine favor or messenger of the gods across the continent. Kamenlun could scarcely believe that this elven girl had earned the recognition of the Spider Queen. He began to question his own lineage. Was he truly a direct descendant of the death god Naozu? To have received none of his divine might, with the emergence of divine power, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly, leaving the once mighty scorpion-tailed lion devoid of life. A single arrow had claimed the life of a beast. You truly are reckless, Alice lamented. Still troubled by the corrosive effects of the holy elixir on her skin, torn between affection and disdain for this self-destructive lich. But thank you for not abandoning me. The words were uttered with little strength. A soft murmur that Kamenlun could barely comprehend, perhaps due to the immense toll of wielding divine power. Kamenlun remained lost in astonishment at the divine might. From initial shock, he transitioned into a hypothetical experiment in his mind. What if the divine power of Rose could be combined with the abyssal elixir? What consequences might arise? Could it potentially yield a mutated demon? Should Alice hear Kamenlun's thoughts, she might very well be tempted to strangle him. The battle was far from over. I am not reckless. I am merely employing sound calculations. What calculations? Why? The countless speculations of our predecessors, Alice. You cannot fathom the brilliance of their ideas. Assembling several corpses could create an abomination, add poison, and it becomes an indomitable warrior on land. Incorporating toxic plants into one's bloodstream. A drop each day grants immunity to most toxins. Even severing one's own arm to replace it with the golems could facilitate perilous experiments. You are following the speculations of those predecessors. Alice questioned skeptically. Of course. Their hypotheses align perfectly with the principles of magic. At that moment, Alice yearned to slap the little lich in exasperation. Such foolish conjectures. On the divine continent, speculation was often a fatal endeavor. There were no fewer than 100,000 magical hypotheses, all understood to be either baseless or the fleeting ideas of sages recorded in notes. None had solid magical foundations. Many rife with flaws. It was said that one sage foolishly believed that combining frog eggs with the abyssal elixir would yield a potion of immortality. A certain alchemical laboratory wasted 30 years on this delusion, ultimately birthing an abyssal demon, a three-eyed red toad, which led to the downfall of an entire human kingdom. Since then, all magical practitioners learned a harsh lesson. Without certainty, no magical speculation should be undertaken. Yet here stood a lich who, despite lacking a profound understanding of magic, dared to wield the destructive potential of such conjectures. Alice scrutinized the lich, perplexed as to how he remained unscathed and intact. Kamenlun noticed Alice's unwavering gaze upon him, and, uncertain of the reason, perhaps due to the poison, found an excuse to approach the corpse of the scorpion-tailed lion. Skillfully, he drew a small knife and began to dissect the carcass. Starting with the highly toxic tail, with a swift cut, he placed it into a cloth bag, then extracted a small vial to collect the blood. He meticulously organized the skin, teeth, bones, and flesh, laboring for 2 full hours until he had dissected the massive creature. The materials harvested from such a the lich possesses a unique method of entrusting its phylactery within the sun, a singular data set open through the dimensional pathways. The artificial synthesis of mithril merely turned a few pages, revealing numerous ingenious concepts. Kamenlun initially intended to sit down and thoroughly study them, but was abruptly reminded that this was not a place for spell research, especially with a dark elf present. Having obtained the desired manuscript and dismantled a magical beast's carcass, he deemed the task accomplished. "Thank you," he managed to utter after much effort, marking the first time he expressed gratitude to his creditor. Casting a glance into the depths of the cavern, he added, "Do you require my assistance further?" Of course, Kalen regretted his own words, feeling an urge to slap himself, but reluctantly followed Alice as they proceeded cautiously. With the scorpion-tailed lion absent, Alice began her meticulous search. This was an elven nest, showing signs of ancient elven habitation, with her elven sensitivity. She soon discovered a rune inscribed on the wall that recorded elven archery techniques. Though regrettably, it was too fragmented for immediate understanding, necessitating further study. With every few steps, she encountered additional elven runes, though all were incomplete. By the time they reached the end of the cavern, Alice had little to show for her efforts. But she had confirmed that this was indeed an ancient elven ruin. The gnarled tree above them was a storm tree from antiquity, and Alice yearned for a seed of such a storm tree. For elves, the most vital possession was an ancient tree. From the moment they were born, they traversed the continent in search of unique species to become their life tree, constructing tree houses. The ancient tree served as both their dwelling and a potent weapon. It was said that those ancient elves who lived for over 1,000 years wielded trees of such power that they rivaled grand sorcerers. "Kalen, what is this?" He picked up a small stone that was not quite a stone, being somewhat flat and resembling a walnut. After striking it for a while without any reaction, he realized it was rather peculiar. "This? Could it be a seed?" Alice stammered, her expression rarely betraying such excitement. After examining it closely, a joyful smile broke across her face, confirming her suspicion. "Thank you. Anything is better than nothing," Kalen replied with a faint smile. This seed held little value for him. To grow a storm tree, it required the waters of the elven spring of life. Even a complete storm tree was far less significant than Kalen's manuscript. "Alice, I have a suggestion, if I may. Spit it out quickly. If you cultivate the storm tree, I've read in the tomes that adding a bit of Macroro flower powder into the spring will grant your storm tree the magical capability of a toxic storm. Get lost." At that moment, Alice truly wished to slap him. The Macroro flower was the bane of all plants. Even a small addition would mean bidding farewell to her storm tree. "Kalen, I owe you the acquisition of some proper spells." Flipping through the thick nest of the scorpion-tailed lion, she discovered a sheet of iron paper, a unique artifact of ancient spell records. Only this specially processed iron sheet could withstand the test of time and be passed down from antiquity. Such as this. I'm not interested. Now in possession of Kamen's manuscript. Filled with over 100 concepts, Kalen was eager to return and delve into his studies. With the scorpion-tailed lion providing materials, he was confident he could develop a potion or two. If he could procure several potion recipes in Rhinetown, it would greatly alleviate his current financial strain. "That's what you said. Don't regret it later," Alice teased, as she read the iron sheet word for word. Small-scale teleportation alchemy requires materials: mithril, copper ore, three-pronged grass, spatial crystal. Small-scale teleportation alchemy. Is it truly that? Kalen could hardly believe his ears. In this dilapidated cavern, such a rare alchemical practice existed. Suddenly, he recalled that elves were the masters of teleportation in ancient times. They could teleport freely to any location, and tales of elves circulated throughout distant plains. Just thinking about it made Kalen's mouth water. "Alice, could you give this to me? Rest assured, I won't take it for free. Here you go." Alice placed the iron sheet in Kalen's hands. Smiling, the Kamen manuscript was a prearranged reward. "You found the storm tree seed for me. Consider this the return of the favor. When did you become so generous?" Kalen regarded Alice with suspicion. Having been neighbors for several years, she never lent a single silver coin. Now, she was gifting him the precious teleportation alchemy, worth far more than mere gold coins. "Of course, it's not a free gift. Now that I've found the storm tree seed, I must return to the dark forest in the underground world to cultivate it. As mentioned before, you owe me a favor. This is an investment in advance. When we meet again, you will fulfill your promise. What do you think? You plan to leave?" Kalen glanced at Alice. They had no particular bond. If anything, it was merely a relationship of 5 silver coins. The recent adventure was merely a fair trade, yet at this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of reluctance. "Indeed, but rest assured, we shall meet again." Alice smiled, swiftly exiting the cavern as if unwilling to linger. Offering little more than a hasty farewell as Kalen emerged from the cave, he was met with an endless expanse of grasslands, and Alice's shadow had vanished. "We will meet again," Kalen murmured softly, gathering his thoughts. Now was not the time for sentimental reflections. Debts and the Kamen manuscript loomed large, urging him to move on. Kalen steeled himself and made his way to the laboratory, filled with pride as he surveyed the myriad of bottles and instruments before him, his treasures. Skillfully processing the materials from the scorpion-tailed lion, he began studying Kamen's manuscript. The notes were somewhat chaotic. Apart from personal musings, they contained a series of materials and data, most of which detailed failed experiments and a spell concept for a necromantic giant. At that time, Kamen had already researched abominations and bone dragons, yet the necromantic giant had yet to materialize. Clearly, this manuscript was from Kamen's later work, and the thought of it excited Kalen once more. As time slipped by, Kalen found himself holed up in a tavern for 3 days. It took him this long to roughly organize the contents of the manuscript. Ancient experimental methods, material analyses, refining procedures, and magical control began to take shape in his mind. Now, Kalen needed to learn some spells, such as freezing spells, heating spells, rapid warming spells, absolute zero freezing, and aurora spells, essential spells for his experiments, yet he knew none. The thought of these spells gave Kalen a headache. It wasn't that they were lost. On the contrary, they were well preserved and complete. However, each spell came at a steep price. Tio learned just one freezing spell at the Magic Guild cost 10 gold coins, while absolute zero freezing soared to a staggering 100 gold coins. Given that Kalen had not a single silver coin to his name, he began cursing the greedy Magic Guild, those avaricious humans. To learn these spells, he would have to venture to the Beastman's capital, where a magic academy and specialized professors resided. Headache. Kalen realized he needed to earn money, and the fastest way to do so was through magical potions. Glancing at the scorpion-tailed lion materials in his laboratory, he realized he had nothing in his pockets. How could he earn money? Chapter 4. Purchasing potion formulas in bulk. The Rhine Plains were the domain of the lion folk. With Rhine Town at its heart, the town bustled with merchants from human kingdoms, ingenious gnomes adept at machinery, and dwarves emerging from the deep mountains, though the most numerous were the countless beastmen. Kalen rarely ventured into Rhine Town, not for lack of interest, but due to his meager coins. Simply entering the town required the payment of a silver coin as a toll, which Kalen deemed not worth it. Thus, whenever he visited Rhine Town, he would set up a tavern to sell his recently brewed rum to the dwarves and beast folk, who relished fine spirits. It must be said that opening a tavern among the beast folk was indeed a shrewd decision. Many races had a penchant for alcohol, and even if they did not eat, they could not forego their drink. Kalen's brewing skills were commendable, enhanced by special processing, making it a local specialty. Even the most inferior rum surpassed the ordinary by a considerable margin, earning Kalen a respectable reputation in Rhine Town over the years. Rhine Town upheld the beast folk's traditional values, with sturdy thorny walls offering simple defenses. At the town's center stood a colossal totem of the war god, firmly protecting the entire settlement. Kalen had spent several years in the Rhine Plains and had yet to witness the totem's might. However, its renown was already well established in ancient times, particularly among the Minotaurs. Empowered by the war god's totem, they could be likened to frenzied bulls. When encountering a formidable Minotaur shaman, they could even break free from the clutches of death, making the Minotaurs and shamans a formidable duo on the continent of the gods. Kalen's circle of friends is rather limited, comprising only a few individuals: the stout blacksmith Krull, the slave trader Churchill, and the level 4 Tavern warrior Carl. Their camaraderie is largely fostered by the exquisite libations available at the tavern. Krull and Carl have a penchant for ordinary rum, while the cunning Churchill often schemes to pilfer Kalen's prized reserves, as those stocks can fetch a staggering amount of gold in the human realm. Kalen, what fine wines do you have this year? It's been half a year since my last visit, and I've missed you dearly. Just as Kalen was setting up the tavern on the outskirts of Rhine Town, a diminutive human elder hurried over, his wrinkled face beaming with a shrewdness that rivaled even that of the foxfolk. Following him were several formidable figures: a black bear warrior, a crocodilian fighter, and a human mage. This clearly illustrated Churchill's wealth, for hiring a mage, an aristocrat on the continent, requires an immense fortune in gold. The black bear warrior is a powerful beast folk, while the crocodilian warrior belongs to the aquatic tribes, known for their immense strength, particularly the fearsome giant crocodiles capable of tearing apart any creature. Churchill, It's been quite some time. I fear I might disappoint you this time, as all my aged wines have been cleaned out by a passing dark elf, Kamenlun lamented, ushering the powerful warriors into the tavern, pouring each a tankard of rum, and opening the door to welcome business. Kamenlun, don't be stingy. Dark elf, can you conjure up another flimsy excuse? I know my offer was somewhat low, but surely you understand the risks involved in transporting your wine across the vast ocean to the human realm, whilst contending with the indigenous peoples. Kamenlun, however, chose to disregard Churchill's incessant chatter. He had heard such rhetoric countless times before. The merchant's instinct for profit maximization made them prone to excessive verbosity rather than parting with a single extra coin. Sitting at the table, Kamenlun meticulously poured the last remnants of his malt liquor into 2 small cups, handing one to Churchill with a smile. This is what remains. Let us share it. Kamenlun, you rascal, you've returned at last. I've missed you terribly. Just as Churchill was about to speak further, a loud voice boomed from a distance, reminiscent of an old duck's quack. The diminutive figure, no taller than half a meter, scampered into the tavern, leaping onto the counter, with 2 tiny eyes that resembled those of a child. He was no different from an ordinary human, albeit shrunk down by 4 or 5 times. What set him apart were his long beard and bright red nose, reminiscent of a drunkard. Kamenlun often wondered how this dwarf, with such a lengthy beard, could forge iron freely in the blacksmith's shop every day. Uncle Carew, it's been ages. Here, have a taste of my brewed malt liquor, Kamenlun offered, extending his cup. His surprise. Carew waved it away, opting for the cheapest rum instead, gulping it down voraciously in less than half a minute. The rum, sufficient for 3 individuals, was reduced to an empty barrel. Ah, splendid. Kamenlun's liquor has quite the kick. You've been away for so long. I was almost beside myself. Stick with the same price as last time and give me 200 barrels. 200 barrels? Old Carew, last time you were shouting that it was too expensive. What has changed? Churchill teased, downing the malt liquor in one go. While the malt liquor could be considered fine, to Churchill, it was somewhat beneath his standards. He coveted Kamenlun's secret stash of rare wines. You're talking nonsense. I've always been the most generous. Naturally, Kamenlun dismissed this claim. Who doesn't he know that the most money-loving species on the continent are dragons and elves, followed closely by dwarves, faced with the dazzling allure of gold? It is nearly impossible to extract even a half coin from a dwarf. While the dwarven orders may be inexpensive, they are substantial in quantity. After all, Kamenlun had brewed a considerable amount of rum over the past 6 months. Selling 200 barrels would yield him an additional 2 gold coins, and now he could simply wait quietly, as the remaining rum would soon be claimed by the beast folk of the town. Kamenlun's liquor is quite renowned in Rhine town, and priced at only half of the market rate. No one would willingly spend an extra coin. Indeed, as noon approached, patrons began to trickle into the tavern. With no servants or help, Kamenlun had to attend to the customers himself. Fortunately, most of them were familiar faces with numerous orders. By late afternoon, all the rum was sold out. Only after closing the tavern did Kamenlun take a moment to reflect on the day's earnings. 8 gold coins. The fruits of 6 months of hard work. Now that you've finished your business, isn't it time we discussed ours? One cannot deny that Churchill, the slave trader, possesses numerous admirable qualities that have contributed to his status as a top-tier magnate. At the very least, his unwavering persistence is a definitive assurance of his wealth. Throughout the morning and into the afternoon, Churchill sat quietly in a corner of the tavern with his entourage, saying little. Your intellect is more formidable than that of the fox folk, Kamenlun remarked, settling against the tavern wall. I do have some stock, but I do not intend to sell this year. You know I am a lich, and I need to study some magic. I plan to exchange these wines for some valuable potion formulas. Potion formulas? Why do you need them for your magical studies? Churchill asked, puzzled, but continued. I have a friend who is an apothecary. He has recently encountered some issues at home and has 10 scrolls of potion formulas for sale, priced at 50 gold coins. 10 scrolls. That's quite a bulk sale, Kamenlun thought to himself. Knowing that even the simplest potion formula costs 10 gold coins, he was eager to acquire the formulas. But he had only 8 gold coins. Even with his special reserves, he could not meet the required sum. With a sigh, he retrieved several bottles from the tavern's cabinet. 3 green, 3 red, and 7 purple. 3 bottles of green elixir, 3 bottles of red ant wine, and 7 bottles of purple grape wine at 82 gold coins each. that totals 26, combined with my 8 gold coins. That makes 34, which is still a bit short. Then I'm afraid I cannot assist you. After all, I did not acquire my coins for free. If you don't have suitable reserves, I can only offer you 26 gold coins for your current wines, Churchill stated firmly, fully displaying the essence of a merchant. In 10 days, I intend to brew the Crimson Flame Poison. Those wines are rather special, yet pricey, at 15 gold coins per bottle, which should be more than sufficient. How about this? I'll give you 1 bottle if you help me procure the scrolls. Kamenlun proposed. Kamenlun, you know I never gamble on future prospects, Churchill replied outright, but then a smile crept onto his face. If you can provide me with 2 bottles, I will agree to your request. 2 bottles, that's 30 gold coins. Aren't you being a bit harsh? I have no choice. It's not easy for me either if your wine isn't as good. I'll be at a significant loss. Fine, you drive a hard bargain, I concede. Kamenlun relented, seeing through the merchant before him. Despite their long-standing acquaintance, Churchill would not relent even a fraction. Very well, here you are, Churchill said, tossing a bundle of scrolls to Kamenlun and then sweeping all the liquor from the table, along with Kamenlun's 8 gold coins, leaving him with the parting words, I'll return for the goods in 10 days, before strutting out with a sense of triumph. Watching as his hard-earned gold was swept away by this leech, Kamenlun felt as though his heart were bleeding. This was always the case. After 6 months of toil, he would end up with nothing to show for it. Every time he sold his wares, Churchill would bring everything Kamenlun needed: instruments, test tubes, dissection knives, and specialized equipment for Lich experiments. Squeezing the last bit of gold from him, it could be said that 90% of the apparatus in Kamenlun's laboratory came from the hands of this very slave trader. Churchill, and this time was no exception, as all his wealth was exchanged for a bundle of potion scrolls. Chapter 5. Potion brewing and sales. Only by becoming an apothecary can one amass great wealth. It is unclear which unfortunate prophet made this declaration, but it compelled Kamenlun to trade 3 bottles from his reserves to learn potion brewing from a beastfolk shaman. Over the past 3 years, he had succeeded in concocting only a lightweight antidote. Despite becoming increasingly adept at potion making, the market prices for potion formulas had soared, rising from 5 gold coins to 10, effectively stifling Kamenlun's aspiration to become a great apothecary in its infancy. As he gazed at the 10 potion formulas before him, Kamenlun's mouth nearly split with glee. Acceleration potions, prolonged release potions, rapid recovery potions, blood replenishing potions, and mana restoration potions. 10 in total, aside from 1 useless lightweight antidote. The remaining 9 formulas held promise. With these formulas, Kamenlun could realize many of his ideas. For instance, combining acceleration potions with recovery potions to create a rapid recovery potion, or merging prolonged release potions with antidotes to see if he could develop a slow-release antidote. Of course, these were merely Kamenlun's hypotheses, easily conceived, yet he was eager to experiment. This earnestness bewildered many of his neighbors. Potion prices vary in the market. A standard antidote costs a mere silver coin, while prolonged release potions and mana restoration potions can command a high price of 50 silver coins, equivalent to half a gold coin. Thus, Kamenlun's first objective was to focus on the mana restoration potion. The mana restoration potion serves as a vital means for wizards to replenish their magical energy, and it is equally beneficial for the shamans of the beastfolk to revive their mana. This potion has consistently remained a highly sought-after commodity in the market. Even Kamenlun, who brews secretive wines, finds himself occasionally in need of a few vials of the potion when his magical power runs low. It can be said that as long as one can concoct a vial, it is guaranteed to sell, and the ingredients for the mana potion are relatively easy to procure. Starlight grass, a peculiar plant that absorbs moonlight during the night to grow, is readily available. In a bid to quickly recoup his investment, Kamenlun decided to focus on crafting the mana restoration potion first. After becoming an apothecary, Kamenlun diligently prepared, amassing a considerable stock of starlight grass in the tavern storeroom, where he could freely concoct potions. Inside the laboratory, the sound of explosions echoed repeatedly, yet Kamenlun remained undeterred, intently observing the bubbling liquid in the test tube. Mana cautiously enveloped the essence of the starlight grass, stabilizing the energy and immersing it into the liquid. Bang! Another sharp sound erupted as a new test tube shattered, spilling liquid across the floor, a sign of failure. Sitting on the ground, Kamenlun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Now, he truly understood why that apothecary was willing to sell the precious formula for the mana restoration potion. With such a low success rate, its utility seemed utterly futile. Kalen retrieved a small test tube and utilized his refining technique to extract the essence of the starlight grass once more. Embarking on the recombination of energies, though lacking in many areas, Kalen possessed an indomitable spirit. When he first set foot on the beastfolk continent, his tavern attracted no patrons, and his rum struggled to penetrate the market. After countless attempts, risking financial loss, he finally discerned the key to success and subsequently developed 3 unique aging processes based on his experience. Once, twice, 5 times, 10 times. Each attempt ended in failure, yet each time he adjusted his approach and tried again. Pop! The sound of bursting bubbles became second nature to Kalen, who instinctively dodged as a test tube did not explode, but rather the multicolored liquid transformed into a pure blue hue, reminiscent of seawater, colorless and odorless, yet imbued with a unique magical essence. The mana's properties were remarkably stable and capable of being absorbed. The mana restoration potion. At that moment, Kalen was finally certain of his hypothesis. It was indeed the mana restoration potion. After over 300 failures, he had finally succeeded in crafting a vial. With the first success in hand, Kalen immediately set to work on a second vial, only to be met with a string of failures. Now, he regretted not paying closer attention to the successful process. That experience was crucial to him, and he could not forgive himself for this oversight. Thus, with each subsequent experiment, Kalen dedicated himself fully, meticulously recording data and calculating critical factors. After undergoing hundreds of trials, he successfully refined another vial. It must be that moment before stabilizing the energy when one needs to intensify mana control to maintain stability. Given the peculiar nature of starlight grass, external light is also crucial for the concoction of the mana restoration potion. Kalen meticulously compiled all his findings. Indeed, as he progressed through each experiment, the success rate steadily increased. Now, Kalen could control the success rate to around 5%. After 3 days and nights of desperate refining, his stock of starlight grass was completely depleted. Only then did Kalen take a moment to assess his own appearance. His unkempt beard, dirt-streaked face, and a floor strewn with shattered glass rendered the laboratory a chaotic mess. With a resigned smile, he glanced at the 20 vials of mana restoration potion on the table, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After lying comfortably in the tavern for a refreshing nap, Kalen gathered all his potions and hurried to the entrance of Rhine town, with all his wealth stripped away by the greedy money wolves. He had no choice but to set up a stall at the town gate to sell his mana potions. This was a strategy born out of necessity. The potions would fetch a higher price in town. Yet he was utterly broke. Kalen observed the bustling crowd, his eyes darting about in search of suitable customers. However, half a day slipped by without a single inquiry. It was hardly surprising. The mana restoration potion came at a steep price. Typically available only in the shops of Rhine town, no one would believe its authenticity on a stall outside the town, given the prevalence of swindlers. Throughout the morning, Kalen failed to sell even a single vial. Indeed, no customers approached him. As he watched the pig-headed merchant next to him sell out his homemade recovery totems for 5 gold coins, his heart sank further. "Sister, look, there are mana potions for sale here. You just passed the shaman apprentice exam, so you must be in dire need of mana potions." A gentle voice suddenly chimed in front of Kalen's stall. A charming figure, with an exquisite physique and delicate features, accompanied by a pair of fluffy tails, revealed herself to be one of the Forbes Fox sisters. "Really, don't be deceived by appearances. These potions only look the part. Their efficacy is limited," the beautiful Forbes Fox warned, attempting to drag her sister away. "Fair maiden, do not doubt the authenticity of my wares. I assure you, my products are genuine, and they are priced at merely 40 silver coins," Kalen interjected, seizing the opportunity to speak to a potential customer. Desperate for gold, he reluctantly lowered his price. "Rest assured, I am an apothecary. Unfortunately, I was robbed of all my gold by the money wolves, and I am compelled to sell here. I will be at the tavern nearby for the next few days. Should you encounter any issues with the quality, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I shall refund you tenfold." The money wolves are notorious thieves in the beastfolk continent, a tribe known for producing formidable cavalry warriors while simultaneously supplying countless bandits to the realm. Each year, many outsiders conducting business in the beastfolk territory fall victim to these brigands. The Beastfolk continent has earned its reputation as the most perilous land, largely due to the actions of the money wolves, who ride massive dire wolves and wield long, curved blades, roaming the land relentlessly. Sister, I believe this potion is quite good, and I can sense the stable mana within it. As a shaman, I possess some degree of perception, the younger fox sister urged. Moreover, the price is quite reasonable. With that, she turned to Kalen and asked, if I were to purchase all these potions, would 6 gold coins suffice? Fair maiden, could you possibly offer a slightly higher price? This is already my rock-bottom rate, Kalen replied, reluctant to lower his price further. The 20 vials should have fetched 10 gold coins, yet in his eagerness, he had inadvertently allowed this young girl to take advantage of him. However, considering the potions cost him a mere 2 gold coins to produce, earning 4 gold coins in a day seemed quite decent. He nodded curtly, packaged the potions, and handed them over, accepting the 6 gold coins. He added, I will be at the tavern not far from here. Should you have any issues, feel free to find me. Additionally, if you wish to use the mana restoration potion, adding a bit of rum will enhance its effects significantly. How dare you attempt to entice a revered fox shaman into drinking? I shall report your vile conduct to the Lich Association. The younger fox sister shot Kalen an angry glare, clearly deeming him unworthy of respect. Kalen was at a loss for words. He had merely suggested a small trick he had verified. Alcohol accelerates blood flow and enhances the absorption of mana potions. Since his good intentions had been met with disdain, he opted to remain silent, gathering his wares and moving towards a nearby stall selling materials, one he had observed for some time. He had witnessed the vendor sell a withered man-eating flower for a handsome sum. After all, such flowers are essential for brewing the crimson flame poison. Great god of war, how may I assist you? The deer-headed vendor greeted respectfully, his eyes filled with reverence, clearly a devoted follower of the deity. Do you have any man-eating flowers? I require some petals, Kalen inquired directly. Indeed, but they are somewhat pricey at 2 gold coins. Will you take them? The vendor replied straightforwardly, without pretense. Kalen hesitated momentarily. 2 gold coins were indeed a steep price. However, if he could successfully brew the crimson flame poison, the gold would multiply exponentially, making his pursuit of magical studies in the Beastfolk royal city a viable ambition. Nodding in agreement, Kalen handed over the 2 gold coins and purchased additional materials, using the remaining funds to acquire more starlight grass. Only when his purse was empty did he return to the tavern. Chapter 6. Earning money is not so easy. Life tends to be monotonous, and experiments often dull. Yet for Kalen, these past few days had yielded significant rewards. The newly acquired starlight grass allowed him to successfully brew 15 vials of mana restoration potion, translating into an income of 7 gold coins. With the initial 6 coins from earlier, he now possessed a total of 13 gold coins in his reserves. As he watched the last vial of mana potion leave his hands, the dream of accumulating wealth felt increasingly attainable. The adage proved true. Becoming an apothecary made wealth easily accessible, and the successful brewing of the mana restoration potion was undeniably intertwined with his 3 years of apprenticeship in alchemy. The Beastfolk shaman who had introduced Kalen to the world of potions played an indispensable role in his journey. As the last vial of elixir was sold out, Kalen rose, ready to indulge in a hearty meal. Although the Lich was not particularly finicky about food, a sumptuous dish was something that no creature could refuse. Just as he was about to stand up, a group of lionkin orcs approached, their thick manes around their necks and gleaming great swords at their waists, complemented by the tricolored gilded runes on their foreheads, signifying their status as third-tier lionkin warriors. Kid, seems like business is booming today, the leader of the lionkin remarked with a somewhat flippant tone, his 2 large eyes fixated on Kalen's satchel. Esteemed lionkin warrior, may the war god bless you. Kalen responded with a formal salute to the war god. Observing their demeanor, he sighed in dismay, realizing he had encountered the local bullies. Unfortunately, they were at the outskirts of Rhine town. Had this been in the wilderness, Kalen would have simply ignored these lionkin, turning away with a flick of his wind staff. Now, however, he had no choice but to concede to their extortion, hastily producing a gold coin and offering it respectfully, saying, "This is an offering to the war god. At least you know your place," one of the lionkin's lackeys said as he brandished a 3-meter-long spear. Its tip pointing skyward. It was adorned with a dwarven seal, and fiery runes danced upon its surface, indicating it was a magical weapon that I in the beastfolk realm. Only the nobility could wield such weapons. And these three were evidently noble lionkin. Without even glancing at the gold coin, the leader commanded his subordinate to take it while keeping his gaze fixed on Kamenlun, a mocking glint in his eyes as he declared, "Hand over everything you have. Only lionkin are permitted to trade magic potions in Rhine town. All your wealth is illegal." At these words, even Kamenlun's normally placid temperament could not withstand the indignation. The trio was unmistakably acting like bullies. And it was clear that such behavior was not new to them. "Indeed, little Lich, I know who you are. Before the great lionkin Kamenlun, it would be wise for you to bow your head and humbly present all your gold," one of the lackeys boasted, lightly brandishing his magical weapon, which suddenly enveloped Kamenlun in a ring of flames. "Forgive me, but I can only offer one," Kamenlun replied, refusing to lower his head, while he held a healthy fear of the lionkin. He was not one to allow them to slap him in the face without retaliation. His ability to traverse the endless sea and reach the beastfolk continent attested to his stubborn nature. As a descendant of the great god of death, Naozu, his lineage alone secured him a noble title on the ice continent. "Feeling a bit rebellious, are we?" the leader taunted as flames rapidly encircled Kamenlun. Frost armor. A thin layer of frost enveloped Kamenlun, creating a mist as the flames and ice clashed. The fire magic unleashed by the lionkin's weapon was not particularly formidable, at least it could not breach Kamenlun's frost armor. "Not bad," Kamenlun remarked with a derisive chuckle, before unleashing a powerful lion's roar. Kamenlun soon found himself unable to move, helplessly watching as the lionkin's claws slashed across his chest, a sudden pain erupting. Kamenlun had evidently employed the lionkin's innate ability. The lion's roar, gazing at the fresh scars on his chest as droplets of blood fell to the ground. Kamenlun lifted Kamenlun effortlessly with a single claw and rummaged through his waist, stripping him of all his gold coins, which were then carelessly tossed aside like refuse. With that, Kamenlun swaggered away, satisfied. "Are you all right?" A voice broke through the haze as the three lionkin departed. Someone came forward to support Kamenlun, and upon looking up, he recognized it was the moose-headed orc who had sold him the man-eating flower the day before. "I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my chest," Kamenlun forced a smile. Though the pain made his teeth grind, the moose-headed orc examined Kamenlun's chest, producing a small pouch of powder from his waist, which he gently sprinkled on Kamenlun's wound. Within moments, the injury visibly healed. And after a few minutes, it formed a scar. Kamenlun recalled that the moose-headed orc possessed no other talents, but carried such a pouch within his body. This pouch not only allowed him to concoct the perfumes favored by humans, but also served to staunch bleeding swiftly. It was precisely for this reason that the moose-headed orcs had faced severe persecution, sacrificed in droves to exchange for immense wealth for their kind. The fact that this moose-headed orc was out here doing business indicated that his tribe had reached a point of desperation. "Thank you. You're welcome. My name is Duin, the leader of the moose-headed orcs." The orc introduced himself. Kamenlun, descendant of Naozu, Du. He announced his full name, a sign of respect and acknowledgement. "It seems your tribe is in dire straits, otherwise a moose-headed orc would never dare to show himself," Kamenlun observed. "Huh. My tribe resides in the snowy caves of the mountains, plagued by the terrifying man-eating flowers nearby, without the necessary fruits and herbs. We cannot survive a month to as the chieftain. I must venture out to earn gold," Duin said, glancing at the distant figures with resignation. "Those three are notorious bullies in Rhine town. All the gold I earned yesterday was taken from me, and they even beat me up. What about my man-eating flowers?" Kamenlun asked anxiously, suddenly realizing he might have sounded a bit inconsiderate. "Rest assured, even without the gold, I will still provide them for you. But how will you survive without gold?" Kamenlun inquired with concern. Although he was not particularly sympathetic, he felt it was necessary to show some concern for his savior. "There is no other way. The elders in our tribe starve to death. This is the only way to ensure the young and strong survive," Duin replied helplessly, his eyes reflecting sorrow. In the savage beastfolk continent, a tribe's survival was often dictated by forces beyond their control. "How about you come with me?" After much contemplation, Kamenlun finally suggested, "I own a tavern and am also an apothecary, requiring a vast array of materials. You could help me gather ingredients and manage the tavern, and in return, I will provide your tribe with the means to survive." "You?" Duin scrutinized Kamenlun, hesitant to make a decision, and quietly asked, "Did you not just have all your gold taken from you? How can you support my tribe? You must know that there are 50 elder moose-headed orcs in my tribe." Even with over 100 young ones, sustaining them would require 5 gold coins a month. Do not worry. Even if I must go hungry, I will not let you starve. I am an apothecary. Do you really think I would run out of gold? Duin pondered for a moment. Indeed, apothecaries were among the few lucrative professions in this continent. Aligning with such an employer might spare him the need to expose himself to danger, allowing his tribe's resources to be safeguarded from the clutches of those rogues. In a time when gold was hard to come by, having such a benefactor could make life easier. After careful consideration, facing the survival of his tribe, Duin decided to place his last hope in Kamenlun. With his satchel now empty, Kamenlun had no choice but to return to the tavern. He offered Duin a place to stay in the storeroom before returning to his laboratory to resume his work. The days until Churchill came to collect debts were few, and he had fully gathered the materials for crafting the Crimson Flame poison wine. Kamenlun needed to dive into brewing as swiftly as possible. Only then could he temporarily alleviate his current financial woes. The Crimson Flame poison wine was an ancient recipe, containing mysterious effects, and Kamenlun could hardly contain his excitement. Is anyone there? Suddenly, a melodious voice called from the entrance. Sounding somewhat familiar, Kamenlun was taken aback. He had never expected to encounter such a beautiful lady. Upon noticing the fluffy tail behind her, he recalled that she was the customer who had purchased his first mana replenishment potion. The Lady of the Forbes Fox Tribe. Chapter 7. Business Orders. It's you. Are you here to complain about my mana potion? Kamenlun stammered, bewildered. Could it be that his troubles were not yet over, and the mana potion had encountered issues? He had promised a tenfold compensation, and with no coins to spare, being caught in the act could lead to disastrous consequences, including imprisonment or being sold into slavery. In the Beastfolk continent. The most unforgivable deception was against the Forbes Fox tribe, known for their prestigious connections to the war god's servants. No, the potion is pure, and its effects are excellent, the Forbes Fox lady hurriedly reassured him. I came to inquire if you have any mana potions available for sale. Upon hearing this, Kamenlun perked up. You want more? How many do you need? I am Lena, an intern priestess of the war god's temple. I require a substantial amount of mana potions for my studies and battle hymns. Approximately 30 bottles a week for myself, my sister, and 3 friends. 30 bottles. The number stunned Kamenlun. It was like a windfall from the heavens. If he could secure this deal, his financial issues would be resolved, and he could expand his customer base. After all, mana potions were consumables, and these noble ladies had plenty of gold, often spending lavishly. Rest assured, I can provide them by tomorrow, but I will need a deposit of 5 gold coins. Mr. Lich, I fear you may have misunderstood my intention. What I meant to say is, can you sell them to us at the same price as last time? After all, I am placing a direct order with you, and I may need even more. The price from last time? Kamenlun scratched the back of his head, suddenly recalling that the price of 10 bottles was a mere 6 gold coins, which was indeed the lowest rate in Rhinetown. Even Kamenlun himself found it rather unreasonable. He never expected that this little girl would want to strike the deal again. Such is the nature of the Fox tribe, regardless of how beautiful they may appear. They are inherently shrewd in business. Initially intending to refuse, Kamenlun reconsidered, knowing that he was about to concoct the Crimson Flame poison wine, and that the Duin tribe also required this sum of gold. Thus, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. The deal was swiftly finalized, and after receiving a deposit of 5 gold coins, Kamenlun handed it directly to Duin, not allowing him a moment to warm the coins. Fortunately, as a materials merchant, Duin had a substantial supply of stargrass, enough to brew 30 bottles of magical potions. Observing the entire batch of stargrass, Kamenlun let out a silent sigh and immediately set to work. Time flew by, and after a whole day had passed, Kamenlun found himself staring at 30 bottles of magical potions on the table, feeling on the brink of vomiting. The dim light of the tavern mingled with the pervasive scent of potion, prompting Kamenlun to weakly call out, Duin, hurry up and tidy this mess, package the magical potions carefully so as not to break them, and clean my laboratory. Yes, master, Duin replied diligently, sweeping the floor without the slightest air of authority, as if he had entirely embraced his role as a servant. Please refrain from calling me master. Henceforth, address me as my lord or boss. It sounds more pleasant, Kamenlun responded, still unaccustomed to being referred to as master, despite Duin's allegiance to him. By the way, how is your tribe faring? Rest assured, my lord. Yesterday, we purchased a considerable amount of grass fruit with gold, so this month we're doing well, Duin replied respectfully. Also, I have found a young moose beast man in the tribe. The shrewdest among us that I plan to have him train in the tavern. Very well. You shall have full authority over the tavern's operations. I prefer to remain in the laboratory, Kalen stated, favoring the solitude of his experiments over dealings with cunning merchants. He cherished moments spent quietly researching potion formulas and brewing secrets, occasionally perusing the notes of Kamenlun to savor the ancient Lich's extraordinary concepts. This was his ideal life. Naturally, he yearned for his own magical chamber, complete with the apparatuses of ancient alchemists. Upon descending to the tavern's first floor, Kalen spotted a young moose beast man diligently cleaning every corner of the establishment. Upon noticing Kalen, the creature promptly approached and bowed, saying, "Doge greets my lord. Yes, do learn to manage the business well. The tavern will require your diligence," Kalen instructed before leaning against the wall and falling asleep. He was utterly exhausted after days of round-the-clock potion brewing, his nerves frayed to the breaking point. Currently, the only profitable venture was the magical restoration potions, while the slow-release potions would have to wait, as he lacked the energy to delve into their research. When he awoke, it was time to prepare for the brewing of the Crimson Flame poison wine. Time slipped away like water flowing over stones, the sun setting only to rise again swiftly. Kalen had slept for an entire day and night, while young Doge wiped the counter gently, and Duoin leaned against the stairs, clearly troubled by the lack of customers. "My lord, you are awake," Duoin exclaimed, rushing over. "What troubles you? Surely it cannot be the lack of business," Kalen chuckled, for indeed, there was not a single barrel of rum nor a bottle of precious reserve left. The tavern was practically bare. "Yes, my lord, we cannot simply sit idly. I am growing increasingly restless," Duoin replied anxiously. "Fear not. Our business differs from others. We simply need to remain patient. If you find yourself too idle, assist me in gathering some materials." Kalen tossed a list of essential ingredients to Duoin. Suddenly recalling that the entire tavern was devoid of funds, he sheepishly laughed. "I must brew some wine. We can discuss purchases afterward." With that, he hurried up the stairs to the laboratory, eager to commence the brewing of the Crimson Flame poison wine. This ancient recipe required the primary ingredients: crimson flame fruit, fire magic stones, scorpion tails, snow mountain spring water, toad blood, and dove teeth, complemented by 36 plant additives to form the wine mash, which would then be blended with crystal-clear spring water and infused with his own magical essence to create the Crimson Flame poison wine. Due to the inclusion of the fire magic stones and the scorpion's venom, any misstep during the final magical infusion could result in a lethal poison. In ancient times, this wine was rarely concocted, as the fear of an explosive outcome could result in obliteration. However, if successfully brewed, it could purify impurities within the body, assisting practitioners in their ascension. This illustrates Kalen's fervor. Upon first encountering the recipe for Crimson Flame poison wine, he hesitated not for a moment, resolutely deciding to undertake the distillation himself. Beyond mere profit, Kalen sought to enhance his own strength. A single sip could elevate him to the status of a warrior, not a formidable one, but his physical capabilities would see a qualitative leap. He carefully extracted the poisonous tail of the scorpion lion, meticulously soaking it in snow mountain spring water to gradually leach out the venom. Then employing a refinement technique to extract fire dragon fruit jam, the essential ingredient for brewing. Only through fermentation could it be truly classified as fruit wine. Kalen exercised extreme caution in controlling his magical power, a habit he had cultivated over 3 years. Only through meticulousness could he avoid errors. As he observed drop after drop of dark green liquid settling at the bottom of the spring water, he continued until the scorpion's tail bore no trace of color. Only then did he introduce the fire magic stone into the spring water, which immediately erupted in a plume of white smoke. The once icy spring water began to bubble vigorously. Kalen hurriedly controlled his magic to prevent an explosion. This was a critical juncture. The recipe was explicit, and only when the liquid stabilized did Kalen exhale in relief. Brewing the Crimson Flame poison wine was an intricate task, requiring painstaking precision. Sweat beads soon soaked through his robe, and his gaze grew distant. Yet he dared not blink. A single miscalculation in the brewing of such an ancient concoction could render all his efforts futile. Meanwhile, in the tavern, Doge, curious about the silence from above, playfully inquired, "Chief, what do you suppose our lord is doing? It has been 2 days without a single customer. How can we sustain our tribe?" "Mind your tongue. The affairs of our lord are beyond your comprehension." Stand at the counter, Doge's curiosity mirrored that of the others. Were potion brewers truly so detached? Yet this lich before him appeared amiable, regardless. He had relayed instructions to the tribe to meticulously gather the materials Kalen had listed. It must be said, the moose beastmen excelled at material collection. Nestled in the mountains, they managed to gather most of the required items in less than half a day, including substantial amounts of refined gold and secret silver, materials essential for crafting small-scale teleportation arrays. Kalen's eventual reaction upon emerging would surely be one of delight. However, Kalen himself was still a novice in alchemy. Time passed swiftly, and after 7 days, the once quiet tavern was suddenly filled with imposing figures. For towering black bear warriors, armed with massive javelins and sturdy long spears, stood at a height of 3 meters, accompanied by a human clad in a fiery red magical robe adorned with 3 red stars, a 3-star magician. Beside him was a diminutive pig-headed creature in pristine attire, emblazoned with the image of a giant axe, a war shaman. Leading the group was a small, elderly human. Upon witnessing such a formidable assembly, Duoin was left speechless. Any one of them could easily crush him with a mere finger. Moose beastmen, truly excellent material for slaves, the leader, a human, declared, sending Duoin into a panic, realizing he was face to face with a slave trader. Do not worry. This is not the time for me to seek slaves. I have come as agreed to collect goods, the slave trader reassured. Upon hearing collect goods, Duoin was further bewildered. A slave trader here to collect goods. Could it be that they were the ones being taken? Would Kalen be selling them to this slave trader? Chapter 8. The mysterious efficacy of the crimson flame poison wine, Old Chio. Do not frighten my servants. They are timid and easily scared. Kalen emerged from the laboratory to find a trembling Duoin cowering in the corner, clearly terrified by the mere mention of a slave trader. Ah, I was merely jesting. I thought you might have fled, Kukir said, narrowing his shrewd eyes as he scrutinized Kalen, who appeared disheveled. He couldn't help but chuckled that Kalen's brewing skills were commendable. Had he followed Kukir to the human continent, vast riches would await him. Yet, he chose to reside in the barren lands of the beast tribes, a decision that puzzled Kukir immensely. Rest assured, a fleeing monk may escape the temple, but my tavern is far more valuable than your paltry 10 gold coins, Kalen said slowly as he descended the stairs. Instructing Duoin to remain in the kitchen, that he found a stool, seated himself, and placed a bottle of a peculiar red and green liquid on the table. The liquid was scant, merely in a bottle the size of half a thumb. Yet it was crystal clear, with red and green hues seemingly separated by some mystical force. Within the red, flickers of flame could be seen, while the green exuded a somewhat acrid aroma, mingled with a potent scent of alcohol that instantly permeated the tavern. This is... Churchill gazed at the thumb-sized vial before him, pondering if it could possibly be the infamous crimson flame poison wine worth 15 gold coins. The quantity seemed far too scant, even for a human. It wouldn't suffice for a single sip. Crimson flame poison wine, a unique brew by Kalen. Kalen proclaimed with pride. You cannot be suggesting that this small bottle is worth 15 gold coins, can you? Churchill inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion as he took a seat directly across from Kalen, fixating intently on the bottle, eager to discern its authenticity with his keen eyes. To be precise, the 2 bottles I am offering you are valued at 15 gold coins. However, future pricing is uncertain. I plan to sell each bottle for 50 gold coins, or even 100. What do you think? You're boasting. Even potions crafted by intermediate alchemists are only worth 20 to 30 gold coins. Are you not afraid of your own exaggerations? Churchill retorted incredulously, for if it were true that he sold them for 50 gold coins, it could fetch 600 coins among humans. Kalen's secret stash could yield tenfold profits. Oh, Churchill, your sharp wit often resorts to provocation, but this time I shan't fall for it, Kalen dismissed, recalling their first encounter when Churchill had similarly baited him into showcasing his entire secret collection. Only for Churchill to critique each item, reducing Kalen's prices from 13 coins to a mere 2, ultimately binding him to a 3-year supply contract. It was only later that Kalen discovered that Churchill, the cunning fox, had sold his wine among humans for as much as 100 coins, inciting thoughts of vengeance. Haha, Kalen, do not regard me so, for I have always treated you well. Haha, I do not perceive you that way. Your concern for me is noted. Without you, how could I have acquired a laboratory? Kalen chuckled, surveying the tavern before suddenly proclaiming. However, I have brewed far too little crimson flame poison wine, and given its unique properties, it is undoubtedly worth its weight. Thus, I shan't invite you to taste it. Here are 2 bottles for us to settle. Kalen, this is too cruel. You want to even disclose its effects. with just these 2 measly bottles. Are you not robbing me of my gold? Churchill lamented, almost on the verge of tears. There is no other way. If you wish to see its effects, you must conduct the experiment yourself. After all, you possess 2 bottles, so you certainly cannot incur a loss, Kamenlun declared triumphantly, recalling how Churchill had once duped him, and now he yearned for sweet revenge. You are quite ruthless, Churchill exclaimed, slamming the table. Then beckoning a hulking black bear warrior, Aluba, come here and drink this vial. Master. Aluba hesitated, eyeing the noxious concoction. Even a strong and valiant bear felt trepidation. It was clearly a vial of poison, and consuming it would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, as a slave to a slave trader, he recognized that disobeying would also lead to his demise. Inhaling the toxic fumes, Aluba muttered, "By the gods of war," and then gulped it down in one swift motion. Instantly, flames erupted from his body. The once thick fur of the bear transformed into a perfect wick, exponentially intensifying the blaze, filling the tavern with the aroma of roasting meat. Master, save me. I am burning alive, Aluba cried out desperately, rolling on the ground in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames consuming him. But these fires emanated from within, and once the fur was incinerated, they began to devour the black bear's long-honed fighting spirit. What kind of flame is this? That can burn a warrior's essence. Will it render him powerless? A nearby crocodilian warrior gasped in astonishment. In a world rife with extraordinary flames, some igniting on contact with water, others capable of burning stone, and some even sprouting atop trees, today's spectacle of flames consuming fighting spirit left all witnesses in awe. Who could master such flames? Would warriors soon become relics of the past, the flames finally extinguished? Yet a noxious gas began to permeate the air, enveloping the bear warrior in a toxic shroud. Despite the black bear's formidable vitality, he ultimately succumbed to the torment, collapsing lifelessly, devoid of breath. Churchill kicked his legs in frustration. The black bear lay motionless, undeniably deceased. He suddenly turned to Kamenlun, a dark expression clouding his face, and remarked with a forced smile, he was worth 100 gold coins. Churchill was well aware of the market value of a third-tier warrior. Yet he felt no urgency. Instead, he sat calmly on his bench, smiling faintly. I know you currently possess little gold. If you cannot repay me, then from this day forth, you shall be my slave, along with your quaint little tavern. Kamenlun remained composed, eliciting perplexity among the nearby slaves, who wondered if he had indeed lost his wits. Bring forth the slave brand for Kamenlun. From now on, he shall be Churchill's slave. Churchill exclaimed eagerly, for the loss of a black bear warrior was a trifling matter compared to securing Kamenlun as a slave, who could provide him with an unending supply of exquisite brews, far surpassing the value of a single black bear warrior. Several slaves approached, brand in hand, ready to mark Kamenlun, when suddenly a weak voice interjected, Master, I am not dead. Following the sound, they beheld the black bear, once covered in blisters and burns, now rapidly healing, silvery fur sprouting forth, shining brighter than the moon above. Aluba, are you all right? Churchill asked, feigning indifference, wishing nothing more than for the bear to perish. Master, I am well, and I have transcended. I am now a 4th-tier silver bear warrior, having harnessed the power of the moon. The beast folk could draw upon the natural energies for their cultivation, a fundamental reason they often outmatched humans. Yet, not all beast folk possessed this ability. Only after undergoing transformation and reaching the 4th tier could they tap into such powers. The transformation often required the aid of tribal shamans, while this silver bear had merely consumed a single vial of potion. 4th tier. I must be hearing things, Churchill mused, incredulous. Could it be that the crimson flame poison fruit facilitated such a breakthrough? If so, Kamenlun's claims held merit, even in the most impoverished regions of the beastfolk continent. Some might pay 300 gold coins for a single vial. Kamenlun, you are a genius to concoct such a remarkable brew. Pray tell, how many bottles do you have? I shall purchase them all, Churchill exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over as visions of mountains of gold danced before his eyes. Old Churchill, do you not consider me your slave anymore? Kamenlun inquired, unperturbed by Churchill's previous actions. That a businessman typically prioritizes his own interests. And given Churchill's extensive dealings, Kamenlun had much to gain from him, despite Churchill's dubious character. Haha, how could I? We are the best of allies. Churchill thought Kamenlun inscrutable, his loathing for the black bear intensifying, had the bear only delayed his transformation by a few moments. Kamenlun would have already been his slave. Chapter 9. A reasonable transaction. My dear Kamenlun, please do not torment me further. Just give me a hint. How much stock do you have? 20 gold coins a bottle. How does that sound? I am being quite generous. Churchill implored, eager to rush into Kamenlun's laboratory and seize everything within. His swift change in demeanor bewildered the two elk beast folk in the kitchen. Once wary of the slave trader, now witnessing him adopt a dog-like demeanor. Old Churchill, you truly are magnanimous. Kamenlun replied lightly. 20 gold coins. Kamenlun thought it more worthwhile to feed a dog that he merely smiled. Choosing silence, allowing Churchill to fidget like an ant on a hot stove. Fine, I will raise the price to 25 gold coins. That is my final offer. Then I shall sell it to the dwarfs. I recall that Clur is a grey dwarf. Should he ascend to a silver dwarf, I suspect he would pay more. How could you sell to those miserly dwarfs? They wouldn't part with a single coin. I offer you 30 gold coins, considering our long-standing friendship. Just agree. As Churchill beheld Kamenlun's indifferent smile, he felt as though he were staring at a demon. With each increase in price, Kamenlun seemed utterly disinterested in closing the deal. And Churchill's anxiety mounted. A potion that could facilitate breakthroughs. If word got out, 30 gold coins would be a bargain compared to the potential 300. Old Chio, show some sincerity. You are well aware of the value of the Crimson Flame poison wine. It holds strategic significance for both a nation and a race. If you wish to make a deal, provide me with something urgently needed. Otherwise, I am seriously considering finding another buyer. I have heard that there are still a few slave traders in Rhinetown. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Chio Chier stood up in a hurry, his small eyes darting around as he assessed the valuable goods he possessed. To a merchant, no item holds value other than those glittering gold coins, which are the only reliable assurance. He quickly removed a green gemstone ring from his finger and placed it on the table. This is a space ring crafted by human alchemists. It has the capacity of a warehouse. What do you think? Such a precious item cannot be found among the beastmen. Karen shook his head, rejecting the offer outright. I own a tavern that is far more useful than your space ring. Produce something practical. Realizing the situation was dire, Chio Chier hurriedly produced a piece of parchment and said, "This is a precious map from the human sun kingdom, documenting a secret passage to the treasure of the sun god Apollo. A treasure of such magnitude should surely suffice. Let it go. The treasure of the sun god is the least valuable on the continent. Casually, one could obtain a map to such a treasure. Moreover, the Sun Kingdom is 100,000 miles away from the Beastman continent. Getting there supposedly requires a dirigible, crossing the Azure Sea, and the expenses alone would exceed 10,000 gold coins. I have no need for these dubious promises." Gazing at the treasure, Karen felt a flicker of hesitation. It was highly likely that Chio Chier's claim was true, but he currently found himself in a pitifully weak position. Forget about the treasure. Even on the way, he could easily be killed by powerful races. What do you want then? Surely you do not wish for my life. Chio Chier was truly anxious now, jumping onto the table, exclaiming in frustration, "Just present something of genuine worth. If the price you offer is acceptable, I promise that all future batches of the Crimson Flame poison wine will be exclusively for you." What do you say? Karen understood that this old fox had plenty of valuable items. He was merely toying with him. "Exclusively for me? You must be joking. I know you can't stay here for long." Chio Chier, now surprisingly composed, realized that if he could secure all future wine production, his wealth and status would rise dramatically, potentially even elevating him to nobility with his own territory. "Look at this. With this assurance, you need not fear that I will be hard to find." Karen handed a metal plate to Chio Chier. Chio Chier rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe his luck. A small teleportation array. How on earth did you acquire such a rare item? Sell it to me. I will pay any price. Dream on. If you are unwilling to make a deal, then so be it. Karen swiftly tucked the metal plate away, realizing this old fox wanted everything for himself. "I am willing. Of course. How could I possibly refuse?" Chio Chier hastily replied, contemplating before placing a dark stone on the table. The stone appeared to absorb all surrounding light, seemingly capable of drawing in thoughts. "What is this?" Karen inquired, puzzled. "Hee, you haven't seen anything like this, have you?" Chio Chier said smugly, then elaborated. "This is a space gem crafted during the era of the ancient gods by the god of space. If you can meld this gem into an item, it will spontaneously evolve into a space of 100 miles. In evolving space, such a remarkable item exists." Karen had never heard of such a thing. If he could incorporate it into his tavern, wouldn't he then be able to move freely with a vast space? Indeed, space gems are the most precious treasures on any continent. Many human mages possess their own exclusive spaces for researching magic and studying formations. This is how their skills improve rapidly. Among the beastmen, many shamans and healers also have their exclusive spaces. If you aspire to be an apothecary, you will require space to store materials and cultivate spirit plants. Otherwise, your small tavern will not suffice for the necessary materials needed for future potion refining. Chier was correct. Karen was currently refining only basic potions, but in the future, the materials needed for advanced and divine potions could amount to a small mountain. It was said that during the era of the gods, refining potions even required extracting energy from the stars. His tavern was too small and was already stifling his potential for growth. This item is quite impressive, Karen affirmed, having nearly agreed to Chier's proposal. However, I need you to agree to 2 conditions. Speak. As long as they are reasonable, I can comply. Chier replied, his spirits lifting at Karen's apparent interest. Such a space gem might be valuable, but for a slave trader like him, he possessed more than one. The first condition is that each bottle of Crimson Flame poison wine costs 50 gold coins. 50? Isn't that a bit excessive? I am providing a space gem here. Chier immediately began to haggle. But upon seeing Karen's gaze, he quickly changed his mind. No problem, the price is quite reasonable. Now, what is your second condition? Help me capture 3 members of the Lion tribe from Rhinetown. The Lion tribe? That could be a bit challenging. Chier frowned. You know, Rhinetown is the heart of the Lion tribe, and stirring things up there would draw too much attention. Old Chio, I trust in your abilities. Rest assured, I will leave Rhinetown immediately and hide for a while, ensuring you will not be implicated. Karen replied confidently. Very well, I will bring them to you the day after tomorrow. After some thought, Chier agreed to the condition. Now, how many bottles do you currently have? Not many. Due to limited materials, I have brewed 13 bottles. Will you take them all now? Of course. Chier thought he might roll his eyes. Placing a small bag of gold coins on the table and collecting all the potions, he then stood to leave, but suddenly turned back to remind Karen. Make sure to set up the teleportation array before you go. Then you must help me find some materials. The components for a small teleportation array are not easy to come by. Karen replied with a hint of exasperation, placing all the costs onto Chier. All right, no problem. Chier quickly responded. Karen intended to express his gratitude, but Chier interrupted with a hearty laugh. All expenses will be deducted from the future supply of Crimson Flame poison wine. With that, he left, laughing heartily. Stingy, Karen remarked helplessly about his counterpart. However, this expense had to be arranged as such. The efficacy of the Crimson Flame poison wine was astonishing. He had not anticipated it to be this powerful. Clearly, the emergence of the Crimson Flame poison wine would undoubtedly stir up a storm. Such an effortless breakthrough would be a boon for any practitioner. Karen sat quietly in his chair, imagining the 3 lions that would arrive in 2 days. I am not a benevolent person. When you come to the tavern in the future, you shall repay the misdeeds you have committed. With a smile, Karen began to examine the dark space gem before him. Curious about what kind of space it would evolve into. Chapter 10. Punishing the Lion tribe bullies. A gentle ray of sunlight filtered through the tavern's door, casting a slanting glow upon the floor. Karen sat quietly on a bench, gazing at a small bag of coins containing over 600 gold coins, enough to sustain himself for quite a while. Moreover, he had the space gem, a rarity he had never encountered before. The ability to evolve space was a power reserved solely for the gods. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Karen embedded the space gem into the wall and began to gently infuse it with magical energy. Instantly, a faint ripple began to spread, and the gem melted at a visibly rapid pace. In just half a minute, the fist-sized gem seeped into the wall like a droplet of water, disappearing from sight. Strange. Karen shook his head, smiling faintly as he extended his finger forward. A peculiar occurrence unfolded. The once solid wooden wall could no longer hinder his progress. His finger passed through the wall, and before he knew it, Karen found himself stepping into the interior of the wall. Master! Doyen called out anxiously, witnessing Karen mysteriously vanish before his eyes. The limited knowledge of the elk beastman led him to feel an immediate sense of fear. I am fine. You and Dorge should come in as well. This place is wonderful. Karen's familiar voice echoed from within the wall. Doyen cautiously approached, and as he drew nearer, the wall rippled like water, revealing a vast space before them. Dark soil. A gloomy sky, and only a few scattered points of light amidst the boundless desolation. What is this? Doyen asked in confusion, his voice tinged with excitement and curiosity. This is the power of the space gem, a colossal space of 100 miles. Truly a miracle. Karen exclaimed joyfully, his voice reverberating against the boundaries of the space, creating rippling echoes. Master, this is the blessing of the god of war. Doyen knelt on the ground in excitement, tears of joy streaming down his face as he kissed the earth. Looking up at Karen with pleading eyes. Great master, I hope you will allow my tribe to live here, serving you as eternal servants, managing this space. Your tribe living here. Karen furrowed her brow as he gazed upon the desolation before him. Could life truly endure in such a barren place? There is no water source here, nor any plants or energy. You can only starve to death in this desolate land. My lord, you are mistaken, Doyen chuckled. This place relies on the existence of the outside world. It is merely in its nascent stages, hence its current desolation. In time, once we plant the trees and vegetation from the outside here, life will gradually flourish. We, the elk orcs, are the finest cultivators. We can grow the materials you require for your experiments, and even graze livestock. Furthermore, we can construct a prison to contain fearsome magical beasts, ensuring that you will no longer fret over potion ingredients in the future. Karen had not anticipated this layer of complexity. Reflecting upon it now, he realized that the human mages likely possessed followers within their own exclusive spaces. It seemed entirely feasible for the elk orcs to thrive within this realm. But living here is akin to being imprisoned. Will your tribe truly consent to this? Karen still harbored doubts. Who would willingly inhabit a world of mere thousands of miles? Absolutely. Here, my tribe can live in peace, without the constant worry of hunting. If they grow restless, they can always find work in the tavern. I have faith in your abilities, my lord. You will undoubtedly concoct more and better potions. Under your guidance, the lives of the elk orcs will only improve, Doyen exclaimed with fervor. I agree to your request. Once Churchill delivers the three-headed lions, we shall venture to the Beastman capital, and it will be a perfect opportunity to visit your tribe. Karen acquiesced to Doyen's proposal. If he could enlist a tribe to assist him in managing this space, it would be ideal that he cherished the study of potions and expanding his knowledge. Every Lich relished spending time in their laboratory, poring over the works of the ancients, experimenting with new potions, researching magic, and assembling terrifying death puppets. The mundane trials of life were a nightmare for any Lich. Constructing this space was a long-term endeavor. For 2 days, Doyen remained within the space, meticulously planning. Especially after Karen granted permission to name the area Elk Space, he threw himself into exploration with newfound vigor. It must be said, this nascent space was tragically barren. Even the ground required fertile soil from the outside to support any planting. Transforming this place into the ideal paradise Doyen envisioned would take an extensive amount of time. As the 2 days swiftly passed, Karen's anticipation was rewarded when Churchill arrived with the three-headed lions, tossing 3 burlap sacks into the tavern before quickly departing. Staring at the sacks before him, Karen smiled dreamily, raising his leg to deliver a kick, but received no response. Puzzled, he unfastened the sack, and a strong smell of alcohol wafted out. It was then that he realized that Churchill had gotten the 3 ruffians drunk. Doyen, drag them into the elk space and chain them with the thickest iron chains. Prepare 3 basins of cold water and boil a bit of chili oil. Bring me the remaining tail of the scorpion-tailed lion. I wish to indulge myself, Karen said. His voice tinged with excitement as he imagined the 3 lions might soon be at his mercy, shedding their gold coins like a little dog cornered against the wall. His tavern was in dire need of laborers. And given the scarcity of strong workers to construct elk space, relying solely on the slender bodies of the elk orcs would take an eternity. Only formidable laborers like the lion tribe could yield results efficiently. Doyen, wake them up with mountain spring water. I do not tolerate idleness here, Karen commanded. No sooner had the words left his lips than Doyen laboriously lifted a bucket of spring water and splashed it onto the faces of the 3 lions. The icy chill jolted them awake, their first reaction being an enraged roar. Which wretched fool dares to mock my lord Kamenlun? Do you seek death? Seeking life is not our desire, but rather yours, my lord. Doyen laughed heartily, delivering a swift kick to the lion's most sensitive area, eliciting a pained grimace. It was only then that they took in their surroundings, the dark sky, the chilly ground, their frozen behinds, and the thick iron chains binding their limbs to a sturdy iron pillar. You have the audacity to kidnap the noble lion tribe. Do you wish for death? Release us at once, and I may consider forgiving you, Kamenlun bellowed, desperately trying to rise, but the chains held him fast. His struggles yielded no results. Slave suits you well. It perfectly encapsulates your current predicament, Karen remarked as he approached, eyeing the lion's face with amusement. It is you. The Lich who sells magical potions. You are overdue for a lesson. Kamenlun seethed upon recognizing Karen, his face oscillating between fury and embarrassment as he prepared to strike Karen. Doyen, do not waste words with him. Bring me the freshly brewed chili water. It was painstakingly extracted, and I shall bestow it upon him. Doyen understood the cue and swiftly fetched a ladle of fiery red chili water, forcing open the lion's mouth to pour it in. Ah, are you trying to burn me alive? No? It's too spicy. You pitiful Lich, I will make you pay for this. Kamenlun howled, thrashing against the chains, his body violently colliding with the iron pillar. The lion tribe, being a dominant species among beast men, possessed extraordinary strength, and even the thick iron chains rattled under their might. Another spoonful. It seems our new noble has yet to grasp the reality of his situation, Karen stated impassively. He bore no particular grudge against the lion tribe, but the current three, wielding their noble status, had indiscriminately plundered the wealth of weaker clans, leaving countless tribes on the brink of destruction, had it not been for Karen's intervention. The Elkork tribe might have lost a third of its population. Doyen harbored no less resentment than Karen. Having faced numerous humiliations in Rhinetown, he relentlessly poured ladle after ladle of chili water down the throats of the three lions, until the entire bucket was nearly emptied. That moment, the three-headed lions hung their tongues out, their throats covered in red welts, and sweat dripped from their bodies. The once proud golden fur of the lions now appeared dingy and unkempt, akin to a filthy rag that had not been washed for years. Doyen, you may keep the scorpion tail. Use it to prick them every half hour. Perhaps the toxin will offer them some relief, Karen advised patiently. The tail of the scorpion-tailed lion had been extracted by Karen for the purpose of brewing the red flame poison wine. Although the remaining tail still contained toxins, it was no longer lethal. The slight poison would merely induce itching, rendering it useless for potion making, yet perfectly suited for dealing with the three-headed lions. It itches, you foul elk. What have you injected into us? Brother, my body is crawling with ants. I cannot endure this any longer. Just then, a basin of cold water was doused over one of the lions' heads. Brother, let us surrender. I can no longer bear it. Two of the lions were on the verge of capitulation, leaving only Kamenlun to stubbornly persist. Fear not. I have prepared many delightful surprises for you. Doyen will ensure you are well taken care of, Karen said with a faint smile. Convincing the lion tribe to relinquish their pride and accept servitude would prove to be a formidable challenge. Karen was in no rush. He had ample time. He needed to set off soon, as the three-headed lions had their own families in Rhinetown, and their status was not insignificant. A brief disappearance would pose no issue. But should they remain missing for an extended period, it would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives and potentially cause trouble for Churchill. With a thought, Karen diminished the tavern's size. Holding it in his palm, he gazed at the bustling Rhine town. Having resided in the Rhine plain for 5 years, he had never once set foot in this town, given the need to flee. He surmised there would be no further opportunities. Murmuring a prayer, in the name of the god of war, he then took firm strides, venturing deeper into the vast Rhine plain. As for Karen's debts, he chose to regard them as an existing burden, reasoning that he could always repay a little interest in the future. Chapter 11. The gift of fireball spell. Karen's pace was slow and lacking amount. Traversing 30 miles in a day was commendable. Observing the orcs bustling about the Rhine plain, Karen first entrusted Doyen with the task of training the three-headed lions. Such robust laborers were crucial for the construction of elk space. Despite appearing a feeble elk orc, Doyen possessed remarkable management skills. Over the course of half a month, Karen concocted various special potions. Whenever he had free time, Doyen would venture with Dorge to barter for goods across the Rhine plain. With over 600 gold coins in their coffers, the elk space had begun to accumulate a substantial inventory. My lord, just ahead lies the Ogre Gorge, the longest gorge on the Beastman continent. A massive ogre tribe resides within. My clan is situated right at the entrance. Doyen excitedly pointed out a lengthy gorge. This landscape was truly unique, as the gorge appeared to be a cleft carved into the vast plain, inexplicably manifesting in the center of the expanse. Towering mountain slopes framed the gorge, and ancient waters flowed through, creating a distinctive panorama. According to ancient legends, this gorge was not a natural formation, but rather the result of a mysterious traveler from the eastern continent cleaving it with a sword. The veracity of such tales remained unverified, yet from Karen's observation, the gorge stretched for 30 to 40 miles. Even the most potent forbidden spells of top-tier mages could not replicate such a terrifying effect. Amidst the canyon, the two flanking mountain ranges are adorned with clusters of delicate saplings, Faintly, one can discern the presence of beast folk emerging from the caverns nestled in the mountainside, among them the rare feathered tribe. Creatures blessed with wings that reign over the skies of the beast folk continent. Only they possess the ability to dwell at the lofty heights of several dozen zhang. After a fortnight of travel, Kamenlun's greatest delight lies in the successful concoction of 10 distinct potions. Once he acquires certification from the Apothecary Association, he shall ascend to the rank of a first-tier apothecary. This title will undoubtedly facilitate his future endeavors, whether wandering or adventuring. Another piece of good news is that a lion folk has finally succumbed to the torturous conditions and signed a slavery contract, becoming Kamenlun's first slave. Now, the majority of the labor within the elk space falls upon his shoulders. As for the bully chief, Kamal, surrender was merely a matter of time under the relentless pressure of their onslaught. Duoin, let us take a moment's respite. I have successfully brewed several vials of acceleration potions. We can sell them. Moreover, there is a human slave trader ahead. Let us see what valuable goods he may possess. The elk space is in need of soil and stones, and if possible, we should procure some robust laborers, Kamenlun proposed. Wiping the sweat from his brow as the sun reached its zenith, he was reluctant to continue onward. While the tavern could vary in size, any relocation necessitated his personal presence, with the frail constitution of a lich. Traversing more than 10 miles in a day was a remarkable feat now. As the heat peaked, Kamenlun was unwilling to endure further discomfort. My lord, in the span of half a month, we have acquired several hundred slaves. And we are nearing my tribe, which boasts fertile black soil, ideal for cultivating crops. The elk orc resides in a small cave within the Cannibal Ogre Canyon, surrounded by a thicket of man-eating flowers. Due to the innate scent pouches of the elk orcs, which repel these flowers, they are able to thrive and have discovered the most suitable black soil for plant growth. Ever since Kamenlun agreed to relocate the entire elk tribe into the elk space, Duoin has been resolute in transferring all the black soil, as well as those man-eating flowers, which are precious materials for potions and alchemy. A single man-eating flower can fetch a market value of up to 4 gold coins. Younger Lich, by the grace of death, it is a pleasure to encounter you in such a barren land. A voice greeted Kamenlun before he could approach, accompanied by traditional human knights swiftly patrolling the entire slave caravan. At the forefront stood a lavish carriage, its subtle vibrations indicating the presence of a magician. It is a pleasure to meet you. May the god of light bless you. Just as death favors the lich. The god of light is the principal deity of the humans. However, the humans are known for their chaotic array of beliefs, with the god of light merely being one among many. I am glad to see you. It appears your haul has been quite substantial. Ah. What substantial haul could there be? I have incurred great losses this time. The slave trader sighed, his gaze scrutinizing the slender form of Kamenlun, assessing whether a profit could be extracted from the glint in the trader's eyes. Kamenlun could discern his thoughts. With years of experience dealing with Churchill, Kamenlun set the tavern upon the ground, and instantly a structure towering 5 zhang materialized before the onlookers. The slave trader was left in a state of astonishment, while Kamenlun merely smiled faintly. Duoin, engage in business with this esteemed guest. You are a merchant as well. The slave trader regarded the lich with curiosity, for the reputation of liches across the continent was that they seldom engaged in trade. They preferred to remain within their cramped 3-square-meter spaces, engrossed in their so-called potions and magic. I am not a merchant. I am merely an apothecary. Duoin is my servant. We are in need of procuring some goods and purchasing slaves. And I noticed among your wares a few robust specimens, Kamenlun replied with a gentle smile, transferring the initiative of the transaction to Duoin. Over the past fortnight, Duoin had cultivated a thick skin and no longer harbored fear toward human traders. Approaching the slaves, he meticulously examined their muscles, assessed their ages, and checked for ailments, only returning after a considerable half-hour. My lord, the trader's goods are commendable. It appears he has just received new stock. I have spotted white-furred mammoths from the snowy mountains, as well as several ice-bear warriors. Such rarities are indeed a treasure. Duoin could not contain his excitement, marveling that these legendary races had appeared before him. Trust your judgment. I possess no expertise regarding these warriors, Kamenlun responded. For the beastfolk races were countless. Currently, the beastfolk continent is home to 8 principal races: the royal behemoths, noble lionfolk, the warrior servant foxfolk, the resilient minotaurs, the sky-dominating feathered tribe, the nightly wolffolk, the forest-dwelling tigerfolk, and the prairie-dwelling leperfolk. These 8 races are merely the tip of the iceberg, as innumerable lesser races exist, including the elffolk, boarfolk, and mousefolk, numbering well into the thousands since the age of the ancient gods. The white-furred mammoths and ice-bear warriors mentioned by Duoin were indeed rare breeds. My lord, The white-furred mammoths possess immense strength, capable of rivaling even the mightiest giants, while the ice bear warriors are the fiercest fighters. Their tridents are the sharpest weapons found upon the glaciers. In ancient times, any ice bear warrior was a coveted follower. Duoin continued enthusiastically, his admiration for these warriors unabated. However, his excitement waned as he added, "Yet, their current condition is rather poor." "Poor condition? What might be the cause?" "Mr. Lich, these issues are trivial. They merely need time to acclimatize to the plains. Moreover, my prices are quite reasonable. A white-furred mammoth for a mere 100 gold coins, and an ice bear warrior for 80 gold coins. What do you think?" Before Duoin could respond, the slave trader interjected, "Additionally, should you agree, I will gift you a human magic book at no extra charge." "A human magic book? What spells does it contain?" "It is known that magic books are rare, even among humans, containing spells that only esteemed magicians can possess, and even nobles might not own one. The Liches are renowned for their scholarly pursuits, but now Kamenlun, though merely a novice Lich, had reached an age ripe for gathering knowledge. A magic book was evidently more alluring than robust slaves. "Fireball," the slave trader stated plainly, confident that the mere mention of a magic book would captivate any Lich, for the quest for knowledge resembles a dragon's obsession with jewels, an affliction common to the race. Upon hearing Fireball, Kamenlun felt as though a bucket of cold water had been doused over his excitement. It was merely the most rudimentary spell known to humans, accessible even to first-tier magicians. Should one possess good aptitude, they might even learn it during their apprenticeship. It could be said that it was the lowest tier of magic, inferior even to Kamenlun's mastery of frost armor. Nonetheless, Kamenlun found himself compelled to agree, for higher-tier magic is built upon a foundation of numerous smaller spells, and Fireball was one he did not yet know. If he were to let this opportunity slip by, his only recourse for learning it would be to journey to the Beastfolk royal city. "Very well, I accept your terms," Kamenlun replied. "Splendid. You are indeed a benevolent Lich. The god of death shall surely bless you. Here are the slave contracts for 3 white-furred mammoths and 4 ice bear warriors, totaling 620 gold coins." The trader's eyes gleamed with unmistakable excitement, as though he had shed a great burden. And the more he looked at Kamenlun, the more he seemed to appreciate him. "Duoin, pay him," Kamenlun commanded, handing the slave contracts to Duoin, the key to binding the slaves as long as the contracts remained intact. They would remain bound. Meanwhile, Kamenlun eagerly examined the magic book, swiftly perusing its contents. The fireball spell, being a basic incantation, posed little challenge to learn. Within mere minutes, Kamenlun grasped the essential elements. The remainder would require practice until mastery was achieved. Chapter 12. The destitute mage. Gazing upon the lengthy line of slaves presented by the trader, Kamenlun envisioned a cascade of gleaming gold coins before him. The majority of the slaves were beast folk, including minotaurs, hedgehog folk, and even the rare wolf riders. It was a mystery how this trader had acquired them, as smuggling within tribal territories was illegal. Should the beast folk catch one, the lightest punishment would be imprisonment. Nevertheless, fortune often favors the bold. A single transaction could secure a comfortable life for a lifetime, which is why many are willing to invest a sum to engage in the slave trade on the beastfolk continent. Indeed, slave traders flourish not only in the beastfolk lands, but also in the frost-bitten realm of Liches, where their presence is frequently noted. The distinguishing mark of a slave trader is a long line of slaves and a formidable entourage. Once the transaction concluded, Kamenlun sought to depart. His small-scale teleportation array was soon to be fully equipped, and trading with Churchill would undoubtedly become much more convenient, given their 5-year rapport. "Wait, noble Lich. I might have some goods of interest to you," the slave trader called out hastily as he saw Kamenlun preparing to depart. "I am indeed interested in your goods, but alas, I find myself devoid of gold," Kamenlun lamented. Having exhausted all his savings on merely a handful of slaves, even if he had the desire, he lacked the means. Gold is not my sole pursuit. Every Lich is a unique alchemist. Coincidentally, my attendant has fallen ill and requires some restorative potions, which you may trade for," the slave trader proposed. Bartering was a common practice in the continent, particularly in such wilderness, where merchants often favored this method of exchange. "That may be the case, but your offerings are mostly mediocre. I seek robust slaves, not warriors, merely some strong brutes," Kamenlun remarked, glancing over the available slaves. The strongest among them was a Tavern, yet the price for such a creature soared to 600 gold coins on the continent. Thus he dared not hope to acquire the Tavern slave with just a few bottles of potions. "My slaves may be a tad pricey, but there is one whom I believe you would find useful. I require just 30 bottles of restorative potions, and he shall be yours, the trader said, revealing a knight dragging a bald old man, who was unceremoniously tossed at Kamenlun's feet. The old man's face was lined with wrinkles, and his eyes lacked any spark. It was puzzling why the slave trader considered him a valuable acquisition. Are you mocking the progeny of death? A decrepit old man dares to demand 30 bottles of potions from me. Do you think me blind? Kamenlun retorted, irked by the trader's audacity. Do not be angered. I am not mocking death. Quite the opposite. His worth is considerable. The slave trader quickly bowed, knowing that offending a deity could invite wrath. He is a master alchemist from the alchemical empire, regrettably lacking innate magical power, rendering many of his groundbreaking ideas unfulfilled. He has mentored 3 of the greatest alchemical prodigies in the empire, and it is due to his exceptional talent that he fell victim to a lich's curse, requiring copious amounts of alcohol to alleviate the affliction within his body. Having achieved nothing in the last 30 years, he heard of my impending journey to the Beastman continent and wished to profit alongside me. Unfortunately, he now possesses not even a copper coin. Should you provide me with 30 bottles of restorative potions, he shall be yours. A genius alchemical mentor, Kamenlun regarded the old man with skepticism, unable to discern any remarkable attributes. Indeed, you are a lich. He can teach you the fundamentals of alchemy, and all you need to do is provide him with 3 barrels of alcohol daily. With such a mentor, your future achievements are boundless, the slave trader flattered. His keen eyes fixated on Duin, having already noticed the ample restorative potions in Kamenlun's small backpack. Duin, I am taking this deal. Bring the old man back to the tavern, Kamenlun decided after a moment's contemplation, reasoning that even if he had been deceived, the loss of a few potions was trivial. Should he succeed, he would solidify his foundational knowledge of alchemy, which was essential for crafting small-scale teleportation arrays, something he could not yet accomplish. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him when he needed it most. Ah, death above, you are indeed generous, the slave trader exclaimed with uncontainable joy, having spotted the potions in Duin's backpack. After some haggling, he acquired a centaur slave. Centaurs, akin to moose beastmen, boasted 4 hooves but possessed human torsos, while moose beastmen retained their antlers. Both species traditionally inhabited the plains, yet the moose beastmen, renowned for their fragrant pouches, preferred seclusion in the woods, whereas centaurs were famed archers throughout the continent and even the world, their archery prowess unparalleled among the beastmen. Kamenlun had no interest in centaurs at present. They served no immediate purpose for him. However, Duin, prioritizing Kamenlun's safety, steadfastly selected the centaur, for beyond their exceptional archery skills, centaurs were known for their remarkable long-distance vision, said to perceive movements even a kilometer away in the darkest of nights. Wake up, old man, Duin urged, pouring a ladle of cold water over the alchemist's face. Yet the old man remained unresponsive, his eyelids drooping like a stubborn stone. I refuse to believe this. Must I tend to you as well? Perhaps due to the days spent employing cruel methods on 3-headed lions. Duin's temper had flared up. He kicked the old man, but alas, even that failed to elicit a response. Duin, there's no need to exert yourself. That haven't you heard? He is cursed. That is why he is like this. Just give him a bottle of alcohol. Kamenlun intervened, unable to bear the sight any longer, and gently poured a bottle of alcohol into the old man's mouth. To his astonishment, a cloud of dark mist erupted from the old man's body, and he truly awoke. Where am I? The old man's first question was laced with confusion, but soon his nose twitched as he caught a scent, his eyes fixating on the bottle of alcohol in Kamenlun's hand. Leaping to his feet, he exclaimed, "Give me the alcohol," and snatched the bottle, gulping it down eagerly. In mere moments, he had finished the entire bottle of rum. Only then did he turn his attention to Kamenlun. Uncertain as he inquired, "A lich?" "Indeed," Kamenlun replied with a slight nod. "Can you enlighten me about the current situation?" the old man asked as he settled onto a stool. "You are now the slave of my master," Duin retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone, for how could a mere slave possess such audacity? "Impossible. I am the most distinguished alchemist of the alchemical empire, and I am a human." The old man's voice escalated by several decibels, his face reddening with indignation. "Cease your shouting. The slave trader has sold you. Your master now is my boss." Duin pointed to Kamenlun, his meaning unmistakable. "You are no longer free." "He speaks the truth. I have purchased you. You are left with not a single copper coin. Should you accompany me, I shall provide you with 5 barrels of rum daily. What do you say?" "Rum? 5 barrels. You cannot be serious. The old man regarded Kamenlun with suspicion. I assure you, I am the owner of a tavern, and I have ample supply. However, you must promise to teach me alchemy. Kamenlun's gaze bore into the old man, fearful of any change of heart. Yet, to his surprise, the old man showed no hesitation, vigorously nodding as he declared, Rest assured, your alchemy education is guaranteed under my guidance. I shall ensure you are not overwhelmed. My name is Bale. Kamenlun, a pleasure to meet you. From this day forth, you shall be a part of the tavern. Kamenlun had not anticipated that acquiring a human alchemist would be so effortless. However, in the days to come, he would regret not having foreseen that this old man's presence would render him incapable of selling even a single bottle of ordinary rum. Master, what should we do with these hulking brutes? Duin gestured towards the white-haired mammoth and ice-bear warrior, evidently astonished at having such slaves. The white-haired mammoth was renowned for its immense strength. How could it be purchased for a mere 100 gold coins? Especially alongside the formidable ice-bear warrior, whose combat prowess ranked among the top 5 of the beastmen. Place them in the moose space. Your kin shall arrive soon, when the time comes to gather black mud. The moose beastmen alone will not suffice, and these strong laborers will serve well. Also, hasten to tame those lions. I cannot sustain idle mouths all day. Kamenlun instructed before heading towards the laboratory, where he needed to study the fireball spell. Although fireball was the most basic of spells, it was undeniably the most practical and frequently used, especially for a lich, as every experiment required heating and temperature control, which fireball facilitated excellently. In Kamenlun's notes, it was recorded that a great lich must master 2 spells, fireball and ice freeze. Only by freely controlling temperature could one qualify as an exceptional lich. Chapter 13. Food. A grain crisis looms. Youngster, can you perform alchemy? Mind your flames. Your little fireball resembles something a Tavern would conjure, completely uncontrolled. Timing. By the gods, you've turned perfectly refined gold into waste. Little lich. Alchemy involves altering the structure of materials, not merely steaming buns. Hurry up. The key to this material convergence array lies in magical control. Look at you. Do you still have the audacity to call yourself a lich? Youngster. What is your surname? Niaozu. I suspect you are nothing more than a brute. In the future, do not claim to be my disciple, Bale. The dimly lit tavern was filled with the sounds of frustration. Though Kamenlun's laboratory was illuminated by special magical lights, he still found the surroundings oppressive. The tavern had languished at the entrance of the Ogre Canyon for half a month, during which time Kamenlun had done nothing but remain in the alchemical chamber, studying the fundamentals of alchemy, not for any other reason, but because slave trader Churchill had gathered all the experimental materials for the small-scale magical teleportation array and dispatched 3 third-level crocodile warriors to supervise the work. Upon learning that Kamenlun had acquired a remarkable human mentor, he was even more delighted and sent a congratulatory gift of 3 gold coins, along with a poisonous gallbladder from a Harlan python, which was not given without a price, as it required Kamenlun to swiftly concoct more scarlet flame poison wine. Thus, Karen embarked on a torturous period of seclusion, surrounded at every moment by enchanted metals, exquisite mithril, and the peculiar magic stones. The most critical aspect was Bale's devilish instruction. Mastering fire control required precision to an extreme degree, and refining mithril demanded the extraction of the purest argentum from the ore. All of this constituted a curriculum befitting a formal alchemist, yet Bale expected Karen to accomplish it within a mere fortnight. Gazing at the array of vividly colored liquids before him, Karen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Unable to fathom that these creations were his own, transforming solid minerals into entirely different substances was a feat achievable only through the greatness of alchemy. Cautiously, he traced the rim of a vial, using a straw to delicately extract a drop of liquid, and began to carefully drip it onto the cold silver iron plate according to the design of a magical teleportation array. The cold silver iron plate was forged from the unique cold silver iron found in the Frost Continent, and in the barren lands of the Beastmen, it was valued on par with gold. One could only wonder how much effort Churchill expended to procure such a rare mineral. Constructing a small magical teleportation array was not particularly challenging, as long as the array diagram was followed and the refined metallic liquid was arranged systematically. Affixed with the corresponding spatial magic crystals, a spatial leap could be achieved. The rarity of small magical teleportation arrays stemmed from the fact that the art of teleportation was mastered by the elves, who were notoriously stingy and would not share this knowledge with the entire continent. After spending half a day in the laboratory, a silver teleportation array materialized before him. Karen entrusted it to 3 warriors of the crocodile tribe, while the rest involved marking coordinates in the tavern, thus allowing Churchill to cross space and appear directly within the tavern. Great Mr. Karen, my master will surely be delighted with this gift. Before departing, he specifically instructed me that he requires 10 bottles of Crimson Flame poison wine this month, and I hope you can fulfill his request. The crocodile warrior stated respectfully. It was rare for the notoriously ruthless crocodile tribe to speak with such humility. 10 bottles. Why such a quantity? Karen inquired with a furrowed brow. The Crimson Flame poison wine was not easy to brew. Aside from the need for suitable toxins, it also required the rare man-eating flower. And the mixture of ingredients was anything but commonplace. Under normal circumstances, it would take about 3 months to produce a batch, yielding only a dozen bottles at best. Seeing Churchill's urgency, Karen couldn't help but wonder if something was amiss. Sir Karen, you may not be aware, but in a month, it will be the birthday of the 3rd prince of the Puppet Empire. Every merchant in the Puppet Empire presents the royal family with their finest gifts at this time. And this 3rd prince happens to be a relative of my masteress family, hence the need for some special offerings. The crocodile warrior explained with reverence. His ability to divulge such information indicated that it had been permitted by Churchill. Otherwise, a mere slave would not dare to speak freely about their master's affairs. Ah, I understand now. I will keep Churchill's matters in mind. You should return swiftly. The small teleportation array has been successfully arranged, allowing him to come directly to my tavern. I require his assistance in procuring some instruments for my alchemical studies, Karen replied. The most formidable practitioners of alchemy on the continent were the humans, and amongst them, only 2 empires stood supreme, the alchemical empire and the puppet empire. Coincidentally, Churchill was a slave merchant of the puppet empire. After bidding farewell to the 3 crocodile warriors, Karen finally felt a sense of relief. Although liches preferred to remain in their laboratories, the grueling life of the past fortnight had made him thoroughly dislike being in the company of his mentor, Bale. The Ogre Canyon served as the habitat for ogres, and at its entrance, apart from the profit-driven slave merchants, even the rugged beast men were reluctant to approach such a perilous place. Given Karen's small stature as a lich, wandering outside posed a significant risk. A careless encounter with a stray ogre could very well cost him his life. Seeking solace, he could only retreat into the elk space. The elk space remained as vast as ever, and after a fortnight's absence, he was astonished to find that a sizable castle had been constructed at its center. With thick walls and rough craftsmanship, it bore the unmistakable style of the beastmen, sturdy, durable, and spacious. Master, you have returned, Doyen exclaimed upon seeing Karen, gesturing towards the castle. Master, there has been little to attend to in the elk space, and since we cannot allow the purchased slaves to be idle, I procured some stone materials and temporarily erected this castle. Moreover, your laboratory is rather cramped, and following Bale's instructions, I recommend constructing a professional laboratory for you. A professional laboratory? Karen frowned slightly. He understood that a competent lich indeed required a specialized laboratory. Currently, he was only concocting low-tier potions that posed minimal risk, but once his rank was elevated and he began to brew rare potions, explosions could occur. Testing such volatile substances in the tavern was certainly ill-advised, and given the tavern's limited space, relocating his experimental site was warranted. You've given it considerable thought. Let us heed Bale's advice. He possesses the requisite experience in this matter. Thank you for your praise. Master, serving you is Doyen's duty, Doyen said, grinning widely, though his brow remained furrowed, as if burdened by some concern. Are you missing your tribe now that you are nearing them? Karen inquired with genuine concern. Doyen shook his head, gazing at the distant white-furred mammoths and ice bear warriors, and sighed. It is because of them. Their health has been deteriorating these past few days due to our distance from the snow-capped mountains. Their strength is dwindling rapidly, and our tavern's food supplies are woefully insufficient to sustain them. Food? Did we not purchase a substantial amount? Karen recalled having acquired a large stock of provisions from Churchill in Rhinetown, enough to last them several years, aside from what was reserved for brewing. Master, you may not be aware, but while the white-furred mammoths are mighty, they consume a great deal. One such mammoth requires the food equivalent to 30 of us. An ice bear warrior's needs are akin to 10 of our rations, and we must also factor in the brewing process. When all is considered, our purchased supplies are indeed lacking, Doyen replied, his gaze somewhat distant as he glanced toward the Ogre Canyon. If the entire elk tribe migrates here in the future, our food consumption will only increase. Then how long do you think our supplies can last? Karen acknowledged that he had overlooked this critical point. The Beastmen continent was notoriously barren, with each tribe often struggling for sustenance. During the winter months, many tribes were forced to sacrifice the elderly and weak due to food shortages. Now, the issue of provisions had fallen squarely on Karen's shoulders. About half a month, without food. We will be left to starve, Doyen spoke weakly. Moreover, the white-furred mammoths require a bundle of bananas every few days, while the lion tribe needs meat. The ice bear warriors, though omnivorous, are currently engaged in heavy labor. So it would be best to provide them with meat as well. Bananas, meat. Karen stared in confusion at the three hefty figures laboring in the distance. The only source of joy was that the three lion tribe members had finally submitted and were assisting Karen in constructing the laboratory. Yet their dietary needs now weighed heavily on him. Master, meat is essential. The lion tribe does not consume vegetarian fare. However, there is no need to worry. Ahead lies the Ogre Canyon, which, aside from the terrifying ogres, is teeming with countless magical beasts. The lion tribe and ice bears are formidable warriors of the beastmen and can easily slay some low-tier magical beasts. Furthermore, once we locate my tribe and transport the black soil into the elk space, we can cultivate bananas, thereby resolving the dietary needs of the white-furred mammoths. Doyen, we must ensure the slaves' sustenance. Though they are slaves, they deserve respect. Should they perform well in the future, we ought to release them from their contracts and allow them to manage the tavern for us. Leave the food issues to me, Karen stated, his own hunger making it difficult to focus on his laboratory. With the elk space undergoing significant development, providing them with the basic respect of sustenance was paramount. Yet he now faced the looming threat of a food shortage. Chapter 14. The treatment of slaves. Doyen, gather the slaves. I have something to discuss with them, Karen instructed. Also, summon Baal. Yes, master, Doyen replied, moving swiftly, given the small number of slaves. It took less than half a minute for them to gather before Karen. Their towering figures made Karen feel as though he were gazing at a series of small mountains. Greetings, master. The slaves raised their voices in unison at Doyen's beckoning. Settling upon the polished floor at that moment, an inebriated old man ambled into view not far away, burping as he nodded at Karen. Since Karen was acknowledged as a mentor, the old man, Baal, had spent his days in a drunken stupor, imparting only alchemical wisdom. Greetings to you all. May the Grim Reaper bless you, Karen said respectfully, performing a gesture of homage to death, then looked at the slaves and chuckled softly. This marks our first formal meeting. And I am delighted I have gathered you here not for trivial matters, but to inquire what kind of treatment you desire under my care. Treatment? What treatment? Do you intend to release me, perhaps? Kamenlun, a lion tribe member, glared at Karen with a glimmer of barely concealed hatred. To trample upon the dignity of a lion was the gravest insult. Indeed, what treatment is there for slaves? We must obey whatever you slave masters dictate, lamented an ice bear warrior, his tone heavy with desolation. Since their enslavement, their enthusiasm for life had waned significantly. It's possible I might release you, Karen replied, and upon hearing this, Kamenlun perked up, incredulously asking, What did you say? Are you truly considering releasing me? Certainly. Provided you contribute appropriately to the tavern, that I can assure you, should I witness your efforts, I will absolve you of your slave status and grant you freedom. Freedom? Kamenlun advanced with great caution. Besides donning frost armor, he tightly gripped the antidote in his palm. The Ogre Canyon indeed lived up to its reputation as a perilous area near the Rhine Plains, not to mention the terrifying ogres. Even the intricate geographical environment was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Fortunately, with Doyen guiding him, Kamenlun could avoid succumbing to misfortune here. Navigating through the dense tangle of vines, they finally arrived at a vast patch of flowers. The blossoms resembled peaches, each one tightly closed and drooping, exuding a faint aroma of rice that was quite pleasant. My lord, be cautious. This is the man-eating flower forest. Only the fragrance pouches on our moose or kin can effectively suppress them. Indeed. Kamenlun observed that within some writhing flower buds, the remains of beasts could be seen, the flowers gently chewing as they absorbed the energy from their prey. The man-eating flowers belonged to the plant kingdom. They lacked intelligence and relied on emitting scents to detect life signs. Once they identified a target, the large flower buds would tighten and engulf their prey, swiftly secreting flower juice in a process that took mere seconds, hence their name. However, due to the peculiar living habits of these flowers, they were indeed essential auxiliary ingredients in alchemy. frequently appearing in various concoctions. My lord, this patch of man-eating flowers has existed for nearly 10 years, with only 3 notable specimens. The rest have long surpassed their prime, Brewing remarked as he guided Kamenlun through the forest, carefully avoiding contact with the flower branches. Although the fragrance pouches of the moose orcs could counteract the man-eating flowers, a moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured. Is there any particular etiquette regarding man-eating flowers? Kamenlun inquired, intrigued. Certainly. The typical lifespan of a man-eating flower does not exceed 10 years. Only those that have mutated can surpass their natural limits. Once they do, they gradually transform into magical beasts, giving rise to magic crystals within them and developing sentience. At that point, a single man-eating flower could command an entire forest of its kind. Fortunately, these flowers have yet to evolve into magical beasts. Otherwise, my kin would be in grave danger, Brewing whispered, fixating on the central flower bud. That one seems to be nearing its transformation. In a few years, it will become a terrifying magical beast. I never realized magical beasts came into being this way. This is my first time hearing it, Kamenlun chuckled. In truth, this was not his first encounter with such knowledge. As a Lich, he at least understood the origins of magical beasts. There were theories of bloodlines and evolution, suggesting that those with superior bloodlines were born as magical beasts, while ordinary beasts could also evolve through metamorphosis. Regardless of their origins, the power and rarity of magical beasts were indeed exceptional in this world. Carefully traversing the man-eating flower forest, Kamenlun soon beheld a rectangular cave towering 3 zhang before him. Perhaps having received Brewing's prior message, a large group of moose orcs curiously stared at Kamenlun. An elder approached, performing a formal salute of the war god, and stated, "May the war god bless you. I am delighted that Kamenlun has found such a magnificent master. My lord, he is the eldest of the moose orc clan and a shaman, possessing healing arts, a treasure of our tribe," Brewing respectfully introduced. Healing arts were not classified as magic. If categorized, they would be considered divine arts, said to be mastered only by devout followers. For Kamenlun, he too hoped to be favored by the god of death, as it was said that the divine arts of the god of death were among the most fearsome in existence. Esteemed shaman, it is a pleasure to meet you as a descendant of the god of death. I hope he bestows his favor upon you. Although this remark was somewhat inappropriate, the shaman was a devout follower of the war god. So Kamenlun reciprocated with an equal acknowledgement of respect. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kamenlun directly addressed the matter at hand. Elder, you have received Brewing's letter, have you not? The moose shaman nodded. He is the leader of the tribe. His decisions reflect those of the entire clan. The tribe is ready to migrate at once. Kamenlun glanced around and placed a tavern on the ground, which immediately expanded to a size of 5 zhang with the wind. The sudden appearance of the structure left the moose orcs in awe, particularly the shaman, who regarded it as a divine miracle, prostrating in worship until Brewing's repeated explanations clarified that it was merely a magical item. Brewing, have the tribe enter quickly. The environment here is rather unfavorable, and the man-eating flower forest is unstable. Let the young ones transport the black soil while the elders proceed directly into the tavern's moose space. I will give you a day to complete the migration of the moose tribe. Kamenlun furrowed his brow, feeling an ominous presence rapidly approaching, a sensation that boded ill, suggesting that trouble was imminent. Brewing moved swiftly, and with the advance notice he had received, within half an hour, the young and elderly moose orcs had entered the moose space. What remained was the formidable task of transporting the enormous load of black soil. With the strength of the mammoths at their disposal, the task progressed rapidly, and Kamenlun could freely reposition the tavern. The entrance of the tavern faced the layer of black soil, making the work much more efficient. However, Kamenlun required a vast quantity of black soil, which could not be filled into the entire space in a short time. Black soil was the most fertile type of earth, ideal for cultivating various vegetation, and ancient texts recorded that it was essential for planting ancient trees by the ancient elves. Unfortunately, now that the dark elf Alice had returned to the underground city, he could not seek her assistance in planting the life trees. The transportation of the rich black soil proceeded quickly, truckloads arriving in the moose space. The moose clan understood that this moose space would be their future home, and each moose exerted their utmost strength, even scraping the ground to ensure that the black soil was transported inside. My lord, you have esteemed guests arriving, a youthful doge whispered to Kamenlun as he worked diligently. Esteemed guests? Who would dare to enter this man-eating flower forest? Kamenlun frowned, suddenly recalling something, and rushed into the tavern. There, at the center of the table, Churchill was engaged in cheerful conversation with a wizard, followed closely by the signature warrior of the crocodile tribe. "Oh, thank the god of light, my dear friend Kalen. It is wonderful to see you again. Churchill, spare me the pleasantries. What do you want this time? You're not here to pressure me for the crimson flame poison wine, are you? Let me tell you, I have quite a few matters to attend to in the next couple of days, but I will deliver it to you by the end of the month." Upon seeing Churchill, Kalen instantly discerned the ulterior motives gleaming in his eyes. "Oh, my dear friend, you have misjudged me. I come bearing good news this time." Churchill maintained his characteristic smile. "Good news? I recall that whenever you seek me out, it is never for anything good." Kalen was skeptical of any windfall. Each time Churchill spoke of good news, it invariably resulted in a significant loss of his gold coins. Would I ever deceive you? To be frank, a library is in dire straits and is liquidating its books. That I recall that liches are avid collectors of knowledge, and fortuitously, I have a lich friend. Churchill's gaze was fixed on Kalen. Making his intentions clear, he wanted to offer him books. A library going bankrupt. How intriguing. Which one is it? A beast man, human, or lich library? Kalen's interest was piqued. He possessed only one magic book, and liches were renowned for their vast knowledge. He felt embarrassed to admit his meager understanding to the outside world. It is a human magic library. The owner has offended the royal family and is forced to flee. Some of the previous magic books are being sold off, while the remainder consists of over 10,000 books related to magic. Since you are my friend, I purchased them for you. What a good deal, right? Churchill's eyebrows danced with excitement. Magic-related books encompass topics such as the origins of magic, classifications, levels, and magical races. They were scholarly texts that no one among humans cared to read, as they preferred practical spell books. Only liches found interest in such texts, as they thrived on innovation. And without foundational knowledge, they could not gain a clear understanding of magic. How much per book? I'm quite broke at the moment. Although Kalen was intrigued, he was well aware of his current predicament. With a food shortage looming overhead, fear not, my dear friend. After so many years, how could I possibly take advantage of you? 1 gold coin per book, totaling 13,600 books. Since you lack funds, how about using your potions as payment? What do you think? Churchill's voice was hushed, but to Kalen's ears, it sounded like the siren's call of a demon. 1 gold coin per book was outright extortion. Magic-related books were scarcely sought after among humans, let alone in the entire world, and yet he was demanding that some from Kalen. However, such an opportunity was rare. Libraries seldom closed down. Magic-related books were foundational to any library, allowing wizards to access essential information. Kalen knew that he would likely wander through life without the chance to serve in a reputable library, and the only path left for him was to establish his own magical library. Very well. Your price is reasonable. I accept. Though it pained him to agree, he had to concede. He could not deny that Churchill had a keen eye. Each time he recommended something to Kalen, it was invariably irresistible. Chapter 16. Encounter with the ogre. Karen, my dearest friend, you are always the first to come to mind whenever there is an opportunity. How about it? Could you provide me with 10 vials of red flame poison wine by the end of the month? Churchill's brow furrowed, having barely settled one transaction before hastening to initiate another. Rest assured, once the matters here are settled, I shall brew it, Karen replied impatiently, regretting having constructed a small teleportation array for him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired, Old Churchill, I have a favor to ask. Speak freely. As long as it doesn't involve gold coins, I assure you I will see it through. Churchill promised, patting his chest. I wish to inquire if you know of any bananas that can grow rapidly, preferably suitable for mammoths. Bananas, you say? Churchill frowned, pondering for a moment before a thought struck him. I know of a type called sea banana, which grows to a height of 10 zhong, yielding fruit 4 times a year. Each tree can produce around 1,000 gene, making it quite suitable for large creatures like mammoths and elephants. Such a plant exists. That is indeed rare. Old Churchill, do you happen to have seeds for this sea banana? A smile instantly appeared on Karen's face, since Churchill had mentioned it. He must have a way to procure it. I do have seeds, but the growth of sea bananas is exceedingly slow. They take 5 years to mature. If you desire them, you must what? Must water them with the fountain of life, but only elves know how to brew it, and it is said to be quite precious among them. You won't be able to obtain it, Churchill stated, placing a handful of seeds on the table. The seeds were the size of a hand, exuding a faint banana fragrance. Consider these a gift from me, a testament to our friendship. Karen chose not to elaborate, for their friendship could not be measured by the seeds of the sea banana. It required the tangible weight of gold coins. The fountain of life was a rare commodity, perhaps unattainable for an ordinary person. Yet Karen had a means of contacting Alice, who might just grant him a bit of the precious liquid. Churchill arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly. As he left, Karen found himself unable to request any food supplies, even if he had. Churchill would not oblige, for he would not act without a vested interest, not even for a father. The issue of food shortages was one that had to be addressed independently, with the aid of Churchill's crocodile warriors. Bundles of books were teleported in, and Karen hurriedly instructed Dewin to clear some space to accommodate them. The books were quite disordered, and Karen would need to meticulously organize them later. Establishing a magical library required more than just a few tomes. He needed a Lich's dedicated effort. Now that the magical library had taken its first steps, he could gradually collect more and eventually achieve a significant scale. As the day swiftly passed, witnessing the last bit of black soil enter the space, Karen smiled knowingly. Although the black soil only filled 1/1000th of the area, this single li of black earth could allow Karen to cultivate various rare potion materials, and the essential grass fruits for the survival of the moose beasts could also be grown here. As long as he could endure for half a year, Karen would be able to achieve self-sufficiency through this plot of black soil. "My lord, all is done. There were no issues," Dewin said excitedly. Ever since he discovered this patch of black soil, he had devised ways to claim it for himself, and now that dream had finally come to fruition. "Well done. Quickly settle the tribe, plant the grassfruit seeds, and transplant a few man-eating flowers. We shall begin the construction of our space now," Karen remarked with some joy, knowing that this would eventually become his own wealth. "My lord, rest assured. The young ones have been diligent and have already sown the seeds. Moreover, our elders, free from worries, have begun selecting the servants of the war god among the tribe," Dewin replied. Each devotee perpetually thought of their deity, and whenever they had a moment to spare, they would immediately attend to their god's service. "Huh. It seems your tribe is on the verge of a turnaround. As a reward for your efforts, I have decided to construct a temple for the war god. The majority of our people are beastmen, and they have their own beliefs. We cannot strip that away. My lord, you are truly the most sacred of lords. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of the war god, showing such compassion towards your servants?" Dewin exclaimed, tears of excitement brimming in his eyes. The temple of the war god was the most sacred of existences, although it was merely a framework. As long as they were devout enough, they could summon the glory of the war god. In that moment, they might even evolve within the temple into warriors or shamanic healers. "My lord, trouble approaches. Little Dorge has been injured." Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a panicked moose beast rushed over, calling out urgently. "What happened? Wasn't everything fine? How could he be injured?" This was Karen's first encounter with such an event, although he knew battles were inevitable. He never expected to face one so soon. "I do not know. We were following young Chief Dorge, hoping to find some black soil, when suddenly a flurry of arrows came flying, striking his thigh," the moose beast explained, his tone frantic and tinged with a hint of tears. "Attacked, but there are no outsiders here. How's Dorge? Is he all right?" Karen asked with concern. "He has already been taken to the healer. He is still unconscious and appears to be somewhat poisoned." "Poisoned?" Karen hastily handed a vial of antidote to the moose beast, urging him to deliver it swiftly. The healer's techniques could quickly mend external wounds, but they could not eliminate the toxins within the body. To detoxify, one required the antidote's assistance. "Dewin, summon O'Neill and Kamenlun. We need to ascertain what transpired before the message could travel far." Ice Bear O'Neill, accompanied by 3 brothers and Lion Clan's Kamenlun, arrived before Karen, performing a standard salute of the war god and inquiring, "Is there to be a battle?" Karen did not respond, striding directly towards the door. Before he had ventured far, an arrow suddenly shot through the air, grazing his shoulder and embedding itself in the tavern's door frame. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a spear made of bone, its tip adorned with the skull of a goat. "My lord, this is an ogre's spear. We have encountered ogres," the centaur Stephen said cautiously. He was a slave, gifted by a slave trader, meant to protect Karen's safety, and he possessed eyes keen enough to see for miles. In the sea flower forest ahead, 10 green-skinned ogres lie in ambush. Ogres are classified by rank. The lowest are the blue-skinned variety, followed by green-skinned, then yellow-skinned, and eventually evolving into higher ranks such as 2-headed ogres or 3-headed ogres, with the potential to become ogre shamans or wizards. Green-skinned ogres are equivalent to third-tier warriors among the beast men, and their combat prowess should not be underestimated. With 10 of them, It seems they have already clashed with the Moose Beast tribe. Disaster is upon us, Kamenlun remarked, furrowing his brow, without the banner of a bully. He now resembled a leader. It must be said that the Lion clan is innately suited to leadership in war, possessing a calmness in the face of battle that is beyond the capabilities of ordinary tribes. What is there to fear? I can take down two with a single leap, O'Neill boasted, brandishing his rusted harpoon and gazing intently into the woods ahead. Regardless of how many you can fell, the main point is that the ogre tribe does not operate as solitary beings. They function as a clan. Once one is alarmed, the entire horde will be roused, and if their leader arrives, none of us will stand a chance, Kamenlun quietly analyzed, casting a glance at Karen. Our best course of action now is to retreat swiftly. Retreat? How do we retreat, and where to? O'Neill replied, somewhat aggrieved. For a beastman warrior, retreating without a fight was the utmost disgrace. To the west, I believe, given the current situation, there are more than just 10 ogres. What lies ahead is merely a diversion. The ogres excel in group raids, preferring to encircle their prey and devour them alive. Our only chance of survival lies in heading towards the heart of the ogre canyon, Kamenlun stated without an ounce of fear or sense of honor. Offering a purely tactical analysis. Very well, let us depart at once. Karen immediately stored the tavern away and, following Kamenlun, began to sprint westward. A series of howls suddenly echoed from all directions, quickly converging upon Karen. He could hear the whistling of arrows speeding towards him. Those were the ogre's long spears, rapidly descending and plunging into the ground. Do not look back. Run for your lives, Karen shouted with all his might. In the ogre canyon, there were only two terrifying scenarios: encountering magical beasts or facing a horde of ogres, and they had unfortunately stumbled upon the worst of the two. My lord, watch out. Centaur Stephen, quick on his feet, helped Karen evade a spear aimed at his heart, swiftly lifting him onto his back and racing forward. One must admit that centaurs are the most agile of races, with each stride. They covered vast distances. It was also worth noting that the Lich's frail body was no match for these burly beastmen, making him a hindrance in their flight. Chapter 17. Narrow escape, as if the heavens conspired against them. Misfortune compounded upon misfortune. Dense vines and coiled serpents abounded, and as the cursed weather of the canyon unleashed a fine drizzle, the dimming twilight further slowed their pace. My lord, we cannot flee any longer. In this canyon, descending further will only lead to our exhaustion. The centaur Stephen gasped, his gaze fixed ahead, devoid of hope. This moment, apart from the lion Kamenlun's composure, the other warriors began to exhibit signs of despair. Kalen, we must engage in battle. Otherwise, we will inevitably be caught, Kamenlun said, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as the cold rain battered his golden mane, intensifying the chill. Indeed, I share your sentiment. The main force of the ogres is still far off. But those greenskin brutes are constantly revealing our position with their roars. If we can incapacitate them, our chances of survival will significantly increase. In a brief discussion, a consensus was reached. The lion crouched low, blending into the underbrush, while the ice bear warriors ascended trees, gripping their distinctive old harpoons, their eyes trained on the front. Kalen and Stephen leaned against a massive boulder, passing a vial of potion to Stephen. For the ensuing escape would require his strength to pull them through. The quiet jungle seemed shrouded by death itself, with a fine misty rain pattering down upon the leaves. Within just half an hour, a stream could be seen slowly flowing from the hillsides of the canyon. This was an ominous sign. The canyon's low terrain meant that if the rain intensified, it would soon form a river, gradually engulfing the canyon. Kalen needed to act swiftly and find higher ground. Here they come. A rustling sound broke through the underbrush, quickening through the canyon, accompanied by the incomprehensible language of the ogres, indicating the approach of the enemy. Prepare for battle, Kalen whispered, his lips curling as the ice bear warriors and three lions donned a shimmering layer of icy armor. Ice armor, one of the few spells Kalen mastered, though not comparable to true armor, could freeze the enemy's movements and slow their strikes. In the dense forest, the heavy footsteps of the green-skinned ogres drew nearer, shaking the ground with their weight. At this moment, the lion became increasingly calm. Lacking weapons, he relied on his natural claws for combat. The figures advancing through the thicket numbered at least 10, and the centaur's keen eyesight informed Kalen that there were 11 in total. All green-skinned ogres. This was good news for Kalen and his companions. They could still fight, and if yellow-skinned ogres joined the fray, they would have to flee immediately, crash, like a kite severed from its string. The Ice Bear warriors struck first. The harpoons, imbued with a chilling aura, descended from above, targeting the four foremost ogres. Closely followed by the towering figure of the Ice Bear warrior. It must be noted that the Ice Bear warriors were among the top 10 formidable races of the beast folk. In an instant, they closed the distance of several dozen meters, their massive fists colliding with the ogres, toppling one to the ground. Roar! The lion unleashed a ferocious roar, springing up from his concealed position. His legs propelling him into combat with the ogres in the blink of an eye. The beast folk were truly the mightiest race on land. Even the same tier of ogres faltered before the lion. Crash! Bang! The clashing of weapons mingled with the lion's thunderous roars as a battle erupted in the small forest. Kalen observed Camaro's every move, meticulously analyzing the unfolding battle, while the ogres lacked the combat prowess of the lions. Their numbers were overwhelming. The Ice Bear warriors, equipped with harpoons, managed to handle one ogre with ease, particularly their leader, O'Neill, whose massive form dispatched two ogres in swift succession. Frost armor, free spell, as a lich. Kalen could not engage in direct combat. He could only continuously bolster the armor of the lion and Ice Bear while using the free spell to slow the enemy's attacks. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past Kalen, and he felt a numbing sensation in his shoulder. Upon inspection, he discovered a human leg bone had pierced through it, bleeding profusely. They had noticed him. This was Kalen's first thought. It seemed an ogre had marked him as a target. They were not fools. In any battle, the first to be dealt with were the mages. That a mage's frail body could unleash terrifying magical power, and eliminating the mage would render the beast folk as easy prey. Though Kalen merely cast free spells, it had incited the ogre's wrath. One ogre, lurking in the thicket, stealthily approached Kalen, its human leg bone evidently serving as a weapon at this moment. Only Stephen remained by his side. But a centaur without a bow was hardly more useful than a human woman or child. Meanwhile, the lion and Ice Bear were embroiled in battle and could not protect him. Kalen realized he was in grave danger. Free spell. He hurled an ice ball directly at the ogre's head, then swiftly darted away. The ogre, seeing the frost above its head, understood its position had been compromised and ceased its concealment, letting out a thunderous roar as it lunged at Kalen like a feral beast. Though the free spell inflicted minimal damage, it could hinder the ogre's movement. Kalen remained composed, focusing on the advancing ogre, casting free spells with precision. However, the ogre seemed to realize Kalen posed no threat, charging straight at him with reckless abandon. Crash! The ogre leapt, delivering a powerful punch that struck the ground near Kalen, sending mud flying and grazing his calf. While not a severe injury, it hampered his mobility. And with the rain intensifying, the ground became treacherous. Just then, Kalen spotted a suitable hiding place. Free spell, fireball spell. Although he knew the fireball would be ineffective in such weather, with the ogre closing in, he had no choice but to unleash all his abilities for a glimmer of survival. Indeed, the fireball barely traveled before being extinguished by the rain, and the ogre was now merely 3 steps away from Kalen. Death. A frail lich faced an ogre in close quarters, and the outcome was all but certain. Kalen downed a vial of healing potion, followed by another to restore his magical energy, donning a layer of frost armor. Then unleashed freeze spells upon the ogre's face. The ogre showed no hesitation, leaping forward, its massive form bearing down on Kalen. Death was inevitable. Kalen knew that even if his ancestors were present, they could not save him. This was the ogre's hunting technique. Even the toughest minotaurs would not escape its grasp, let alone a lich like himself. Crash! Yet death did not arrive. The ogre's gigantic body crashed down beside Kalen, and upon closer inspection, he saw a massive white-boned spear protruding from its heart, having delivered the fatal blow. Ha! Our great lord, I arrived just in time, didn't I? The lion Kamenlun laughed from a short distance away, the spear clearly having been thrown by him. Just in time, indeed. Otherwise, your slave contract would have been nullified, Kalen replied, calming himself and speaking half-jokingly. The battle nearby had evidently concluded, with the ogre squad entirely slain by the lions. Of course, they were not unscathed, bearing many wounds, though none were fatal. Kalen distributed light healing potions among them and then summoned the Moose Beast Folk shaman to heal their injuries. In such a dense forest, even minor wounds could cost them their lives. Chapter 18. The Minotaur Adventurers. Although the Moose Beast Folk's healing magic was available, the Ice Bear warriors bore too many injuries to continue traveling by night. Kalen glanced at the lions, instructing them to head to the tavern while he and the centaur Stephen ventured forth. As long as they remained cautious, their chances of survival should be considerable. With the tailing ogres now behind them, Kalen felt confident in his ability to elude them. He pocketed the tavern, and, with the vast jungle now holding only Kalen and the centaur, they exchanged smiles and slowly made their way deeper into the canyon. The path was treacherous, the chilling rain intensified, and Kalen could only don his frost armor, which provided temporary insulation from the rain. However, this came at a cost, as he would need to consume a vial of magical energy restoration every half hour. The rain fell steadily, and small rivers began to flow through the canyon's underbrush. Though Kalen felt utterly exhausted, he knew he could not rest. Remaining in one place for too long could lead to being submerged. And with nightfall, many predators would be out hunting, possibly already eyeing him as prey. "Master, let us seek refuge in a cave. This accursed weather shows no signs of clearing." The centaur began to grow increasingly agitated. Were it not for the constraints of the slave contract, he might have fled long ago. Indeed, given the current conditions, it seems the rain will persist for a while. I propose we find a cave to shelter in, and let us hope for good fortune in locating one devoid of life. Kalen remarked. He understood that this statement was merely self-soothing. Within the canyon, caves were more precious than gold, often inhabited by numerous creatures, some of which were even monstrous. Thus, traversing the canyon, one would only enter a cave when absolutely necessary. "Master, look, there is a flicker of light ahead on the mountainside," the centaur exclaimed excitedly. The presence of fire signified life, implying that intelligent beings might dwell within a nearby cave. Kalen said nothing further and made his way toward the light. The cave was situated on a barren mountainside, resembling a dormant volcano. Halfway up the slope, a massive cave loomed 2 zhang high, a vigorous bonfire clearly visible within. Kalen recognized that anyone capable of burning a fire so freely here possessed formidable power. Steeling himself, he decided to venture inside, willing to take a gamble. Before Kalen could fully comprehend the situation, a colossal axe brushed against his throat. Its chill unmistakable. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming magical energy contained within the weapon. A magical weapon, one of the most valuable arms on the continent, had unexpectedly appeared in this cave. "Who are you to disturb our rest?" a boisterous voice inquired, and a towering figure emerged before him. It was a minotaur, its feet surrounded by a glowing aura, a powerful being that had transcended level 3 through evolution. "By the god of war, esteemed minotaur warrior, I, the Lich Kalen, pay my respects. I have lost my way in the canyon and saw the fire. Seeking temporary shelter," Kalen replied, daring not to move an inch, fearful that a mere flick of the axe could end his life. "A lich?" The minotaur furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Kalen closely, sensing a faint magical presence and noting his frail physique, which indeed bore some resemblance to a lich. "You are merely a level 1 lich, aren't you? Esteemed minotaur, your discerning eye is commendable. Indeed, I have yet to be certified, but I am confident that my prowess can earn recognition from the Lich Guild," Kalen stated earnestly. The Lich Guild was the authoritative body for certifying lich ranks. "Haha, you are not even a level 1 lich, yet you dare to venture into the Ogre Canyon? I am curious how you managed to pass through the Ogre tribe up ahead." A woman clad in luxurious silks sauntered over, her laughter light. She was a standard human, but her magical staff and the sun emblem in front of her indicated her status as a human priestess. "Esteemed priestess, may the god of light bless you. It is a pleasure to meet you." Kalen spoke insincerely. In the age of the ancient gods, the deity worshipped by liches, the god of death, was the arch-nemesis of the god of light. To have a lich extol the virtues of the god of light was indeed a source of mockery. "Huh, this lich is quite amusing. He remains so composed in our presence." The human priestess giggled softly. Though her priestly robe was voluminous, it did little to conceal her graceful figure. "Tiru, put away your wretched axe. Do you truly intend to take his life?" I was merely jesting with him." The minotaur chuckled heartily, sheathing his magical axe and playfully patting Kalen's slight frame. "I am Tiru, a level 5 minotaur warrior. This is my companion, Priestess Maria. Tiru, why do you not introduce us?" Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the depths of the cave. One was a scantily clad naga, with a long serpentine tail and 4 arms, each wielding a bow. The second was a stout crocodilian warrior, his dual daggers glinting with magical energy. The last was a diminutive figure, seemingly coated in a layer of mithril, a silver dwarf warrior. Upon their entrance, Kalen gasped in surprise. The 4-armed naga, the dual daggers crocodilian warrior, and the silver dwarf, these were all formidable beings of advanced power. Coupled with the minotaur and human priestess, the group before him consisted entirely of evolved entities. Tira chuckled at Kalen's astonished expression and introduced the Naga. This is Luton. The crocodilian is Mond, and that little fellow is Silverhammer. Old bull, who are you calling little? I am a proud silver dwarf, of noble giant blood. Silverhammer retorted defiantly. Kalen, pay them no mind. These brutes only know how to squabble among themselves. Come here to me. With me around, they shall not dare bully you. The Naga, Luton, said with a light laugh, swaying her waist as she approached Kalen. This was Kalen's first encounter with a being from the deep sea, and he was struck by her serpentine grace and formidable archery skills. Luton, do not provoke the Lich recklessly. Let me remind you, this is not the deep sea. It is wise to keep your distance from Liches, Priestess Maria warned, her brow furrowing. Although the continents were in a time of flourishing coexistence, many descendants of the gods had laid aside their past enmities. The meeting of a Lich and a priestess was still fraught with discomfort. Luton, show respect to our young brother. Even with our current strength, we should not provoke an unassuming Lich. Their terrifying nature is beyond your understanding. If one were to ponder the most fearsome professions on the continent, the minds of many would drift to dragon warriors, death banners, and abyssal mammoths. Yet, when it comes to professions to avoid, there was but one. Lich, for one could never ascertain whether this Lich had dreadful followers, terrifying death potions, or even horrific entities capable of altering one's very faith. Throughout the annals of history, the first Death Knight was born from a Lich's transformation of a human knight, achieved with a single vial of potion that stripped the knight of his faith and bestowed upon him an endless life devoted to the god of death. The vast knowledge of Liches propelled the world forward. Yet they also mercilessly obliterated the understanding of all. Haha, I am merely delighted to meet our young brother. Luton halted her advance. Even she, dwelling in the depths of the ocean, had heard of the Lich's enigma. From a young age, she had been taught by her elders to neither fear nor harm them, but rather to maintain a respectful distance. Kalen, we are an adventurers team. It is a pleasure to meet you. Currently, it is the rainy season in the Ogre Canyon, and this downpour may last for half a month. I look forward to spending this time with you. Tira's hearty voice broke the awkward tension. Of course. We also welcome your followers, the Centaur. Thank you for your hospitality. May the god of war bless you. Kalen performed a gesture of respect and leaned against the side of the bonfire. Slowly drifting into slumber, he was utterly exhausted from the day's trials, the harrowing moments in the jungle still lingering in his mind, instilling a sense of fear. As Kalen slept soundly, the adventurers gathered together, and Silverhammer calmly inquired, "What do you think this Lich's intentions are, arriving here alone? I cannot say that we have our own mission in the Ogre Canyon. Perhaps it is mere coincidence, or perhaps he harbors some ulterior motive. Yet, without a map, even if he does have intentions, it cannot bode ill for us. Let us first endure this damned rainy season. We have a fortnight to observe." The adventurers discussed Kalen, though he heard not a word. Nor did he wish to listen. With the warmth of the fire enveloping him, Kalen could sleep peacefully, free from the fear that Tiru would harm him if harm was intended. It would have come sooner. Now, with resources in hand and a tribe to follow him, he knew that upon waking, he must immerse himself in his work. The promised fiery poison for Churchill, the vast consumption of food in the moose space, the construction of the ice mountain, and the establishment of his magical library and laboratory. Each was a monumental task, and for now, he needed a good night's rest. Chapter 19. Finalizing the meat trade. Good morning, everyone. Karen greeted simply, unsure of what else to say. Uncle Silverhammer, are you bored? Bored to the point of death, Silverhammer replied impatiently. Little Lich, do you have anything interesting to offer? Nothing much, but how about I treat you to some drinks? Drinks? Are you jesting? You wish to invite a dwarf for a drink? Dwarves were notoriously known as heavy drinkers, and they were seldom welcomed at feasts across the continent. My capacity for alcohol is considerable. I doubt you possess enough for me. Uncle, as a tavern owner, do you think I lack in that regard? Rest assured, I have high-proof rum that will surely satisfy your thirst, Karen said with a soft chuckle, placing the tavern on the ground. Instantly, it expanded to a size of 2 zhang, filling the entire cave. An artifact? The Naga perked up, her eyes gleaming with greed. Haha, it's not an artifact, merely a relic passed down from my ancestors, infused with a bit of Eastern alchemy. Just something rather special, Karen laughed, noticing the disbelief in the crowd. My ancestors hail from the mysterious Eastern continent, and only its denizens can freely command this tavern. Curious, the priest furrowed his brow, slowly channeling magic through his hands to create a wave of light, enveloping the tavern. This was the light detection spell, the priest's specialty. The light waves pass through the tavern without any magical fluctuations. There isn't a trace of magic inside. The tavern is entirely wooden, quite ordinary. Not an artifact. Upon hearing this, the others gradually withdrew their gazes, realizing that what lay before them was indeed extraordinary. The Lich would not dare present it if he feared them stealing it. The eastern continent has long been shrouded in mystery, and various races retained artifacts from it. Even within the Temple of Light, there existed unique ceramics and silk from the east, the peculiarities of which even the greatest divine attendants could not comprehend. Let alone a humble priest. Why ponder so much? Is it not enough that there is alcohol to drink? The dwarf, wise in his own manner, recognized that this was not the time for debate and strode toward the tavern. However, just as he reached the entrance, he halted, playfully glaring at Karen. Little Lich, state your terms. The great dwarf will not be taken advantage of. Karen was direct, stating, I have a few followers within the tavern. I hope you can forge suitable weapons for them. Forge weapons. The dwarf frowned, then suddenly laughed. You truly know how to negotiate. Who doesn't know that our dwarven weapons are the finest on the continent? You think a few barrels of rum will compel me to labor? I refuse. Then there is no other way. I thought you might agree. I happen to have some freshly brewed wine. Since you are not interested, I shall simply pack up the tavern. Wine. Such a brew exists. The priest suddenly became animated, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Is it the kind recently circulated among humans? Maria, stop being foolish. What wine? I have never heard of it. The dwarf replied impatiently, in his mind. Nothing compared to the deliciousness of rum, which was notoriously strong yet smooth. Ignorant, Maria shot the dwarf a glare and explained, the wine appears purple, a new brew from the human continent in recent years. Scarce in the market. It is said that a small cup costs 100 gold coins. When it is released, it is often snatched up immediately. Our Temple of Light has only received 3 bottles from the offerings of the puppet empire, and we priests are hardly worthy of enjoying it. Upon hearing the price of one small cup, Karen felt as if his heart was bleeding. That old fox, Churchill, had purchased a bottle from him for merely 2 gold coins. Such terrifying profits made Karen wish to slap himself. Miss Maria speaks the truth. The wine is rich and flavorful. If paired with an elven nightlight cup, it can even strengthen one's internal magic. Karen could hardly contain his enthusiasm for the wine's exquisite flavor. I have no taste for your human brews. They lack flavor. Nothing invigorates like rum. Silverhammer dismissed, leaning against the tavern entrance, unwilling to step inside. Silverhammer, are you asking for a beating? Is it not merely a matter of forging a few weapons? Let me remind you. Should you refuse, do not utter another word to me. The priestess retorted sharply, adding, Now return the coin you owe for the drinks. My lady, I was wrong. Of course, I will forge them. Silverhammer shot Karen a glare, anger evident in his voice. You little brat, let me state this clearly. You will provide the materials yourself. Rest assured, master, Karen replied with a grin. Indeed, the fearless dwarf was now at the mercy of a human priestess. Turning to the adventurers, he smiled and said, Beautiful lady, welcome to the Lich Tavern. Due to spatial constraints, the tavern was not large, only able to accommodate 1 table. Upon seeing customers enter, Molin wasted no time and promptly brought out a barrel of rum. His experiences had broadened his horizons, and he was no longer fearful of dwarves and minotaurs. As for the Naga, her small brain could not recognize him at first glance. Silverhammer directly seized the barrel, inhaling the fragrant aroma, soon followed by the strong scent of alcohol that permeated the tavern. This is good, quite authentic, he remarked before taking large gulps. Karen understood that the backbone of this adventuring party was the human priestess before him. He hurried to the wine cabinet, carefully pouring 2 cups of wine, one for the priest and one for the Naga. As for the Minotaur and Crocodile Warrior, both were gluttons and could match a dwarf's drinking capacity, so he could only offer them inferior rum. Brother Bull, may I discuss something with you? Karen suddenly leaned in during the lively banquet. What is it? As long as it is not excessive, feel free to speak. The Minotaur, known for his boisterous nature, was always eager to oblige when inebriated. It is like this. I have been trapped in the Ogre Canyon for some time, and my food supplies have dwindled. I was wondering if your adventuring party had any leftovers. If so, I would be immensely grateful, Karen whispered, wary of the priest overhearing. Preferably meat. We do have some meat. A few days ago, we encountered a herd of wild bulls and dispatched quite a number. How much do you need? Naturally, the more, the better, Karen replied excitedly but added, I can settle the meat with alcohol. That would be splendid. I have 30 wild bulls. Just give me 100 barrels of rum. The Minotaur's hearty voice echoed in the tavern. Noticing the displeasure on Maria and Loden's faces, he quickly added, "Of course, I will need 2 bottles of wine." "Certainly, the wine is a must. Consider it compensation for the dwarf's weapon crafting." Karen finalized the meat deal and gestured for Kamal and the others to emerge from the elk space. Smiling at Silverhammer. "Uncle, how do you find 3 longswords for the lion tribe and a steel fork favored by the Ice Bear warriors?" Silverhammer had initially intended to agree instinctively, but upon seeing the towering figure before him, he stuttered, "Are they your slaves?" "Well, they used to be, but from now on, they will be my followers. What do you think? Are their weapons easy to forge?" Karen was completely oblivious to the underlying meaning. The weapons are easy to forge. But they are great beast warriors, especially with the presence of the lion tribe. They are the wealth of the beast races, the most suitable leaders of the beast races. How can you treat them as slaves? Silverhammer was still in disbelief. This Lich had audacity beyond measure. Daring to enslave the lion tribe on beast territory, was he not courting death? "They are mine by purchase, and they willingly follow me," Karen replied without a hint of embarrassment, glaring at Kamal, unbothered by the grim history of torture he had endured. The audacity of Karen was lost on the lion, Kamal, who simply ignored it. Sitting on a bench, he lifted a cup of wine and downed it in one go. He had been in the tavern long enough to know that Karen possessed some fine drinks, usually treating them like treasures, and now was the perfect moment to indulge. Chapter 20. The Crescent Moon Saber and the Awakened Spear. Silverhammer took a sip of his drink, gazing at the imposing lion with a sense of awe. Despite being a 5th-tier silver dwarf, he felt a twinge of fear in the presence of the 3rd-tier lion. The Lion Clan, throughout the annals of the Beastfolk's history, had birthed countless leaders. Their weapons are rather simple. The Lion Clan, in addition to their ferocity, possesses a cunning intellect, which makes them even more formidable. This is why they favor the long saber, capable of pinpointing an enemy's weakness and delivering a swift death. However, such weaknesses can only be exploited against a single opponent, leaving them at a disadvantage in group battles. If you have mithril, I can forge a Crescent Moon Saber tailored for the Lion Clan. When wielded, the saber can unleash a crescent arc of energy with a mere infusion of combat aura, inflicting harm upon foes and compensating for the lion's shortcomings. Silverhammer observed the Ice Bear warrior and continued his analysis. The Ice Bear orcs, due to their prolonged existence in the snowy mountains, often imbue their combat aura with freezing power. However, they share a common flaw of the Bear Clan, an inability to control their excitement. I require some ice crystals and cold iron to craft the Awakened Spear suited for them. I've never heard of the Crescent Moon Saber or the Awakened Spear. Karen chuckled foolishly, acknowledging his limited knowledge of weaponry, which could only be likened to that of a primary school student. The Crescent Moon Saber has over 500 years of history in dwarven forging. Each year, the Lion Clan commissions 100 from the dwarves. As for the Awakened Spear, the materials needed are somewhat scarce and can only be utilized by the Bear Clan, hence its limited circulation across the world. He speaks the truth. My father wielded a Crescent Moon Saber, a symbol of honor for the Lion Clan, Kamenlun remarked, his calm demeanor betraying a clear yearning for the weapon in his eyes. "Very well, master. Please craft 3 Crescent Moon Sabers for me. As for the materials for the Awakened Spear, I will arrange for their collection. For now, enjoy your drink, and later, when you enter the elk space, design a spear that best suits the talents of the Lion Clan." "The elk space? What is that?" the Naga inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "Oh, it is a realm birthed from a spatial gemstone, modest in size, inhabited by my followers," Karen replied with a light chuckle. Given Churchill's ability to procure such stones, it was likely he possessed many. However, he was unaware that spatial gemstones were regarded as rare treasures across the continent, and Karen's casual mention of them was undoubtedly an exhibition of wealth. "Heavens, you possess a personal space, and yet you have not undergone professional certification," the Naga exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Hee, it was a gift from an old friend," Karen remarked nonchalantly, leading the group into the space. Within just a few days, a patch of black soil had emerged, and Karen's magical library and laboratory had taken shape, with large stones fitting together in a simple yet rustic manner. "Your following comprises a group of elk orcs. I cannot fathom why a lich with a personal space would choose such a delicate race." Maria expressed her disdain. In her mind, at least a powerful race would be fitting for such a coveted dwelling. "Beautiful human maiden, as a lich, I require the cultivation of herbs and the rearing of magical beasts. And the elk orcs, with their diligent nature, are the most suitable caretakers, Karen replied, feeling a deep-seated aversion towards Maria, a visceral feeling of disdain that made him slightly nauseous. My space is limited, Master Silverhammer. You may utilize a room as a blacksmith's workshop. If you require anything, you can seek out my steward, Doing. As for the two young ladies, you may spend some time in the library. It would certainly help pass the dreary half-month of rain. Karen spoke briefly before retreating to the tavern. He deemed the secret of the elk space not much of a secret. In fact, it was advantageous, as it dispelled any greed from the adventurers, should they dare to act out of line. Karen was confident he could easily contain them within his realm. Having settled the adventurers, Karen returned to his laboratory. His first task was to brew the crimson flame poison wine, as Churchill was in urgent need of it. Karen had already delayed for several days, and failure to complete this task could jeopardize his relationship with Churchill. Furthermore, he needed Churchill's assistance in procuring ice crystals and cold iron, given Churchill's connections with the royal family of the Puppet Empire. Acquiring these materials should not pose a significant challenge to eye in the dimly lit laboratory. Karen focused intently on his experiments. Drawing upon his previous experience in crafting, he succeeded in brewing 15 bottles of crimson flame poison wine within just 3 days. A yield that pleasantly surprised him. Upon exiting the laboratory, he immediately spotted several towering figures engaged in a drinking contest inside the tavern: minotaurs, a few crocodilians, and the diminutive dwarf Silverhammer. Their faces were flushed. While the slave trader Churchill and the Naga sat silently on a bench, their expressions inscrutable. Karen, get down here. Churchill bellowed angrily upon spotting him, his tone unmistakably irate. Karen, how could you establish a teleportation array with such a petty individual? This is an insult to a Naga, the four-armed Naga fumed, leaving Karen utterly perplexed. Karen, if you still consider me a friend, you must immediately expel this Naga. Karen, our adventuring party has treated you well. I do not wish to see that detestable slave trader in this tavern. Caught in the crossfire of the two factions' tension, Karen felt utterly bewildered. He found himself in a difficult position, unable to offend either side. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. Glancing at Churchill, he quickly smiled and said, Old Churchill, you come here without letting me know. The wine you wanted is ready. What do you think? Am I a good friend? The wine is truly brewed. You have saved me a great deal. Churchill, ever shrewd, swiftly shifted his focus from the Naga to the matter of wine. What wine? Is it good? Silverhammer interjected eagerly. None of your business. Have the weapons for the Lion clan been completed? Karen aimed to redirect their attention away from the dwarf's intrusion. The 3 weapons? I finished them in half a morning. I've been resting for 3 days now. If you fail to procure the materials for the awakened spear, that is not my concern, the dwarf replied gruffly, noticing the approaching Naga and abruptly leaping onto a nearby table, engaging in a raucous drinking spree with the crocodilians. Karen held a fondness for Silverhammer's character and produced 10 bottles of crimson flame poison wine, handing them to Churchill with a grin. What do you think? Just 10 bottles, not a drop more. Not a drop less. However, upon seeing the bottles, Churchill did not exhibit his usual joy. Instead, he appeared somewhat agitated. Kid, don't try to fool me. You didn't only brew 10 bottles, did you? I must remind you that the exclusive rights to sell the crimson flame poison wine belong entirely to me. Do not dare breach our contract. Cunning as ever, Karen sighed inwardly, replying, How could I ever breach a contract? Indeed, that is not the only batch. There are a couple more bottles, but you can rest assured. I am not selling them. They are for my followers. As you can see, my current strength is limited, and I have no powerful followers to rely on. Churchill observed the 3 lions and the ice bear warrior, nodding in agreement. Indeed. If they can evolve, they will be of great assistance to you. I will let this slide this time, but do not attempt to keep secrets in the future. Evolve? What wine can induce evolution? The Naga inquired eagerly, eyeing the red and green crimson flame poison wine in Churchill's possession. None. That ability is beyond the reach of mere mortals. Only the gods can facilitate such transformations. Karen hastily deflected. Then you just mentioned their evolution. Little Lich, do not lie in front of the Naga warned, as they revered the god of truth and could sense deception. Could it be that what you hold is the crimson flame poison wine? Maria hesitantly asked. Upon receiving no response from Karen, she suddenly burst with excitement. The Temple of Light received news half a month ago that a potion capable of advancement has begun circulating throughout the continent. We are tasked with finding its source, and to think it originates from this tavern. Truly, the blessings of the God of Light are upon me. Dear sister, can you not be so overly excited? Realizing Maria's intentions, Karen understood the implications. If she were to inform the Temple of Light, he would gain notoriety, but it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. The Crimson Flame poison wine has already been fully purchased by Churchill, and its monthly production is limited. Do not harbor dreams of significant advancements. Even achieving the first evolution is remarkable, and I believe that with your enhancements, a second evolution is entirely possible. Once that occurs, the nightmare of our inability to break through will finally be shattered. Maria envisioned the glorious day she would transform from a priestess into a high priestess. Chapter 21. The Incomprehensible Tavern. As soon as Maria finished speaking, not only the Naga but even the most simple-hearted Minotaur could no longer contain themselves. The prospect of acquiring a potion capable of inducing the first evolution from such a tavern was too enticing to resist. They would do anything to secure a couple of bottles to take back with them. Life on the Orc continent, where the beast folk resided, was fraught with hardship. Each day, they battled against nature, toiling diligently and enduring arduous hunts. Yet many still succumbed to death, for no other reason than the stark scarcity of formidable individuals within the tribe. The conditions required to birth such power demand not only rigorous training, but also the blessings of the temple. However, those who can meet these prerequisites are exceedingly rare. Tyrell's crimson eyes fixated on the fiery poison wine in Churchill's grasp, longing to seize it at once. Karen, this is your territory. My safety must be assured, Churchill proclaimed, his arrogance palpable, flanked by croc warriors and legitimate human mages, whose strength dwarfed that of the adventurers' party. Yet, at this moment, he appeared somewhat fatigued. Was it possible that Karen's gaze had shifted to Nalga Loden's face, observing her triumphant demeanor? Did she share a different fate with Churchill? The tavern was in disarray, and although Karen still possessed some stock, it was reserved for Camero and his companions, who had stood by him through life and death, with Camero having rescued him from the clutches of a man-eater. Regardless, 5 bottles of fiery poison wine could never be relinquished to them. Churchill, grant me half of the fiery poison wine, Donlu stated bluntly, striding directly to Churchill and unceremoniously claiming 5 bottles into her embrace. This audacious act left Karen utterly astonished. Were these two not the same individuals who had just moments ago been on the brink of confrontation? It was as though a lamb had encountered a mother tiger. Furthermore, this was not Churchill's typical demeanor. He would usually cling to even a single gold coin with relentless tenacity. Yet now, it seemed as if what Nalga had taken was merely a pile of dung. Donlu, I implore you, this is reserved for the royal city. You cannot take it. It was a rare sight to witness Churchill in such despair, kneeling before Nalga and fervently pleading. Old Bull, what exactly is the relationship between Donlu and Churchill? Just moments ago, it seemed they would have preferred to strangle each other. Karen inquired of the Minotaur, perplexed by this sudden shift. What can it be? It's merely family affairs, the Minotaur replied, his gaze fixed on the fiery poison wine in Churchill's possession. Still yearning for it, his massive head bore no inclination to engage with Karen, as his thoughts were consumed with plans to acquire the remaining 5 bottles. He casually remarked, Donlu is the fiancée of that human. Fiancée? The revelation was shocking. Who would have thought that Churchill and Donlu were bound in matrimony, and that they fortuitously encountered one another in his necromancer tavern? Such a twist of fate was indeed unparalleled. Donlu hails from a prominent family in the Caribbean deep sea. While Churchill has close ties with the royal family of the Puppet Empire, the marriage between the two families was orchestrated by their respective clans, Maria explained gently, although such a union was not of their own choosing. The immense power of both empires left no room for dissent. Karen now understood that Donlu was indeed from a noble lineage of the deep sea, while Churchill was merely a slave trader. The disparity in their statuses was monumental. No wonder Donlu dared to seize items from Churchill. My dear ancestor, if you truly desire it, simply ask Karen for it, I assure you. This lad is quite shrewd and possesses ample stock. Churchill inadvertently shifted the entire burden onto Karen. As he surveyed the multitude of fiery eyes fixed upon him, as if they wished to devour him whole, Karen nervously chuckled. Ladies and gentlemen, I genuinely have nothing left, and even if I were to concoct something, I lack the appropriate materials. Materials. The Minotaur's face suddenly twisted into a grin as he inquired, if you have the materials, can you brew it? Speak up. What materials do you require? Our adventurers' party has quite a stockpile, Maria chimed in, eager to partake. Karen, if you assist us in brewing 2 bottles, consider the weapon materials of your followers as mine, and I shall also gift you a fine elven bow crafted by the elves themselves, the dwarf proposed, scratching his great beard and offering an enticing deal. Faced with the multitude of eager eyes upon him, Karen had no choice but to relent, listing the required materials one by one. Within moments, a significant portion of the materials lay spread upon the tavern table. The rare poison tail adventurers party had managed to provide 3 items, a testament to their extensive travels. Poor Karen, having just emerged from the laboratory, found himself compelled to return, albeit with a hint of fatigue. However, if what the dwarf claimed were true, the weaponry for the lion and ice bear warriors would indeed be secured, not to mention the hefty bounty of meat that the Minotaur had brought him. Old bull. This unexpected harvest from the Ogre Canyon might just elevate your little cub into a legendary Minotaur, the dwarf exclaimed, as though the fiery poison wine were already within his grasp, his spirits considerably lifted. Indeed. Soon there will be 2 more silver dwarves in the Greystone Mountains, so be sure to treat me to a hearty drink, the Minotaur replied. Rest assured, not only will you be well fed, but I shall also personally embed magic stones into your armor. When the time comes for the human mages to enchant it, you will be the first warrior in our party to don magical armor. The dwarf, now overly jovial, turned to Maria with a grin. Maria, how do you intend to utilize the potion plan? I recall you are yet unmarried. It wouldn't be for the sake of a certain someone, would it? The immediate response was a radiant glow of purification. Accompanied by Maria's flushed cheeks. As for Nalga, having already procured 5 bottles from Churchill, she remained unconcerned about Karen's ability to successfully brew them. Meanwhile, the dual-scythe croc warrior felt a growing discomfort. When materials were mentioned earlier, he had none to contribute, and without any advantages of his own, should Karen emerge with the goods and subsequently refuse to share, it would result in considerable loss. The situation was further complicated by 2 younger warriors observing, as failing to deliver to the clan chief would spell disaster. Steeling himself, he resolved to present Karen with a few materials upon his return. A tea present. The most vexed was undoubtedly Churchill, who had been deprived of 5 bottles by his fiancée. His own stock insufficient to negotiate with the aristocracy of the puppet empire. Moreover, Karen owed him a substantial sum of gold coins as a form of payment, but with so many eyes watching him intently, he pondered whether he should emerge and offer a taste of sweetness. On top of that, Churchill's headache was compounded by the fact that an adventurer party had knowledge of the origins of the fiery poison wine, which included a priest of light. The Holy Light Court was a formidable force among humans, should they come seeking him and demand the relinquishment of the rights to the fiery poison wine. Vast fortunes would vanish before his eyes. Maria, this tavern is truly remarkable. Beyond its exquisite wines, it also boasts unique potions capable of evolution. I hear Karen is an alchemist, capable of crafting the long-lost teleportation array. Should we not consider establishing one? Nalga's voice was soft, yet each word sent chills down Churchill's spine. Indeed, your proposal is excellent. This tavern is nothing short of extraordinary, destined to gain renown across the continent. Furthermore, Churchill sells a bottle of fiery poison wine for a mere 50 gold coins. Such a price is exceedingly low, Maria exclaimed with the glee of a child. If we could collaborate with the Light headquarters, it would be even better. At that moment, Churchill laughed, thinking her a fool. That lad, Karen, was far more cunning than he. They remained oblivious to the true nature of the Holy Light Court. Maria had inadvertently aided Churchill greatly. The girl was simply too naive. The tavern concealed a myriad of wonders, completely reshaping the adventurer's perception of Karen. He was indeed the most enigmatic necromancer, and even without guild certification, his immense capabilities commanded respect, particularly his unique talent for potion refinement. 3 days swiftly passed. With ample materials at his disposal, Karen could brew with confidence. Fortuitously, the goddess of luck smiled upon him, as a single poison tail yielded 20 bottles of fiery poison wine. This indicated that the poison source provided by the adventurers was far superior to that of the scorpion tail lion, and the other materials were of greater finesse as well. Emerging from the laboratory, Karen found the tavern unchanged, with the patrons seemingly unmoved over the past 3 days. All eyes were eagerly fixed on the upper floor, and upon catching sight of Karen, smiles erupted among them. Especially from the Minotaur, who wasted no time in delivering a hearty embrace. With a broad grin, he exclaimed, "Mine." Karen was momentarily taken aback by the Minotaur's exuberance, but soon returned the smile, placing 2 vials of red and green potion into the Minotaur's massive palms, cautioning, "This substance is toxic. Do not be alarmed when the time comes to use it." "Ha ha, fear not. We will have a shaman present during consumption, ensuring they do not perish," the old bull replied, his good-natured demeanor endearing Karen further, and he chose not to elaborate. If he were to reveal the necessity of entering a state of feigned death during the process, the Minotaur would likely find it hard to believe. Chapter 22 The Testimony of the God of Light. Karen, what about mine? Maria relinquished her previous reserve, though it was somewhat embarrassing for a cleric to ask for such a thing. All could be overlooked in the face of the miraculous crimson flame poison. Rest assured, everyone in the adventurer's party receives their share. Consider it a reward for your hospitality, Karen said with a smile, handing 2 potions to Maria. As the dual spear crocodile warrior reached the dwarven silver hammer, he paused, drawing 3 vials from his waist and presenting them. This is your recompense for the past few days. No, you have given me too much. We dwarves are the most honorable of races. We cannot accept favors from others, Silverhammer replied solemnly, though the glimmer of possessiveness in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. Master, this is what you have earned. Do you truly believe that the craftsmanship of a dwarf is worth merely a few bottles of inferior rum? Karen observed Silverhammer's reluctance to be persuaded and continued, if you feel you have received too much, then provide me with some materials. I am an alchemist, and materials are far more valuable than gold. Heh, lad, you speak wisely. From this day forth, you shall be a friend of Silverhammer, the dwarf said, attempting to pat Karen on the shoulder, only to find him too short. Chuckling nervously, he produced a massive copper shield, introducing it. This is a copper shield from an ogre, indestructible. I noticed your ice bear leader lacks a suitable one, so consider it a gift for him. O'Neill, why aren't you thanking the master? Karen shouted, prompting O'Neill to scamper over, drooling in anticipation. From the moment the copper shield appeared, O'Neill's eyes sparkled with desire. Upon hearing it was for him, he could hardly contain his excitement as he grasped the shield. Intricate divine runes adorned its surface, and amidst the engravings, one could discern traces of copper tarnish. This shield was not forged by dwarves, but was an ancient weapon from the era of the gods. While its specific powers remained unknown, such weapons shared a common trait. They were exceedingly robust and impervious to damage. With this copper shield, O'Neill felt transformed into a mobile fortress, unassailable. Master, your gift is overwhelmingly generous. Look how O'Neill is on the verge of tears, Karen remarked, oblivious to O'Neill's fervent thoughts, simply exchanging pleasantries as he awaited materials in return. Noticing Karen's inexperience with weaponry, Silverhammer felt somewhat disheartened, having hoped for some praise. However, it was somewhat understandable. Throughout history, who had ever seen a blacksmith of Lich descent? With a self-deprecating chuckle, Silverhammer produced a slender, withered mandrake vine, stating, "This is a dead mandrake vine, unable to be revived. I hope you can concoct a superior potion from it." Mandrake vine, such a rare specimen. It was said that during the era of the gods, mandrake vines were the favorites among deities, and their flowers possessed an array of incredible abilities. Silverhammer's willingness to part with it surprised Karen greatly. "Thank you, Master, your generosity will not go unnoticed by Saladin," he replied, referring to the god of forging, whom the dwarves revered. "Karen, I have here a silver swordfish. While it has no other use, it can gather moisture from the air to create rain. I noticed your realm lacks a climate, and the black soil requires irrigation. I hope this silver swordfish proves helpful." The crocodile tribesman Mond presented a small aquarium, within which a long, silver fish lay sleeping. Although Karen had little experience, he discerned that the silver swordfish was magically sealed within, capable of inducing rainfall, a feat likely only achievable by the sea folk. Could this silver swordfish be a marine beast? "Thank you for your generosity. The sea god shall bless you," Karen said earnestly. He had resolved a significant dilemma. His realm was enclosed and devoid of a stable climate, akin to a stagnant pool of water. If rain could be produced, it would greatly enhance the water cycle within his domain. Stirring the stagnant situation, with this silver swordfish, he would need to establish a lake within the elk realm. Since you have all been so generous, I cannot be stingy," Maria chuckled softly, presenting a radiant gem. "This is a holy light stone, a gift from the god of light. It will provide the necessary illumination for your realm, allowing your plants to bask in the presence of light. This gift is too precious. I cannot accept it," Karen promptly declined. He had heard of the holy light stone's renown, rumored to be the tears of the god of light, but that was mere myth. In truth, the holy light stone was a gem mined from the mountains, undergoing a transformation from years of sun exposure, thus radiating light. Its use was singular, yet it was considered a divine gift by the Church of Light, maintaining a high price on the continent. Among humans, owning a holy light stone was a symbol of status for nobility. Of course, Merely 2 potions are insufficient to exchange for a holy light stone. Maria cleared her throat. You must agree to one condition. What condition? I hope it is not too unreasonable, Karen replied, though he understood the importance of light to the elk realm. Assist me in constructing a small-scale teleportation circle, along with the Church of Light. Maria looked intently at Karen. Impossible, Karen retorted without a moment's thought, prompting a chuckle from Churchill, who found the situation amusing. Aligning with the Church of Light is hardly a wise endeavor. Do you not desire the holy light stone? Maria questioned incredulously, unable to fathom why someone would refuse her offer. In the continent, anyone would go to great lengths to establish even the slightest connection with the church. I desire it, yet I will not barter my freedom, Karen exhaled, stating, if you wish to establish the teleportation circle, I may agree, but only with your adventuring party, and you must swear not to allow the church to use it. Impossible. I am a member of the church. My duty is to serve the church, Maria exclaimed. Frustrated. Then there is no way forward. We have enjoyed our time together, and I do not wish to disrupt this atmosphere. Once the rainy season concludes, we shall part ways, Karen replied, unwilling to invest further effort in persuading her. As lecturing a cleric was akin to a mouse competing in a hole. Calm down. Is there not a sense of camaraderie in business? Churchill interjected hastily, though internally he reveled in the unfolding drama. Once you part ways, you will not know where Karen has run off to. With my teleportation circle, the business of crimson flame poison will remain mine. Maria observed Churchill's unwelcome interference and suddenly regained her composure. Smiling softly, very well, I accept your terms. We shall establish the teleportation circle for our adventuring party. Secretly, Maria thought to herself that once the teleportation circle was in place, who could truly restrict its use? Excellent. However, I require your oaths that the teleportation circle shall be utilized solely by the 5 of you, and I will only permit its use by the 5 of you. You must not employ external forces to alter the teleportation circle, nor allow other factions to interfere, Karen stipulated. What do you mean by this, Karen? Maria's tone rose sharply, questioning him. Simply put, I am aware of the immense power the Church of Light wields. There are numerous experts in teleportation circles among them. This is purely a matter of self-preservation, especially for you. Maria. I wish for you to swear in the name of the God of Light that should you betray this contract, you shall be reduced to a tavern slave. Impossible. The God of Light would never agree to that. Maria shouted in exasperation. I am aware, which is why I require your oath. You are beautiful, and I could use a capable tavern mistress. Karen's words were pointed. Are you mocking me? You wicked lich. Maria's gaze turned frigid, her magic wand gathering power. Maria, stop. This is not your domain to act recklessly, the Minotaur interjected, addressing Karen. Your request is not unreasonable. I, Tiru, swear by the god of war that I shall only use the teleportation circle myself. Should I break this oath, I willingly accept becoming a tavern slave. I, Mond, swear by the name of the sea cucumber that I too will uphold this oath. By Saladin, the great dwarf pledges to honor this vow. O sea god. Your servant Naga vows to adhere to this collective oath. The 4 of them completed their oaths and turned to Maria. I, Maria, in the name of the God of Light, swear that I alone shall use Karen's teleportation circle, and I shall not allow external forces to disrupt or utilize it. Should I violate this oath, I willingly accept becoming a tavern slave. As Maria's words fell, a brilliant light suddenly erupted before them, forming a golden document that split into 6 beams, each entering the foreheads of the 6 individuals. Before anyone could comprehend the phenomenon, all traces of it vanished. The testimony of the God of Light. Maria stammered, her voice trembling. Only she understood the significance of the recent event. Casting a glance at Karen, she chose to remain silent, for this was the most sacred of oaths. Instances of triggering such an event were exceedingly rare. To think it occurred within this tavern was truly remarkable. Chapter 23, A substantial lone little lich. Are you satisfied now? Maria fumed, for the testimony of the God of Light was an unbreakable vow. Should it be violated, one would incur the wrath of the God of Light, and a lifetime of faith would be cast aside. I beg your pardon, everyone, but I must consider my own safety. Now that we have entered into a pact, we are friends from this moment forward. Karen, not wishing to offend Maria, was acutely aware of her volatile nature. The terms of their agreement were not particularly harsh, they merely served as a binding guideline. As long as they adhered to it, no punishment would befall them. Brother Nyo, may I discuss a matter with you? What is it? Speak freely. As long as it is within my power, I shall not refuse, replied the Minotaur. Ever generous, leaving Karen uncertain of how to broach the subject. I wish to procure the materials for your adventuring party. As you know, I am an apothecary, and the supplies I require are considerable. If you trust me, I would be more than willing to purchase them from you. Sensing Maria's rising ire, Karen hurriedly added, "Rest assured, I will not take your goods without compensation. I can pay in gold or offer you unique products from my stock." Unique products. If you merely offer the red flame poison wine, you will find it unpalatable for our team, Maria retorted coldly, still miffed about the earlier pledge. Fear not, for I possess an abundance of fine goods. I plan to establish a grand counter within the castle of the Elk space to display the new products from the tavern to as my friends. You will have direct access to place orders at the counter, Karen suddenly mused. With the newly established teleportation circle alongside Churchill and the Minotaur's adventuring party, he envisioned the potential to forge teleportation connections with trustworthy companions. This would allow him to showcase his research and, with the adventuring party's assistance, procure rare materials. Karen, do you recall that I have exclusively contracted all the red flame poison wine? How could you possibly transfer it without my consent? Churchill questioned, a hint of irritation in his voice. Rest assured, I never go back on my word. The red flame poison wine shall not appear at the counter. Everything displayed there in the future will be products of my own creation, potions, alchemical goods, puppets, or even undead creatures. Trust me, the items at the counter will not leave you regretting your choice, Karen assured Churchill, although the red flame poison wine could yield him a fortune in gold. Maintaining a good rapport with Churchill was far more valuable. You certainly have the capability, do you not? I find that hard to believe, Maria scoffed. If you doubt me, feel free to avoid the teleportation circle. I plan to feature wines and a newly developed luminescent liquor at the counter. To express my gratitude for the contributions of the dwarf Silverhammer to the tavern, I will brew a high-proof spirit available for order, Karen continued. Karen, you truly are a friend to the dwarves. I cannot fathom why someone as talented as you would choose to become a lich. You must have been a subject of Saladin in your previous life, Silverhammer exclaimed, his excitement almost overwhelming. Karen, it's not that I doubt your abilities, but developing new products requires an immense amount of gold. Your ideas are promising, but where will you acquire the necessary funds? Maria seized the opportunity to deride Karen. Fear not, I shall find the gold, Karen acknowledged. Fully aware that gold was his Achilles heel, and Maria's scrutiny was razor-sharp. Karen, I find your proposition intriguing. I am willing to invest 30,000 gold coins to assist you in constructing the castle. What do you think? No sooner had Karen finished speaking than Churchill replied with a smile. However, I would like priority ordering rights for the items at the counter. Churchill had discerned that while Karen possessed talent, his production capacity was limited. The items displayed would merely serve as samples, and to satisfy all orders was an impossible feat. By securing priority for all goods, he could resell them on the mainland for a substantial profit. Churchill, you are not the only one with wealth here. I am willing to lend Karen 100,000 gold coins to establish the relationship between our sea tribe and him, Naga Ludden declared, placing a bag of gem coins on the table, 10 coins, each equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. Gazing at the 100,000 gold coins before him, Karen was tempted but sensed that there was more to Ludden's offer. As expected, Ludden laid out his condition. Karen, my request is simple. I hope you can assist me with any special research that arises. Though Karen was unaware of what special research entailed, he surmised it must be a challenging endeavor. He accepted the 100,000 gold coins without hesitation, knowing he could fulfill this condition. I shall borrow 100,000 gold coins from Ludden. I shall lend you another 100,000 gold coins. Do you dare to accept? A suddenly cheerful voice chimed in. It was an irate Maria. State your terms. If it involves establishing a teleportation circle with the Church of Light, I will not require your gold, Karen replied coolly. I would not be so foolish. I merely require repayment within a year. Otherwise, you shall become my slave. What say you? Do you dare? Maria's tone dripped with mockery. 100,000 gold coins in a year is indeed a hefty sum. However, if I were to offer you 200,000, would you dare to become my tavern mistress? Karen teased, employing a classic provocation. You insult me, Maria shouted in anger. It appears you lack the courage, Karen maintained a serene smile, exuding gentlemanly composure. I am not afraid. Very well, let us wager. If you can indeed repay me 200,000 gold coins, I shall become your woman, Maria declared, her composure fraying, known for her poise. She found herself unable to control her temper in the presence of this lich. Maria, this is no trivial matter. Remember, He is a lich, the dwarves cautioned, finding the wager somewhat absurd. Silverhammer, why do you concern yourself with Maria's affairs? Our Maria is a grown woman now, and such beauty. If he can indeed acquire 200,000 gold coins within a year, wouldn't that be fortuitous? Besides, our family jewel, the bougainvillea, does enjoy a bit of excitement, Naga interjected, eager to stoke the flames of drama. Sigh, Karen, you have truly stirred up trouble. Maria is not only a priestess of the Church of Light but also the illustrious jewel of the bougainvillea family. Should you truly become entangled with her, you are destined to become a laughingstock across the continent. The Minotaur lamented. Karen contemplated retracting his statement, but the vow had already been made. To do so would render him Maria's slave. With 10 gem coins before him, he decisively pocketed them, grinning. Very well. Today I borrow 200,000 gold coins. A year from now, I shall return 300,000 with everyone present. Let this serve as a witness. Humph. Lich, prepare to become my slave, Maria huffed, her irritation palpable as she stormed out of the tavern. The adventuring party, sensing it was inappropriate to linger, followed her outside. Karen remained in the tavern, bidding farewell to Churchill before heading to the elk space. He retrieved a holy light stone and infused it with magic, watching it ascend slowly until it reached the top of the space, where it paused. After a few blinks, beams of light radiated down onto the floor, gradually tracing an elliptical path in the air. Look, what is that? A sun has appeared in the sky. Get lost, you know nothing. That is a holy light stone, a betrothal gift from grandmother to the Lord. Puffed. That is clearly a dowry. Within the Elk Tavern, news of Karen and Maria's affair spread quickly, though it became increasingly exaggerated. The Elk Beast men rejoiced at the sight of the light, some dashing about on land, while others lay on the ground, basking in the warmth. The entire space was soon engulfed in a sea of excitement, while Karen sat alone on a square stone, lost in thought, having borrowed 200,000. He realized that flipping it for a substantial profit would not be an easy task. Moreover, he had entirely relinquished control of the red flame poison wine to Churchill, which would not yield him any wealth. In this moment, he recognized the urgent need for innovative products. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the magical library at home, leaning against the solid stone wall as he retrieved Kamenlun's notes. Poring over them intently, the notes detailed a concept for a dark bomb man. If he could successfully develop it, it would undoubtedly generate significant wealth. Additionally, the notes contained an idea for a bloodthirsty potion, which, when consumed, would allow the user to absorb their opponent's energy to replenish their own. This unique potion had yet to be invented, and according to Kamenlun's design, mastery of bloodthirsty technique was essential, a knowledge passed down solely among the ogre shamans. Never grasped by outsiders. In the ogre-infested canyon, the presence of an ogre shaman was inevitable. Karen set his sights on capturing one from the ogre tribe. This plan was nothing short of audacious, given his current strength. Even the green-skinned ogres could easily overpower him, let alone the shaman, heavily guarded by their kin. Yet Karen found himself cornered, with the successful creation of the bloodthirsty potion promising limitless market potential. Chapter 24. Staking out the rainy season in the Ogre Canyon had arrived early. As the climate shifted, the sky seemed to have torn open, relentlessly pouring down rain. What should have been a fortnight of rain had extended to nearly 20 days without signs of clearing. Now, the entire canyon was submerged in water, prompting many fierce beasts residing there to seek higher ground. The cave occupied by the adventuring party had already endured multiple attacks from these predators. Since the last falling out with Maria, Karen has remained in the magical laboratory, a place rich in arcane knowledge, where he can clarify the doubts that plague his mind by cross-referencing with the Kamenlun journal. Although merely a fortnight has passed, Karen's entire demeanor has undergone a remarkable transformation. Knowledge is indeed power. If Karen was once a mere dwarf of wisdom, he has now finally opened his eyes to the vastness of magical prowess in the world beyond. His grasp of the essence of magic has begun to take shape. During this time, the Minotaur Turu arrived, bringing newly hunted beast meats to Doran in exchange for some fine rum, with Maria's presence acting as a barrier. The adventuring party dared not approach Karen too closely. However, there is good news. The lion Kamenlun and the ice bear O'Neill have consumed the scarlet flame poison and successfully undergone their transformation. Achieving the 4th tier, Kamenlun now appears as though wrapped in gold, his golden chest fur and limbs radiating power. Upon evolving to a 4th tier warrior, Kamenlun's eyes have transformed from their original dark brown to a striking gold, a mark of the lion tribe's evolution. Now wielding a crescent-shaped blade forged by dwarven silver, he is more than capable of sweeping through the ogre tribe of little gu.as for the Ice Bear O'Neill. There are no notable changes apart from the shedding of his lengthy fur, which has regrown as a collection of small curls, each containing a tiny ice crystal at its core. While Karen cannot fully comprehend this, O'Neill raises his sharpened spear, and within seconds, a sphere of freezing energy coalesces at its tip. When launched into the air, it lands 100 feet away, freezing the ground within a 5-meter radius. The freezing spear is a natural gift of the Ice Bear tribe, awakening only in those warriors of exceptional vigor. To Karen's surprise, O'Neill has garnered the favor of the war god with merely his first advancement. Karen has dissolved the pact with the lion and Ice Bear. However, the lion has not departed, for his wise gaze has already perceived the potential within Karen. Returning to Rhine Town would render him an unnamed lion. But by remaining here, the wealth and resources available would allow for continuous growth. Thus, he swore an oath to become Karen's follower. To honor Kamenlun's determination, Karen appointed him as the leader of the First Legion. Although presently, this legion comprises only 7 members, the Ice Bear warrior also has no intention of leaving. The living conditions here far surpass those of the snow-capped highlands. Moreover, he wishes to return to the Snow Mountain tribe to migrate his people here. With the elk space spanning 1,000 miles, only occupied by the elk orc tribe, he understands clearly that the sooner they enter, the more resources they can secure, placing a tome of magical epics on the shelf. He marveled at the wonders of the magical world, chuckling softly. The rain in the Ogre Canyon has intensified, and if it continues, a month could be wasted. Karen, eager to seek opportunities, does not wish to wait any longer. This torrential downpour presents a challenge for him, but he knows the ogres will fare no better. With a smile, he summoned Kamenlun and the others, exiting the tavern. What's this? Can't hold it in any longer. I do hope this rain lasts until next year. Maria's tone dripped with mockery. For 5th-tier powerhouses like them, venturing outside could be fatal, let alone for a mere uncredentialed necromancer. Karen, it's unwise to go out now. This is the most perilous time in the Ogre Canyon. The waters are teeming with beasts, and even magical creatures lurk about. The canyon has turned into a massive torrent, Tira warned anxiously, though he hesitated to voice his concerns in light of Maria's somber demeanor. Rest assured, I shall be fine. For the future tavern mistress, this risk is worth taking, Karen replied with a calm smile, instructing O'Neill to launch the newly crafted vessel into the canyon's river. The elk orc's craftsmanship is commendable. They've constructed a raft from the branches of carnivorous flowers and inflated it with animal hides, providing significant buoyancy and stability. Tiru, I will seal the teleportation array for this journey. We may not meet for some time. Take care. Karen performed a formal farewell gesture, the Grim Reaper salute. Karen, be cautious. I hope to see you again, Tira said, giving Karen a hug before slowly retreating into the depths of the cave. The river in the canyon flowed swiftly, and with most of Karen's party being poor swimmers, maneuvering the animal hide raft proved challenging. However, drifting downstream saved considerable effort. This deluge has wreaked havoc on many creatures. Weakened birds often lack the strength to remain aloft, plummeting from the heights and splashing into the water. Meanwhile, those beasts that lay in wait simply bask in the flow, feasting on nature's bounty. That's a bamboo viper, highly venomous, Kamenlun warned, pointing to a slender, emerald snake that had devoured a bird 10 times its size. Master, be cautious. I see a tiger-toothed crocodile approaching. Everyone, stay alert, Kamenlun cautioned. O'Neill, wielding his spear charged with icy energy, stood ready, but the tiger-toothed crocodile, aware of the Ice Bear's might, retreated into the depths. Master, we can't linger in the water. There are too many predators. We must find higher ground, Kamenlun suggested, scrutinizing the caves on either side for signs of ogres. Unfortunately, apart from the sin of fierce beasts, there were no traces of ogres to be found. Master, 3,000 meters ahead. There is a vast platform, and I see numerous figures moving about. The centaur Stephen quietly reported, gesturing towards the shadows in the distance. Everyone be careful. I can faintly see flickering flames. There must be a tribe nearby, Karen warned in a low voice. The animal hide raft sped swiftly, covering great distances in mere moments. They drew closer. The scene became clearer. A group of green-skinned ogres stood on alert in the rain, their deep voices echoing in the air. It's the ogre tribe. Master, our luck is indeed fortuitous, Stephen exclaimed, steering the raft toward the shore. Let us hope it's a two-headed ogre tribe, for only such tribes harbor ogre shamans. Everyone stay alert. We must avoid drawing their attention. Our primary goal is to capture a shaman while minimizing conflict with the tribe, Karen cautioned quietly, glancing at Stephen. You stay here and guard the raft. If trouble arises, retreat immediately. Don't worry, master. I'll take good care of myself, the centaur nodded, dragging the raft into a thicket, effectively camouflaging himself beneath it. Huh. Who would have thought a four-legged creature could master such skills? Master, let me take charge of him for my legion. Soon, my legion will have scouts, the lion laughed heartily. Kamenlun. The finest scouts hail from our eagle tribe in the snow mountains. If you need them, I can recruit a unit to join our lion bear legion, O'Neill chimed in. I recall the eagle tribe is even harder to please than our own lion tribe. Can you manage them? Kamenlun frowned, imagining the eagle tribe's haughty demeanor. Can you both keep your voices down? We can discuss the legion later. Whoever captures an ogre shaman will earn the right to procure slaves next time. Worth 50,000 gold coins, Karen interjected, unable to endure their rising volume. Master, you keep your word, Kamenlun remarked, glancing at his legion, which comprised only his two brothers. As the white bear, the deputy legion leader, understood the implications of 50,000 gold coins for slave procurement. He shot a glance at Karen and plunged into the rain, eager to seize the opportunity. Observing his followers set off on their own, Karen couldn't help but chuckle. There was no alternative. The lion tribe was known for their steadiness, and he had no fear of them causing trouble. As for the ice bear warriors, they possessed ample capability to fend off any ogres. Karen crouched low and stealthily followed in the footsteps of the ice bears. Chapter 25. Shaman Jejelinmu. Water droplets occasionally fell from the damp leaves, chilling to the bone. The dim light provided an excellent environment for Karen and his party to remain concealed, while the rhythmic sound of the rain muffled their movements. Kamenlun ventured deeper into the mountains, determined to secure the 50,000 gold coins for slave procurement. Meanwhile, Karen led O'Neill and the ice bear warriors, hiding in a small hollow. The rainwater trickled down, forming a small stream that flowed into the depths of the canyon. Sheltering beneath a large banana leaf to escape the inclement weather, Karen noted that this year's rainy season had been particularly bountiful. It had been nearly a month without a sign of clear skies. Having squatted in place for 2 days, he had only consumed some stale bread, without a morsel of hot food. In this span, Karen had discerned the realities of the ogre tribe halfway up the mountain. A small tribe of 300 ogres was led by a two-headed ogre chief, and within the tribe resided 2 shamans, one named Jejelinmu, responsible for the tribe's sacrificial rituals, and another, the tribal shaman, adept in the ogre race's innate abilities and fire rituals. Gregory is the most suitable candidate. As a shaman, he has dedicated his life to the study of spells, though not as formidable as an ogre. He is indispensable, especially since the ogre tribe lacks a healer. Consequently, Gregory must also learn some herbalism to tend to the injuries of his fellow tribesmen. Karen has set his sights on Gregory primarily because he ventures into the dense forest on the mountainside every half-day in search of medicinal herbs. In such dire circumstances, high fever is a common affliction across all races, claiming the lives of 30% of beings on the continent each year. When high fever strikes a tribe, it instills terror among its members. Due to over 2 weeks of continuous rainfall in the canyon, even the ogre's robust constitution cannot withstand the onslaught of high fever. At least a dozen ogres in the tribe have fallen ill, and Karen suspects that the tribe's leader, the two-headed ogre, has also contracted the fever. In ogre tradition, should a high fever arise, ordinary ogres are swiftly executed. Observing Karen's stakeout for the past 2 days, Gregory has made multiple trips into the forest, demonstrating the gravity of the situation within the tribe. My lord, that shaman has gone into the forest again. Are we just going to sit here? O'Neill's bear-like head leaned in. Having spent 2 days huddled in a small hollow, his spear almost growing moldy from lack of use. Why sit idle? I haven't had a warm drink in 2 days. You take a brother and flank him from behind while I lead our men up the front. We shall encircle him. Remember, there are 2 yellow-skinned ogres. Be discreet when dealing with them, Karen whispered. Gregory holds a significant position within the tribe, always accompanied by 2 yellow-skinned ogres on his mountain excursions. I miss warm water too, my lord. May I propose something? O'Neill, with his innocent demeanor, inquired without taking action. Speak quickly. We have no time for idle chatter. Karen, weary from the oppressive weather, was not in the mood for pleasantries. It's nothing serious. If I manage to capture that shaman alive, could you assist me in selecting a bride? O'Neill's massive bear head seemed to blush a deep crimson. A bride? Why the sudden interest? Karen was bewildered by O'Neill's thoughts, pondering if he had transformed into a lovesick bear. To be frank, beyond the Ogre Canyon lies the frozen plateau of the Beast Men, where my tribe resides. Lissa and I grew up together, but I was captured and enslaved when I ventured out. If I capture that shaman, could I marry Lissa? Upon hearing about this childhood romance, Karen chuckled to himself, realizing that this ice bear had a softer side. He pounded his chest and assured, "Rest assured. Once we capture this shaman, we'll promptly leave the Ogre Canyon and make a trip to the frozen plateau. Whether you can marry her will depend on her consent." "Thank you, my lord. Just watch me. That little shaman won't escape," O'Neill declared, invigorated, charging into the forest without regard for stealth. His enormous form vanished in a few strides, and within moments, the clash of weapons echoed through the trees. "What a reckless fool," Karen sighed, hastily pursuing him. Upon arrival, he found O'Neill engaged in a fierce defense against two yellow-skinned ogres, wielding his spear with remarkable precision, despite the formidable attacks from thick-bone clubs aimed at O'Neill's head. He evaded them with fiery determination, countering with a series of thrusts aimed at the ogre's midsections. However, a peculiar turn of events unfolded. Instead of succumbing to his injuries, the ogre's wounds began to heal rapidly, as if a mysterious red energy was siphoning from O'Neill. Although he possessed the enchanted spear and had evolved, O'Neill appeared to grow weaker, his movements becoming noticeably sluggish. Bloodthirst. Karen suddenly realized the phenomenon at play. O'Neill was utilizing the Bloodthirst spell, draining vitality from his foes to replenish his own. Understanding this, Karen began to scour the forest for Gregory, and indeed, behind a massive tree, he spotted a diminutive ogre brandishing a bone staff. Muttering incantations, with a wave of the staff, a red light enveloped the yellow-skinned ogre. Gregory, recognizing the urgency, Karen knew he had to act swiftly. He exchanged glances with the ice bear warrior and silently commanded the ice spell. Launching an icy orb at Gregory's forehead, the orb struck true. Although the ice spell caused no harm, it formed a solid ice lump on Gregory's head. Coincidentally, due to the relentless rain, Gregory was inadvertently encased in ice. By the time the ice bear warrior arrived, the shaman had become a frozen statue. Karen could not allow Gregory to perish in the ice, so he quickly retrieved a flask from his pouch and handed it to Duin, calling for the moose orc shaman as a precaution. With this, he felt a slight sense of relief. Without the boost from the Bloodthirst spell, the two ogres stood no chance against O'Neill, who dispatched them within a few exchanges. Strange, Karen pondered. Furrowing his brow. It was odd that no ogres had rushed to aid their comrades. Peering through the dense foliage, he caught glimpses of ogres dashing about the tribe, yet none ventured into the mid-mountain thicket. Unwilling to delve deeper into this mystery, Karen led the ice bear warrior down the mountain, successfully capturing Gregory and completing their mission. "Cameron, you've returned." At the foot of the mountain, Cameron awaited them beside a raft made of animal hides. The three lions were drenched in sweat, and between them lay a feeble ogre sprawled on the ground. "My lord, how did it go?" The shaman of the ogres, worth 50,000 gold coins in slave procurement rights. Cameron laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by the blood trickling from his arm, while even the two lions behind him wore broad smiles, eyeing the fallen shaman. Understanding the situation, Karen realized why the ogre tribe had not rushed to their aid. Cameron had captured their chief shaman. With Gregory in hand and Cameron having seized the chief shaman, the entire ogre tribe was left devoid of shamans. The tribe without shamans is akin to a tiger stripped of its fangs, inevitable decay in the brutal competition of the canyon. Hearing the roars of anger echoing from the mountainside, Karen signaled to the centaurs to maneuver the raft toward the river's heart. The group boarded without looking back, making their escape, having stripped the ogres of their resources. They would be foolish not to retaliate. Sure enough, barely 100 meters into their flight, a two-headed ogre led a throng of tribesmen to the riverbank, bellowing in fury, with boulders the size of human heads hurtling towards Karen's raft. The swift river current proved too powerful. Before the stones could land in the water, Karen deftly maneuvered the raft around a bend, disappearing from sight. Chapter 26. Learning Bloodthirst in the desolate cave of the Ogre Canyon. A small tavern nestled within, occasionally erupting with boisterous laughter. "My lord, you promised me that any shaman would secure the 50,000 gold coin slave procurement rights. You cannot go back on your word." Cameron pointed at his catch, wearing an expression of entitlement. "But my lord, I captured the shaman you directed me to. This right should belong to me." The ice bear warrior protested vehemently, understanding the stakes involved. His status in the tavern was directly tied to this slave procurement, and his lineage was no less noble than that of the lions. Should he relinquish this opportunity, his standing would diminish, cementing the lion's dominance in the tavern hierarchy. "Enough. Cease your bickering. As long as he is a shaman, You possess the authority to procure 50,000 slaves and establish your legion, Karen remarked, casting a glance at O'Neill before continuing. O'Neill has performed admirably and also holds procurement rights. Your lordship's renown is unmatched. May the Grim Reaper bless you. Kamenlun chuckled heartily, delivering a swift kick to the ogre shaman, exclaiming, Awaken! If you do not rouse, I shall consume you. I am awake. I am awake, great lord of the Lion clan. Cruz has awakened. The shaman hastily knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. Yet, scarcely 5 seconds into his supplication, he collapsed weakly onto the earth. Rise. If you do not rise, I truly shall devour you. Kamenlun expressed his shame at the feebleness of his prey, drawing forth his whip and delivering a sharp crack. My lord, he suffers from a high fever and has now lost consciousness, Doyen stated, standing at a distance behind Karen. High fever. Karen furrowed his brow. Realizing why Gregor had repeatedly sought herbs in the dense forest, it was their chief shaman who had fallen ill, not the leader. Observing the unconscious Cruz, Karen's interest was piqued. Remarkably, Cruz had spoken in the common tongue of the continent. Despite the fact that ogres possessed their own unique language and rarely communicated with outsiders, the ogre before him, however, was fluent in the common tongue. This implied that he could potentially impart the bloodthirsty techniques to Karen. My lord, a high fever is not insurmountable. A restorative potion and the application of healing magic by a shaman will suffice. With adequate nourishment, he will recover in 3 to 5 days, Doyen, ever perceptive. Discerned Karen's thoughts at a glance. Then why did the ogre shaman venture into the mountains for herbs? Karen inquired, puzzled. If the remedy were so simple, why go to such lengths? He knew that many souls perished annually from high fever. What you may not know, my lord, is that only potion masters can concoct restorative potions, which the average tribe cannot afford. Moreover, healing magic is a gift from the war god. Only his favored can acquire it during evolution. There are fewer than 100 beings on the entire Beastman continent who possess healing magic, Doyen elucidated. Karen glanced at the nearby moose orc shaman that if Doyen's assertions were accurate, had he inadvertently stumbled upon a treasure? Doyen acted swiftly. With a light restorative potion and with the available shaman, less than half an hour passed before the unconscious ogre shaman, Cruz, awoke. I am not dead, Cruz remarked, observing the light above and feeling a gentle warmth. This place differed from the outside world, lacking the fresh air of nature. You were fortunate. You have encountered a great shaman, Karen replied with a faint smile. You saved me, Cruz whispered, but suddenly recalled something. Glaring at Karen with accusation, you are the ones who captured me from my tribe. Haha, it seems your recovery is progressing swiftly, Karen noted, recognizing the other's perceptiveness. I believe you are quite aware of your current predicament. A slave. Cruz's eyes reflected a tinge of sorrow. A rare expression for an ogre. You brought me from the ogre tribe and healed my fever. What is it that you desire from me? I appreciate conversing with intelligent individuals. Cruz. My request is simple. Teach me the bloodthirsty techniques. And in return, you shall enjoy the privileges of a commoner in the tavern, rather than being relegated to the status of a slave. A commoner? You would bestow a commoner's status upon an ogre. Cruz's eyes clouded with confusion. On the continent, ogres were the enemies of all races, preying upon any creature, even sentient beings, consuming them without hesitation. The fate of ogres was singular, to be enslaved, forever unable to rise again. In this tavern, I hold sway, and I know you possess the capability to thrive. With your efforts, you could fare even better than the average patron, Karen spoke softly. My tavern lacks a librarian. There are nearly 10,000 books on magic. I have traveled the continent. I am suited for this position. Cruz's eyes suddenly sparkled. Rising to his feet, I can impart the bloodthirsty techniques, but I require a statue of the god of savagery. The god of savagery? What deity is that? Karen furrowed his brow, having never heard of such a god among the pantheon. That was a deity from the time of the ancients. Our ancestor among the barbarians, Cruz reminisced. We barbarians are magic-resistant and unable to wield magic or cultivate fighting spirit. However, we can achieve formidable physical prowess through rigorous training and gain strength through continuous prayer. This is why sorcerers on the continent have never been able to learn the bloodthirsty techniques, for they are not magic, but a form of bloodline power. Bloodline power. Karen frowned, realizing that without Cruz's explanation, he would never have conceived of such a notion. Barbarians are descendants of the god of savagery, yet few remember this today. Over the ages, the once mighty barbarians have gradually faded from memory. To survive. Some have retreated into desolate lands, Others have integrated into various races, while we ogres have persisted in ancient tribal forms. Cruz's voice was thick, tinged with a subtle melancholy. Alas, our ogre tribe possesses too little intelligence. Only through evolution into two-headed ogres can we gradually attain wisdom. Thus, on the entire continent, we ogres are branded as embodiments of evil. It seems you have undergone evolution. Karen could distinctly sense the energy emanating from Cruz, that power within his bloodline. Indeed, I fortuitously acquired the power of the god of savagery and can control the bloodline. However, my strength is still too weak, far from that of a peak barbarian, that if you could assist me in constructing a temple, I would be able to teach you the power of the bloodline. Cruz's eyes flickered with undisguised thoughts. A tempest brewing within. Agreed. Karen nodded without hesitation. You are wise. The power of the bloodline is one of the greatest forces of ancient times. From this day forth, you shall be a barbarian. Cruz let a drop of blood fall upon Karen's brow, transforming into an axe-shaped sigil that gradually seeped in. Karen distinctly felt a torrent of energy surging within that blood, akin to a bomb poised to explode at any moment. He opened his eyes to gaze at Kamenlun. Gently pointing, a crimson light enveloped him, the bloodthirsty technique. You declare me a barbarian, Karen mused. The power of bloodlines can only be truly understood through experience. After a fleeting moment of joy, he posed a question. Indeed, only barbarians can harness the strength of their bloodlines. However, you are a foreign barbarian. Only I can bestow that identity upon you. Now, you can feel the power of your bloodline. And you may also learn magic, which shall serve as your reward for establishing the temple. Cruz, appearing considerably more composed, replied, Duin, select a vacant plot of land to erect a temple dedicated to the god of barbarians. And appoint Gijlinmood oversee all temple affairs. Karen then instructed Cruz, from this day forth, you shall be the custodian of the tavern's magical library. I trust you will manage my collection diligently. Grateful for the god of barbarians' blessing. Rest assured, your wisdom shall be rewarded. Cruz affirmed. Suddenly, Karen inquired. Cruz, I snatched you from your barbarian tribe. Surely they will face extinction. Oh, you not harbor resentment towards me. To which Cruz, devoid of any bitterness, generously imparted his understanding of the bloodline's application. Such is the way of barbarians. Without sacrifices, my tribe will rely on stronger tribes for survival. Fear not. The legacy of the barbarian tribes has endured for ages. They are not so easily extinguished, he stated with a calm smile. Bowing to Duin, I entrust the temple affairs to you. This is the master's command. I shall devote myself to it. Duin replied with a bow. From this moment onward, you are a member of the tavern. I hope your temple will attract more barbarians to join us. Chapter 27. Treated as prey, a new day invariably brings forth fresh hope. Life should always be viewed through a forward lens. The most classic phrases from Kamenlun's notes reveal that the deeper one delves into them, the higher one elevates their consciousness. These notes document not only Kamenlun's grand visions, but also his profound analyses of liches and his own character. Kamenlun, do your lionkin grow strong from the earth? Why is your strength so feeble? Karen bellowed, not for any particular reason, but because the weather in the gorge had just cleared, and he was eager to set forth. Yet, as fate would have it, the beast-skin raft became ensnared in a mire. Kamenlun was straining with all his might to extricate it. My lord, standing there without a care, you have no idea how this mud clings like a ravenous beast. Kamenlun huffed. A proud lion reduced to manual labor. If only we could summon a mammoth. That would make things much easier. That will not do. The mammoths are currently engaged in transporting stones for the construction of the barbarian temple. A mere raft should not require the strength of 3 lions to move. The entire Beastman continent would erupt in laughter if word of this spread, Karen replied, casually flipping through a tome on the origins of magic while urging the 3 lions onward. O'Neill mentioned that beyond the gorge lies a frozen plateau, home to a slave market. Should you fail to move it, not a single coin shall I part with. Please, my lord, that is rather harsh. Fear not, in half an hour, I guarantee you will be seated on the raft, Kamenlun retorted. Instantly invigorated by the prospect of losing gold, he exerted every ounce of strength, desperate to free the beast-skin raft. As Karen clutched the book on magical origins, he felt the power of his bloodline coursing through him. The concept of a bloodlust potion began to take shape in his mind, which required igniting the energy within his bloodline to create a miniature whirlpool of energy to draw from the opponent's blood. Though seemingly straightforward, the execution proved daunting. Karen could not perceive any energy fluctuations in ordinary blood. His only recourse lay in utilizing the blood of magical beasts as a foundation, allowing him to sense the magical currents to amplify the blood's potency. Coupled with some alchemical expertise, the bloodlust potion might very well come to fruition. Regrettably, he currently possessed not a single drop of magical beast blood, hence his urgency to exit the ogre gorge and reach the frozen plateau, where he might discreetly collect some magical beast blood and, crucially, procure slaves, as much of the territory remained desolate and in dire need of laborers. My lord, Master Bale has conveyed that he wishes to impart alchemy skills to you. I hope you can prepare accordingly. Duin emerged from the tavern, bearing unwelcome news. This was a requisite course for Karen. Ever since learning of Karen's wager with the heiress of the Zijingwa family, the old man could scarcely contain himself, personally arranging for Karen's alchemical training, focusing on a project known as the explosive bone arrow to secure a vast fortune in gold. Despite Karen's attempts to reassure the old man that gold was not a concern, he insisted on dedicating 2 hours each day to alchemy, and was resolute in his expectation that Karen would become a level 3 alchemist within 6 months, that a level 3 alchemist would be regarded as noble among the human race. One must concede that the old man was quite resolute in his determination. Alchemy is a discipline fraught with tedium, especially foundational operations, which are the epitome of monotony. Yet, it is an essential step toward becoming a great alchemist. Only through repeated practice can one master the nuances of every drop of the alchemical process. After enduring the drudgery of alchemical studies, Karen finally stepped outside for some fresh air, only to be met with a palpable tension. "My lord, we are being watched," Kamenlun said, wielding his curved moon blade, as the three formed a defensive triangle. Karen cast a frost armor upon himself. Any movement now could invite a fierce strike from an unseen adversary. Bang! The sound was akin to a bowstring being released, and in an instant, Kamenlun leapt, his blade slicing through the air in a crescent arc, followed closely by the 2 other lions, aiming to sweep through the space ahead. But what followed was the sound of dripping blood. One lion had been injured. Barely a moment had passed in their skirmish when one lion's arm appeared to have been pierced by a bullet, a small hole that, while not deep, was a direct passage through. "My lord, be cautious. It must be a magical beast," Kamenlun warned, his brow furrowing as he pinpointed the source of danger beneath the water. Though their exchange had been brief, the combined assault of the 3 lions had evidently inflicted harm upon their foe. The situation devolved into a standoff. At this juncture, Karen felt akin to prey, cornered much like he had once cornered Gij Linmu and the ogre tribe, having spent 2 days and nights capturing him, only now to find himself in a similar predicament. Bang! Another resounding echo reverberated through the air, and Karen's taut nerves relaxed momentarily. With the frost armor enveloping the 3 lions, he activated the bloodlust spell. Witnessing the lions' physique swell dramatically, their eyes blazing red, as Kamenlun's blade swept forward with renewed vigor. Clang! The blade struck its target, yet it ricocheted violently, as if colliding with steel. The once tranquil water surface now rippled with waves, revealing patches of black that began to rise ominously. Before long, these patches coalesced into a monstrous form, approximately 5 zhang in length, adorned with a mottled head, a slender tail, and scales glistening in the light. Its emerald eyes fixated on Karen and his companions, a water python, its skull crowned with sharp protrusions, from which sparks flickered ominously. To an outsider, the sight of a water python generating sparks might seem ludicrous. Yet at that moment, Karen found no amusement in the spectacle before him. This was a magical beast capable of wielding fire magic, while the extent of its power remained uncertain. Even the weakest magical beast possessed the strength of a level 5 warrior, and their ability to cast magic rendered them far more formidable than mere warriors. At this juncture, Karen had indeed become the prey. "My lord, have you ever encountered such a creature?" Kamenlun inquired, feeling a sense of helplessness. "Never. But it surely will not be easy to handle," Karen replied, stating the obvious. The sheer size of this creature was enough to crush them. "What folly has led you to provoke such a beast?" "Who could have known? Our raft was ensnared in the mud, and when I finally liberated it, this creature had already set its sights on us. I suspect that mire is its lair," Kamenlun lamented, wishing he had never desired that raft. "What dreadful misfortune," Karen sighed. He quickly instructed Kamenlun to prepare for battle. They could not retreat into the tavern, as allowing this creature entry would spell disaster for the entire area. They could not flee either, for the beast, being an aquatic creature, could easily outpace their raft. A flash of crimson light darted past, reminiscent of the first time Karen encountered such a hue. At this moment, he discerned that it was none other than the tongue of the water python. Hastily, Karen enveloped himself in a frost armor, followed by casting a freezing spell directly upon the serpent's tongue. The three-headed lion, clearly aware of the stakes of life and death, wielded its curved blade with a crescent arc, cleaving through the air thrice in swift succession, deftly evading the direct assault of the tongue. Cameron, pay attention. It seems this water python cannot venture onto land. Karen cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than a fireball began to coalesce between the creature's dual horns, swelling to the size of a basketball in less than half a second before hurtling towards him. The water python's fireball was formidable, far surpassing Karen's own fireball spell and potency. Karen suddenly threw himself to the ground just as the fireball detonated against the rocky terrain. Fortunately, the recent downpour had doused any potential for a raging inferno. Having narrowly escaped the first fireball, he could not withstand the second. This moment, Karen felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Was this truly a water python? One that spent its days submerged yet wielded fireballs with such ferocity? Fireballs held no sway in water, yet on land, they transformed into deadly weapons point one after another. The fireballs detonated near the tavern like hand grenades, and coupled with the sudden strike of the python's tongue, had it not been for the formidable prowess of the lionkin, Karen would have surely become the python's next meal. Chapter 28. The ice bear warrior is no easy prey. The fireballs, along with a tongue faster than an arrow, became the most terrifying weapons of the water python. This was Karen's first encounter with such a magical beast, and for a moment, he found himself devoid of any effective countermeasures. "My lord, it's bad. Cameron has been injured," a lion cried out in desperation, hastily administering a light healing potion to Cameron, revealing a small, finger-sized puncture in his chest. A careless moment had allowed the python's tongue to pierce through. Fortunately, the lionkin's heart lay sufficiently far from the chest cavity, mitigating any fatal threat. Yet, this left Karen's group without their most formidable combatant. "O'Neill, get your ass out here and summon the shaman," Karen shouted towards the tavern, realizing he had to gather all his strength to seize a slender chance of survival. "My lord, you called for me." O'Neill's massive form emerged from the tavern. Upon seeing the drenched Karen, he initially felt inclined to laugh, but his mirth vanished as he gazed at the water's surface. "The scaled fire beast," he exclaimed. "You recognize this magical beast?" Seeing O'Neill's expression, a flicker of hope ignited within Karen. Indeed, the scaled fire beast generally inhabits the upper reaches of canyons, where a dormant volcano allows it to absorb the volcanic energy for sustenance. That it may have been displaced here due to the onset of the rainy season, O'Neill explained, his demeanor showing signs of relaxation. "My lord, the scaled fire beast is considered a mild creature, drawing energy solely from the volcano and consuming fire magic stones. It poses no threat to other beings." "Mild? Just look at Cameron. He has nearly been turned into a sieve," Karen retorted, his gaze fixed on the monstrous creature in the water, feeling no trace of benevolence emanating from it. "My lord, you must have disturbed its slumber. The scaled fire beast is rarely active, which is why there are few fatalities at the canyon's entrance. However, should it be roused from its dreams, it can indeed be quite irritable," O'Neill remarked, observing the gaping holes in Cameron's body as if in amusement. "My lord need not worry. The scaled fire beast cannot come ashore. While it can maneuver in water, its power is significantly diminished. It favors magma lakes. If we can drag it ashore, its body will rapidly petrify." Petrification? A curse. Petrification was a form of curse, said to be mastered by the Medusa clan of the beast kin. It is not a curse, but a protective measure of the scaled fire beast. Once on land, its form becomes harder than refined gold, impervious to magical weapons. Its life functions retract to the heart, rendering it seemingly lifeless. Yet, once returned to water, it will quickly revive, O'Neill chuckled. "In the icy highlands, my tribe employed this tactic against a scaled fire beast." Karen found the properties of the scaled fire beast utterly astonishing. Yet, in this vast world, the extraordinary was commonplace. Magical beasts often possessed unimaginable abilities. At this moment, as he gazed upon the colossal creature, Karen's mind whirred with possibilities. If what O'Neill claimed was true, could he not raise a scaled fire beast within the moose space? That recent volley of fireballs rivaled even a machine gun. With such a magical beast at his disposal, the tavern would possess an unassailable artillery position. The issue of taming the beast was swiftly disregarded, fixated upon the monstrous creature. Karen felt an affinity for it that surpassed even his love for gleaming gold coins. "Why wait any longer? O'Neill, bring me the ropes. Have the mammoths from the tavern brought forth. I refuse to believe their strength cannot surpass that of the scaled fire beast," Karen shouted, his eyes shining with determination. His subordinates acted swiftly. In less than half a minute, thick ropes were secured around the four mammoths. O'Neill, summoning his strength, brandished a spear, leaping into the river and gradually swimming towards the scaled fire beast. The beast, aware of the approaching ice bear, began tracking O'Neill with its fireballs. Yet, despite O'Neill's bulk, he proved remarkably agile in the water, diving just as the fireball struck, then resurfacing several meters away, inching closer. The python's swift tongue could not harm O'Neill. His spear adeptly redirected its trajectory, making him more agile in the water than a carp. Indeed, the ice bear warriors were no mere weaklings. It was no wonder they had demanded regular fish rations. They possessed remarkable capabilities within the water. With a powerful sweep of its tail, the beast attempted to strike O'Neill's head, but in a sudden dive. O'Neill eluded the attack effortlessly. Well done. Cameron cheered from the shore. Although both were rivals within the tavern, O'Neill's display of valor against the giant beast was commendable. My lord, rest assured, this scaled fire beast will not escape, one ice bear confidently declared, seizing a rope and plunging into the water. Soon, several ice bear warriors swam swiftly towards the creature. The scaled fire beast thrashed about in the water, yet the ice bear warriors, like nimble fish, darted around it, diving beneath the surface and leaping high above, deftly wrapping the ropes around the beast. In half an hour, only a third of the long ropes remained, with O'Neill's bellow, the four mammoths, driven by the moosekin, began to move slowly. The ropes tightened with a creaking sound, while the scaled fire beast, now oblivious to the ice bear warriors, thrashed its tail in an effort to break free. Alas, O'Neill was cunning. The ropes intertwined, forming numerous knots, and he would occasionally thrust his spear at the beast's most vulnerable points, deftly draining its strength at the peak of its struggles. Put your backs into it. Pull it up, Karen urged, exhilarated, never expecting that capturing a magical beast could be so straightforward. The strength of the mammoths indeed rivaled that of giants. Though slow, after 10 minutes, the head of the scaled fire beast finally emerged from the water, its entire form coming to rest upon the shore. To be on the safe side, Karen instructed the white-haired mammoth to drag the beast onto a patch of blue stone before feeling at ease. Just as O'Neill had said, the moment the scaled fire beast touched the blue stone, its scales began to shed rapidly. In less than half a minute, its smooth form was revealed, and then its elongated body began to stiffen, transforming visibly into a solid red stone. Truly remarkable, Karen remarked as he approached to touch it. It felt cold and devoid of warmth, akin to a fossil. This wondrous transformation piqued Karen's interest. Should he unravel its secrets, he might uncover the mysteries of petrification. My lord, magical beasts are indeed powerful on the continent, yet if one knows the right approach, they can also be quite feeble, O'Neill proclaimed proudly, the creature before them entirely his trophy. Indeed. Well said, Karen concurred, feeling a flush of embarrassment over his previous outburst. Upon recognizing the creature as a magical beast, he had abandoned rational thought, a grave oversight for a lich, had it not been for O'Neill. All within the tavern might have perished due to his negligence. My lord, I have captured quite a formidable creature. I ask their reward, O'Neill inquired with a chuckle as he approached. Indeed, Karen replied with a faint smile. I shall grant you a wife in the form of an ogre. How does that sound? I have treated you quite generously, haven't I? Generously indeed, my lord. He will surely be grateful for such a gift, a lion chimed in with a teasing tone. My lord, you promised me Lisa. How can you bestow upon me an ogre wife? The women of the ogre race were notoriously unattractive. Even the most grotesque of pig-headed beings would not find them appealing, let alone the fastidious O'Neill. Rest assured, simply transport this behemoth to the tavern, and keep it well. We shall depart the canyon at once, Karen said cheerfully, gesturing towards the scales on the ground. Doin, send someone to properly preserve these scales and take them to my laboratory. The scales shed by a beast were no ordinary matter. Even Cameron's crescent blade could not cleave them. If fashioned into armor, they would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Chapter 29. The Ice Spirit Silver Axe. Capturing a magical beast was nothing short of fanciful for the moosorks, yet the reality unfolded before their very eyes. Gazing at this 5-meter-long creature, some moosorks found it hard to believe until they lifted it, confirming the truth. My lord, we can create a fire lake to raise it. If we encounter a beast master, it could become your pet, O'Neill said with a grin. In the days of their tribe, he had witnessed the elders capturing a scaled fire beast, a momentous event within the tribe. Little did he know he would one day do the same himself. Let's not get carried away. I do not regard him as a pet. His limitations are too many. But he can certainly bolster the tavern's combat power, Karen mused, secretly delighted, but now pondering how to find a beast master to tame this magical creature. My lord, have you heard the tale? Magical beasts do not dwell in barren lands. Since a scaled fire beast has appeared here, could it be a treasure? Karen's eyes suddenly gleamed as he stared at the nearby mud, troubled by the thought that this magical creature might be residing within it. Observing Karen's frown, O'Neill stepped forward with a grin. My lord, the mud here is not too dense. With a bit of labor, we could excavate it in half a day. What lies beneath the mud will soon be evident. You are quite clever, Karen remarked, tapping O'Neill lightly. He instructed Doohan to gather some moose orcs, though their strength was limited. Their numbers were ample, and with the construction of the barbaric temple underway in the space, the sticky mud was the perfect material. Doohan operated with remarkable efficiency, and upon learning of the captured magical beast, the moose orcs became increasingly enthusiastic, eager to stretch their legs after being cooped up for too long. Young and vigorous orcs took charge of filling the enormous baskets on the mammoth with mud, while older orcs searched for suitable plants for cultivation nearby. The younger ones, with little to do, frolicked along the riverbank. The mud was exceedingly sticky, and with the river water seeping in intermittently, excavating all the mud took twice the expected time. Before their eyes lay a half-foot-high cave, barely tall enough to crouch through. The cave was dark and somewhat eerie, and they could sense a faint warmth emanating from deep within, suggesting it was the dwelling of the scaled fire beast. My lord, allow me to venture down and investigate. O'Neill volunteered as he bent down to enter. Seeing nothing unusual, Karen followed with his entourage into the cave. The entrance appeared small, but inside it expanded significantly the further they ventured. The larger it became, sloping upwards, likely leading to the mountain's core. Although there was no apparent danger, Karen proceeded with caution. Marks on the cave walls indicated signs of habitation by the scaled fire beast. But as they moved deeper, the traces disappeared, suggesting that the creature did not venture far into the cave. Something formidable must have deterred it, and Karen, astute as he was, understood that his life mattered far more than any unknown treasure. The cave stretched on, and soon Karen could no longer find the entrance. He instructed O'Neill to leave markers to avoid losing their way. The group advanced cautiously, and Cameron's crescent blade shimmered in the torchlight, casting a circular glow reminiscent of a red moon. Several lions closely surrounded Karen, providing a protective barrier. Suddenly, a brilliant light blinded Karen, and when it faded, he beheld a battle axe, glimmering with silver light. Embedded in the mountainside, the radiance posed no harm. This axe exuded a light akin to that of a holy stone, a weapon so peculiar that it was Karen's first encounter with such an artifact. With ease, O'Neill extracted it, but the axe fell to the ground, causing O'Neill to blush and chuckle. It's too heavy. O'Neill, are you so enamored with thoughts of a wife that you've lost your strength? Cameron laughed heartily, bending down to lift it with one hand. Yet, to his surprise, despite exerting all his might, the axe did not budge. Embarrassed, he grunted and strained, but it remained stubbornly in place. My lord, this axe is peculiar, Cameron frowned, ceasing his efforts. You call me useless, yet I see you are not much better, O'Neill retorted with a chuckle, gripping the axe tightly. Despite the strain, he managed to lift it slowly. My lord, this is truly strange, Cameron said. Disbelief etched on his face, for he knew his strength was no less than that of this clumsy bear. Lion, perhaps I should not speak so foolishly, O'Neill proclaimed triumphantly, swinging the axe vigorously before finally placing it down. Cameron, not one to back down, tried several more times, but the results were the same. The axe remained immovable. At this point, Karen realized that the axe was indeed extraordinary. O'Neill, try infusing your battle energy into the axe, Karen suggested. O'Neill strained to lift the axe once more, channeling a stream of battle energy into it. Suddenly, a colossal icy axe materialized before them. Boom! The axe's edge struck the mountainside, creating a crack 3 meters deep. Its surface is smooth as a mirror. Such power left even Karen, as well as O'Neill, utterly astonished. My lord, that was not my strength, O'Neill exclaimed. Without his prompting, the others understood that the force just displayed could only belong to a 7th-tier warrior, which even O'Neill himself had only evolved once. My lord, I believe this axe resembles an ancient artifact, the ogre shaman Cruz, who had insisted on joining this cave expedition, remarked. He sought to uncover relics from the ancient barbarian gods. Do you know what this is? Karen inquired with curiosity. It resembles the ice spirit battle axe, the weapon of the bear tribe's pioneer, Nair, Cruz whispered. Nair, The weapon of the great pioneer Nair. No wonder it possesses such power. He was a follower of the war god. Who would have thought his weapon lay forgotten in this small cave? O'Neill exclaimed. Kissing the axe fervently. In the ancient times of the war god, many followers existed, and Nair represented the bear tribe's devotion to him. His renown surpassed even that of the war god within their ranks. A statue of Nair wielding an axe and shield stood in the war god's temple, said to be capable of cleaving the Alps, which connected to the realm of the gods. While the shield could withstand divine might. As Karen gazed at the axe before him, it fell short of the legendary might he had envisioned. The artifact's power could not merely create a 3-meter crack. A single swing could likely obliterate the entire Ogre Canyon. My lord, this is not the true axe of Nair, but rather a replica. After the gods vanished from this world, many heroes' weapons were imitated. This axe was likely forged using the methods of the ice spirit silver axe. But without the war god's divine power, Cruz explained. Even so, it is remarkable. This axe must belong to a great bear warrior, O'Neill said, gripping the weapon tightly, his gaze fixed on Karen, as if to convey a silent inquiry. Very well. Since only you can wield it, it is yours, Karen smiled. In the future, I shall help you find Nair's shield. You will be a great figure, akin to a bear tribe pioneer, but let me remind you, your own strength is paramount. Fear not, my lord. When the time comes, my axe will surely be imbued with the light of the war god, and I shall name it the Axe of O'Neill. Ensuring its place in the annals of bear tribe history, O'Neill declared confidently, slinging the axe over his back. Though it was a struggle, he preferred the effort to leaving it on the ground. The shimmering silver axe ignited envy among the other bear tribe members. Such a weapon was undoubtedly the most fitting for their kind, and with O'Neill possessing it, they believed they too could attain it. Fear not. For with such weaponry at hand, it stands to reason that many have been passed down through the ages. I assure you, I shall uncover the method to forge the ice spirit silver axe. Equipping each member of your mighty bear legion with one, Colin remarked, his gaze fixed upon the distant darkness. Perhaps this place harbors treasures beyond belief. Currently, there lies an ice spirit silver axe at the entrance alone. What other wonders might await within? Could there be weapons fit for a lich, ancient tomes that have endured the passage of time, or even a spellbook? Chapter 30. The Wealth of the Dead, my lord. We are indeed fortunate. Upon entering the cave, we have already stumbled upon an ice spirit silver axe. If I could but acquire an ancient sacrificial staff, my journey would be worthwhile, bellowed the ogre shaman, Cruz, since assuming the role of librarian. He had joined Kamen's entourage, addressing Colin as my lord. It was far more pleasant than calling him master, and given Colin's nature, as long as one could provide him with a bountiful yield, he would generously bestow wealth upon them. Just earlier, that foolish bear, O'Neill, had discovered an ancient ice spirit silver axe. Though he could not wield it himself, Cruz could hardly contain his envy, yearning to be the vanguard of the entire team. Rushing deep into the cave to claim his own sacrificial staff. Cruz, do not indulge in foolish dreams. Stay close behind O'Neill. Should you perish for no reason, I shall not provide you with a proper burial. Colin's tone turned cold. Though the ice spirit silver axe was a significant find, it also indirectly confirmed that this cave was indeed perilous and connected to the era of the ancient deities. Colin held a pivotal role within the team. Even the arrogant ogre shaman was compelled to maintain a modicum of respect for him. The group proceeded cautiously, more so than in times past. To on the side of caution, Colin summoned a centaur to his side, whose keen eyesight could discern details from 3,000 meters away. Even in the pitch-black cave, his visibility was tenfold that of an ordinary person. My lord, there are some bones ahead, the centaur announced after less than 15 minutes of walking, pointing into the darkness. Kamen, go take a look, but be careful, Colin instructed, tossing the torch forward. Kamen understood the dangers lurking in this place. Although they had yet to encounter any combat, the oppressive atmosphere alone made it hard to breathe. He advanced stealthily. The bones lay only 200 or 300 meters away. Upon reaching the skeletal remains, he noted nothing unusual. My lord, these are merely some remains. They pose no threat. Kamen steeled himself, hoping his words might ease his own trepidation. Indeed, they were but bones, yet they were remarkably thick, 3 to 4 times more robust than those of an ordinary human. Time had weathered them, rendering the species indiscernible. But the sheer thickness of the bones suggested a formidable race. My lord, there are some weapons here. Still usable, Kamen declared, lifting a rusted steel dagger and brandishing it about. It did not break. He struck it against a dwarven crescent blade, and with a crack, the blade shattered. These weapons must be quite old. They were undoubtedly sharper than the crescent blade in their prime. Ah, "Here is a spear," O'Neill announced. Picking one up from the remains, with a slight forceful thrust, the spear pierced the hard stone as if it were mere tofu, encountering no resistance. "My lord, this weapon is remarkably sharp, rivaling my ice spirit silver axe." But scarcely had he spoken when the spear snapped. Its interior long hollowed out by time, yet its former brilliance was still evident. "My lord, behold what I've found." Cruz, the ogre shaman, exclaimed, clearly exhilarated as he approached Colin, revealing a glimmering gold coin in his palm. This coin was not the common currency of the continent but bore the likeness of a human head, its gaze sharp as if concealing lightning, while its reverse depicted a majestic mountain, seemingly reaching into infinity. "This is a divine coin, a currency from the age of the ancient deities. Observe, this is the visage of the god king, with the famed Alps depicted to the north," he elaborated. Though aged by time, the coin shone with brilliance. Such divine coins hold no monetary value in the present day, yet their intrinsic power surpasses that of contemporary currency by thousands of times. For within them lies divine energy. Though one may not sense it now, once offered in a temple, the divine statue therein would swiftly aid in the evolution of a race. Thus, these coins are far more precious than spatial gems across the continent. "My lord, I implore you to bestow it upon us, the moose orcs. With it, we may bask in the radiance of the war god," Doyne said, brimming with excitement, clearly aware of the coin's worth. "Indeed, my lord," O'Neill respectfully requested. "We desperately seek the war god's light," O'Neill chimed in, his rare excitement reminiscent of when he last beseeched Colin for a bride. "That is impossible. This coin is meant to awaken primal divine power. Only with the war god's blessing can we fully experience the strength of our bloodline." "My lord, you are a foreign barbarian. You wouldn't deny me this humble request, would you?" Cruz, typically docile, was unexpectedly assertive. Though he was the last to enter the tavern, he would not yield an inch when it came to faith. As the two parties bickered, Colin found himself in a quandary. He glanced at the numerous bones surrounding them and, with a glint of mischief, smiled. "This coin shall belong to me. I perceive a multitude of bones here. It is not impossible that more such coins lie hidden. I promise you, whoever finds one shall offer it in their temple." Upon Colin's declaration, the entire team erupted into a frenzy, charging into the heap of bones as if possessed. Even the typically composed Lionkin were not exempt. They revered the war god, but also honored their own heroic ancestors. The golden-haired lion Simba, a follower of the war god and a great leader during the era of the deities. Simba, the mightiest of heroes, had been barred from the war god's temple due to a past defeat in battle. However, circumstances had changed. Colin had promised to construct a new temple for the war god, and Kamenlun hoped to see Simba's glory reignite within its walls, guiding the Lionkin forward to achieve this goal. Divine blessing was essential, and the ancient coin served as the finest source of divine energy. What once evoked trepidation in the pile of bones had now become an obstacle to their pursuit. Bones flew about the cave, followed by shattered weapons. Colin observed O'Neill behaving like a brigand, while Kamenlun appeared almost mad, as they recklessly rummaged, excavating soil and crushing bones. Finally, a cry of delight rang out. Doyne had struck gold. He kissed a glimmering coin, kneeling and fervently praying, intent on presenting it before the war god. However, his fleeting joy quickly waned as he dove back into the fray. A single coin could not satiate his appetite. Besides revering the war god, he also honored the war god's followers, the graceful four-legged archers. He wished to see their divine statue shine in the temple as well. Now, the entire team had descended into a state of chaos, rendering the cave's dangers inconsequential, leaving Colin speechless. Yet he remained unperturbed. He revered the god of death, being a descendant of the very deity. This contradiction imbued him with a certain disregard for the god of death, leading him to ponder whether he had become an atheist, now transformed into a quasi-barbarian. With the establishment of the war god's temple looming, he would undergo the war god's baptism, becoming a foreign beastman. Such a complex identity left Colin uncertain of whom to truly revere. At times, he contemplated the establishment of a temple to the god of death, yet the thought extinguished as swiftly as it arose. A temple to the god of death could only exist in the realm of the deceased. Even in the Frost Continent, the homeland of Liches, it merely served to worship the statue of Nozu, but had never seen the construction of a temple dedicated to the god of death. What transpired was nothing short of a sweep. 2 hours later, the cave was stripped bare of bones, until not a single coin remained hidden. Finally, they paused, leaning against the cave wall, panting heavily. Yet the gleam in their eyes revealed that this expedition yielded considerable treasures. Especially for Doyne, who urged Colin to release all the moose orcs from the tavern. With their numbers, he had unearthed the most coins. "My lord, we have discovered 13 coins in total. I found 5. Cayman and his group found 3, while O'Neill managed just 1, yet that despicable ogre found 4 in one go." Doing grumbled, visibly aggrieved. It was worth noting that he commanded a tribe of over 200. While the ogre had merely 2 shamans, yet managed to acquire a comparable amount. "Huh, we are all brothers from the tavern, and besides, you shall all offer these to the war goddess temple. In comparison, your gains are far greater," Colin replied, not wishing to dwell on the matter. He could not disclose that the war god's temple housed multiple deities. Aside from the chief deity, there were others revered by various races, while the barbarian god held but one. "My lord, beyond the coins, we also unearthed 13 suits of armor, 20 spears, 5 curved blades, and 7 bows. To avoid damage, I have placed them in storage," Doyne reported, catching his breath as he recounted their additional findings. Imagining the sharpness of those weapons stirred a sense of unrest in Colin. However, they were all single-use items. With each use, one would be lost, leading to a slight pang of regret. It seemed that when next encountering the dwarven silver hammer, he must seek a way to restore these weapons to their former glory. If that were to happen, it would indeed be a fortune beyond measure. However, even so, the 13 ancient gold coins represent a significant windfall. It seems the ancients were indeed correct. Wealth derived from the dead is the easiest to acquire. After a brief respite, Karen instructed the team to advance further. From the current surroundings, it appeared that this location was once the lair of a formidable ancient creature, now concealed beneath geological upheaval, untouched from ancient times until the present. Chapter 31. The tank concept. The mystery of the cave piqued the interest of Karen and his companions. The world is divided into countless landmasses interspersed with oceans, and following the demise of the gods, numerous relics have been left scattered across the continents. These relics may very well contain weapons wielded by deities or serve as habitats for powerful magical beasts. Regardless of which, they are invariably linked to the concept of wealth. Judging by the overall condition of the cave, this was the first time Karen and his group had ventured here. Karen hoped it was a beast's lair. As magical creatures do not set traps, their strength renders such measures unnecessary. After such an extensive passage of time, even the mightiest of beasts cannot withstand the test of time, except, of course, for the undead. Should this be a divine realm, Karen would have to cease his explorations, for every divine domain is fraught with countless traps. Although time may have diminished their efficacy, they still pose a significant threat. Thus, even the most cunning of thieves would avoid treading too deeply into a divine realm. However, should one truly manage to possess such a place, the wealth garnered would far exceed that found in a beast's lair by hundreds of times. Karen peered into the distant darkness. Thus far, they had encountered no traps, suggesting they were indeed within the lair of a powerful beast that had long since perished, with the environment confirmed. O'Neill's courage undoubtedly swelled. The bones of a deceased beast exude an innate pressure that instinctively suppresses other beasts, yet for intelligent beings, the remnants are a source of fascination. After all, magical creatures can give birth to magic crystals. The cave was eerily silent, yet the pace of Karen and his companions quickened noticeably. After half an hour, a spacious clearing resembling a football field unfolded before them, indicating that the very belly of the mountain had been hollowed out. At the center of this expanse lay a colossal skeleton, towering approximately 30 yards high, its terrifying skull reflecting its former ferocity. The lengthy torso, though weathered by time, still exhibited a faint glow emanating from the surface of its bones, particularly the fearsome tail, which bore the shape of a serpent's head. "My lord, we have struck it rich. This is the ancient magical beast, the serpent-tailed turtle, a hybrid creature of both water and earth, capable of nurturing 2 magic crystals within," the ogre shaman Cruz exclaimed, brandishing a wooden staff as he dashed towards the enormous skeleton. Karen recognized that such a beast posed no danger in death and refrained from intervening. However, when Cruz exerted himself to climb atop the serpent-tailed turtle's cranium, he began to weep loudly, pounding his tiny fists against the skull in a perplexing display. As Karen approached, he discerned the reason behind Cruz's distress. The Earth-type magic crystal was tightly encased within the dense structure of the skull, impenetrable even to the ogre's little finger. Magic crystals are remarkable artifacts, capable of forging magical equipment and crafting golems that, if possible, they could transform the entire serpent-tailed turtle into a mobile fortress. "I must see. Where is this ancient magical beast?" Suddenly, a voice reeking of alcohol bellowed from the tavern. "Karen, release me, or I shall double your alchemical coursework." The threat came from Karen's alchemy mentor, Bale. Karen dared not offend this genius instructor. For despite lacking any magical prowess, Bale's conceptualization of alchemy is rivaled only by Karen's idol, Kamenlun. He hastily freed Bale. As soon as Bale emerged, he stood dazed for a moment, before suddenly rushing toward the skeleton of the serpent-tailed turtle, kissing it fervently while exclaiming his awe. After half an hour of this fervor, Bale abruptly had a revelation, seizing Karen and exclaiming, "Karen, you are a true genius, having discovered such an extraordinary specimen." "Master, are you overly excited?" "This is merely the skeletal remains of a magical beast," Karen replied, feeling Bale's forehead for signs of fever. "Nonsense. What do you know? This is the precursor to a grand alchemical endeavor," Bale retorted, casting an intense gaze at Karen before pointing to O'Neill. "Big fellow, use your axe to extract the magic crystal." O'Neill bore no objection to Bale's command. Although the old man was often seen drinking in the tavern, his status far surpassed O'Neill's, and with a few swift strokes of his frost-silver axe, he cleaved through the skull, retrieving a yellow magic crystal and subsequently extracting a light blue one from the serpent head at the rear. "Master, are you suggesting these magic crystals are of great utility?" Karen inquired tentatively. "Magic crystals are of little consequence. What I refer to is this skeleton," Bale dismissed, caressing the surface of the bones, unable to contain his smile. "Karen, what are your thoughts on this skeleton?" Gazing at the remains before him, Karen was at a loss for Bale's intentions until a sudden thought struck him. He chuckled. "You must be excited about the prospect of explosive bone arrows. Just imagine how many we could forge from such a massive skeleton." "You foolish pig, dumber than a pig-headed creature," Bale exclaimed, exasperated, as he pointed at the colossal skeleton. "Do you not realize we could transform it into a mobile artillery unit?" "A mobile artillery unit?" Karen pondered, scrutinizing the skeleton's towering height of 30 yards and length of 50 yards. Such a colossal structure could hardly be reduced to merely an artillery piece, considering artillery typically stands just over 3 meters tall. "Ah, I mean a fortress-style artillery unit. Karen, we are on the brink of ushering in a new era of magic," Bale enthused, gesturing towards the massive skeleton's base. "We shall install magical chains beneath, coupled with magical axles, allowing this behemoth to move. With sturdy armor affixed to its sides, even the mightiest of sorcerers would tremble at its approach. Furthermore, if we establish magic crystal cannons at both the front and rear, the destructive potential would be terrifying. The vast cavity within could accommodate at least 5,000 soldiers." Listening to Bale's fervent declarations, Karen was left astounded. Indeed, as Bale suggested, magical chains and axles could facilitate movement, while the firepower of the magic crystal cannons, combined with such a substantial troop capacity, would create a war machine capable of overwhelming any opponent. "Karen, what do you think of my idea?" Bale pressed, excitement radiating from him as he spoke. "Master, your concept is intriguing, but the tavern lacks the technology for magical chains and axles, and only the Golem Empire produces magic crystal cannons. As for mobilizing this colossal entity, the energy requirements are unimaginable. Right now, it is merely a skeletal framework. Are you certain this isn't a dream?" "Certainly not a dream. In addition to those components, we must infuse the sturdiest of adamantium into the framework to stabilize its structure. We will also need to construct energy wells to supply the immense power required, and to sustain such consumption, we must establish a parts factory, which is the specialty of goblins, necessitating the purchase of goblin slaves." Bale mused, adding, "Of course, we also need to train workers." Overwhelmed by these outlandish ideas, Karen's head spun, and he cautiously asked, "Master, do you have any idea how much this will cost?" Upon hearing Karen mention gold coins, Bale's demeanor soured. He pointed admonishingly at Karen's forehead, lecturing, "Karen, do you think this is for my benefit? Look at our current resources. Do not be misled by the presence of a few warriors. Let me tell you, a mere squad leader from the Golem Empire could obliterate you effortlessly. I consider you my apprentice, hence my desire to enhance your strength. Even with this colossal entity, it would merely provide a modicum of safety. Do you not wish to marry the young lady from the Zijingwa family? Without strength, what good is that?" "Master, I apologize," Karen conceded, realizing Bale's increasingly extravagant rhetoric was futile to contest. He understood that this idea, though filled with challenges, hinged solely on the acquisition of gold coins. "I knew you were my most exceptional apprentice. To be candid, you see, construction of the temple has already commenced in your space. Aside from drinking, I have little else to occupy my time. From this moment forth, The project of the colossal entity shall commence. Bale declared with exuberance. To reward you, I shall bestow upon you the honor of naming this behemoth. What shall it be called? Tank, Karen replied without hesitation. Excellent. It shall be named Tank. The tank project is officially underway. Karen, I first need to establish a factory for magical steam engines, and you must find me some qualified alchemical apprentices. Bale commanded with fervor. Mine. Have the moose orcs carefully transport the skeleton into the space, and then establish a factory. Faced with Bale's energetic decisiveness, Karen could only smile in acceptance. With this plan set in motion, they would fully immerse themselves in its execution. While the expenses would be considerable, the potential returns from developing the tank would be monumental. Karen felt an urgent desire to journey to the frozen highlands, where a thriving slave market awaited. Likely harboring some alchemical apprentices, their alchemy may not be of the highest caliber, yet adhering to buyers' directives and systematically completing the alchemical curriculum should not pose a significant challenge, given ample manpower. It ought to be feasible to develop the magical wheel axle within a short span of time. Chapter 32. The fire sacrifice sorcerer to conceive an idea, to solidify that notion, and then to pursue its realization as diligently as possible. This is perhaps the most quintessential phrase from Cameron's notes. The concept of the tank is undeniably audacious, and yet alchemical mentor Bayer is quite remarkable. Merely casting a glance upon the colossal skeleton sparked a grand idea within his mind. A weapon of war. What a terrifying prospect. Should the tank indeed be successfully researched, even the mightiest of giants or dragons would be no match. Observing the orderly dissection of the skeletal remains. Under the command of the moose orc, each piece was meticulously numbered and dispatched into the moose space's storage for safekeeping. The remains of the serpent-tailed turtle provided the foundation for the tank. Its immense size and bones harder than fine steel serving as the source of strength for this formidable weapon. It is an undeniable fact that orcs possess a hearty appetite, but they certainly exert themselves when it comes to work. Within a mere 3 hours, the towering remains of the serpent-tailed turtle had been entirely dismantled. As he gazed upon the now barren space, Carlton chuckled, feeling fortunate indeed, stumbling upon a magical beast and inadvertently discovering an ancient beast lair. Not only did he acquire several relics of old, but he also reaped the rewards of such a massive skeleton. After meticulously ensuring not a single fragment was overlooked, Carlton led the main force out of the cave. Seated in the hide canoe, he occasionally glanced at the cave nestled in the hillside, pondering whether treasure might lie within. It must be said that Carlton was rather naive. Ancient treasures are notoriously elusive. And even if they existed, they would undoubtedly be guarded by perilous traps. The fact that he had encountered a skeleton without encountering the slightest danger could only be attributed to sheer luck. The hide canoe progressed swiftly downward, and with O'Neill fully armed, even the most reckless adversaries posed little fear to Carlton, who would simply resolve matters with a few well-placed axes. The water level in the ogre's gorge gradually receded. The closer they approached the exit, the gentler the current became. Slowly, the canoe came to a halt, revealing before them a vast lake spanning several miles, with Carlton's party situated at its entrance. "My lord, there are many people here," remarked the centaur Stephen, whose keen sight detected that the gorge's exit appeared to be dammed by a massive boulder that had tumbled down from the hillside, forming a small barrier lake in the distance. Figures could be seen moving about, both orcs and humans. Alongside a skeletal figure of the undead seldom tread upon the realm of the living. Encountering one in Orcish territory is indeed a rare sight. Of course, for a lich, summoning a couple of skeletons is no great feat. But the skeletons are not considered part of the undead. Only those endowed with intelligence are classified as such. The skeleton before them, draped in a black cloak adorned with a scythe motif, held a gnarled staff and sat quietly upon a stone, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a moment, it began to move, its fiery eyes fixated on the expansive lake, flickering as if troubled by the sight before it. "My lord, the lady is also among the crowd," O'Neill boomed. Not far off, Maria, who had been using holy light to tend to the injured, suddenly turned her gaze towards Carlton and his party, her brow furrowing. She cast a bolt of holy light into the water, which erupted in an explosion, showering Carlton with droplets. Amused by Maria's trivial antics, Carlton merely chuckled. Guiding the canoe to the shore, he exchanged greetings with the minotaurs Tilu and others, maintaining a courteous demeanor towards Maria as well. "My dear brother, it is truly wonderful that you have survived," Tilu exclaimed, embodying the typical boisterousness of minotaurs as he enveloped Carlton in a hearty embrace that nearly knocked the wind out of him. Let me see what this big fellow is holding, the dwarf Silverhammer declared. Quickly leaping onto O'Neill to examine the axe, he scrutinized it attentively, listening intently before launching into an enthusiastic tirade of dwarven language. Fixing his gaze upon Carlton, he inquired, "Brother, where did you acquire this?" "I found it in a cave," Carlton replied truthfully. For the ice spirit silver axe was indeed discovered within a cavern, albeit one that served as the resting place for an ancient beast. "You found it?" Silverhammer expressed disbelief, staring incredulously at the gleaming axe. "Which cave? Are there more?" Upon hearing Silverhammer's words, Carlton realized he had fallen into a trap. This was a weapon that mimicked those of the gods, a craft long since lost, even within his own clan. There existed no secrets for its creation. Casting a glance at Carlton and then at Maria, Silverhammer declared, "Sell this axe to the Bear Tribe chief for 200,000 gold coins, and you need not exert yourself further." "Old Hammer, is this axe truly worth that much? It appears rather ordinary to me," the Minotaur retorted, as they favored totems blessed by shamans over axes, which, in their view, were inferior. Moreover, the Minotaur's innate abilities and weapons rendered them formidable on the battlefield. That is the ice spirit silver axe wielded by the chief of the Bear Tribe during the God Wars. Although it bears the blessing of the war god, the crafting methods remain fundamentally the same. 200,000 gold coins is still an undervaluation. Such a weapon cannot merely be purchased with coin, Silverhammer replied. A hint of jealousy lacing his tone. Carlton's luck was enviable. Not only had he found the axe, but a Bear Tribe member was also nearby. Reflecting on his own dwarven clan, where not a single such artifact existed, he felt a twinge of envy at this tavern's newfound treasure. Maria's expression suddenly shifted to one of tension as she fixed her gaze on Carlton, yet dared not speak. "Well, since it is something that money cannot buy, why would I sell it? O'Neill is the most promising warrior. Placing it in his capable hands is a perfect match," Carlton remarked softly. To Maria, this was undoubtedly a redemptive statement. She would rather see Carlton earn 200,000 gold coins through his own efforts in a year than allow a stroke of luck to undermine their agreement. "Carlton, you must think carefully. He is a member of the Bear Tribe." Silverhammer's voice rose slightly. "Fear not, uncle. No matter how splendid the item, it remains merely a weapon. Am I to store it away in a warehouse?" Carlton replied with a gentle smile. Bidding farewell to the Minotaur contingent and striding towards the skeletal figure ahead. "May the Grim Reaper bless you. I am delighted to encounter a member of the undead here. Esteemed Lich, may the Grim Reaper be with you." The skeleton sorcerer articulated in a manner reminiscent of machinery. Among the undead, Liches rank as nobility. However, should one's strength be insufficient, recognition would elude them. Presently, Carlton had yet to undergo the transformation into the undead, still possessing a heartbeat, which categorized him among the living rather than the undead. "It is a pleasure to meet a fire sacrifice sorcerer," he continued, taken aback to discover that this unassuming skeleton was indeed a fire sacrifice sorcerer. Within the undead hierarchy, the rank of sorcerers is meticulously defined, ranging from the most basic fire sorcerers to the more skilled netherfire sorcerers, culminating with the fire sacrifice sorcerers at the pinnacle. Sorcerer ranks are determined not by strength, but by the moment of their transformation into the undead, bestowed with talents by the Grim Reaper. The probability of becoming a netherfire sorcerer during transformation is roughly 1 in 1,000. While the likelihood of becoming a fire sacrifice sorcerer is a staggering 1 in 100,000. Typically, upon the birth of a netherfire sorcerer, they are whisked away to the Hall of the Grim Reaper. Becoming a follower of death, during the era of the gods, there were scarcely 10 netherfire sorcerers. To encounter a fire sacrifice sorcerer in this remote corner is truly astonishing. As a Lich, I am honored to assist you. Would you kindly inform me of your most pressing need?" Carlton inquired, his excitement palpable. "I have just awakened and sensed that this world has changed," the fire sacrifice sorcerer replied, shaking its head. "Nevertheless, I believe I must seek out the Hall of the Grim Reaper. I wish to undergo the Reaper's baptism." The Hall of the Grim Reaper. Carlton furrowed his brow. Fire sacrifice sorcerers are said to communicate with the power of the Grim Reaper. They serve as custodians of the hall and, compared to liches, resemble divine attendants. Fire sacrifice sorcerers wield formidable magic, but even more fearsome is the complete ritual system they possess from the moment of their inception. This is what renders fire sacrifice sorcerers so terrifying. If that is the case, I believe you need not search any further. As a Lich, it would be my honor to establish a Hall of the Grim Reaper. Should you be willing, I would like to invite you to preside over the hall, Carlton declared. fully aware that he was merely tantalizing the sorcerer with grand promises. The Hall of the Grim Reaper was but a heap of stones at present. Nonetheless, his priority was to secure the fire sacrifice sorcerer's allegiance first. Chapter 33. The Blind Spot Explosion Technique. The Hall of the Grim Reaper. Heavens! To think there exists a temple of death. Dear Lich, I am truly delighted by your acceptance. The flames within the fire sacrifice wizard's mind danced fervently. I am called Mank. Mank. A melodious name indeed. I am pleased to welcome you to my ranks, Kalen remarked, reaching out to touch the skeletal hand of his companion, having long since cast aside concerns about the Temple of Death. After all, there were numerous construction tasks at hand. The Temple of the Barbarian God, the Temple of the God of War, the Library, the Laboratory, and the Factories of Baal, the Parts Factory, and the Vehicle Assembly Plant. The addition of a Temple of Death would hardly be excessive, as the space was primarily occupied by the moose orcs and a few mammoths. With such limited forces, even establishing a laboratory was a formidable challenge. Kalen yearned to expend his 20,000 gold coins all at once. The methods of acquiring slaves across the continents were limited to two: purchase or capture. Now, at the very entrance of the ogre territory, he could feel the cold wind sweeping down from the frozen plateau. Only a few more miles ahead would lead them safely out of the canyon, yet the current landslide had effectively divided the gorge, one side a lake, the other a mire of mud. Navigating through the swamp would be akin to scaling a mountain. The silt would ensnare anyone who fell in, leaving no chance of escape, and lurking within were fierce beasts. While they might not pose a threat on dry land, once ensnared, these predators would seize the opportunity to hunt. The only chance lay in breaching the landslide, utilizing the water flow to escape the ogre canyon. This notion was not solely Kalen's but resonated with all present. Clearly, such immense destructive capability necessitated the involvement of a dragon's breath or the presence of giants. Everyone present felt the weight of this dilemma, Kalen included. Observing Mank scuttling about the pile of stones, Kalen inquired, "Mank, what are you looking for?" "Boss, I'm searching for a weak point. O'Neill mentioned you possess explosives. I aim to blast this place open." Having exchanged just a few words with O'Neill, Mank had adopted local customs, referring to Kalen as boss, and had grasped the intricacies of the space quite well. What pleased Kalen was that Mank showed no anger regarding the Temple of Death. "Blast it open?" Kalen asked, puzzled. The bombs were a recent invention, a collaboration between Kalen and Baal, concocted from the powder of the man-eating flower combined with niter, mammoth dung, red dragon fruit, and magic crystal powder, resulting in the first generation of explosives. With Baal's design, small projectiles had been created that could unleash a violent explosion with merely a small fireball. The successful development of these explosives was a modest gift from Baal to Kalen. However, to attribute the achievement solely to Kalen and his companions would be misleading, for the research had already matured within the puppet empire. Baal had merely replicated their methods, and the advancement had been astonishing. He was nearing the creation of a small bomb automaton. Kalen felt no embarrassment at brazenly appropriating the technology from the puppet empire. He was more concerned about Baal's genius being squandered. That it was not the magical power that held value, but rather the boundless imagination and creativity that Baal possessed, a mere curse having led the puppet empire to forsake a talented alchemist. Though Baal lacked magical prowess, the alchemical secrets and ideas within his mind were worth 1,000-fold more than any fragment of magic. "O'Neill, come here at once." Kalen wanted to slap O'Neill for his loose tongue. Within mere seconds, his secrets had been thoroughly divulged. "My lord, what do you need? Is there news from outside?" O'Neill ran over. His face creased with smiles, exuding a naive charm, as if to say, "You handle it, big boss. Go into the space and inform the teacher that we need some explosives." Kalen found himself at a loss for how to manage O'Neill's antics. He was best suited for labor. Fetching those explosives. Each bomb weighed at least several dozen pounds, and if O'Neill couldn't carry them, he would be left utterly exhausted. "Mank, can a few bombs truly breach this dam?" Kalen found it hard to comprehend. "Indeed. If my calculations are correct, we only need to identify the dam's weak points and detonate them simultaneously to achieve the blast," Mank responded, furrowing his brow as he examined the dam. "However, I have only identified 3 points so far. 6 more must be installed underwater." Underwater, Kalen's brow furrowed. While he was not afraid on land, once submerged, he could not dictate the circumstances. O'Neill could enter the water, but only dared to skim the surface. Who knew what terrifying entities lurked beneath? "Mank, are you certain we must install the explosives underwater?" Kalen expressed his skepticism. Yes, according to the theory of pinpoint detonation, there are indeed 4 points underwater, 3 on the top layer, and 5 in the middle. The fire sacrifice wizard displayed no emotion. Yet the flames dancing in his eyes conveyed sincerity. Pinpoint detonation theory? I have never heard of such a thing. Explosives, even in the puppet empire's pinnacle of alchemy, were still an emerging field, yet Mank appeared to possess extensive knowledge on the subject. Every object has its fixed blind spots. And pinpoint detonation technology fully exploits the terrifying power of an explosion, amplifying its force exponentially by targeting these blind spots. This technique is referred to as pinpoint detonation or blind spot explosion, Mank explained earnestly. Just now, I was testing the dam's blind spots. Kalen was momentarily taken aback, yet he found himself increasingly inclined to believe Mank. Gazing at the skeletal figure before him, he could not fathom what grand being he had once been. If the theory of blind spot explosions were to reach the puppet empire, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. The explosive force would rival that of a dragon's breath, and with perfect control, it could evolve into a formidable discipline akin to magic. Mank, were you not the most esteemed mage in your former life? Kalen queried earnestly. I do not know. My previous memories have faded significantly. All I recall is that my name is Mank, and I have a slight understanding of explosions. Mank focused intently on the dam, moving about, occasionally pressing his small frame against the stone surface, even leaning down to listen to the vibrations of the lake water. Boss, this is bad. Your mentor has rebelled. Suddenly, O'Neill's anxious voice echoed from the tavern, rushing out in a frenzied "Ahee" that moment. O'Neill bore no trace of the icy bear's grandeur. His figure was smeared in soot, and the once proud white fur on his chest was now charred to a crisp. What happened? Kalen inquired, genuinely curious as to how Bale had managed to reduce O'Neill to such a state. That old, immortal Bale is up to something again. I was just about to fetch the explosives when a metal clump suddenly barreled out from the entrance, colliding with me without warning. Luckily, I dodged in time, but you have no idea, the moment that metal clump touched me, flames erupted from my body, and then it exploded. O'Neill still bore a hint of fear. This was his first time entering Kalen's laboratory, and he had already classified it as one of the dangerous zones within the moose space. Upon hearing O'Neill's account, Kalen couldn't help but laugh. He had not anticipated that old rascal Bale had successfully conducted experiments. Though the bomb automaton was not yet fully developed, it could at least identify enemies and control explosions. Such a machine might not excel in combat, but it would be perfect for demolishing the dam. Moreover, being composed of metal, it would be impervious to the assaults of beasts in the water. With a smile, Kalen strode into the moose space, which had undergone some transformation, under the guidance of the ogre shaman crews. The outer walls of the barbarian temple had been erected, while mammoths were busy dragging massive stones to construct the entrance steps. His laboratory occupied a considerable area, built predominantly of thick marble, taking on a recognizable form. Undoubtedly, the most prominent structure in the entire space was the Temple of War. As 90% of the inhabitants were beast folk, the temple was nearing completion, and the moose orcs had even sculpted a statue of the god of war. In just half a month, it would be ready for consecration, and with ancient gold coins, they could infuse divine power into the statue to aid their clan's evolution. After circumventing the temple, Kalen entered the laboratory, where a pile of scrap metal lay strewn across the floor, alongside a half-meter deep pit, evidently a result of the recent explosion. Having learned from O'Neill's experience, Kalen entered cautiously, gently opening the door to find a massive iron block, about a meter tall, resembling a puppet but with a swollen belly, presumably stuffed with explosives. The bomb automaton remained motionless, clearly programmed by Bale not to attack its creators. Kalen approached, scrutinizing it closely, aside from the acrid scent of gunpowder. The only other odor was that of mammoth dung. What caught Kalen's attention most was the small, nail-sized magic crystal embedded in its chest. That a piece of magic crystal, no larger than a fingernail, was worth 20 gold coins. Kalen was astonished at Bale's generosity. Imagining the explosion O'Neill had described, at least 30 gold coins had gone up in smoke, with the cost of creating one bomb automaton at 30 gold coins. And according to Mank's calculations, a minimum of 10 bombs was required. That amounted to 300 gold coins. Kalen had some gold coins, but not to the extent of such extravagance. Alchemy was indeed a costly endeavor. No wonder the beast folk had never thrived, struggling to fill their bellies without even considering such advanced creations. Reflecting on the tank project, Kalen felt a pang of regret. If a mere bomb automaton cost 30 gold coins, then a massive tank would likely exceed 300,000. Chapter 34. The small bomb robot, Beller, You old fool, come out here. At this moment, Karen could no longer maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. If this old codger continued to squander resources, he would find himself impoverished within 3 days. Why are you shouting? You brat? I am your teacher. Don't you know to respect your elders? Beller's voice boomed louder than Karen's, and his towering stature only enhanced his imposing presence. How many gold coins did you spend on that iron lump at the door? Karen asked directly, as this was not the time for pleasantries. 50 gold coins, I suppose, Beller pondered. 10 for the explosives, 3 for the iron sheets, and about 20 for the magic crystals. And where did the remaining 20 go? You didn't squander them on liquor, did you? By liquor? Nonsense. The wine I drink is supplied by you. The leftover coins were consumed in the process. Do you think creating explosives is an exact science? Embedding magic crystals isn't as simple as it seems, and there's also the need to refine the magic control system. The costs add up. Kid, I assure you, spending 17 coins is quite reasonable. Just visit the magic puppet empire and see. A single bomb robot won't cost you less than 200 gold coins. Beller took a swig from a flask to bolster his courage. Old Beller. You know it's a tough time now. We need to be frugal with our gold. We don't urgently require bomb robots. Just tinker with them for now. How many did you manage to produce this time? Karen's final question was the crux of the matter. About 20 or so, Beller replied. 20 or so. Karen was incredulous, knowing Beller had a penchant for exaggeration. 23 succeeded, 18 were wasted, Beller admitted, unable to conceal the truth any longer, buoyed by the effects of the alcohol. Upon hearing this, Karen's heart sank as if pierced by a dagger. Calculating the costs, he realized it would take no less than 1,500 gold coins to cover this endeavor. The sheer thought of having created such a multitude of iron lumps made him want to weep. Rest assured, this is merely the first generation. They may appear somewhat clumsy and may not be perfectly controlled, but fear not. Our bomb robots will only become smaller and more powerful, Beller reassured him. Producing a magic crystal and pressing it gently. Instantly, a row of bomb robots marched out in perfect formation, their heavy footsteps echoing like distant tremors. Karen worried about potential mismanagement leading to a catastrophic chain reaction. Fortunately, Beller managed to align the bomb robots safely in formation. Though they presented a somewhat formidable sight, the pride he initially felt was swiftly eclipsed by the realization of the vast sums of gold that had been poured into their creation. Teacher, can these bomb robots operate underwater? Karen returned to practicality. Underwater? Beller furrowed his brow. It should be feasible, provided the depth is not excessive. Within the control range of the magic crystals, they can trigger explosions. However, if the distance is too great, there's little we can do. How about 20 to 30 meters? Do you think that would work? That's no issue. The control range for bomb robots should be around 50 meters. These models are merely the most rudimentary level from the magic puppet empire. As you know, the core secrets of the empire will never be entrusted to me. I've been hoarding this knowledge in secret. Beller, still apprehensive about Karen's concerns regarding the expenditure on bomb robots, quickly added, rest assured, once we recruit a few alchemists, our bomb robots will see a second generation. Alchemists, those are treasures among your humankind, Karen scoffed, feeling somewhat powerless. Kid, don't narrow your focus solely on humans. Haven't I told you? The greatest alchemists in the world are not necessarily human, Beller remarked with a hint of pride. And who might that be? Karen's interest was piqued. For all advancements in construction were inextricably linked to alchemy. The sooner they could enhance the tavern's alchemical prowess, the quicker their profits would grow. Goblins, Beller replied, regarding Karen as if he were a simpleton. You must be unaware that goblins are the pioneers of alchemy. Alchemy flows in their very veins. Even the most dim-witted goblin can extract the magical essence from the bones of beasts. Moreover, most of the popular alchemical products on the market are the fruits of goblin ingenuity. But aren't goblins regarded as the most despicable race? Even orcs disdain associating with them. They are known for their foul temperaments and propensity for robbery and murder. They are a blight upon the continent, Karen retorted, though his knowledge of goblins was limited. He had certainly heard of their notorious reputation. You only see one side of the coin, Beller countered. The origin of alchemy dates back to the era of the gods' dominion over the world. Every race had its deities to worship. Even the most cowardly halflings revered the dark goddess. Yet the goblins, they had no faith. They believed in their own hands, trusting that they could alter their destiny through their craftsmanship. Without faith, how do they survive? Karen questioned, perplexed, for during the era of divine rule, belief was the most fundamental form of assurance. Of course, it was not easy for them to survive. Thus, the ancestors of the goblins sought new paths. Fortunately, they discovered alchemy, a means to manipulate the structure of matter, to probe the essence of materials, yielding unexpected effects, Beller continued, taking a sip of his drink. Initially, other races paid the goblins little heed, but the rise of alchemy was meteoric. Within a mere decade, the frail goblins transformed into one of the continent's most formidable races, their influence reaching every corner of the world, their alchemical products flooding the markets, magic crystal cannons, robots, airships, magic crystal roulette. Alas, what? Alas, they forgot who the true protagonists were. At the pinnacle of goblin alchemical civilization, they faced a united assault from the deities. The entire continent conspired against them, extinguishing their illustrious civilization in a flash. The gods confiscated all alchemical products and executed many of the great goblin alchemists, banishing them, until the outbreak of the Divine War, when the gods vanished. Even then, the goblins failed to reclaim their status. And to this day, they remain one of the most abject races in the world. Teacher, the gods have been gone for thousands of years. The goblins have since undergone countless generations. Their alchemical knowledge must have long been lost, Karen reasoned. Fear not. Although goblins have proliferated, their foundational alchemical knowledge is passed down through generations. A single goblin clan may lack cutting-edge alchemical products, but the fundamentals are ingrained in every goblin's skill set. To be frank, a portion of goblins is being kept within the magic puppet empire. Otherwise, do you think their alchemical prowess would be so advanced? Keeping goblins? That would be a betrayal of the gods. Karen expressed his disbelief. Goblins were a race forsaken by the divine. What era are we in? The gods have long since departed from this world. Do not be shackled by such constraints. If you're hesitant, then so be it. But if you are willing, then act. Before you lies the frozen highlands, where many goblins reside. Perhaps you might stumble upon unexpected treasures, Beller gently urged. I have a few old friends whose alchemical skills are quite remarkable, yet they are suppressed by the magic puppet empire. Do you dare to rescue them? Goblins? Of course. Otherwise, why would I be discussing this? Beller, observing the resolve in Karen's eyes, understood his decision had been made. He handed the magic control panel to Karen, saying, I need to prepare for the factory construction. Kid, once you reach the frozen highlands, recruit as many blacksmiths as possible. We will need them to produce iron plates. Rest assured, Karen replied, understanding the significance of blacksmiths. He thought to himself, if they could recruit a dwarven clan, all the tavern's issues would be resolved. Accepting the control panel, he led the 7 bomb robots out of the tavern. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their movement reverberated like an earthquake. As Karen emerged with the array of iron contraptions. Curious gazes were drawn toward him. While alchemy was not a rarity on the continent, the sight of self-propelling iron constructs sparked awe, particularly within the beast-folk territories, where alchemical advancements were scarce. Karen's bomb robots were undoubtedly a high-end commodity. Little brother, you've truly outdone yourself, assembling so many hefty iron blocks, a minotaur remarked, inspecting the robots. They were indeed mere iron blocks, cold and unremarkable, revealing nothing of their secrets. Only the dwarven blacksmith, Silverhammer, scrutinized them closely, frowning slightly. As an expert in weapon forging, he could discern that these were alchemical products. Aside from noting the steel casing, he was at a loss regarding the rest. O'Neill, go fetch 4 bombs. Look at you. Getting a bit pudgy, Karen called out, emphasizing that the bombs were exorbitantly priced. While they could be used underwater, the bombs were preferable for surface operations. Noticing O'Neill's hesitance, Karen quickly added, they're in the warehouse. Go ask Moyne. Upon hearing this, O'Neill's demeanor brightened. He had been thoroughly frightened by Beller's bomb robots and had no intention of entering the laboratory. Don't worry, boss. I'll ensure the task is completed, he assured. The Minotaur team watched as Karen led the iron contraptions to the skeletal mage, following the latter's instructions to sequentially submerge them into the water, all while puzzled about the true purpose of the gambling den's plans. O'Neill, the clumsy giant, hoisted the iron barrels into the pre-dug pit. Furrows formed on his brow. Bombs? He had never heard of such things. Chapter 35. Perfect detonation. Blind spot detonation, a profoundly intricate discipline within the field of demolition, was a concept Karen had not previously encountered. He could only proceed to bury the bombs in the pits excavated by the fire ritualist, carefully directing the bomb robots to submerge slowly into the water. By the time all bombs were set, night had fallen, and the group felt utterly fatigued. Even the robust O'Neill from the bear tribe lay sprawled on the stone slab, panting heavily. "O'Neill, descend from the rock," Karen called out loudly to the clumsy bear. The explosive power could not simply dissipate. O'Neill was the mightiest warrior among his followers, and he was unwilling to lose this precious gem without a fight. "My lord, let us rest for a while. Monk wishes to recalculate to ensure everything is flawless." O'Neill showed no intention of moving his massive frame, his eyes fixated on the diminutive form of the skeletal mage, eager to comprehend what secrets lay buried within that hollow skull. The frigid winds of the frozen plateau were particularly biting at night, the damp air mixed with the roars of wild beasts amplifying the sense of dread at the mouth of the Ogre Canyon. Occasionally, a wolf's howl would pierce the silence, sending shivers down one's spine. The Minotaur team had kindled a campfire, and Maria, as a priestess, could ward off the cold for the group. Karen's followers enjoyed far superior conditions. A 3-meter-high tavern was set upon the ground, where Karen had generously allowed for ample revelry to soothe their day's toil. Ever since O'Neill and his crew had joined the tavern, not only had the food supply dwindled at an alarming rate, but the stock of spirits was also rapidly depleting. The tavern boasted a brewing machine capable of producing 12 barrels of rum daily, yet it still could not meet the immense demand. Reflecting on a few months past, when he was alone on the Rhine plains, diligently concocting potions and brewing fine wines, life had been quite pleasant. Now, despite his increased strength, he had to support far too many individuals. Not to mention O'Neill's group. Even the Elkhorn tribe of the Rhine was a significant drain. Of course, what they brought to Karen far outweighed their consumption. The skeletal claws of the fire witch scraped against the ground, producing a somewhat grating sound, until, at the zenith of the midnight moon, Monk sluggishly approached Karen. "My lord, everything has been arranged. Shall we proceed with the explosion?" The pitch-black night, illuminated by the full moon, seemed to don a veil of purity. The Minotaur team had long since fallen asleep, and Maria curled up against the warmth of the fire, sleeping soundly. Karen smiled faintly. Although the scene was exceptionally cozy, time was of the essence, and he needed to reach the frozen plateau without delay. Thus, the Minotaur's sweet dreams had to be disturbed. "Yes, let us begin," Karen nodded in agreement, handing the control panel of the bomb robot to Monk, who sat on the steps in front of the tavern, preparing to witness the impending explosion. The flames within Monk's head flickered and hummed, as his bony claws gently infused the control panel with magical energy. Boom, boom, boom. With just a slight touch, a series of explosions erupted. The shockwaves from the blast instantaneously snapped the trees on either side in half, reminiscent of thunderclaps, echoing one after another. From beneath the water to the crest of the dam, explosions cascaded in succession, and the entire surface of the water erupted into countless fountains. With a vehement roar, the water was heaved 3 meters into the air. Thud. The boulders were obliterated by the explosives, soaring into the sky, only to plummet back into the water, one after another, as if the explosions were occurring simultaneously. The dam, which had previously blocked the entire lake, now revealed a hollow section spanning several meters in its center. The disparity after traversing less than 5 miles. Kamenlun abandoned the idea of guarding Karen and directly plunged into the tavern. Why now? Only O'Neill remained to engage in conversation along the way. "My lord, bear with it a little longer. The weather is quite favorable now. If we were to encounter an ice storm, we might find ourselves stranded for months," O'Neill remarked, wiping the snowflakes from his face. He gazed at the overcast sky and suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad, my lord. We must seek shelter quickly. The ice storm is indeed approaching. I must say, this fellow certainly has a knack for exaggeration." The ominous clouds began to twist, slowly forming a spiral reminiscent of a mushroom, rotating languidly. Subsequently, the temperature across the entire ice field plummeted sharply, and the typically stable northern winds began to blow with chaotic fervor. Though the ice storm was still some distance away, its effects were already felt by Karen, who quickened his pace. Fortunately, fate favored Karen, leading him to discover an abandoned ice cave, although it was only 4 or 5 meters deep. The thick ice layer was sufficient to withstand the storm's onslaught. After taking refuge in the ice cave for an hour, the ice storm arrived as predicted, sweeping over the entire ice field. Ice spikes 1/2 meter high swirled within the tornado, resembling scissors carving long scars across the icy expanse. Icebergs of similar height were uprooted, and as the storm raged, Karen could witness some creatures being swept into the tempest, only to be shredded into oblivion in the blink of an eye. It was terrifying. Such natural phenomena are indeed beyond human control. Thankfully, the ice layer atop Karen's cave was quite thick, and after enduring the storm with a small hill of ice inside, the cave remained intact. According to O'Neill, It would take at least half a month for the ice storm to pass. Reluctantly, Karen decided to venture into the tavern to see how the current construction progress was faring. Without sturdy laborers, the work was predictably slow. If there was any progress to mention, it was that the fire priest monk had selected a piece of land in the far west, performing a necromantic ritual that rendered it barren, a desolate wasteland devoid of any vegetation. This wasteland, though lifeless, could provide magical energy recovery for undead beings, and it was only within such a desolate area that a necromancer's temple could be erected. Of course, this wasteland had only just emerged, and it would require the scattering of numerous corpses to fully develop. In time, this wasteland would give rise to undead creatures such as skeletons and zombies. While they lacked intelligence, they could serve to defend the temple. And, naturally, the tavern as well. One could say that the wasteland was the very source of the undead. With it, even intelligent undead could be born. For Karen, the emergence of the wasteland was a fortuitous development. The Lich, who also worshipped the god of death, could restore his magical power within this desolate area and conduct various experiments related to death. For instance, Kamenlun's notes recorded that the creation of toxic corpse mages relied entirely on the corpses that fermented in the wasteland. Moreover, within Karen's distillery, there existed a type of tainted blood wine that could only be produced in the wasteland. Overall, Karen was quite pleased with the prospect of a wasteland without the black obsidian needed for constructing the necromancer's temple. The fire priest monk was limited to studying simple skeleton summoning. Upon seeing Karen, he requested that Karen scatter more corpses across the wasteland. Without hesitation, Karen agreed, for the wasteland was indeed capable of evolution. Once enough corpses accumulated, it could give rise to precious alchemical materials akin to refined gold, such as the yellow springs and nether waters. After a round of inspection, Karen felt exasperated. He had to admit that among his followers, the enthusiasm of the beastfolk was overwhelming. The war god temple had been repaired magnificently, though it was still composed of marble. The skilled moose orcs had already carved exquisite murals depicting the glorious achievements of the war god into the stone. The entire temple was complete, save for the central statue of the war god, which remained uncrafted. It was not due to a lack of effort. Rather, the stone required for the statue was highly specialized, a peculiar stone known as alpine stone. It was said that only this stone could be used to forge the statue. Karen inquired slightly and discovered that a single gram of alpine stone cost 3 gold coins. To construct a statue would require at least 2 to 300,000 gold coins, making it far more economical to create one out of gold instead. He could not comprehend why those insufferable merchants priced alpine stone so exorbitantly. Purchasing it with gold was simply impractical. He intended to build more than one temple. There were also the barbarian god temple and the death god temple, all of which required alpine stone. Thus, Karen resolved to take matters into his own hands, whether by excavation or, if necessary, through forceful acquisition. With soldiers at his disposal and no regulations in place, the slave market on the frozen plateau was thriving, and trade was flourishing. Karen refused to believe that these people did not possess any alpine stone. After a brief inspection, he returned to the tavern to attend de Belle's alchemical teachings, with no subordinates at the moment. He could only set aside the matter of the parts factory. After completing his alchemical lessons, he proceeded to the library to study magical tomes and broaden his horizons. The ravages of the ice storm persisted for quite some time, allowing Karen to focus on his studies. After reading through 1/10 of the books in the library, O'Neill finally entered to inform him that the storm had passed. Stepping out of the ice cave, Karen noticed a marked improvement in the freshness of the air on the frozen plateau. The fierce winds had just blown through, and the overcast sky had suddenly cleared. Occasionally, he spotted some birds flying overhead, emitting a few calls before vanishing into the distance. Karen did not linger over the scenery before setting off. With no wind to hinder him and a good number of corpses left in the wake of the storm, he resolved to collect them for the fermentation process in the wasteland. He instructed the Ice Bear warriors to follow closely behind him, and whenever they encountered a corpse, they were to carry it back to the tavern for the skeleton mage to process. These bodies had been severely mangled by the storm's sharp blades, and Karen could hardly identify a single one. However, he occasionally noticed O'Neill's eyes glistening with tears, clearly indicating that some of the corpses belonged to the Ice Bear clan. The frozen plateau was vast, and after half a day's journey, Karen had yet to reach his destination. Were it not for the guidance of O'Neill, he might have lost his way long ago. A storm often brings about a prolonged period of calm, and gradually, signs of human habitation began to emerge on the ice field. Karen did not approach to greet anyone, nor did anyone come to greet him. In this harsh, frigid world, caution was paramount, for a moment of carelessness could lead to enslavement. Moreover, Karen's attire did not suggest he was a native of the frozen plateau, according to O'Neill's estimates. It would take 3 more days to reach the nearest slave market. At this point, Karen was no longer in a hurry. When O'Neill had agreed to accompany him, he had promised to construct an ice mountain within the moose space to serve as a habitat for the Ice Bear clan. Now that the entire ice field lay before him, it was better to act sooner rather than later. Karen summoned all the ice bears and instructed them to search diligently for the most suitable site. My lord, the plateau is primarily composed of permafrost, and once moved to the space, it will quickly melt. If we wish to establish an ice mountain, we must seek out that which is known as Xianbing, which naturally possesses a protective layer and cannot melt even in fire. It is the ideal habitat, O'Neill explained. Upon realizing Karen intended to build a dwelling for them, he was so elated he nearly somersaulted in joy. Unfortunately, Xianbing was exceedingly rare. Even on the frozen plateau, it was scarce. However, relatively speaking, finding a Xianbing peak was somewhat easier, as ice bears have a heightened sensitivity to the quality of ice. From a distance of 500 meters, they could discern the quality of ice blocks. Therefore, along the way, whenever they encountered a mountain range, Karen would pause to investigate. They came across hundreds of peaks, both large and small, but none were suitable. Consequently, the originally estimated 3-day journey had already stretched to 5 days, and they had barely traversed half the expected distance. Fortunately, they were in the calm period of the frozen plateau, granting them ample time to prepare. Chapter 37. Constructing the Xianbing village. O'Neill, it's been half a day. Is it, or isn't it? Karen inquired, growing anxious as 10 days had passed without a single reward. My lord, allow me one more look. I'm not yet certain, O'Neill replied, his nose twitching as he sniffed diligently among the ice piles. What do you mean by uncertain? Is this mountain a Xianbing peak? Karen remarked, observing that the mountain before him resembled any ordinary peak. If judged by the naked eye alone, one would struggle to discern any particular significance. The wait was ultimately tedious. However, if it culminated in good news, it would be well worth it. After spending half a day on the task, the 4 Ice Bear warriors unanimously agreed that the 10-meter-high mountain before them was indeed a Xianbing peak. Let us begin excavation, Karen declared, positioning the tavern on the ground and instructing the moose orcs to bring forth the mammoths. The mountain before them was not large, but it should suffice as a habitat for the Ice Bear clan. My lord, the Xianbing peak is incredibly hard. Ordinary shovels cannot budge it. Even our warriors' weapons can only extract a handful of blocks in a day, O'Neill noted. Assessing the mountain, while it was not enormous, it was still quite substantial. If Karen intended to transport it to the space, it would likely take a year's effort. Fool, Karen chided O'Neill lightly. We have explosives. What is to fear? Those things may not be effective against enemies, but against a mountain, surely they will suffice. Right. O'Neill suddenly realized something. Calling over a few brothers, they dashed into the tavern, and shortly thereafter, each emerged with a large iron barrel. Grinning broadly as they approached, they created a small cave and placed the barrel of explosives inside. The rest became straightforward. Karen stepped back and cast a small fireball, though his magic was not particularly powerful. Igniting a barrel of explosives was well within his capabilities. Boom! As the smoke dissipated, a gaping hole, 3 meters deep, emerged atop the Xianbing mountain. Nearby, fragments of dark ice lay quietly upon the frozen earth. O'Neill, what are you still dawdling for? Do you expect me to do it for you? O'Neill snapped back to his senses and shouted into the distance, Doyen, have your men heard the mammoths over here to load the ice blocks onto their backs? Taking a breath, he continued, brothers, follow me to the tavern and bring out the barrels of explosives. Though there were only about 20 bomb robots, the number of explosive barrels was considerable. Prepared for unforeseen circumstances, the division of labor was clear. The ice bears were to transport the barrels, while Kalen merely needed to ignite a small fireball to trigger the explosion. As for the heavy lifting, that task was entrusted to the moose orcs, with the powerful mammoths handling the transport. Thus, what would have taken a year to accomplish was reduced to a mere week with Kalen's explosives, resulting in the disappearance of a sizable iceberg from the frozen plateau. Naturally, the consumption of rum over that week was substantial. To withstand the frigid climate of the frozen plateau, the moose orcs needed to drink a can of rum every hour. Consequently, the already limited supply of brew dwindled further, necessitating Kalen's tavern to purchase alcohol from others. In the northeastern expanse of the moose realm, a magnificent small iceberg rose majestically. An occasional chill swept across the entire area, and from a distance, One could faintly discern a thin protective shield enveloping the iceberg, safeguarding it from the elements. This shield served no other purpose than to insulate against external temperatures, ensuring that the dark ice would not melt. Under O'Neill's direction, the iceberg was systematically divided, and quaint little icy cottages were constructed, each solid in appearance, mirroring one another from the base to the peak, save for the opulence at the summit. Adorned with exquisite carvings, railings, and a conference room. Although O'Neill claimed it was for Kalen, upon first glance, Kalen dismissed this notion entirely. The temperature throughout the iceberg was well below zero, and aside from the ice bears, no one relished the prospect of lingering there. Viewed from afar, the iceberg resembled a flawless sculpture, as if meticulously crafted by a master artisan. O'Neill shamelessly proclaimed that this was merely a preliminary design, once the Ice Bear clan joined in. Further embellishments would be made to transform the site into a unique ice mountain village. Kalen merely smiled at this idea. The successful relocation of the Dark Ice Mountain had driven Lion Cameroon to the brink, compelling him to persuade Kalen to create a plan. After much persuasive dialogue, Kalen ultimately relented, agreeing to establish a pasture within 6 months to gather a herd of beasts. The Ice Mountain village marked the first settlement in the Moose realm. Although it currently housed only 4 Ice Bear warriors, it wouldn't be long before it flourished, as O'Neill indicated that the entire Ice Bear tribe consisted of 200 Ice Bear orcs and 300 beastly Ice Bears. While the Ice Bears lacked intelligence, their kinship allowed them to communicate seamlessly with the Ice Bear orcs. With a bit of training, they could become competent Ice Bear knights. In Kalen's mind, a great Lich must be accompanied by a formidable knightly order. Over the course of half a month, the weather on the frozen plateau began to worsen once again, with howling northern winds whipping snowflakes across the land, a harbinger of dire conditions on the plateau. Calamities could strike at any moment. Ice storms were one such threat. It was said that the most terrifying disaster of all was the roar of the snow dragon, which, when unleashed, could turn the entire ice field upside down. Fortunately, the legendary snow dragon had not made an appearance for over 30 years. In the past, even the most avaricious slave traders would have hesitated to venture into the frozen plateau. To avoid facing another catastrophe. Kalen hastened his journey. O'Neill, grateful for Kalen's establishment of the Ice Mountain village, willingly bore Kalen on his back. Kalen, weighing just over 100, was hardly a burden for an Ice Bear warrior. It must be noted that Ice Bears are creatures of the snow. What would have taken 3 days of travel was accomplished in a mere day. Before them stood a corral constructed from building timber, within which hairy cattle roamed freely. On the frozen ground, hints of verdant grass could be seen, indicating this was an orc village. In the heart of the village, the sounds of beasts training could be heard, suggesting that this was a Minotaur tribe. "My lord, we have arrived. This is my dear friend Iron Hoof's tribe. I am certain they will welcome us warmly," O'Neill exclaimed excitedly as he gazed upon the dilapidated village. Approaching the entrance with familiarity and calling out. Moments later, several towering Minotaurs emerged, standing 3 meters tall, an entire meter taller than the average Minotaur, adorned with thick manes to shield against the cold of the frozen plateau. Their dark eyes gleamed beneath curved horns, and from their demeanor, it was clear they were warriors, likely unrefined in their evolution. "Iron Hoof, it has been a while. You still look like a bull," O'Neill jested upon meeting him. Iron Hoof, though young, had already assumed the role of chieftain for his tribe. His initial reaction upon seeing O'Neill was joy, but that quickly morphed into astonishment. "O'Neill, you've evolved. Have you found the war goddess temple?" "Of course. I am a devoted follower of the war god," O'Neill boasted, showcasing his ice crystal silver axe and the massive shield, the sharpness of his weapon inciting envy in the Minotaur before him. "You've struck gold. This equipment surpasses even what your father possessed." Iron Hoof, despite being a rough sword, could immediately discern the quality of O'Neill's gear. Just beyond the Iron Hoof tribe lay a slave market, where every piece of equipment was exorbitantly priced, yet O'Neill had miraculously acquired 2 such items. However, it was O'Neill's evolution that truly astonished Iron Hoof. His strength had evidently met the criteria for evolution. Yet without the war goddess blessing, he had been unable to break through. "Iron Hoof, allow me to introduce you to my lord, Kalen, a Lich," O'Neill said, pushing Kalen forward. "I am now his follower." "O'Neill, have you lost your mind? He is a Lich." Iron Hoof immediately recognized Kalen's essence. Liches belonged to the undead, and orcs generally harbored a strong aversion to them. "Do you think I would be at a disadvantage?" O'Neill leaned in, whispering, "To be honest, I was captured by slave traders a few days ago, and he rescued me. not only freeing me from my slave contract, but also aiding my evolution. Now, he has established the Ice Mountain village for our Ice Bear clan. He helped you evolve and built a village. Ironhoof reacted to each statement as though he were hearing a joke. Yet O'Neill's earnest expression suggested otherwise. Indeed, it is true. Moreover, within his tavern, the war god's temple has already been established. Impossible. How could the brilliance of the war god be desecrated by a lich? Ironhoof suddenly grew serious, staring intently at O'Neill, questioning him. I cannot believe you would forsake the glory of the war god. Chapter 38. Ironhoof Tribe. You truly are a stubborn bull. I have no time for your nonsense, O'Neill retorted. Feeling provoked by Ironhoof, even after years of friendship, he found himself at a loss for words, primarily due to the profound changes he had undergone since meeting Kamenlun, and each of his statements seemed implausible to anyone he encountered. To tell you the truth, not only has the war god's temple been established, but we have also created an auxiliary temple for our tribe's pioneer, Near. How can this be? The brilliance of the war god's temple was one matter, but to mention a pioneer was a point of pride for every race. The Minotaur's pioneer was known as the land warrior Khazar, and even the largest Minotaur tribe lacked the capability to erect his temple. Yet now, hearing that O'Neill had established a temple for the Bear tribe's pioneer was unfathomable. They revered the war god, but they cherished their race's pioneers even more in the era of the gods. Each race had a pioneer, and among the orcs, these pioneers were all followers of the war god, and had participated in the War of the Gods. That it was said that one could even awaken their racial talents from their pioneer's temple. They were yaks, but also a branch of minotaurs. The notion of their pioneer's temple was something they wouldn't dare to dream of. Yet here was O'Neill, the ice bear orc he had grown up with, who had indeed established a temple for the bear tribe's pioneer Near. Let me share another secret with you. This return is to facilitate the relocation of the entire ice bear tribe to the tavern. There, a village has already been established, free from the harsh conditions of the frozen plateau. Our entire tribe can wander the world with my lord, traversing human realms, the underwater depths, even the fabled Sky City. O'Neill now brimmed with pride, especially before Ironhoof. I don't believe it. I want to see for myself. Ironhoof remained skeptical of O'Neill's claims and respectfully bowed to Kamenlun. By the glory of the war god, please allow me to verify the truth of O'Neill's words. Kamenlun did not refuse. The Minotaurs were honest beings without ill intent. Were it a human standing before him, Kamenlun might have hesitated to allow them into his realm. But facing the Minotaur, he simply enlarged the tavern, permitting O'Neill to show him around. Karen had waited only half a minute when Ironhoof emerged, though he had merely caught a fleeting glance. He understood that it was indeed the temple of the Bear clan's pioneer, Nair. Adjacent to Nair's temple stood the magnificent shrine of the halfling pioneer, the graceful four-legged archer, yet devoid of the coveted alpine stone and the sculpted idols. Dear guest, I have a proposal, and I wonder if you would consider it, Ironhoof said, his eyes narrowing as they fixed on Karen. I know the whereabouts of the alpine stone, and there is quite a bit of it. State your terms. Even if the Minotaurs are known for their simplicity, I do not believe in the notion of free lunches, Karen replied, regarding his counterpart with scrutiny, for the alpine stone held immense significance for him. Quite simple. Really that I wish for my entire tribe to migrate into your domain and reside within the glacial village, Ironhoof remarked, observing Karen's expression closely. Of course, my tribe consists largely of strong laborers, and our young Minotaurs can join your legion. Without a doubt. Karen recognized this as O'Neill's idea. The obstinacy of the Minotaurs made it inconceivable for them to bow their heads, yet Ironhoof had deftly struck at Karen's vulnerable spot. Currently, the greatest scarcity within the realm was labor. Allowing the yak orcs to join the army seemed somewhat ludicrous, as their thick manes severely hindered their agility. On any continent, no one would employ yak warriors. Their only commendable attributes were their brute strength and endurance, along with their formidable yak beast kin. My lord, most of Ironhoof's tribe consists of robust laborers, and should you aid Ironhoof in advancing, you will gain a formidable follower, O'Neill implored, gazing earnestly at Karen. Of course, you need only assist in constructing a temple for the Minotaur pioneer, and they, alongside our ice bears, shall inhabit the glacial village without causing you any inconvenience. Seeing O'Neill's earnest demeanor, Karen couldn't help but chuckle. The yak orcs were indeed impressive, yet accommodating a tribe would undoubtedly burden his food supplies. Fortunately, the slave market was approaching, and he had recently sent a letter to Churchill, requesting him to gather provisions from the human realm. Thus, accommodating the yak orc tribe should pose no problem. Furthermore, The inclusion of this labor force would undoubtedly enhance the development of his domain. Very well, I consent to Iron Hoof's request, yet I am curious, how is it that you, as a Minotaur, are willing to follow a Lich? The reputation of Minotaurs for their straightforwardness and stubbornness was legendary. He could not believe that O'Neill's mere words could alter Iron Hoof's judgment. His domain was not a paradise. Survival necessitated labor. My lord, you are unaware that my tribe is situated right next to the slave market, and there are always those who covet our tribe. Each month, 1 or 2 Minotaurs are captured, which is not unusual, yet in recent months, our population has dwindled alarmingly. Particularly this month, we lost 10 strong laborers in one go, and women have begun to vanish as well. I fear that if this continues, our entire tribe will perish, Iron Hoof said quietly, gazing at the desolate village, where many homes now echoed silence, likely having consolidated to face the crisis of population loss. So you thought to seek refuge in my tavern, Karen smiled. Not quite. While your domain may currently seem forlorn, I believe that we Yak Orcs will receive our due respect. We trust in our own hands and in my friend O'Neill. Iron Hoof replied with a simple smile, making his way toward the village center. Karen understood that Iron Hoof needed to persuade his tribe. He stood at the village entrance for half an hour before slowly entering. Iron Hoof's village was modest, primarily consisting of thatched huts. Yet at the center lay a vast square where Minotaurs had already gathered. It appeared that Iron Hoof had a considerable persuasive power and high esteem among his kin. My lord, from this day forth, the Iron Hoof tribe shall follow you, Iron Hoof declared, approaching and performing a warrior's salute. Karen understood his intentions and directly positioned the tavern at the heart of the square. When the tavern first appeared, it startled the Minotaurs. Only when Iron Hoof assured them of its harmlessness did a few brave souls enter under his guidance. Passing through the walls, they were greeted by the grand temple of the war god, followed by unique structures crafted by the orcs that left the Minotaurs in awe. Upon hearing Iron Hoof's assurance that they could construct a temple for the Minotaur pioneer, the tribe erupted with excitement. With a temple, rituals would flourish, and the Minotaurs could evolve through their devotion. Once the first temple was established, a second would surely follow. Iron Hoof's tribe, numbering about 100, managed to relocate within half a day. And since the glacial village already had ice houses, no further accommodations were necessary. The only issue was the absence of enclosures for raising yak cattle, yet such matters were trivial. Karen gazed at the now empty village. He could not suppress a sigh. Yet another 100 mouths to feed meant an additional burden. Nevertheless, he was beginning to embrace this newfound responsibility. Iron Hoof moved swiftly, settling the entire tribe within an hour, then approached Karen to request assignments. Karen merely smiled and inquired, "What of your alpine stone?" The question instantly turned Iron Hoof's face crimson. "My lord, to speak candidly, I do not possess the alpine stone. I merely know its whereabouts." "Where might it be?" "At the very center of the ice plains, where a colossal ice mountain towers. Atop this mountain resides a snow dragon." "A snow dragon, a dragon clan?" Karen was momentarily taken aback, astonished that an ice dragon could indeed reside here. Yet, why had there been no word for 30 years? "How do you know this?" "With your strength, you could hardly approach the dragon kin." The dragon clan represented the pinnacle of existence in this world. Their might was feared even by the divine. The mere presence of a snow dragon could wreak havoc upon the entire frozen highlands. "My lord, this was relayed to me by my father, who once led a party of adventurers to the heart of the plateau. Unfortunately, they awakened the snow dragon, and the entire expedition perished, save for my father, who fortuitously survived to eye in the dragon's treasure hoard. He beheld a massive alpine stone. How large is it? Could it be fashioned into an idol? It should be substantial. According to my father, it could forge at least 5 idols. The specifics are uncertain, but alas, my father passed away shortly after that expedition. Had he lived, he could provide you with precise details." Iron Hoof's expression turned somber as he produced a map crafted from yak leather. Handing it to Karen, "This is the map from that expedition." The map, rudimentary yet functional, bore a dragon emblem at its destination. Karen contemplated quietly, refraining from further comment as he accepted the map, instructing Iron Hoof to seek assistance from Doan. Before exiting the tavern, the dragon's treasure was the aspiration of every adventurer, and Karen was no exception. Yet, facing the dragon clan, even the mightiest warriors stood little chance, with the alpine stone nestled within the dragon's hoard. Seizing it through brute force was out of the question. The only feasible strategy was to steal it. For a thief, a stone of such magnitude might pose a challenge, Yet for Karen, who possessed a tavern, extracting the stone would be entirely plausible. Chapter 39. The slave market. The weather upon the frozen highlands was capricious, shifting abruptly, just as Karen departed from Ironhoof's tribe. Frost-laden snow began to descend from the heavens. While the calamity was minor, the snow intermingled with rain, resembling a barrage of needles raining down. Karen, already of slight stature, found himself compelled to shield his head with a heavy iron shield against the dismal weather. Fortunately, Ironhoof's tribe lay only half a day's journey from the slave market. Battling against the weighty shield, he finally arrived at the fabled slave market after a taxing half-hour. Before even entering, he could hear the raucous clamoring from within. The slave market was enclosed by wooden palisades crafted by the beast folk, with only a smattering of figures moving about. In such a desolate place, the market thrived amidst the frozen earth. To carve out a cavern from the permafrost required the aid of sorcerers, so those with access to such caverns were predominantly human merchants, although beast folk and traders from other continents also engaged in commerce there. Crossing the barrier, he witnessed throngs of adventurers swiftly diving into the caverns, trading the spoils of their hunts, most of whom were orcs. Occasionally, one could spot members of the sea folk or even rare feathered warriors among the beast folk. Just moments ago, an eagle-like figure passed by, sporting a hooked nose and striking gray wings, wielding a long spear. Judging by their aura, they were at least fourth-tier warriors. The feathered folk were primarily capable of flight, and this was no exception. After completing their transactions, they soared into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. Regarding such beast folk, Karen could only feel resigned. Nonetheless, the natural advantage of the feathered folk granted the beast folk one of the few air forces in the world. Upon entering the slave market, Kamenlun and O'Neill emerged from the tavern. Grinning as they approached Karen. It was evident they were there to discuss the 5,000 gold coins for the slave fee. As they too were in the process of forming a legion, a commitment Karen had made to them, Karen found himself in a predicament. Upon entering the slave market, he realized the true value of gold coins. With merely 200,000 coins to his name, he discovered that it was insufficient to procure much. He decided to part with 100,000, considering that the tavern still required their protection. The slave market was a rare trading ground, and after having kept the group in the elk space for quite some time, Karen felt it was time to let them breathe. Of course, the reason the yak orcs had remained here for so long was their voluntary construction of the temple, which belonged to their minotaur forebears. The sight of the throng pouring out caused the merchants in the slave market to frown. Yet they were evidently seasoned individuals who merely raised an eyebrow at the tavern's ability to harbor individuals, dismissing it as unworthy of their attention, with Doyen and the centaur Stephen by his side. Karen ventured into the nearest cave. Upon entry, he was greeted by the pungent stench of excrement, indicating poor ventilation. A merchant, resembling a proprietor, lounged on a beast-skin chair, sipping an unknown drink, while a lovely young woman dutifully attended to him. Upon seeing Karen, the merchant's face lit up with a characteristic smile as he hurried over, warmly grasping Karen's hand. "Esteemed Lich, Merchant Magi is at your service." The greeting struck Karen as reminiscent of his human friend Churchill's opening lines, prompting a chuckle. "No need for formalities. I am in search of some slaves to evaluate your wares. How many does the esteemed patron require? If the quantity is substantial, I can offer a discount." Magi's eyes narrowed. For liches were typically large clients in need of followers, who were mostly warriors. After all, warriors were the most valuable assets in the entire slave trade. "A great many," Karen replied succinctly. Merely those two words sent Magi into a fit of delight. "We have evolved minotaurs, immensely strong bear men, and swift wolf cavalry. If you're willing to part with the coin, I could even procure some aquatic warriors for you, such as nagas, sirens, or even mermaids." "Mermaids as well." Karen was taken aback. Mermaids were nobility among the aquatic races, and it was not common to find even a single mermaid in a kingdom of the sea. Surely this human merchant wasn't fabricating tales. "That depends on your capabilities. If you possess 100,000 gold coins, I could arrange it for you," Magi whispered conspiratorially. "You see, a mermaid recently washed ashore and was captured by a human knight, who is now selling her in the slave market due to his financial needs. His audacity is remarkable. Does he not fear retribution from the aquatic races?" The frozen highlands led directly to the endless sea, and the aquatic races were formidable forces capable of waging war across multiple continents. How could they dare lay claim to a royal member of the sea? What is there to fear? Once he sells her for gold, he can find a hiding place. Who would ever find him? Magi replied with a calm smile. "The only concern is the potential vengeance from the aquatic races. which is why no one dares to buy her. 100,000 gold coins is a bargain. In human territories, some kings would readily pay 1,000,000 for her. Of course, mermaids were highly valued among humans, akin to the worth of the fox race among the beastmen. However, the transportation costs along the way might be considerable, and I surmise correctly that the aquatic races have already intervened. Did you notice those nagas on the ground? They are here searching for the mermaid. However, they are unaware of the knight's whereabouts. If you are interested, 100,000 gold coins. What do you say? Magi attempted to entice Karen with the notion of acquiring a mermaid at such a low price. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Unfortunately, he did not comprehend Karen's circumstances. While Karen did possess 100,000 gold coins that was meant for laborers, should he purchase a mermaid, his original intention for visiting the slave market would be utterly thwarted. Please, do not jest. Look at my capabilities. How could I possibly acquire a mermaid? Karen chuckled lightly, steering the conversation back to the crux of the matter. This time, I seek not warriors but laborers. What laborers are the most affordable in your establishment? Only laborers. Upon hearing this, the merchant's interest waned. Laborers were the cheapest commodities in the slave market. Some merchants were even reluctant to acquire them, as their consumption was high, and if they remained unsold for long, they became a liability. Thus, merchants preferred to invest in warriors rather than feed those slaves. Do you have any? If not, I shall peruse other establishments. Karen was resolute, as his time in the slave market was limited, and he had a batch of goods to sell, making every moment precious. Well, I do not have many laborers, and most of them are halflings, cave dwellers, and goblins. Would you be interested in these? 3 gold coins for one, Magi replied. You have goblins. How many? Karen's interest peaked. He had not anticipated the presence of goblins at such a low price. There are quite a few goblins, over 500. I would say, together with the halflings and cave dwellers, there are over 1,000. Are you interested in them? Halflings were a peculiar race, possessing the upper body of a human and the lower body of a beast. They lacked strength and combat prowess, typically subsisting by performing menial tasks within larger communities. Cave dwellers were similar, residing in caves and possessing excellent culinary skills, yet were physically weak and of little value. Only 1,500? Karen calculated and found it to be merely 500 gold coins. He had not expected laborers to be so inexpensive, and he had fretted for nothing. I will take all of those laborers. Do you have more? That's all I have. The slave market rarely stocks laborers, as they are considered a liability. If you wish, I could procure more. How many do you require? Magi looked at Karen, hoping to extract some profit from him, though the laborers were priced at 500 gold coins. The actual profit was less than 50 coins. Certainly, the more the better. Whatever quantity you can gather at your price, I shall purchase. Are you serious? Magi's spirits lifted at once, although laborers were not valuable. If the patron sought 10,000, he could earn a handsome sum. However, he hesitated again. What if the patron was a fraud? If he acquired that many laborers and the patron refused to take them, he would be left with a burden. Noticing the glint of worry in Magi's eyes, Karen reassured him. Rest assured, gather the slaves without fear. There is a tavern nearby, and I am its proprietor. As I will not be leaving for 3 days, the potential earnings during this time depend solely on your capabilities. To reward you, I shall pay you 2 gold coins for every 2 goblins you capture. How does that sound? 2 for 1 gold coin? Is this not a jest? Magi's heart was elated. If there was a place teeming with goblins, it was undoubtedly the frozen highlands. The goblin tribes in the area numbered in the hundreds, with the largest housing thousands. Collecting laborers from elsewhere might be swift, but with a simple quest, goblins could be amassed in the blink of an eye. Fear not, this is my assistant Doyen. He will remain here with you. For every 100 slaves you collect, I shall have him settle the accounts. This way, you need not worry about me disappearing. Karen chuckled softly, advising, ensure that the goods you provide are primarily goblins. For halflings and cave dwellers, I can only offer 4 gold coins each. As you know, their strength is minimal and of little use. Rest assured, I shall guarantee quality goblins. None missing arms or legs. They will be fit for work upon arrival. Magi was overjoyed, as such a deal was unprecedented. Chapter 40. The trade of behemoths. The climate of the frozen highlands was exceptionally harsh, with perennial northern winds mingling with the cold of the frozen earth, relentlessly claiming the lives of all living beings. In such a brutal environment, only the most extraordinary races could survive, such as the yak orcs, ice bears, and penguin beast men, who possess thick fur to withstand the chill. Conversely, There were weaker races like halflings, cave dwellers, and goblins, who detested such a cruel climate, but had no choice but to escape the mainland as hunters and seek refuge in this impoverished land. For goblins, the frozen highlands were merely a shade better than hell itself. Yet, even in this bleak place, they now faced a brutal slaughter. The goblin tribe centered around the effort market, Cass, had been bloodily razed. Powerful adventurers could easily obliterate an entire goblin tribe, reducing them to slaves. The goblins, who had been barely scraping by, were rendered even less valuable. The slave masters were reluctant to capture and sell them. Yet, inexplicably, adventurers, fueled by greed, saw them as mere gold coins gleaming before them. The impetus, a notice in the slave market offering a lucrative price of 1 gold coin for 5 goblins, under normal circumstances. Adventurers would have thought they were hallucinating. Goblins were notoriously feeble, easily outmatched even by the weakest halfling. This notice, however, indicated that they were now in a position to reap profits. Each goblin tribe consisted of around 100 goblins. Capturing them all could yield over 20 gold coins, far more lucrative than braving the treacherous frozen highlands for a mere adventure. Though initially skeptical, the adventurers' doubts were dispelled when a knight delivered 300 goblins to a human merchant, receiving the promised payment. The notice was thus validated that in just 3 days, the adventurers caught wind of the news and, filled with fervor, rushed toward the nearby goblin tribes, their hearts ablaze with excitement. Regardless of which fool is willing to part with their coin, what truly captivates them is the radiant gleam of gold. In an instant, the goblin tribe near the slave market is left utterly bloodied and desolate, with adventurers meticulously binding goblins, regardless of gender or age, one after another with ropes, hastening towards the slave market. In a flash, the market transforms into a vibrant spectacle, teeming with the forms of goblins. Within mere hours, human merchants have managed to acquire over 3,000 goblins, observing the gleeful expressions in their eyes. It becomes evident that a significant patron must have taken a liking to these wretched creatures. Maggie feels a surge of pride for his astute mind. In just half a day, he has successfully amassed 300 gold coins, and this is merely the beginning. As time progresses, vast numbers of goblins will continue to be drawn to the slave market. Casting a glance at the moose orc, Duin, seated upon his hide, Maggie cannot fathom what the Lich could possibly desire with such a plethora of worthless goblins that, of course, this is of no concern to him. His focus lies solely on ensuring that the adventurers swiftly gather all the goblins from the frozen wastelands into his shop. The slave market erupts into a frenzy due to the goblins. Initially, only a handful of adventurers participated in the capture, but soon mercenary bands, fueled by greed, joined in, equipped with strict discipline, perfect coordination, and superior mounts and gear. They ventured further afield to capture goblins, evidently possessing containers for population collection akin to the Karen Moose Space's magical artifacts. They need not return to the slave market in one fell swoop, but can sweep through each tribe, thereby saving time and reaping greater rewards. Unbeknownst to Karen, the goblin's plight unfolds. He perceives the bustling slave market as a natural occurrence. Indeed, the frozen highlands are frigid and even wrapped in thick hides. He cannot stave off the cold. He ventures into a cavern, which dwarfs the other shops by tenfold. The entrance. A sign clearly reads, Beast Emporium. These creatures, colossal in stature, possess no intelligence, yet, through training, they can perform certain tasks, once favored by the military for their capacity to supply provisions. These beasts have since faded into obscurity after the discovery of the spatial gem's utility. Their massive size renders them unappealing for domestication, as no race desires to rear such gluttonous creatures. A single beast consumes as much as 30 minotaurs. Karen values this place for the strength of these beasts. Constructing a temple in the moose space necessitates substantial stones, and currently, he possesses only 4 mammoths. Compared to the giants, their strength is still lacking. Karen plans to procure a batch of these creatures, as the future construction tasks in the space will be more demanding, considering their food consumption. Churchill will adeptly assist him. Upon entering the Beast Emporium, Karen is greeted by a large enclosure housing massive creatures, some resembling mammoths, others crocodiles, and some akin to saber-toothed tigers with rotund bodies. Amusingly, among the beasts, he spots some giant pigs, which are strikingly similar to ordinary pigs, albeit bloated by 30 or 40 times. Giant pigs are among the most favored meats by humans, their thick fat yielding exquisite stews. Gazing at the slumbering giants, Karen contemplates whether to raise some, especially since many of the laborers Maggie sold him are halflings, adept at menial tasks, making them ideal for caring for these beasts. Most importantly, the dung of giant pigs serves as excellent fertilizer. The man-eating flowers planted in the black soil are still seedlings, requiring nurturing from quality fertilizers. Furthermore, the materials required for his future alchemical endeavors must be self-sustaining, making the purchase of giant pigs highly suitable. Esteemed Lich, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. The proprietor, a 3-meter-tall elephantine man, says, standing before Karen like a small mountain. Greetings, may the war god bless you, Karen replies. Performing a salute to the war god, he inquires, might I ask what varieties of beasts you have? I am quite interested. We have a plethora of species, including meat-providing giant pigs, armored scaled-back crocodiles, and long-tailed beasts, all in abundance, the proprietor responds. The scaled-back crocodiles, like the giant pigs, can furnish sturdy armor, which is excellent news for Karen, as Bailey's tank requires robust shells. The hide of the scaled-back crocodile is harder than fine steel, impervious even to spears crafted from exquisite gold. As for the long-tailed beasts, their bodies are laced with dense sinews, yielding bowstrings upon slaughter. These 3 types of giant beasts are universally acknowledged. What are the prices? I prefer not to spend excessively, Karen states. Wishing to avoid haggling, should the cost be too steep, he would rather forego the purchase. Very affordable, each type of giant beast is merely 10 gold coins, regardless of gender. If you desire a larger quantity, I can offer further discounts, the proprietor replies. And what if I wish to acquire all of them? To what extent can you reduce the price? Karen directly inquires. If you wish for all, esteemed Lich. I have over 1,000 here. Are you capable of consuming that many? The mammoth man appears slightly taken aback, uncertain whether Karen jested. That is feasible. Present me with a reasonable price, and I will take them all. 9 gold coins apiece, if you wish for all. That amounts to 9,000 gold coins for a total of 1,087 beasts. How does that sound? The mammoth man resolutely relinquishes a significant profit. Excellent. I shall take them all. Stephen, relay the order to establish a large beast pen to gather the newly arrived halflings and raise these giant beasts. If they perform well, they shall be released from their slave contracts and receive the appropriate treatment in the tavern. Karen instructs the centaur Stephen, knowing that halflings and centaurs belong to the same kin, making negotiations much simpler. Master, but how can we simply say to build? That is a considerable undertaking. Stephen expresses his concern, contemplating the logistics of managing over 1,000 giant beasts. Rest assured, it merely requires enclosing these beasts. Future developments can progress gradually. Understood. Master, this is quite manageable. All that is needed is to find an open area and block it off with giant stones to create a rudimentary beast pen. Stephen envisions this in his mind and eagerly rushes off. Though the simple beast pen requires half a day's labor to construct, after Karen pays the gold coins, he follows the mammoth man in inspecting the enclosure, perhaps due to the rarity of such a significant patron. The mammoth man is particularly loquacious, and in a matter of moments, Karen learns about the origin of these giant beasts. They have been wild-tamed, making them far superior to ordinary beasts, while these giants do not resist. Taming them is extraordinarily challenging. However, for the mammoth man, this task is not daunting. Their racial talent is beast summoning, allowing them to communicate with and command the beasts through their unique roars. The over 1,000 giant beasts before him are a product of a mammoth tribe. Upon hearing this news, Karen immediately establishes a purchase contract, ensuring that all giant beasts tamed by the mammoth tribe will be procured by his tavern. This unexpected windfall leaves the mammoth man momentarily stunned. However, upon realizing he need no longer guard the shop daily or worry about his tribe's livelihood, he readily agrees to take Karen to the mammoth tribe to view some special giant beasts, which, if Karen finds appealing, can be gifted to him as a token of the beast god's favor towards the mammoth people. Naturally, in return, Karen gifts him a teleportation array for the tavern, an essential item. Chapter 41. Rare Giant Beasts. Karen is intrigued by the mammoth man's mention of rare giant beasts. Across all continents, although giant beasts have retreated from the annals of history, some still possess terrifying destructive power. For instance, the beastmen's behemoths are among the most ordinary giant beasts, yet they can contend with dragonkind. The beastmen boast the strongest land forces on all continents, largely due to the existence of behemoth giants. Karen does not hope for the mammoth man to provide him with behemoth giants, as their trade is explicitly forbidden by beastmen law. It is unlikely that the mammoth man could obtain a wild behemoth. Karen's expectations are modest, He seeks only useful creatures. It is worth noting that while these rare giant beasts may not be mass-produced, they can yield valuable resources, such as the massive snails found in the snowy mountains. These creatures are colossal, consuming ice and excreting precious ice gold, whose value rivals that of a human city. The Beast Emporium is a vast cavern, constructed with the full might of the mammoth tribe, even penetrating the thick layers of permafrost to reach the rocky depths below. As Karen ventures further in, the strength of the enclosures noticeably increases, transitioning from wooden barriers to iron fortifications, heightening Karen's anticipation for the giant beast soon to be revealed. It is known that the beastmen face food shortages and a scarcity of iron tools. The mammoth man's ability to craft iron enclosures speaks volumes about the value of these giant beasts. Deep within the cavern, illumination is provided only by torches. Amidst the flickering shadows, Karen spots a giant tortoise crawling along the ground, indistinguishable from an ordinary turtle save for its ruby-like eyes, which capture Karen's attention. Karen, this is a wine-tailed tortoise, the mammoth man briefly explains, tossing a bottle of rum towards it. The lethargic tortoise suddenly awakens, its massive jaws opening wide to swallow both the bottle and its contents. Before slowly rising and swaying its body, its ruby-like eyes shrouded in a mist, the scent of alcohol wafting through the air. This is high-concentration alcohol, Karen remarked. As a distiller, he could discern the components of the mist merely by scent. This high-concentration alcohol approached nearly 100% purity, a feat unattainable in ordinary brewing processes. Such potent alcohol could ignite with a mere spark, resulting in an explosive force several times greater than that of Karen's bombs. I never imagined that this liquor turtle could extract alcohol from rum, he continued. Indeed. This liquor turtle was discovered by my clan in an abandoned temple. Its unique ability is to distill alcohol. If one were to keep it in a pool of liquor, it could even enhance the quality of the brew, the mammoth man boasted. It took the combined efforts of our entire clan to forge a pact with it. Yet alas, our tribe is not in a position to care for such a creature. Some colossal beasts possess extraordinary abilities, and their habitats are equally peculiar. Karen was not surprised that the liquor turtle preferred residing in a pool of alcohol. Rather, its presence only reinforced his ambition to establish a distillery. With the tavern's growing clientele, the consumption of alcohol was rapidly increasing. Most notably, there was a batch of halfling slaves adept at menial tasks. Karen was intimately familiar with the brewing process, and with the addition of this liquor turtle, the products of the factory would undoubtedly be exceptional. By the gods, I never anticipated the existence of such marvelous beasts in this world. Ongda, your gift is truly invaluable, Karen exclaimed, nearly wanting to embrace the giant creature, though the size difference made that impossible. Ongda, the mammoth man's name, symbolized greatness. In response to Karen's praise, Ongda simply smiled. Compared to your generosity, this gift is trivial. With that, he moved on to the next beast enclosure, which was significantly larger than the previous one. If the liquor turtle could be considered a giant beast, this next creature was the giant among giants. Its dimensions were 3 times larger than that of an ordinary giant beast, and even with the enlarged enclosure, it barely fit inside. The only creature that could rival this behemoth was the ancient monster skeleton that Karen had discovered in the Ogre's Canyon cave. Ongda. This creature must be larger than a dragon, Karen mused, despite never having seen a dragon himself. Karen, you jest. Dragons are the mightiest beings on this continent. How could this creature compare? This is a red-skinned grumble beast. Though they are large, their strength is relatively modest. According to our clan's records, their strength is at least 3 times that of a dragon. 3 times that of a dragon? Karen chuckled, finding Ongda's honesty refreshing. Given his assertions, it was likely backed by evidence. The red-skinned grumble beast stood 10 feet tall, with 2 massive claws gripping the ground, standing upright in a humanoid form. Its short yet robust forelimbs exhibited extraordinary strength, resembling a living tyrannosaurus. Karen even speculated that the red-skinned grumble beast might possess dragon lineage. Indeed, the power of their forelimbs is such that even dragons would hesitate to confront them directly. On land, the only creatures that could rival a red-skinned grumble beast are our clan's behemoths. Despite their strength, red-skinned grumble beasts are easily frightened and will flee at the slightest threat, which is why they are not regarded as combat beasts. If you desire one, it can be yours. I would very much like that. It was a stroke of fortune. With the tavern undergoing significant expansion, having such a laborer would be equivalent to hundreds of bull-headed creatures. Imagining the colossal stones weighing mere feathers in the eyes of this giant beast was a tantalizing prospect. Ongda, how many red-skinned grumble beasts do you have? Can you sell them all to me? The more construction machines, the better. Karen, I apologize, but this giant beast is the only one we accidentally captured. Additionally, the habitats of red-skinned grumble beasts are quite secretive. Even we mammoth men cannot guarantee a successful pact with them. If you wish, I can have my clan keep an eye out in the future. Ongda replied. He was taken aback by Karen's enthusiasm for the red-skinned grumble beast, which was somewhat unexpected. One detail he omitted was that, while the red-skinned grumble beast was immensely powerful, its habitat requirements were stringent. It needed to dwell in caves carved from the red-crowned tree. The red-crowned tree is a gigantic species that can grow to over 100 feet tall and occupy 1,000 square meters. Its trunk alone can measure 3 to 4 dozen feet in diameter. Since the red-crowned tree produces the essential red-crowned fruit for the grumble beast, cultivating such a giant requires planting one. Red-crowned tree. I have never heard of it. Karen shook his head, acknowledging the vast array of flora in the world, finding it unsurprising that he was unfamiliar with such a peculiar species. When we captured this red-skinned grumble beast, we also found a dead vine with living roots. If planted in fertile soil and watered, it will yield a red-crowned tree within a month, Ongda explained, handing Karen a long red vine. Karen was intrigued by the prospect of cultivating such a marvelous plant. The black soil at his disposal had only a few man-eating flowers, making it an ideal location to grow the red-crowned tree. He would entrust the planting to the moosemen and then turn his attention to the next giant beast. Giants are renowned for their enormous size, and the colossal creature before Karen was none other than a mammoth from the Tavern stock. Observing Ongda, he noted that mammoths and mammoth men were akin to brothers, born of the same lineage, and Ongda was willing to part with one of their kin. Karen, do not be alarmed. This soldier is not a mammoth, but an ice mountain snow elephant. While it may resemble our mammoths, its nature differs. They prefer to consume the leaves of plants. If you plant the red-crowned tree, its leaves will be among their favored foods. Additionally, if you could provide some bananas, that would be ideal, Ongda remarked with a casual smile. They are treasures coveted by beast tribes in the frozen plains. Had it not been for our friendship, I would have been reluctant to part with it. Does it possess any remarkable abilities? Compared to the liquor turtle, Karen found it hard to believe that this pristine giant had much to offer. Karen, while the ice mountain snow elephant may not hold much value on other continents, it is invaluable in the frozen highlands, Ongda explained, taking a breath. Their sweat can form a rare liquid ice, and any tribe that raises an ice mountain snow elephant can benefit from the ice structures it produces. Liquid ice. Karen was taken aback, having thought he misheard. He had expended half a month searching for ice to construct an ice village. And if this giant could produce it, the potential for expansion was immense. Indeed, their sweat is liquid ice, and structures built from it withstand even the fiercest ice storms, making them the most resilient shelters in the frozen highlands, Ongda said with a hint of pride. Very well. I accept, Karen replied without hesitation. The mere ability to produce liquid ice was reason enough to keep the creature. Chapter 42. Clearance sale of bomb robots emerging from the giant beast cave. Karen wore a triumphant expression. Though he had acquired only 3 rare giants, their combined worth equaled that of hundreds of massive pigs, after settling on a price of 3,000 gold coins for each rare beast. Ongda was so elated he could have jumped to the heavens. As they parted, Ongda could not help but shower Karen with compliments, inviting him to visit the Mammoth Man clan, where several other rare beasts awaited. Unable to be brought to the marketplace for specific reasons, leaving the teleportation array with Ongda, Karen exited the giant beast shop, not for any other reason, but because he noticed his gold coins dwindling. Just a day had passed, and the message from his accountant indicated that his treasury had shrunk to under 20,000 coins. In a rare sight at the slave market, the tavern now stood 10 feet tall, its doors wide open, allowing a glimpse of the interior, which had similarly expanded. It was Karen's first experience utilizing the tavern's ability to enlarge. Previously, he had only used its shrinking feature for ease of transport. Now, witnessing its grandeur firsthand was awe-inspiring. The tavern was a magical artifact from the god of death, Naozu, and the mysterious Eastern family, To. This day, Karen remained puzzled about the tavern's origins, relying solely on bloodline control. Such capabilities had been observed in other magical artifacts, but none had matched the strict standards Karen set. Many had attempted to seize control of the tavern, but ultimately, their efforts bore no fruit. As for Karen's bloodline control over the tavern, it was met with admiration from all. The tavern now occupied a significant portion of the slave market, and adventurers had begun to circle around it. Viewing the flexible tavern as a divine artifact, Karen understood the implication of having a treasure brings trouble. He had no desire to draw undue attention, but to house the beasts in the moose space. He required an enclosure capable of accommodating their immense size. Watching as the giant beasts were herded into the tavern by halflings, some unscrupulous individuals began to retreat. The presence of thousands of colossal beasts raises the question of which formidable force could possibly possess them. Their curiosity drives them to the tavern, eager to uncover the truth, only to be met with the imposing acts of the ice-bear warrior, O'Neill, who denies them entry, gazing up at the tavern's towering entrance. Reaching an impressive height of 10 zhang, Kamenlun silently resolves to set up a teleportation array at the tavern's threshold in the future, allowing him to transport these giant creatures into the moose space. Having only just arrived in the frozen highlands, the slave market before him is sparsely populated with skilled individuals. However, once they venture deeper into the frozen expanse, they will encounter formidable adventurers and mercenary groups aplenty. While the tavern may not fear being overtaken, the threat to their very lives is a cause for concern. Upon entering the tavern, Kamenlun offers a faint smile, passing through the walls into the moose space. The sight before him is almost blinding. He momentarily thinks he has stepped into another realm. A redwood vine stands resolutely at the center of the space, having grown to a height of 10 zhang in just a few hours. It resembles a banyan tree, its base naturally forming numerous hollows that can now accommodate habitation. Yet, it still has a way to go before it rivals the colossal size of the red-skinned gullah beast. Kamenlun is astonished by the rapid growth of the redwood, marveling at the wonders of the world. To the north of the space, a makeshift beast pen is surrounded by massive stones interspersed with wooden fences. Within the pen, giant pigs, long-tailed beasts, and scaled-back crocodiles jostle for space, their low intelligence and aversion to movement preventing chaos. A multitude of halflings busily navigate among the giant beasts, marking Kamenlun's first encounter with these diminutive beings. Standing at roughly half the height of a normal human, their lower halves resemble humans while their upper bodies manifest as various animals. Despite belonging to the same race, the halflings exhibit a remarkable diversity. Observing the bustling halflings in the beast pen, Kamenlun's brow furrows. He wonders just how many halflings Meggy has sold him. Hadn't he mentioned that the price for halflings is merely half that of the goblins? The beast pen is in disarray, with only the Xianbing village maintaining a semblance of calm, as the ice mountain snow elephants have been arranged there, much to the delight of the yak orcs. They have even constructed caves for the ice mountain snow elephants and are diligently attending to them at the foot of the mountain. They have approached the tavern steward, Duan, requesting some precious bananas. Not for any other reason, but to encourage the ice mountain snow elephants to sweat profusely, thereby expanding the entire Xianbing village, to the west of the space. The area is systematically divided into several sections. One can see the alchemy master, Bale, leading a group of diminutive beings, barking orders. Upon closer inspection, these tiny creatures, with heads larger than their bodies and standing at only half a meter tall, are goblins, pale and emaciated. Many bearing injuries, clearly freshly captured. Kamenlun cannot afford to neglect these goblins. With some halflings in place, he must ensure they prepare nourishing meals to sustain the goblins, as they will be essential for future factory operations. Meanwhile, the construction of the temple has come to a halt, as the absence of alpenglow stone renders any efforts futile. The space is in chaos, and the moose orcs must be organized. Here, Kamenlun cannot help but admire Din, who has managed to maintain order amidst such pandemonium with remarkable efficiency. Just hours prior, he had merely instructed the establishment of the beast pen, and now it has taken on a discernible shape. With a smile, Kamenlun exits the tavern, contemplating the growing population within and the ensuing concerns about food supplies. The 10,000 gold coins he possesses will not suffice if he does not procure ample provisions. Standing at the tavern's entrance, Kamenlun arranges over 20 robots neatly in 2 rows upon the ground, creating a striking scene in the slave market. What are these things? Iron clumps. Some adventurers approach curiously, feeling the cold metal, only to find them to be mere iron blocks. Brother, are you selling these iron things? How much? A merchant-like figure inquires, for iron is in high demand on the Orc continent, where gold is scarce and sales are never a concern. 500 gold coins each, Kamenlun states without blinking. Are you out of your mind? 500 for these. The merchant stares incredulously at Kamenlun, knowing that such iron blocks typically fetch only 20 to 30 gold coins. These items are undoubtedly worth their price, Kamenlun replies with a faint smile, guiding one of the robots to slowly approach the slave market's outer gate. As the iron contraption moves, more onlookers become intrigued, realizing that this artifact from the Lich must be extraordinary. That a moving iron block could very well be a magical puppet, and at 500 gold coins, It is hardly exorbitant. Boom! Just as the robot exits the door, a thunderous explosion reverberates, shaking the very ground of the frozen highlands. What just happened? Some shopkeepers, huddled in their stalls, initially mistake the tremor for an earthquake and rush to the entrance. They see a 3-meter-deep crater that has effectively blocked the exit, and amidst the red-hot fragments of iron, they glance at Kalen in the center of the market. Did you do this? Yes. Kalen gestures towards the merchant beside him. He wanted to see what I had. How are you selling this? The merchant, just emerging from the chaos, quickly assesses the iron clump's potential and directly asks for a price. 500 gold coins each. Kalen maintains his original price. That's actually not unreasonable. The merchant replies with a smile. I'm Montier. I'll take 5. I'm not selling. Kalen shakes his head, refusing the transaction. I'm selling these as a complete package. If you want them, you must pay in full. Full payment? That's over 10,000 gold coins. I don't have that much spare cash on me. Montier frowns. He has already discerned that these bomb robots can be controlled remotely, making them invaluable for siege warfare. They are mere iron clumps, devoid of life and fear, if controlled to reach the city gates. A chaotic explosion would ensue. 10,000 gold coins may be a significant sum for an average adventurer, but for the military on the continent, it amounts to little more than a trifle, easily capable of blasting 3-meter-deep craters in the frozen soil. Let alone in castles, Montier suddenly resolves to act, producing a diamond coin and presenting a small pouch of gold coins. I'll take your goods. Kalen does not smile. He accepts the coins and hands over the control panel, leaving Montier to be instructed on its use by the centaur, Stephen. Chapter 43. The bloodthirsty potion makes its first appearance. Kalen, receiving a sudden influx of 10,000 gold coins, feels little joy. The bomb robots are a powerful siege tool. Evident to any discerning eye, these iron clumps are fearless, and even if not used for sieging, they can clear obstacles for adventurers or serve as rearguards in encounters with foes. The destructive potential of these bomb robots is considerable. An average adventurer caught in their blast would likely not survive unscathed. Some merchants wish to observe the bomb robots further, but within mere minutes, Kalen has packaged them for sale. Such a transaction method is typically taboo among merchants, yet Kalen has relinquished substantial profit. Had he sold them individually, each would have fetched around 800 gold coins, but Kalen is unwilling to waste time. His time is precious. He must leave the slave market within 3 days. May the Grim Reaper bless you. Montier bows. But sensing Kalen's lack of response, he feels a twinge of annoyance. After completing a transaction worth several tens of thousands of gold coins, he finds himself treated with such indifference. However, he does not depart. Instead, he watches as Kalen places bottles of crimson potions on the ground, numbering only 30, beside a scrawled figure of 2,000 gold coins. 2,000 gold coins per vial. Does he truly believe it to be holy water? What audacity! Indeed, does this Lich presume we are all fools? Karen remained calm, yet the entire market erupted in uproar. That it was already rare to witness thousands of transactions taking place openly, but to suddenly present a special potion priced at 2,000 gold coins per vial was astonishing. Some passing adventurers began to eavesdrop, curious about the purpose of these blood-red potions. Karen, you scoundrel, how dare you selfishly sell potions? Suddenly, a sharp voice emerged from the tavern. It was O'Neill, slender and unassuming, sporting a little mustache, accompanied by a throng of crocodile warriors, storming towards Karen's stall, visibly enraged. Karen, you have entrusted me with the exclusive rights to sell the crimson poison wine. Churchill, do you see clearly? This is not the crimson poison wine. And without the materials, I cannot fulfill your order. Karen saw no need to show much respect to Churchill, as he was well aware of the man's character. They preferred to deal in gold coins. Churchill had brought a shipment of provisions via the teleportation array, hoping to see if any crimson poison wine had been concocted. The crimson poison wine had garnered praise from the royal family of the Automaton Empire and even piqued the interest of the Church of Light, which began inquiring about its whereabouts. The royal family highly commended Churchill for exclusively bringing the crimson poison wine and even placed an order for all its sales. For Churchill, who aspired to become a noble, establishing such a pact with the royal family was an auspicious beginning. Thus, he took the trade of Karen's provisions seriously, even utilizing a spatial ring for transportation. However, upon arriving at the tavern, he overheard Karen selling potions for 2,000 gold coins each. Immediately, Churchill thought of the crimson poison wine. Yet, upon seeing the blood-red potions, he felt relieved and soon focused intently on them. Karen was a genius. Whatever he researched must be extraordinary. Now priced at 2,000. If it could be turned over to the human race, it might fetch tens of thousands. Having just established a good relationship with the royal family of the Automaton Empire, why not seize the opportunity? Karen, when did you develop this? Why didn't you send me a message? Churchill smiled broadly, his expression as warm as if he were looking at his beloved wife. I'm afraid I cannot guarantee your credibility, Karen retorted. He had no intention of trading the bloodthirst potion with Churchill, knowing the man had too many valuable items. If Churchill learned of it, he would undoubtedly come to entice Karen with offers. And not only would Karen receive no gold, but he might even find himself in a mountain of debt. Huh, you think so little of me. This time, I brought you a substantial amount of provisions. All at market price. How about it? Am I not generous? Generous? Karen wanted to laugh. There was no one more cunning than him to become one of the few major merchants on the beastfolk continent. One must believe in such so-called generosity. Very well, enough said. I will take all these potions at 2,000 gold coins each, 30 vials for 60,000. Considering my provisions, it will be about 50,000 gold coins. I will pay you 10,000. And of course, the 10,000 you owe me from a few days ago can be overlooked, Churchill succinctly stated as he swept toward the potions. In the brief moment it took Churchill to utter those words, the deal was sealed. Karen hurriedly stopped him. How much food did you bring that only amounts to 50,000 gold coins? 50,000 tons, calculated at 10 tons per gold coin, precisely 50,000 gold coins, Churchill replied with a faint smile. But I only need 50,000 tons of provisions. Karen had previously communicated with Churchill through letters. No other option. It just so happens that the Automaton Empire had a bumper harvest this year. And I know you are in need of food, so I collected a bit more. I trust you won't mind, Churchill said with an impish grin. Mind? Karen felt like slapping himself. 50,000 had turned into 500,000. A tenfold increase. This was not merely a little extra. It seemed Churchill had calculated everything before arriving, though Karen initially intended to refuse. Seeing the tavern suddenly filled with so many patrons, 500,000 tons of food indeed could sustain them for a while. Karen, to make amends, I will gift you the ring for storing provisions. It is a fine spatial ring, worth 3,000 gold coins. Churchill appeared quite generous, casually adding, of course, that ring has a slight flaw in its crafting. It can only store food. Karen was speechless. Spatial rings among humans were priced in the thousands, and only those that were poorly crafted would be worth a few hundred gold coins. The ring before him was clearly defective, while it possessed ample space. It was highly unstable. Storing food would require modifications. Otherwise, anything placed inside would simply vanish due to the internal instability. Churchill's ring could only serve as a granary, worth perhaps 300 gold coins at most. However, it was not the time to object. Watching Churchill sweep away all the potions left Karen utterly speechless. He had hoped for a grand debut for the bloodthirst potion, but Churchill's entrance had muddled everything. You are the great merchant Churchill. Suddenly a figure named Montuo approached, respectfully inquiring, and you are? Churchill, rarely one to display authority, scrutinized the stranger, his brows furrowing upon noting the man's attire, clearly disinclined to engage in conversation. I am your admirer, Montuo. Mr. Churchill, what potions did you just purchase? Though Montuo spoke with great deference, his inquiry was focused on the potions. Merchants pursued profit, not sacred beliefs. Claiming to be an admirer was merely a polite facade. Nothing of consequence, merely some potions superior to ordinary ones. I have an agreement with Karen for their purchase, Churchill replied. Unwilling to engage further, Montuo's eyes flickered, and he smiled. Mr. Churchill, your talents are renowned across the continent. I just purchased some iron blocks from this Lich, and I believe you would find them intriguing. Iron blocks? What iron blocks? Now Churchill was interested, turning his gaze to Karen, demanding, why did you not discuss this with me? Just some ordinary items, but if you could showcase the potion, I would be willing to gift you one iron block for your research. Trust me, it would be worth every bit, and of course, the cost of this vial of potion will be on me. Montuo appeared earnest, his tone respectful. Churchill pondered, clearly swayed by Montuo's words. He was also somewhat curious about the potion's effects. He summoned a nearby crocodile warrior, who had evolved after consuming the crimson poison wine, and without hesitation, the warrior uncorked the vial and downed its contents. Now all eyes were on the crocodile warrior. Each spectator brimming with curiosity about the potion priced at 2,000 gold coins. At first, the warrior showed no reaction, But half a minute later, his body began to swell, growing threefold in size. Defying the laws of nature, his eyes widened, fixated ahead, wielding his disproportionately large weapon. With a mere flick, he conjured a whirlwind. Adventurers in the vicinity hurriedly retreated, yet after the whirlwind passed, no one was injured. Instead, they beheld a surge of crimson vitality being drawn into the crocodile's body, invigorating him further as he brandished his weapon, dancing amidst the throng in the slave market. "Bloodthirst, the ogre's bloodthirst," one adventurer shouted, having recognized the effect on the crocodile warrior. "Impossible. Bloodthirst is the domain of ogres. How could such a potion exist?" Some adventurers were skeptical, but upon witnessing the crocodile warrior's size and the surging vitality, they realized it was indeed a manifestation of bloodthirst. 1 vial of potion had elevated the combat prowess of the crocodile warrior several tiers. Such a potion was truly worth the 2,000 gold coins. Chapter 44. The Secret Formula of Bone Explosion. "Karen, you are truly a genius, having devised such a terrifying potion." The crocodile warrior's state persisted for a full hour, causing Churchill to nearly leap for joy. It was indeed the bloodthirst potion, dramatically altering physique while enhancing combat strength through the absorption of the opponent's vitality. If employed on the battlefield, the implications would be staggering. The crocodile warrior before them was merely one who had undergone his first evolution. Yet, if a paladin were to consume it, the results would be cataclysmic, potentially dominating the entire battlefield. Most terrifying of all were the beast folk, possessing the mightiest land forces, once equipped with the bloodthirst potion. Who could withstand them? Bloodthirst had long been held by ogres, with many mages and shamans researching its structure, only to meet with failure. Today, however, an agent capable of inducing bloodthirst had appeared in the tavern. 2,000 gold coins may seem a hefty price, but for those adventurers, a single expedition could yield tens of thousands of coins. One could only imagine their willingness to part with such gold. Envisioning the 29 vials of the potion still in their possession, Churchill began to ponder whether he could sell them in his shop for 5,000 each or directly present them to the royal family of the Automaton Empire. The bloodthirst potion offered limited enhancement to ordinary warriors, but was a substantial boon for top-tier combatants. Not only Churchill, but Mantua was also taken aback, realizing the potential of the bloodthirst potion. If only he were ruthless enough, this potion could become his. It was not merely a commodity, but a national treasure. He and Churchill did not belong to the same nation. In fact, their nations were in opposition. The bloodthirsty potion must be reported to the royal court without delay, not for the sake of honor, but for the prosperity of the nation. The puppet empire possesses formidable puppets. If augmented with the bloodthirsty potion, their power would increase exponentially. "Karen, name your price in gold coins," Churchill inquired, his excitement palpable. "I do not comprehend your intent," Karen replied. Observing Churchill was often during such moments of calm, that Churchill proved most formidable despite his usual jovial demeanor. It was then that he was most capable of striking lucrative deals. "The agency writes for the bloodthirsty potion, regardless of the cost." "I hope you will grant this agency to me," Churchill added, "in the spirit of our friendship." "That is out of the question. I cannot hand over the rights to you, as I too have need of the bloodthirsty potion. The matter of agency rights can be discussed at a later time." Montier interjected hastily, recognizing that granting Churchill the agency rights would not bode well. "You, a mere merchant, what right do you have to contest with me?" Churchill retorted, no longer concealing his disdain. "Churchill, there is no need for insults. We both understand the significance of the bloodthirsty potion," Montier calmly countered, producing a sheet of white animal hide and placing it before Karen. "Karen, should you refuse to grant him the agency rights, this will be yours." "What is this?" Karen sensed the gravity of the situation. Montier's background was evidently not trivial, as he had felt during their dealings with the bomb robot transaction. "The formula for the bone explosion secret technique. A method that utilizes the explosive potential of bones, a product of ancient alchemy, worth a fortune. Given your success with bomb robots, I presume you would find this formula intriguing," Montier said with a subtle smile. Confident in the value of his offering. "Bone explosion technique? There exists a form of magic known as bone explosion, which harnesses bones to create explosions, classified as dark magic. Ancient alchemists had indeed studied this technique, but it had regrettably never been systematized." Montier surprisingly possessed the core secrets of bone explosion, and Karen, who had recently begun researching bone-related topics, found the formula exceedingly appealing. "Karen, while the bone explosion formula is rare, We of the Puppet Empire can certainly provide it to you, as long as you grant us exclusive agency rights. It is a trivial matter, Churchill remarked dismissively, not even glancing at the formula. Viewing it merely as a minor issue for the Puppet Empire. Churchill, I cannot concede the agency rights to you. Karen contemplated briefly before firmly rejecting Churchill's request and tucking away the bone explosion formula. Of course, it is not solely due to this formula. I have my own plans. I intend to host a grand event at the tavern by the end of the year, during which I will unveil new products from our research, including the agency rights for the bloodthirsty potion and customized bomb robots, among many other unexpected offerings. Unexpected? Churchill furrowed his brow. Karen, I do not appreciate jesting. Rest assured, there will be something to your liking. I have gained new insights into the Crimson Flame poison, and I anticipate a second generation may emerge, potentially allowing for a secondary evolution. Secondary evolution? Are you certain? The concept of secondary evolution differs significantly from initial evolution. If the first evolution is akin to a novice class, then secondary evolution would represent an intermediate class, a pivotal force within a nation. Karen, I await your promising news, Churchill stated succinctly, leading his followers into the tavern before teleporting away. It was Karen's first encounter with Churchill returning in a huff. Yet he understood that this was merely a matter of time. The innovations stemming from the tavern would undoubtedly multiply, and Churchill, as a merchant of the human realm, would find many concepts beyond his grasp. Karen. Thank you, Monio said as he approached, recognizing Churchill's influence. Karen's refusal had afforded him ample time to strategize. With summer just beginning, there remained much time until year-end. Allowing him to prepare thoroughly. It was imperative to return to the kingdom promptly and relay the news of the bloodthirsty potion's impending release. Karen, I wish to establish a teleportation link with your tavern. Might that be possible? Karen chuckled softly, handing over a teleportation array, a modified version created in collaboration with Bale, incorporating numerous restrictions based on ancient teleportation arrays. Upon receiving the teleportation array, Monier smiled and promptly entered the shop. At that moment, shadows of figures began to retreat. The sight of crocodilian warriors utilizing the bloodthirsty potion was fearsome indeed. This news, whether conveyed back to the kingdom or sold to adventurer guilds, would yield significant profits. Regardless, the bloodthirsty potion was bound to stir considerable commotion, though such matters were beyond Karen's immediate concern. Returning to the tavern, he assigned Duin to oversee procurement issues before retreating to the laboratory to meticulously study the bone explosion secret technique. The bone explosion technique was recorded in the McLaren's ledger, describing explosions triggered by the unique energies within bones, a stark contrast to conventional explosives. Bones represent the most stable component of life, yet through the transformative powers of alchemy, this stability could be converted into volatility. The bone explosion technique formula precisely documented this alchemical process. Karen felt as though he had struck gold, immersing himself in experimentation within the laboratory. Whenever he encountered uncertainties, he would consult the tomes within the tavern. However, the bone explosion formula contained numerous ancient alchemical terminologies that Karen could not decipher in a short span of time. Gazing at the arcane text, a headache began to set in. It seemed he would require the assistance of a proficient translator. The ancient language was best understood by elves, though some shamans among the beast folk had also studied it. After spending half a day, Karen had managed to comprehend only a fraction of the text. Upon Duin's arrival, he reluctantly set aside his research. Duin, how goes the labor procurement? Duin was responsible for overseeing such transactions. My lord, over the past 2 days, we have procured 30,000 goblins, 5,000 halflings, and nearly 3,000 cave dwellers, along with some strong individuals, though their prices are somewhat steep. Additionally, we have acquired a few dwarves, as the owner McGee had set a high price, over 10,000 gold coins for each. I deemed them useful and took the liberty of purchasing them. 10,000 for a dwarf. Why so exorbitant? Karen frowned. Dwarves are adept blacksmiths, and their slaves are not cheap. Typically, they command around 1,000 gold coins. For a dwarf to be priced at 10,000 suggests considerable skill. My lord, these are golden dwarves. Their skin is entirely golden and exceedingly rare. Moreover, one of the dwarves possesses knowledge of ancient Elvish. As clues, the librarian mentioned that many tomes are written in ancient Elvish. He requested that I assist in locating someone capable of translating. Duin observed Karen, keenly noting his expression. Proficient in ancient Elvish, such a gem indeed, Karen thought. Realizing the significance, The history of dwarves is as ancient as that of elves, and the majority of the indecipherable terms within the bone explosion formula were likely in ancient Elvish. Thus, it would expedite his research on the bone explosion technique. Duin, are you suggesting I made a wise purchase? Duin recognized Karen's smile, understanding that this transaction had pleased him greatly. It appears so. However, I am curious about the capabilities of these golden dwarves. Did you summon me solely regarding their matters? Not quite. My lord, your mentor Bale requested that I bring you to discuss factory matters. Additionally, several goblin leaders wish to meet with you. It seems quite urgent. Goblins? Karen pondered. Indeed, with the recent influx of 20,000 goblins, he had yet to engage with them. The construction of the factory would rely heavily on their involvement, and he was eager to ascertain whether these goblins possessed the alchemical prowess Bale had mentioned. Chapter 45. Goblins are considered among the most wretched, diminutive, and lowly beings on the continent. Their appearance aligns with legends. Large heads perched atop small bodies, supported by spindly limbs, with delicate fingers resembling tiny wrenches. Goblins possess 6 fingers on each hand, allowing for remarkable dexterity. They are capable of executing intricate tasks with precision due to their diminutive size. But Karen's initial impression of the goblins was one of frailness. Their skin stretched taut over their skeletal frames, beady eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed at him. Life for goblins on the frozen plateau was harsh, lacking strength. They subsisted on roots and grasses found in the permafrost or scavenged scraps after calamities. Yet, their resilience is commendable. Despite their dire circumstances, they managed to survive and procreate in the inhospitable conditions of the frozen plateau. Merchant McGee had captured a significant number of goblins, with current transactions reaching 6,000. As Karen observed the densely packed goblins in the western expanse, they resembled a swarm of ants. Though numerous, the goblins exhibited no signs of unrest. Perhaps this was due to Bale's rapport with some of their sages. Aware that Karen was willing to provide sustenance, the goblins were reluctant to leave. Even if driven away as long as there was food, they would comply with any task. However, such a basic requirement often eludes them. Upon learning that their capture was intended for the construction of a parts factory, the eyes of the goblin leaders sparked with excitement. Goblins are renowned as great alchemists, yet this glorious legacy is now largely forgotten. The goblin leaders, with their nimble fingers, were eager to commence work, preferring a stable occupation to the chaotic scrounging for scraps on the frozen plateau. Due to limited manpower, the goblins can only temporarily reside in the hastily constructed thatched huts, densely clustered together like mushrooms sprouting from the ground. This procurement of goblins has provided McGee with an opportunity. Among them are many young and elderly, a large group accompanied by their families. Consequently, Kalen has no choice but to construct a rudimentary goblin settlement for the time being. The goblins' demands are modest, yet Kalen recalls that they prefer dwelling in machine castles, a magnificent invention from the era of the gods that has now been lost to time. It is said that machine castles are equipped with dedicated robotic servants, capable of dispensing water at the touch of a button, food prepared by machines, and even the ability to extract energy from magical crystals to create conveyor belts. Although Kalen currently lacks the resources to build a machine castle, erecting a stone castle is not beyond his means. Moreover, with the addition of the red-skinned Gulu beast in the tavern, Kalen can directly excavate over 10 tons of massive stone from outside. Thus, within a month, a simple castle could be constructed. To the west of the Elk Space lies the designated factory area, where not only the remains of an ancient magical beast are stored, but also where the future parts factory, goblin factory, and axle factory will be established to facilitate goblin alchemy. Kalen plans to situate the forging factory alongside future ore reserves in the west, creating a factory park. As Kalen traverses the castle, he spots Bale seated atop a giant stone, surrounded by a dozen goblins. These goblins do not appear as frail as others. Instead, they bear a bit of extra flesh, each holding a wooden staff. With Kalen's keen perception as a lich, he can distinctly sense a faint magical aura emanating from them. Teacher, such a grand assembly awaits my arrival. Kalen chuckles as he gazes at Bale. You brat, what took you so long? Didn't I call for you earlier? Bale retorts with a teasing expression, chiding Kalen for his tardiness. My mentor, you have no idea how busy I've been. That rascal Stephen has been incessantly nagging me about those halflings, Kalen replies. The centaur Stephen has indeed brought forth certain requests on behalf of his kin, making this excuse quite fitting. Don't you dare lie. I've heard that some folks have been idly reading in the library. Bale shoots a sidelong glance, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Upon hearing this, Kalen immediately fixes his gaze on Duo, the one who speaks too freely, realizing that Bale must already be aware of his movements. With a quick thought, Kalen smiles. Teacher, you didn't gather these goblins to reprimand me, did you? Nonsense. I have no time for that. Bale responds, lightly tapping Kalen on the shoulder, adopting a serious tone. They are the chieftains of the goblin tribes. Chieftains, the leaders of their respective tribes. Kalen nods. Welcome to Elk Space. I trust you find it satisfactory here? Master, we are all very pleased. One goblin chieftain rises and bows in a peculiar gesture. Master Bale has informed us that as long as we conduct ourselves well, we may become citizens of the tavern. Citizens, this is the first time Kalen has encountered this term. Citizenship exists solely within the context of human society, which is divided into nobles, citizens, and slaves, each tier subjected to stringent oppression. Nobles possess territories. Citizens have basic freedoms, while slaves are the lowest beings, devoid of freedom and bound to labor. Consider it so. That sounds quite promising, Kalen responds. Master, we goblins will certainly contribute to the construction of the factory. Chieftain Duo declares, glancing at the goblins behind him, that we are the chieftains of the goblin tribes from the frozen highlands, possessing some alchemical knowledge passed down from our ancestors if you require it. We willingly offer our assistance. Ancient alchemy, you have preserved it? Kalen inquires with delight. Not quite, Master. After thousands of years of evolution, coupled with the dire circumstances in which we goblins live, it is impossible for even the grandest tomes to have been preserved. Duo's gaze dims as he quickly adds, however, we have orally transmitted much knowledge through generations. As chieftains of the goblin tribes, we hold many traditions, including the construction of parts factories. A parts factory? Is it complete? Kalen questions, skeptical that these goblins might be exaggerating their capabilities in their eagerness to impress. Master, a goblin factory requires a workshop, machines, robots, and, of course, a complete structural design. I and my clan, we have inherited the methods of machine manufacturing. Given a month's time, I can produce the first goblin gear processing machine, Duo boasts, thumping his chest. A goblin gear processing machine. Kalen admits he is unfamiliar with this. Gears are the most fundamental components. No machine can function without them. The bomb robot I provided you with a few days ago contains several gears, which can be crafted by hand, though not with the precision of machines, Bale hastily explains, fearing Kalen might misunderstand. The goblin gear processing machine is a basic yet renowned invention among goblins, many of whom possess this knowledge. Indeed, the remaining goblin chieftains nod in agreement, clearly indicating that their heritage includes knowledge of the goblin gear processing machine. Master, in addition to the gear processing machine, we also have alchemical information on transmission bearings. However, as the core of the goblin artillery, I fear you may not need it, hence I kept it to myself. Duo states with trepidation. You have indeed preserved the technology for transmission bearings? Good lad. In the future, you shall head to the axle factory. If you perform well, you will attain citizenship and be able to state your housing conditions and even earn a reward. Bale joyfully bestows this significant promise. Thank you, Master. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Duo bows deeply, nearly moved to tears. Fearing his own inadequacy, from the moment he learned he could become a citizen, he has rekindled hope for his life. Mentor, what exactly are transmission bearings? You seem to have stumbled upon a treasure, Kalen remarks. Rascal, how do you speak? Transmission bearings are one of the great inventions of goblin civilization. They can convert energy from magical crystals into unique kinetic energy. To make a tank move, you need transmission bearings, Bale explains with a smile. Young one, the primary research projects at the axle factory consist of 3 components: tires, transmission bearings, and energy extractors. You have found one without spending a dime. Wouldn't you say that is indeed a treasure? Kalen ponders for a moment, realizing that in terms of ancient alchemy, he is not as knowledgeable as Bale. However, considering what the goblins have said, the differences between ancient and modern alchemy are vast. Modern alchemy is what he researches in the laboratory, yet according to Duo, the transmission bearings they create must be of considerable size. Imagining the colossal forms of ancient magical beasts, Kalen wonders if this truly is alchemy. Perhaps he has been too narrow-minded. The goblin alchemical civilization is indeed astonishing. Upon seeing Duo receive such attention, the other goblin chieftains could no longer contain themselves. They rushed to Kalen, eager to boast about their own knowledge. Unfortunately, aside from the occasional minor alchemical technique, such as the production of screws and nuts, The most common items among goblins, Kamenlun did not gain any significant insights, though these items are essential for the parts factory. Kamenlun feels a tinge of disappointment. He understands that these goblins live in dire conditions. With little thought to pursue alchemical studies to establish his factory, Kamenlun must seek out the wise among the goblins and uncover their treasures, as it is often within these treasures that the pinnacle of Goblin-era alchemical products can be found. Chapter 46. The airship structural diagram among the 5,000 goblins. The most useful are these few leaders. Kamenlun promises them that should they successfully manufacture the parts machinery, their citizenship will be restored immediately, along with housing, and they will enjoy free access to the tavern during Kamenlun's stay. The goblin chieftains are eager to bring the parts machinery into existence. A dozen of them are exhilarated, feeling as though they have suddenly ascended to paradise. They perch upon the stone benches, their posteriors seemingly ignited, reluctant to linger for even a moment longer, had it not been for their respect for Kamenlun. They would have rushed off to gather their kin and begin their mechanical studies without delay. Among the dozen goblin chieftains, one goblin remains notably composed. His appearance markedly differs from that of ordinary goblins, aside from his large head. His body is even more slender. What catches Kamenlun's attention is his oil-green skin and the spectacles perched upon his nose, giving him a somewhat scholarly air. From the outset, Kamenlun has been mindful of him, observing as the other chieftains eagerly recorded their knowledge. While this particular goblin remained silent, Kamenlun finds it hard to believe that as a chieftain of a goblin tribe, he possesses no knowledge. His quiet demeanor suggests a singular purpose: to negotiate terms. Minter, let the goblins depart, Kamenlun states. Wishing to avoid further delays, he glances at the green-skinned goblin and adds, "You stay." The goblin chieftains, unable to contain their restlessness, immediately bow in respect and depart swiftly. Bale, seemingly aware of Kamenlun's intentions, remains seated on the stone bench, not moving an inch. Now that everyone has departed, you may speak of your terms. Karen, as the tavern master, saw no need for excessive politeness. Esteemed lord, may the Grim Reaper bless you. I am grateful for your provision of a splendid abode for the goblins. I am called Ali Baba, a green-skinned goblin. Ali Baba introduced himself with a bow. Green-skinned goblins? Are there various kinds of goblins? Karen inquired. Indeed. Ali Baba nodded. The prosperity of goblins can be attributed to their clear classifications. Alchemy is an intricate and profound discipline, and even with the cleverness of goblins, complete mastery is unattainable. Thus, goblin scholars specialize in specific fields, thereby advancing the study of alchemy. Ali Baba's explanation was straightforward, yet Karen discerned a parallel with the current human magic system, which is similarly divided into numerous branches, primarily based on the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, giving rise to countless derivatives such as air, lightning, magma, and toxins. From the outset, magic apprentices must establish their own direction in the study of magic to achieve success in this domain. The renowned pinnacle of human magic is inextricably linked to the precise categorization of magical disciplines. It was evident to Karen that the goblins had already systematically divided their alchemical practices in ancient times. It seems what you possess is exceedingly precious, Karen remarked. Intrigued, unlike the rudimentary goblin alchemy known to Duo, Ali Baba likely held deeper knowledge of alchemy. Indeed, our green-skinned goblins were once a tribe that studied aerial alchemy, and we achieved significant advancements in this field, Ali Baba declared confidently. My tribe has inherited some knowledge of aerial alchemy. Aerial alchemy? This was the first time Karen had encountered such a concept. As a lich, he was not the most erudite, but his mentor, Bale, was a genius alchemist whose knowledge encompassed nearly all fields of alchemy, and even he had never mentioned it to Karen. My lord, aerial alchemy is merely a branch of goblin alchemy, akin to the mechanical alchemy exemplified by Dwedwa's transmission bearings. What does aerial alchemy specifically encompass? Karen asked, now genuinely curious, for any lich would be captivated by such new knowledge. It includes a multitude of aspects, such as weather control, machine flight, and celestial studies. Many, many more. Anything related to the study of the sky falls within the realm of aerial alchemy. You goblins can control the weather. Karen was astonished. Meteorological phenomena on the continent were generally regarded as divine symbols, powers possessed solely by deities. Indeed, for instance, the storm crystal fan invented by goblin sages extracts energy from magic crystals to generate hurricanes, and the lightning controller can produce or absorb lightning energy. There are many such inventions, but unfortunately, Due to the passage of time, the transmission of many alchemical machines has been interrupted, Ali Baba lamented, appearing somewhat resigned. What have you inherited? Karen was curious about what might surprise him from this green-skinned goblin. My tribe specializes in flight technology. And what I have inherited pertains to airship manufacturing, Ali Baba replied, gazing at Karen. Thus, my purpose here is to persuade you to establish a goblin airship factory. Goblin airships. Karen had seen them depicted in magical tomes at the library. They were flying machines that, during the reign of the gods, facilitated long-distance trade across vast oceans and even enabled access to floating continents, such as Amsterdam, the homeland of giants. Have you inherited the complete alchemical knowledge for goblin airship construction? Ali Baba nodded. Yes, my lord, I possess the complete formula for goblin airship alchemy. Goblin airships represent the simplest branch of aerial alchemy. Although they appear complex, the crux lies in the construction of the magical jet engine, which my tribe has preserved intact. Karen was momentarily speechless, not for lack of words, but from excitement, as if he had stumbled upon gold in a rubbish heap. He had not anticipated discovering a master designer of ancient goblin airships. Maintaining a neutral expression, he asked, "What are your requirements?" "My lord, my conditions are simple. Establish a goblin airship factory, ensure my basic living needs, provide me with an independent laboratory, and, ideally, find other green-skinned goblins like myself," Ali Baba stated with clear eyes, fully aware of his needs. "I can meet all these conditions. However, I am curious why, given your knowledge of goblin airships, you do not demand more, such as a castle or the title of a tavern noble." Karen asked, intrigued. "My lord, I am quite aware of my own status, which holds little value. I trust you will provide me with the best living conditions, and I simply wish to devote myself to research, to recreate the illustrious legacy of ancient goblins," Ali Baba replied calmly. In ancient times, green-skinned goblins were regarded as geniuses of aerial alchemy. Although times have changed, our innate talent for aerial alchemy remains unaltered, and many possess a legacy. I believe, my lord, that you will not regret seeking them out. Ali Baba, a commendable name, Karen murmured softly. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be a slave and may enjoy a normal life in the tavern. Now, tell me what is required for the goblin airship factory. My lord, the construction of goblin airships can be divided into 3 steps. First, the manufacture of the airship. Second, the creation of the magical combustion engine. And third, the construction of the jet propulsion system. I possess complete blueprints for the jet propulsion system. While developing the magical combustion engine should not pose a challenge, the airship itself can be constructed by ordinary folk. Therefore, I request 500 goblins and 30 blacksmiths, preferably dwarven smiths, along with supplies such as magic crystals, iron ore, fine gold, mithril, and firestone. If we could also procure robots, that would be even better. As Karen listened to each condition, he felt overwhelmed. Dwarven blacksmiths were already in short supply, and the alchemical materials listed were exorbitantly expensive. Moreover, robots were essential for many processes in goblin factories. As Bale had mentioned, to establish a goblin factory, the creation of goblin robots was imperative. Bale had already begun some preliminary research in this area, and with the addition of a goblin chief, it should not be a daunting task in the near term. Upon reflection, aside from the challenge of acquiring dwarven blacksmiths, the rest seemed feasible. Suddenly, Karen recalled that Duo had purchased a few golden dwarves for him. Given their title as dwarves, they were likely blacksmiths, making it an opportune moment to visit these golden nuggets and ascertain if the investment of 10,000 gold coins was worthwhile. Very well, I shall fulfill your conditions. Additionally, I will provide you with 50 halflings and instruct Duo to commence the establishment of the factory. Your laboratory will be separately allocated within the factory premises, and as for the alchemical materials, Duo will allocate them to you. Karen agreed to Ali Baba's requests, primarily because he believed that, compared to Bale's tank project, the goblin airship might be more practical. However, I have one stipulation. The goblin airship must have a prototype by the end of the year, at the very least capable of soaring into the skies. My lord, rest assured that as long as the conditions are met, airship construction poses no difficulty, Ali Baba assured, thumping his chest. After discussing a few more matters, Karen sent Ali Baba off to scout locations. As he watched Ali Baba depart, he silently mused that perhaps airships could serve as a lucrative avenue. Flight, after all, is a dream shared by all races. Should the airship research prove successful, it would expedite communication across the continent, transforming not only cultural trade but also military strategies and conflicts, all due to a humble airship. Chapter 47. The impressive golden dwarves. The construction of the moose space was progressing vigorously. O'Neill and Cameron had been away for 2 days without a word. During this time, Karen had instructed Duo to investigate, learning only that the duo had spent the first day at the slave market before heading east to the Frozen Highlands. Karen was not concerned about O'Neill, being a native of the Frozen Highlands, but he found it difficult to comprehend what Cameron, a lion from the Rhine Plains, could achieve. Regardless of their endeavors, Karen found himself within his own castle. Though referred to as a castle, it was more akin to a house built of stone, devoid of extravagant decorations or a proper red carpet. As the tavern owner, it could be described as rather shabby. However, with a labor shortage in the tavern and a new factory being established, the recently acquired slaves could hardly alleviate the pressing labor needs. Karen seldom visited the castle, preferring the confines of the laboratory and library. This time, however, he had come to see the golden dwarves purchased by Duo. On his way, he had heard that golden dwarves were known for their proud demeanor, showing little regard for their status as slaves. Upon entering the tavern, they had demanded to reside in the castle and had ignored the living arrangements provided by Duo. Karen was intrigued by their audacity, especially considering Duo had indeed accommodated them in his own castle. Before the castle stood a magnificent archway, fashioned simply from marble inlaid without intricate carvings, owing to labor constraints. Traversing the stone pavement, one arrived at the castle's hall, which was rather austere and devoid of any adornment. Save for a stone tavern table and stone chairs, within the hall, designed by Brewing, it served as the venue for the tavern leaders to report their work to Kamenlun, adopting a style that was both simple and solemn. The table was substantial, capable of accommodating at least 30 individuals. That moment, Kamenlun observed 5 golden dwarves reclining against their chairs, soundly asleep, and the nearby bottles of rum suggested that Brewing had provided an ample supply. Dwarves were known for their fondness for alcohol, and even golden dwarves could not shake off this penchant. However, compared to ordinary dwarves, these golden ones possessed significantly better hearing. As Kamenlun entered the hall, the 5 golden dwarves sprang to attention, fixing their gaze on Kamenlun, who towered over them, and bellowed, "Who dares disturb the great golden dwarves?" Great. Such a term was reserved for divine praise, and Kamenlun was taken aback by their unabashed self-reference. He chuckled, "I am the tavern's proprietor, the Lich Kamenlun. It was your servant who purchased us." One of the golden dwarves responded, displaying an unexpected acumen. "Unlike the rumors of their rebellious nature, I am Goldhammer Bard." Upon hearing the name, Kamenlun became cautious, not for any other reason but due to the significance of the name Bard, which was associated with the dwarven deity of forging, akin to how Niozu was the surname of the god of death. Could this dwarf before him be connected to the god of forging? Kamenlun Niozu, descendant of the god of death. Kamenlun tentatively proclaimed his surname in the continent. Each surname symbolized honor, commoners bore none. While only the descendants of gods possessed such prestigious names, I never expected to encounter a descendant of the god of death on the Orc continent. Goldhammer chuckled. "Indeed, we have the right to converse with you." This time, it was Kamenlun's turn to smile. Observing the self-important demeanor of the 5 dwarves, he chose to remain silent, contemplating how, despite being enslaved, they still exuded such arrogance. He was not Brewing, known for his good temper. The tavern had no need for such haughty individuals. Even if they were truly descendants of the god of forging, they were not exempt from his scrutiny. After a prolonged silence, Kamenlun finally inquired, "How are you finding your stay in the tavern?" "It's tolerable, albeit a bit shabby, cramped with a bunch of stinky goblins. We've all acquired their odor. By the way, Kamenlun, is this place a refuge for the worthless? It's filled with garbage." Goldhammer bluntly remarked, completely oblivious to how his words had ignited Kamenlun's ire, brazenly criticizing the filth of the goblins. Garbage. Those goblins were his treasures. Their alchemical skills would be vital for future endeavors. "So, how do you find the tavern's space?" Kamenlun pressed. "Not impressive," Goldhammer retorted candidly. "It's merely a simple space opened up by a spatial gem, filled with monstrous beasts and dilapidated structures. And there's a glacial mountain. I truly don't know how to address your situation. Glacial ice is an excellent material for weapon refinement, yet you allow those stinky yaks to reside here. They deserve only a barn in the continent, and as for those filthy goblins, they irk me the most. They aspire to alchemy, but only our dwarven forging can lead the entire continent's equipment trends. The utilization of magic crystals? Those goblins are still in their infancy. Kalen, keeping them is akin to nurturing a herd of pigs. Solely focused on consumption, with no hope of return to AT that moment, a somewhat plump golden dwarf pointed outside and remarked, Kalen, do you know what you lack the most? It's not gold coins or manpower, it's resources. Your food is bought, and you lack ore, let alone the essential magic crystals for spatial development. Relying solely on those goblins, you won't achieve much in 10 years. One must admit, the acuity of the golden dwarves was remarkable. The issue of resources was indeed a significant challenge Kalen faced, particularly concerning the establishment of several factories, where the primary energy source for machine operation would be magic crystals. To sustain the large-scale operations of the factories, a considerable quantity of magic crystals would be required. Just calculating based on one magic crystal costing 100 gold coins, the tavern's daily consumption would necessitate 300 gold coins. And that was without any factories in operation. Once the airship factory commenced and the parts factory began production, the energy consumption would be an unfathomable figure. Furthermore, iron ore, gold ore, and various rare metals were in dire shortage for the tavern. Duin had expressed his concerns on multiple occasions, but with 200,000 gold coins in hand, Kalen had assumed it was a manageable issue. Yet now, those funds were swiftly depleting, and he had only managed to procure some inexpensive labor. Food merely filled bellies, and to foster the tavern's growth, access to magic crystals was paramount. Observing Kalen's furrowed brow, Goldhammer chuckled, Kalen, fret not. We golden dwarves are the descendants of the god of forging. Inherently sensitive to the magic within ores. As long as we are present, the magic crystal issue will be resolved. He glanced at his fellow golden dwarves and whispered, beneath a mountain in the frozen highlands, there lies a magic crystal vein. A magic crystal vein. Kalen could hardly contain his astonishment. Magic crystal veins, rich in magic crystals, were considered national treasures on the continent, revered by both beast and humanity alike. Yet just as his excitement began to surface, Kalen regained his composure and inquired, what are your terms? Ah, no doubt you are the shrewdest Lich. Your wisdom rivals that of the most cunning of humans. Goldhammer replied with a smile. My demands are simple. To construct a golden temple within your tavern. A golden temple. Kalen had heard of such structures. They were temples crafted entirely from pure gold, of a similar size to ordinary temples, yet distinguished by the material used for construction, the gold from which coins were minted. Surely I misheard. Even if I sold myself, it wouldn't fetch that much. Of course, we do not expect you to build it immediately. Rather, we require you to swear an oath to erect a golden temple within 3 years, Goldhammer stated earnestly. Kalen, as a scion of the god of death, I believe you can fulfill our request. At this juncture, Kalen fell silent. The magic crystal vein held immense value, yet when compared to a golden temple, the worth was hardly comparable. The golden dwarves had merely transformed the magic crystal vein into the concept of a golden temple. Leveraging the labor force Kalen possessed. It was well known that cave dwellers excelled at tunneling. Despite their diminutive stature, their physique allowed them to navigate narrow passages with ease. Dwarves were born blacksmiths, and cave dwellers were innate mining experts. The 5 golden dwarves before him were clearly keen on Kalen's vast number of cave dwellers. Thus, without any effort on their part, they could secure a golden temple, which was among the most prestigious of all temples. Kalen, alongside that magic crystal vein, there exists an accompanying iron or vein. You are currently establishing factories and forging machines. This is the peak period for iron usage. Moreover, we golden dwarves are the most skilled craftsmen. Should you agree to our terms, we would be willing to assist. Goldhammer continued, I am curious as to why you are so intent on a golden temple. This was a question Kalen had pondered. Ordinarily, a standard temple sufficed to serve the deities and receive blessings. The additional rarity of materials in a golden temple did not significantly enhance the divine blessings received. It is quite simple. We are golden dwarfs, and only within a golden temple can we draw upon our innate powers, Goldhammer explained, gazing intently at Kalen, much like you liches, who can only receive the god of death's blessing within a temple built of obsidian. Very well, I accept, Kalen replied without hesitation. These dwarves were indeed formidable, and they possessed the means to address his tavern's critical issues. The mere existence of a magic crystal vein and an iron ore vein could resolve the tavern's dire predicament. In accordance with the Eternal Covenant, Kalen Niozu agrees to construct a golden temple within the tavern within 3 years. Kalen, you shall not regret your decision today. Goldhammer chuckled. I hope so, Kalen replied, sharing a smile with Goldhammer as he inquired. From this moment forth, are you at my service? Of course. Very well. Ali Baba is in need of your assistance. From now on, you shall heed his commands. Who is Ali Baba? Goldhammer asked curiously. A goblin. Kalen replied with a soft chuckle. A green-skinned goblin. Chapter 48. High-priced employment. Kalen, you shameless scoundrel. How could you allow a filthy goblin to command us? Goldhammer bellowed indignantly as Duin, accompanied by several moose orcs, escorted the boastful golden dwarves away. This was Kalen's intent. According to his philosophy, the beings within the tavern held equal status and should not be categorized as high or low based on lineage. While there were slaves within the tavern, if they labored diligently, they could alter their fates. However, if they merely consumed and awaited death, they would remain bound to a life of servitude. Status was not determined by bloodline, but rather by contribution and labor. If the goblins aided in establishing the factories, providing their wisdom and sweat, Kalen would ensure they received their due rewards. As for the golden dwarves, having been purchased for thousands of gold coins, they entered the tavern, indulged in fine food and drink, yet still criticized other races. Most importantly, their disdain for other races was something Kalen would never tolerate. If they looked down upon goblins, then it was only fitting that a goblin lead them. Until their arrogance was humbled. Only then would Kalen reconsider their treatment. Having bid farewell to the golden dwarf, Kalen initially contemplated visiting the library to peruse some magical knowledge. However, Doyen entered to inform him of a remarkable individual discovered at the slave market, insisting that Kalen personally extend an invitation. Intrigued, Kalen recognized Doyen's proven capability. He had excelled in the recent acquisition of slaves, much to Kalen's delight, having procured a dozen or so dwarfs, albeit the lowest tier of gray dwarfs, who could at least forge some equipment. These could be allocated to the factory, assisting Doyen in crafting various machine components, thus allowing Kalen a rare moment of leisure. Yet now, Doyen insisted that Kalen make the trip himself. Raising Kalen's curiosity about the significance of this individual, as he stepped outside the tavern, he was met with the biting winds of the frozen plateau. Tightening his fur coat, Kalen followed Doyen as he swiftly entered a modest cave. The cave was not extensive or deep, containing only a single oil lamp and a few iron cages that constrained various slaves. Although diminutive in size, merely 2 meters, compared to the grand beast shops of the mammoth-like creatures, Kalen did not underestimate this establishment due to the extraordinary beings confined within. Among them were a fox folk with golden fur, a wolf man with luminescent eyes, and a mastiff man, whose combat prowess rivaled that of lion folk and speed matched that of wolf folk. Had it not been for their difficulty in reproduction, they could easily rank among the top 5 powerful races of the beast folk. The rarity of a mastiff man in a slave shop was astonishing. Doyen, however, did not linger before these precious slaves, proceeding directly to the last iron cage. Inside was not a beast man, but rather an elf with pointed ears, wielding a green vine staff that indicated her identity as an elven mage. Master, this is her, Elf Anna, who possesses the remarkable age of 500 years, Doyen stated. Given that elves typically live up to 600 years, this one was already in her twilight years, akin to the elder stage of humans. Kalen observed her closely, noting the absence of any discernible magical aura. This was peculiar. Either she lacked magical power, or some force obscured her magical presence. Given her confinement, it was likely due to a loss of magical energy. How much for this slave, Doyen? Kalen inquired. Master, quite high. Doyen replied succinctly, gesturing subtly. They are not typical slaves. This is a voluntary transaction. The shopkeeper has no authority over them. The elf before you is ancient and possesses a wealth of magical knowledge. I believe she could prove invaluable to you. Voluntary transaction, Kalen mused, intrigued, as it was his first encounter with such a concept. He understood the rules of free trade. Powerful individuals set their own prices. And upon the arrival of a buyer and the establishment of an agreement, the transaction was deemed complete. Such dealings could range from a single gold coin to thousands, with crucial stipulations attached, like the construction of a magical tower or the provision of sufficient alchemical materials. Now he comprehended why Doyen was unable to negotiate on his behalf. Greetings, esteemed master. I am the proprietor of the tavern above. Lich Kalen, may I inquire what conditions you seek? Kalen asked politely, aware that individuals of such caliber could not be swayed by mere gold. A life ancient tree, a crescent stone within its confines, and the construction of a moon well, the elf articulated. The life ancient tree was foundational to elven existence. A village could only sustain one beyond providing habitation for elves. It could give rise to sentience and produce life-giving spring water. The crescent stone, akin to holy light stones, could emit moonlight, an elven favorite. The moonwell could absorb lunar energy and transform it into magical spring water, a truly wondrous phenomenon. Kalen found himself at a loss. He could not procure even one of these items, let alone all three that could only be found in the elven forests, a realm forbidden to outsiders. With his current meager abilities, he dared not venture there, rumored to be the domain of the Green Dragonkin. Esteemed master, might you consider lowering your demands? Given the desolation of the frozen plateau, there is no one who could meet your requirements, Kalen pleaded. Not possible, she replied coldly, her gaze unwavering. Kalen regarded her, acutely aware of his need for a magical mentor. Many alchemical endeavors necessitated magical support, yet his paltry magical skills rendered numerous experiments unattainable. The prospect of an ancient elf possessing a rich legacy of magical knowledge as his tutor was tantalizing. It would eliminate the need to spend gold in the beastfolk kingdom to learn the rudimentary magic. May I hire you? Kalen cautiously proposed. Hire? The elven mage glanced at Kalen, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. What do you mean? I propose you take residence in my realm, serving the tavern. Naturally, you would retain complete freedom, should you wish to leave. You may do so immediately, Kalen articulated his vision, recognizing the rarity of encountering such an elven mentor. Quite interesting, the elven mage smiled, a hint of amusement gracing her lips, having been in the slave market for several months. This is the first instance someone has sought to employ me. Little Lich, you are indeed fascinating. Then does that mean you consent to my proposal? Kalen inquired eagerly. In principle, it poses no issue, although your conditions shall be scrutinized. The elven mage replied, rising to her full height, which matched Kalen's, albeit with a slender physique. Please state your requirements. I shall not hesitate to acquiesce if within my means, Kalen assured her. Seizing the glimmer of hope. I require a colossal tree to construct a treehouse, along with a monthly remuneration of 3,000 gold coins, and I shall not partake in any battles, the elven mage stated with a smile. Can you meet these conditions? Absolutely, Kalen replied without hesitation. 3,000 a month amounted to over 30,000 gold coins annually, a staggering sum. However, she represented a veritable mobile library, possessing not only formidable magical knowledge but also insights into elven alchemy, which diverged significantly from goblin alchemy. Given her 5 centuries of age, she was well equipped to guide the spatial layout. Kalen found it hard to believe that this elf had never previously occupied her own realm. Merely observing her demeanor indicated that she had held considerable status among her kin. Excellent. I am Anna, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, she proclaimed, embodying the grace for which elves are renowned, her etiquette far surpassing that of human nobility. Welcome, Master Anna, to the Lich Tavern. Kalen responded with a semblance of formality. After offering the shopkeeper several gold coins, he led Anna into the moose realm. Within a day, the towering red-crowned tree within the realm had doubled in height. Kalen could scarcely fathom how immense it might grow after a month, potentially reaching the very ceiling of the space. Upon her first glimpse of the red-crowned tree, Anna was utterly astonished. Murmuring in excitement, for half an hour, she stood beneath its boughs, eventually chanting a lengthy incantation. The topmost branches of the tree swiftly bent, and the trunk began to hollow, its limbs extending at a visibly rapid pace. Contorting into a treehouse, Kalen could only describe the process of the elven treehouse's birth as breathtaking. It was not until Anna ascended the trunk into the treehouse that Kalen snapped back to reality and followed her up. The interior was suffused with a fragrant aroma, enhanced by a delicate incense. The furnishings appeared organically, with a table and benches naturally formed. Anna, seated on a wooden bed, radiated satisfaction with her new abode. Thank you for your generosity, Kalen, she murmured softly, enveloping the red-crowned tree in a green glow. Instantly, the tree began to grow at a visible rate. 1 meter, then 2, until it soared to an astonishing height. Tenfold its original size. From the treehouse, Kalen gazed out the window at the yaks of the ice village, akin to observing ants. Anna, what is this? To express my gratitude, I have cast a rapid growth spell. This will expedite the remaining growth time, Anna replied with a gentle smile. Seemingly unfazed by her recent feat, she was oblivious to Kalen's astonishment. Indeed, as a 500-year-old elf, her abilities were truly formidable. Chapter 49. Spending the last gold coin. Kalen, the red-crowned tree has not yet fully matured. It will require approximately 30 years to reach its final form, Anna remarked, surveying her significantly expanded treehouse. Casting a spell, She partitioned the space into a bedroom and living room, additionally designing a laboratory. I am quite pleased with my arrangement. Kalen, should you have matters to discuss, find me in the living room. Otherwise, I hope to avoid disturbances during my cultivation. Sensing her intent to dismiss him, Kalen quickly interjected, Anna, esteemed Minter, I wish to request your guidance in magic. What are your thoughts on this? 3,000 gold coins for me to teach you magic. Anna replied, appraising Kalen with a knowing smile. You truly are extravagant. I shall instruct you in magic once a month. To reflect the value of the gold, I shall create a moonwell for you. A moonwell? Karen immediately smiled. Indeed, she was a master. Her skills were extraordinary. The moonwell was capable of condensing magical spring water, but suddenly, a thought struck Karen. The moonwell required moonlight to function. Currently, the space was filled only with holy light stones. It seemed that Anna's gift of the moonwell had become utterly useless. It appeared that Anna harbored ulterior motives, seeking to compel Karen to obtain moonstone. Feeling dejected, Karen departed from the treehouse. Only then realizing the towering height of the red-crested tree. It took her nearly half an hour to descend from the treetop. It seemed that seeking out Anna in the future would also be a test of endurance. Having settled Anna, Karen found herself without further tasks. Moreover, her gold coins had dwindled to a mere few thousand, and the 3-day period had come to an end, observing that the goblin slaves had surpassed 8,000. While the halflings and cave dwellers each exceeded 3,000, Karen felt that her expenditure of 100,000 gold coins was not in vain. Though goblins, halflings, and cave dwellers constituted the main force of this procurement. To outsiders, they were regarded as the dregs of society. Yet, Karen had confidence that these so-called worthless beings could create unparalleled value. With a few thousand gold coins in her possession, Karen refrained from purchasing additional slaves. Soon, she would venture into the frozen plateau, where dangers awaited. Beyond the terrifying natural disasters, there were also fearsome bandits. Furthermore, her growing notoriety in the slave market, particularly with the emergence of the bloodthirsty potion, would undoubtedly attract attention from various factions. Once she set foot on the frozen plateau, risks would likely descend upon her. However, at that moment, Karen felt little concern. She had faith in Kamenlun and O'Neill. Each had been allocated 50,000 gold coins to procure combat slaves. As long as they returned, the tavern's combat capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Wandering through the caverns of the slave market, Karen hoped to unearth some rare treasures. As luck would have it, she stumbled upon something unexpected. A dwarven firearm, a marvel of dwarven craftsmanship, utilized a blend of magical crystals to forge bullets. When loaded into the firearm, a simple press of a button would unleash the projectile at remarkable speed, making it difficult for an ordinary person to evade. Although the power of the dwarven firearm was limited, Karen was captivated by its exquisite design. A mere switch could generate a formidable force. This was merely a simple collision of magical crystal energy. If her own explosives were to detonate, the resulting devastation would be unimaginable. Of course, the detonation of explosives required stringent metal specifications, and the tavern lacked the requisite technology. Yet, this revelation ignited a bold idea within Karen. The dwarven firearm was a relic of ancient dwarven ingenuity. The more she pondered this discovery, the more intrigued she became. After perusing several more caverns without further success, she finally entered a brightly lit cavern that left her astonished. The illumination did not stem from the surface or torches, but from a light source akin to that of holy light stones. The glowing apparatus resembled an oil lamp, but instead of burning oil, it consumed a magical crystal, extracting its energy to emit light. This extraordinary transformation piqued Karen's interest, leading her to spend dozens of gold coins acquiring all the devices available. After investing 100 gold coins to inquire about their origin, the proprietor merely stated that they had been discovered by adventurers on the frozen plateau, rumored to be goblin alchemical products. Thus, Karen could only channel her thoughts of applying this magical lamp into practical use, placing her hopes on the goblins. The design of the magical lamp was not overly complex. She believed Alibaba could unravel its intricacies. If the magical lamp could be mass-produced, the wealth it would generate was beyond imagination. It was worth noting that in the entire world, most places were still illuminated by torches, and much of the world remained shrouded in darkness. The magical lamp offered convenience, and it could also be utilized in tank designs, as fully enclosed tanks would inevitably be dark inside, making illumination a pressing issue. After securing the magical lamps, Karen's gaze fell upon a peculiar black-skinned plant, faintly reminiscent of charred wood. Unsure of its identity, she approached it. This is a rubber tree. Its bark can melt into a sticky substance, she learned. Karen squeezed it and confirmed its stickiness, although she was unaware of the rubber tree's potential applications. Her instincts urged her to purchase it. With that, Karen opened her purse wide, determined to acquire anything unfamiliar, driven by the fear of missing out. Gold coins flowed freely until only a few dozen remained. Looking at the collection of trinkets she had purchased, Karen couldn't help but smile. Many of these items were unknown to her, artifacts likely excavated from the ruins of the frozen plateau. Some might be treasures, while others could simply be ancient discarded materials. In the slave market, few would be inclined to buy these unfamiliar items. However, it could not be said that they were worthless. Their value depended largely on one's capabilities. It was said that some had discovered ancient alchemical formulas among such worthless objects and made a fortune, while others had located the ruins of temples and fetched handsome prices. Yet, those who profited from these items were but a select few. Karen instructed Doyen to store these items in her laboratory for further study. With just a few dozen gold coins left, she made her way to the smallest cavern. A few dozen gold coins were a considerable sum for an ordinary family. But in the slave market, it was insufficient to purchase even a decent slave. The cavern was cramped. Karen had to bend down to enter. Within, she found a small toad man tinkering with various objects. The toadmen were a branch of the beast folk, sometimes categorized among the aquatic races, lacking a specific sense of belonging. Before her stood a toad man with bluish skin and bulging eyes. Upon noticing Karen's presence, he simply greeted her and returned to his work. Your wares are quite rare. Karen initiated the conversation, recognizing the unique items before her, all pearls. These are all from the sea. They are more abundant in the northern slave market, but scarce here, the toad man replied in a high-pitched voice, reminiscent of a young girl. Do you have any recommendations? Karen inquired, aware that pearls possessed numerous uses, some capable of storing magical energy, while others could release flames. However, she had yet to fully comprehend the extent of pearls' functionalities. What type are you seeking? Mine are quite ordinary and can only store magical energy for a short duration. That if you're after something rarer, the price may be higher, the toadman remarked, producing a pristine white pearl that as he infused a touch of magical energy into it. The pearl appeared to fill with power, akin to a cup holding water. Karen examined it and noted that its magical capacity was minimal, sufficient only to conjure a small fireball. This was the most inferior quality pearl, suitable only for novice magic apprentices. Karen seldom employed magic except during experiments, so the pearl held little value for her. Noticing Karen's lack of interest, the toadman produced a green pearl, stating, "This is a rainbow python pearl. Its toxin possesses strong corrosive properties." I'll take it, Karen decided instantly. The rainbow python pearl was priced at 10 gold coins, and she purchased it without hesitation. The red flame poison wine required toxic substances, making this pearl an ideal ingredient. Do you have any more of such pearls? She inquired. Just one, if you want more. It may take half a month to procure another, the toadman replied. Karen felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped to acquire several such toxic pearls. However, she reasoned that toxic creatures typically resided in jungles, and encountering such beings in the frigid frozen plateau was exceedingly rare. She contemplated establishing a trade relationship with the toadman, but with only a few toxic pearls available, it hardly warranted the gift of a small teleportation array. After much deliberation, Karen ultimately abandoned this idea. After purchasing a few ordinary pearls, she exited the cavern and returned to the tavern. With that, her last gold coin had been spent. Gazing at her empty purse, Karen chuckled. Money truly came slowly but departed swiftly. After a moment of reflection, she glanced at the sky, anticipating the return of O'Neill and the others. Once they arrived, they would set off to the magical crystal vein mentioned by the golden dwarfs. Resources were essential. Without them, nothing could be accomplished. Fortunately, there were now plenty of cave dwellers, and with the aid of explosives, extracting magical crystals should not pose a significant challenge. However, the extraction of magical crystals was a long-term endeavor, likely requiring 6 months to complete. It was probable that the work would extend until the end of the year. Given such a lengthy time frame, Karen needed to diligently practice alchemy, study magic, and, most importantly, develop new products. Otherwise, she might truly find herself enslaved by Maria by year's end. Fortunately, she had already formulated an initial plan for generating gold. Chapter 50. The tavern's first legion of fierce lions. The chilling winds of the frozen plateau swept across the land. Their howling reminiscent of a dragon's breath. In this frigid weather, most natives sought refuge in their caves, relying on thick grass to shield themselves from the cold. The frozen plateau seldom experienced favorable weather, while today lacked the calamity of stormy whirlwinds. It could barely be considered decent. Over the past 3 days, the goblin tribe in the southern region of the frozen plateau had been ruthlessly slaughtered. The snow-white ground bore witness to the remains of goblin corpses, with scavenging animals relishing the rare bounty. However, this was not Karen's doing. The law of the jungle dictated that only the strong survive. Compared to the famously disciplined and orderly societies, this rule was starkly evident in the frozen plateau. On the frigid permafrost, solitary goblins could occasionally be seen foraging for grass roots. Only after the announcement regarding the cessation of goblin purchases in the slave market did they dare to venture out. The little goblins trailed closely behind the elder, meticulously observing their surroundings. Although the storm that had beset the goblins had passed, none could ascertain whether those detestable adventurers would still seek to ensnare them. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a golden hue appeared against the distant, pristine permafrost, soon accompanied by billowing clouds of white, resembling an avalanche. Surging forth with a deafening roar, the goblins hurriedly buried their heads in the snowdrifts, only daring to emerge once the tumult had subsided. What they initially perceived as an avalanche was, in fact, a pack of snow-white lions, with the lead lion seated regally, adorned with a brilliant golden spear at its neck. The lion's gaze shimmered with a golden light, and merely meeting its eyes felt like a judgment upon the goblins, who promptly buried their heads once more in the snow. The pride of lions cast a fleeting glance before swiftly disappearing into the distance. Headed straight for the slave market. 3 days elapsed without a word from Kamenlun. Kalen sat at the entrance of the market, relishing the icy gusts sweeping across the frozen plateau. Such frigid air was not for the faint of heart, and even liches would find it unappealing, unless they were those who had willingly sacrificed themselves to death, becoming undead beings. Their mage towers reveled in the crafting of crystalline ice. Liches possess 2 forms of life signs. One is the corporeal body, which Kalen resembled in every way to an ordinary human, the only distinction being their ability to wield necromantic spells beyond the grasp of humanity. The second form is that of an undead lich, who, through sacrificial death, forges a phylactery, entrusting their essence to the unknown, thereby achieving immortality, provided their phylactery remains intact. Like Kalen, whose life was finite, he could expect to live approximately 200 years. Should he fail to perform a death sacrifice by then, he would meet the same fate as any normal human. To Kalen, the notion of becoming an undead lich was rather unappealing. His body would lose its fundamental senses, leaving him devoid of interest in the opposite sex, rendering his life a mere pursuit of magical knowledge. Utterly devoid of joy, Kalen cherished his present state, for he could feel the earth's pulse through his hands, discerning the vitality of plant life. Even in alchemy, he could accurately grasp each step through the sensations of temperature and the scents wafting through the air. These experiences were beyond the reach of an undead lich. Kalen possessed a unique curiosity akin to that of a lich. Wielding knowledge while his thoughts mirrored those of a human, he relished in sensing and experiencing life. Seated upon a hide, he found enjoyment in the icy winds of the plateau, despite their chill. The winds had not yet grown fierce, allowing Kalen to indulge in the moment. However, should a blizzard arise in the coming days, he would have no choice but to take refuge in a burrow. Snowflakes drifted sporadically from the sky, while adventurers came and went from the slave market, bearing both goods and captives. Kalen eyed the slaves with envy, noting they were hardy indigenous folk of the frozen plateau, resilient against the cold and endowed with considerable strength, though regrettably devoid of gold coins. Enduring the biting wind was not a sustainable endeavor, and after lingering at the market's entrance for half an hour, Kalen contemplated returning. Suddenly, a rumbling tremor seized his attention, initially appearing as a flicker of gold. Upon closer inspection, he discerned it to be a lion. His follower, Kamenlun, accompanied by a cadre of lions, each as white as snow, their azure eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. "My lord, are you here to welcome us?" Kamenlun inquired, flanked by a multitude of lions, pondering whether his master possessed prophetic abilities to anticipate his return. Little did he know that Kalen was merely enjoying the scenery. "Kamenlun, these." Kalen gestured toward the throng of lions, counting them carefully. There were indeed 50. "My lord, they are the snow lion orcs. It took considerable effort to locate them." Kamenlun wiped the sweat from his brow and signaled. To Kalen's astonishment, the snow lions began to rise, shedding their fur at an astonishing rate, transforming from lion-like forms into that of robust human men, save for lingering feline features upon their heads. Such a remarkable transformation left Kalen in awe. Was this a form of shape-shifting? Ancient tomes within the library spoke of such magic, a transformation spell capable of converting one into any creature. And at its most profound mastery, even a dragon, the history of shape-shifting was elusive, yet among the elves, a cadre of druids was known for their expertise in this art. Kalen had not anticipated that the lion kin could transition between beast and man. Upon perceiving Kalen's astonished expression, Kamenlun preempted any misunderstanding. "My lord, this is the innate gift of the snow lion tribe, allowing them to transform freely between their lion forms." Kalen nodded, recognizing the merit in such a trait. The primary distinction between beasts and humans lay in intelligence. A lion endowed with human wisdom would indeed be a formidable entity. It seemed Kamenlun had valued the snow lion tribe's abilities highly, investing considerable resources to enlist them. However, compared to a band of lions, Kalen preferred to recruit a cadre of formidable warriors for the promised sum of 50,000 gold coins. "Kamenlun, is this your army?" "Indeed, my lord," Kamenlun replied, brimming with pride. "They are the finest scouts and formidable warriors. You may not know, but the snow lion's fur can adapt. In the snow, it appears white, yet in the red earth, it turns a conventional gray to my lord. As you are aware, the true strength of an army lies not solely in its warriors, but in the intelligence gathered by its scouts. With them, the dangers in taverns can be significantly reduced." Kamenlun's reasoning was not without merit. Kalen's circumstances had shifted. The sale of bomb robots and bloodthirsty potions in the slave market had attracted attention. Should these lions serve as scouts, they could prove invaluable. Furthermore, the excavation of the magical crystal veins would undoubtedly require astute scouts for vigilance. Being natives of the frozen plateau, the snow lions would indeed be a substantial asset. Observing Kalen's contemplative demeanor, Kamenlun presumed he was evaluating the worth of these lions. His choice of the snow lions was not solely due to their impressive abilities, but also because they belonged to the same kin, which made them easier to command compared to other beast tribes. Effective command was crucial for the construction of an army. Upon receiving the sum of 50,000 gold coins, Kamenlun had already envisioned his unit. It had to be of the lion lineage. In ancient times, the lion kin were not only great battlefield commanders but also birthed legendary warriors. The snow lions, in particular, were born scouts within the lion tribe. Since hearing of the snow lion's existence at the slave market, Kamenlun had no intention of acquiring any other slaves. Noticing Kalen's expression, he hastily added, "My lord, their value is immeasurable. Even within the beastkin royal city, snow lions are highly sought after. Had I not made a promise, they would not have agreed to follow me." "What promise?" Kalen suddenly felt a wave of unease. To relocate the entire snow lion tribe to reside within the glacial village, Kamenlun admitted sheepishly. Moreover, no one was offered 100 gold coins. 100 each. How many are in the tribe? Kalen pondered, realizing the potential assistance these snow lions could offer. While they made for excellent scouts, their strength was not exceptional, rendering them a relatively weak race among the beastin. There are over 50 adult warriors, and the remainder totals around 400, but do not worry, my lord. The snow lion tribe has graciously bestowed upon you a snow dragon crystal fruit tree from their tribe, which, though not yet matured, is worth 100,000 gold coins once ripe. When will it mature? Kalen was skeptical of such fortune. If it were truly worth 100,000 gold coins, the snow lion tribe would not be residing in this desolate frozen plateau. Unknown. The tribe claims that the seed was procured by the previous tribe leader from the snow dragon's lair. Undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Kamenlun hastily reassured Kalen, noting his skepticism. My lord, the tree is truly wondrous. It does not produce leaves, but instead blooms snowflakes. And it lacks bark, covered instead in tightly packed scales. Very well, the construction of the army is in your hands. Since you wish to establish a dedicated lion tribe, let it be named the Fierce Lion Legion, Kalen conceded. Though he harbored some discontent over the addition of 500 individuals, he could not dispute the value of the precious tree bestowed upon him. He instructed Kamenlun to allow the snow lion warriors to recuperate in the tavern while arrangements for the tribe's migration were made. 500 snow lion orcs were not an insignificant force, but Kalen was determined not to let the opportunity to acquire the snow dragon crystal fruit tree slip away, despite the harsh living conditions of the frozen plateau. It was also a place ripe for discovery. where treasures from the era of the gods lay buried beneath the ice. The thought of possessing something from the snow dragon's realm made his mouth water. Chapter 51. The Bear Rider Legion. As Kamenlun led the snow lions into the tavern, a throng of cavalry suddenly surged towards Kamenlun. Leading the charge was the ice bear, O'Neill, atop a towering ice bear. Its crimson eyes fixed menacingly on Kamenlun, remnants of a recent feast clinging to its teeth. Unlike Kamenlun, where the snow lions are uniform, O'Neill's ranks are a vibrant tapestry of various troops. Among them are cave sorcerers riding armored pangolins, boar-headed knights mounted on wild boars, and an assortment of minotaurs. The recruitment is quite chaotic. If one were to identify a commonality, it would be that each individual rides a beast of some sort. My lord, that scoundrel from Kamenlun fled with remarkable speed. I chased him for quite a while, but never caught up, O'Neill said. Scratching the back of his head in a rather endearing manner, he shouted towards a distant cave-dwelling sorcerer. It's all your pangolin's fault for hindering me. O'Neill, what manner of individuals have you recruited? I must inform you, wasting 50,000 gold coins will certainly earn you a broken leg, Karen admonished angrily. The boar-headed knights are of little value on the Beastman continent. Yet O'Neill had somehow managed to recruit 100 of them, alongside the weakest minotaurs. Considering the limited speed of the bison, Karen could only imagine the disarray that would ensue. My lord, please do not be so hasty. These individuals are treasures, and 50,000 gold coins is hardly a loss, O'Neill chuckled heartily, pointing at the pangolin riding cave sorcerer. My lord, that elder was procured for 5,000 gold coins. He wields the swamp spell, capable of transforming a stretch of land into marshland. Truly a bane for cavalry, a grand cavalry legion. I could never tolerate his existence. The swamp spell is a branch of earth magic, sometimes considered a hybrid of both water and earth magic. Regardless, it is exceedingly rare in the realm of sorcery. Although the cave sorcerer possesses but a single spell, envisioning the battlefield where enemy cavalry charges forth only to find the ground beneath them suddenly transformed into a quagmire is truly terrifying. Yet, Karen suddenly recalled that they were on a frozen plateau, where the permafrost is harder than iron. Spending 5,000 gold coins on him would amount to acquiring a useless individual. Before Karen could voice his thoughts, O'Neill interjected, My lord, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, his spell is far from mediocre. I have witnessed it myself. With a single casting, my boar cavalry was ensnared for an entire day. Had I not spent a fortune acquiring him from a human merchant, you would never have encountered my old bear. Enough of this lamenting, O'Neill. Let us discuss those boar knights, AS and Orc. You must be aware of their notorious reputation across the continent. Boar knights, much like werewolf cavalry, are among the most fearsome brigands known, and what irks merchants the most is that their weapons are dung balls, projectiles that explode upon impact, though they inflict no real damage. They leave a foul stench. Merchants harbor a greater disdain for the boar cavalry than for the werewolf wolf. O'Neill summoned one of the boar riders over and whispered a few instructions. The boar suddenly snorted, and with a leisurely gait, charged towards a solid sheet of ice. Karen intended to call out, but with a resounding crash, the ice shattered, and the boar rider, as if unscathed, returned to the ranks. This left Karen utterly astonished. Was this truly the lazy boar cavalry known for their dung balls? My lord, do you see now? These boar knights are my neighbors from the ice bear tribe. While they are known to eat voraciously, their strength is even greater. Moreover, they possess the bloodline of ancient war beasts. The boar they ride is their beast kin, with tough skin and ample flesh. Just imagine, if they were to don heavy armor, who could withstand their charge? O'Neill proclaimed with great pride. The bloodline of war beasts. Karen mused, observing the boars. A sudden thought struck him. Legends say that during the era of the ancient gods, alongside the powerful beastmen, 3 mighty war beasts existed. The black bear, the bloodthirsty porcupine, and the thunderous eagle. It was astonishing to think that these boar-headed creatures bore the bloodline of the bloodthirsty porcupine. No wonder their skin is so tough. If they were to harness the bloodthirsty technique, they would be truly terrifying. The bloodthirsty technique is known only to ogres, yet now it is rumored that taverns can produce bloodthirsty potions. While these boar cavalry may lack speed, their weight and strength are formidable. If they were outfitted with heavy armor, they would indeed become a force of heavy cavalry. My lord, they are remarkably inexpensive. I recruited 100 for only 100 gold coins each, though it is essential that we keep them well fed. You know their appetite is immense, and their mounts require ample sustenance as well, O'Neill acknowledged. The boar-headed orcs are notoriously known for their prodigious appetites. Fortunately, the tavern currently has a sufficient stock of provisions to sustain them for some time, but a long-term solution to the food supply issue cannot rely solely on purchasing. As for the remaining minotaurs, Karen refrained from inquiring further, but O'Neill was clearly intent on forming a heavy cavalry. The minotaurs are large and heavy, and the yaks they ride appear to be anything but ordinary. To support the substantial size of the minotaurs, the weight of their mounts must be considerable. Gazing upon the 150 hefty figures before him, Karen remarked, "Since Kamenlun has formed the fierce lion legion, your group shall be known as the rampaging bear cavalry." "Thank you, my lord," O'Neill grinned amiably. "Fear not, while our numbers may be small for now, once our ice bear tribe joins, we will achieve a modest scale. Additionally, I have discovered a beastman donkey in the frozen plateau. They would make excellent light cavalry. If we could incorporate them into my cavalry, it would be splendid." As long as you keep these details in mind. O'Neill, forming a cavalry unit is no simple task. Many considerations must be addressed, and you will learn these gradually. You differ from Kamenlun. The lion tribe boasts a rich history of leadership and has received a fine education, making the formation of a legion relatively straightforward for him. You, however, are merely an ordinary ice bear from the frozen plateau, and establishing a cavalry unit poses a significant challenge, Karen stated. To progress, one must have a skilled mentor guiding them, as well as a military strategist. My lord, I have already considered these matters," O'Neill replied with a triumphant smile, gesturing towards the pangolin cave sorcerer. "My lord, this is Pyant, a cave dweller who participated in the formation of the underground elven cavalry. I have taken him as my mentor, and the idea of making the boar-headed orcs heavy cavalry is his suggestion. Furthermore, he has a friend from the Beak tribe who is currently imprisoned by a band of Highland brigands. If we can rescue him, he would likely be persuaded to join the cavalry." The Beak tribe? Karen's excitement grew ever more profound. The Beak tribe is renowned among the orcs as an exceptional race of military strategists. Their minds are naturally attuned to scheming, and throughout history, they have produced numerous military tacticians. After the gods' reign, the orcs and humans engaged in several major conflicts, with Beak strategists playing pivotal roles. However, due to the tribe's difficulty in reproduction, many believed they had become extinct. To discover that one still existed here was truly surprising. "My lord, he is my friend, held captive by a group of bear goblins. If you could assist in his escape, I believe he would be most grateful for your kindness," Pyant said, bowing respectfully. His voice bore a somber weight, as though emanating from deep within. "Rest assured, I shall rescue such a valuable strategist," Karen replied. However, this was only one aspect. The other involved the bear goblins, who are unlike ordinary goblins. They are larger and stronger, rivaling even the stoutest of minotaurs that in ancient times. Bear goblins were the most distinguished workers of goblin civilization, possessing skills that ordinary goblins could not match. If goblins are known for their research, then bear goblins excel in execution. Presently, the tavern is home to numerous goblins, yet while they possess intellectual prowess, their physical limitations render them less effective in practical tasks. Should the bear goblins join, the construction of factories would undoubtedly yield remarkable efficiency. The decline of bear goblins into banditry is likely tied to the overall collapse of goblin civilization. Ordinary goblins, in their struggle for survival, lacked time for alchemical studies, while bear goblins, with their robust physiques, resorted to plunder for sustenance. After millennia, the continent has forgotten that bear goblins are the quintessential executors. This hidden truth was relayed to Karen by Ali Baba, who suggested acquiring bear goblin slaves to serve as factory workers during the establishment of an airship factory. Karen had kept this in mind. But due to the formidable nature of bear goblin tribes, none were available in the slave markets. Thus, he had to set the idea aside until now, when he learned of a bear goblin tribe. Karen is not fond of aggression, but if he could eliminate a band of brigands, why not? Moreover, he could gain excellent workers in the process. Smiling, he patted O'Neill on the shoulder and said, "Rest assured, the tavern has already arranged your quarters. While you and Kamenlun may have nominally established legions, we all know that this is merely a code name. That I hope that one day, you will both rise to become great leaders of legions on the continent, transforming your units into renowned symbols across the land." A legion consists of far more than just a couple of hundred individuals. Even the smallest legion comprises thousands, with some numbering tens of thousands or more. A single human settlement may boast only 1 or 2 legions, while only the mightiest empires can muster legions exceeding 100,000. The reason Karen emphasizes the term legion is to inspire both Kamenlun and O'Neill to lead true legions one day. "Rest assured, my lord, that day will surely come," O'Neill confidently declared, his gaze reflecting a steadfastness akin to the glacial ice upon the frozen highlands. He was merely a 20-something ice-bear warrior who once lived solely for his tribe. Yet now his thoughts began to ascend to lofty heights. The notion of a legion leader, once unthinkable, was now within reach. Albeit in a rudimentary form, it was indeed a first step taken. With this initial stride, dreams transformed from mere fantasies into the slow emergence of reality. Chapter 52. The Purple Pine Snow Mountain. The permafrost of the frozen highlands is more resistant to hatching than adamant. 3 days had elapsed since their departure from the slave market, and after successfully sheltering the Snow Lion tribe, Karen resumed his journey towards the Purple Pine Snow Mountain. This mountain is the site of the magical crystal mine. Named after a unique plant that thrives there, the purple pine. Unlike ordinary pines, the purple pine is merely the size of a palm, with a violet trunk, resilient to cold and frost, making it one of the rare flora on the frozen highlands. From a distance, the Purple Pine Snow Mountain appears entirely purple, standing out in the predominantly white world, thus serving as a rare reference point in the frozen highlands. To minimize attention, Karen brought only O'Neill along, while all other followers entered a tavern. However, if one were to observe closely, they would spot the snow lions frolicking playfully in the snow, rolling and playing, indistinguishable from ordinary lions, yet their eyes occasionally sparkled with a keen alertness. Clearly on guard against unseen threats. This was also for Karen's safety. Kamenlun had dispatched snow lion scouts to scatter about, and indeed, they had gathered a wealth of information over the past 3 days. At least 50 adventurers were following Karen, including stealthy human rogues, cunning treasure hunters, and even diminutive ratfolk, not to mention an entire adventuring party that had set their sights on Karen. Karen paid little heed to all this. Adventurers rise early only for profit. If the prospect of a bloodlust potion could not entice them, then the world truly was in disarray. Under O'Neill's leadership, they advanced swiftly, and for 4 days, they were undisturbed by adventurers. Fortune smiled upon them. As the ice storms of the frozen highlands did not materialize, however, upon reaching the base of the mountain suffused with purple hues, the sky became overcast once more, and the howling northern winds began to stir, heralding the approach of a storm. If predictions held true, the ice storm would engulf the land within half a day. The purple pine served as an excellent windbreak, allowing the towering mountains to withstand the impending ice storm. Perhaps due to the presence of the purple pine, numerous tribes inhabited the Purple Pine mountain range. As Karen gazed upon it, he spotted cold-resistant yak orcs, pine-skinned squirrel folk, and white-furred tiger orcs. Upon closer inspection, there were no fewer than a dozen types of beast folk, alongside formidable human adventurers, aquatic adventurers, and dark elves from the underground. Judging by their aura, they were undoubtedly evolved beings of great strength. Karen stood at the mountain's foot, refraining from advancing further. The local power dynamics were intricate and convoluted. Attempting to excavate magical crystals in such a chaotic environment was utterly impossible, even with his formidable strength. He could not subdue those powerful adventurers. Moreover, the Purple Pine Mountain was the safest refuge from the ice storm. Once it arrived, the number of people seeking shelter would only increase. Karen felt a pang of despair for the location described by the Golden Dwarf. Goldhammer was precisely here. It seemed he must first establish a foothold, and in this place, strength was paramount. Casting a glance at O'Neill, he signaled him, prompting the flustered cavalry regiment to gather behind him. Brandishing a massive crimson banner emblazoned with the words "Frenzied Bear," waving grandly and with great audacity. Karen could only chuckle in resignation as he summoned Goldhammer, inquiring, "How have you fared of late?" Though only 7 days had passed, Goldhammer appeared significantly thinner. Karen had heard that upon their arrival at the airship factory, Ali Baba had kept them busy, compelling the golden dwarves to forge 50 giant hooks according to the schematics of the gnomes, followed by spending 3 nights crafting an iron wheel. This had wearied the 5 pampered golden dwarves. Yet Ali Baba, born of humble origins, imposed strict demands on his gnomish subordinates, let alone the foreign golden dwarves, ensuring that whenever there was work to be done, it was the golden dwarves he called upon first. In just 7 days, the once brilliant gold of the golden dwarves had dulled somewhat. Upon seeing Karen, Goldhammer rushed forward, lamenting, "Oh, Karen, how could you allow those filthy gnomes to command us? It is an affront to our noble craft." "Ah, it appears you have not gained sufficient experience." Karen shook his head, sighing. "I intended to offer you an opportunity to prove yourself, but alas, you should return to the tavern. Ali Baba would not wish for you to leave," Karen instructed. No, I have come to my senses. Goldhammer hastily replied. Have you truly? Karen raised an eyebrow. What mistake have you made? Goldhammer pondered for a long moment, unable to articulate a single word. Then, glancing up at the expanse of purple ahead, he suddenly smiled. Karen, it is the noble gnomes we must thank. Should we not now seek the magical crystal mine? He recalled Karen's vow. The golden temple was an immeasurable temptation for them dwarfs. Karen could only shake his head in exasperation at Goldhammer's navet, recognizing the frivolous demeanor he displayed. I am truly at a loss with you. Well then, we have arrived at the Purple Pine Mountains. Do not tell me the magical crystal mine is located at the heart of the mountain, for there are numerous tribes dwelling there, and I cannot afford to offend them. Of course not, Goldhammer chuckled. It lies hidden in a secluded valley amidst the Purple Pine Mountains. There are no formidable foes within, merely a tribe of boar orcs that subsist on the purple pines of the valley. Their combat prowess is feeble, and once we drive them out, extracting the magical crystals will be a straightforward endeavor. Karen knew that the golden dwarf would not deceive him. Moreover, deceiving him would yield no benefit for Goldhammer. After gathering his forces, they set forth with great momentum towards the Purple Pine Mountains. The Boar Cavalry, alongside the Bull-Headed Cavalry, together with O'Neill and Kamenlun, formidable Tier 4 warriors, would serve as a deterrent to any miscreants. Of course, the indigenous inhabitants of the Purple Pine Mountains would also think twice before taking action. Though the Boar-Headed warriors were considered the weakest cavalry on the continent, the Ice Bear warriors were a sight not to be trifled with, initially fearful that they had come to attack their tribe. The Boar Orcs were relieved to see Karen's group heading towards the only valley in the Purple Pine Mountains, prompting them to dispatch some scouts to follow, as well as rally their tribal warriors in case of unforeseen events. The skirmish commenced. The Boar Cavalry surged forward slowly, their massive weight and strength crushing a cluster of Boar men. The smaller squirrel folk darted away in haste. Within half a day's time, layers of barricades began to take shape within the valley. The Boar Cavalry established a stronghold at the valley's entrance, refusing entry to all outsiders. Subsequently, throughout the next half-day, some Boar Orcs were driven out, while others, it could be assumed, had perished from the heights of the mountains. Keen-eyed scouts could observe mammoth beasts dragging massive stones, followed by resounding explosions as the smoke cleared, earth and stone crumbled, and under the guidance of the Yak Orcs, a rudimentary wall began to take shape at the entrance. The onlookers were bewildered by the motives of this foreign contingent, yet curiosity compelled them to investigate further. However, before the scouts could approach the valley, the ground beneath them erupted in explosions, while a single blast was manageable. The closer they drew, the more frequent the detonations became. They even witnessed a centaur launching bone arrows that detonated upon contact. The ability of bones to explode was a manifestation of magic. And to the orcs of the magical wasteland, this was more terrifying than demons. By nightfall, after leaving dozens of corpses at the valley's entrance, no scout dared to step foot within, before the rudimentary wall. A no-man's land had inadvertently formed. Then, a gaunt skeletal figure began to murmur upon the wall. As it did, the ground before the wall became barren, the purple pines began to wither, and the once fertile soil decayed at a visible rate. Replaced by a desolate blackness, the corpses strewn upon the ground rapidly decomposed into dry bones, their flesh and blood transforming into toxic mists in a matter of half an hour, turning the area into a wasteland. This was the handiwork of the skeletal mage. As for the explosions, they were a record of Karen's alchemical prowess. By sealing explosives and infusing them with magical energy, any living being that came into contact would trigger a minor incendiary reaction, resulting in an explosion. Karen named this invention the magical landmine. Death, the beast folk began to genuinely fear. This was the handiwork of the necromancer. Only the undead would transform land into a barren wasteland. Yet the events did not end there. The purple pines within the valley began to grow wildly, towering to heights of half a person, a full person, then 3, and eventually reaching 10 times the height. Forming colossal trees, these trees grew uncontrollably, intertwining as if they were nests, one wrapping around another, until in the blink of an eye, hundreds became entwined, and soon thousands, forming a protective canopy of interwoven trunks that shielded the entire valley. Upon this canopy of purple pines, layers of dense thorns sprouted like swords, a manifestation of elven life magic. The thorny shield, capable of enveloping the entire valley in one fell swoop, could only be attributed to the ancient elf Anna, whom Karen had hired at great expense. What on earth is happening? This resonates with the hearts of all. Yet with the advent of adventurers in the slave market, the identity of the canyon's master has finally been unveiled, the inventor of the bloodthirsty potion, an esteemed alchemist coveted by both great human empires. Furthermore, from the lips of these alchemists, it has been revealed that the Lich before them possesses an immense fortune, merely from the transactions made. Over 100,000 gold coins have been expended in the slave market alone to eye in the frozen highlands. Such wealth marks one as a prime target. The desolate expanse and the thorny shield present a nightmare for ordinary folk. Yet for those formidable adventurers, it is merely a matter of exertion. Their minds are preoccupied with the question of what lies beneath the thorny shield and how to procure what they desire from this wealthy lord. The formula for the bloodthirsty potion is far more precious than 100,000 gold coins, and the Lich before them is more alluring than the treasures of the gods. Chapter 53. The excavation talent of the cave dwellers. The wild boar cavalry sealed the entrance, complemented by the barren wasteland of the fire sacrifice wizard monk, while the old elf's thorny shield completely sealed the canyon, so securely that not even an orc, let alone a mosquito, could gain entry. The means employed by the elf Anna left one astonished. With but a simple incantation, the purple pines in the canyon grew as if possessed, ultimately intertwining to form the thorny shield. Truly, as a 500-year-old elf, her craft is deft, of course. In sealing the canyon, Karen remained vigilant, ordering Cameron to position snow lions around the canyon's periphery, while O'Neill's cavalry guarded the exit, even summoning the ogre shamans to gather under O'Neill's command. Despite such stringent precautions, Karen felt unease. After all, myriad tactics exist, and not all can be countered to this end. Karen even enlisted the aid of the elf Anna, who set up Owl's Eyes within the canyon, an elven spell capable of monitoring every movement within. With meticulous preparations complete, waves of cave dwellers emerged from the tavern, following the instructions of the golden dwarves to commence their digging at the mountain's base. Standing aside, Karen gained a true appreciation of the cave dwellers' excavation talent. The cave dwellers possess 4 fingers, each half a foot thick, their sturdy phalanges adorned with layers of sharp nails akin to small blades. As they grasped and dug forward, the hardened permafrost yielded as if it were mere tofu. And within half an hour, a cavern approximately 2 zhang in height had formed before Karen's eyes. Moreover, the cave dwellers worked in perfect harmony. The young took charge of excavation while the elders managed transport. With the addition of some mammoth laborers brought in by Karen, within mere hours, the cave dwellers had delved beneath the rocky surface, rendering them invisible from the outside, save for the occasional sighting of shattered earth and stone. Is the information provided by the golden hammer regarding the magic crystal mine reliable? Karen mused, observing that the cave dwellers had already excavated 50 meters, yet aside from the frozen earth and rocky debris, there was no trace of magical energy. Karen, rest assured we are descendants of the forging body. Possessing an acute sense for ores, the magic crystal vein does not lie within the purple pine mountain, but rather beneath it. We are merely creating an opening. In my estimation, it lies at least 500 meters below, Golden Hammer declared. Eyes closed as he attuned himself to the surroundings, the faint shimmer of magic energy gradually wafted up from the cave dweller's excavation site, confirming Karen's innate sensitivity to magic, thus assuring him that Golden Hammer spoke true. In half a day's time, the cave dwellers had excavated 50 meters through permafrost as tough as steel, showcasing their renowned talent for tunneling. Yet, as they delved deeper, the permafrost intensified, and many stones, compressed by the purple pine mountain range, posed a challenge even for the skilled claws of the cave dwellers. In pursuit of expediency, Karen set aside his concerns and retrieved explosives from the storeroom to hand over to the cave dwellers. What transpired next astonished Karen. After an initial mishap with the explosives, the cave dwellers quickly mastered their use. Within half an hour, some astute cave dwellers accurately gauged the blast radius and power, creating arm-sized holes in the unyielding rock. With the explosives placed within, a single detonation effectively shattered the stone without expanding the cavern's confines. The explosions induced a loosening of the rock, yet the cave dwellers ingeniously supported both sides with intact boulders, even splitting some massive timber within the tavern to prop up the ceiling and prevent collapse. Such meticulous excavation qualifies as an art form. The cave dwellers are innately gifted at tunneling, and today Karen bore witness to their ability to discern the veins within the rock and the lay of the mountains, thus facilitating a straightforward excavation process. Furthermore, they maintain strict safety measures to avoid being buried alive by cave-ins. The thunderous echoes of explosions resonated through the earth, occasionally revealing cave dwellers herding mammoths to extract massive stones from the depths, while small teams of cave dwellers swiftly re-entered the tunnels. They spoke little and offered no shouts of encouragement. It was as if they inherently understood their mission: transport, excavate, detonate in mere hours. Karen discerned that 5 young cave dwellers had mastered the technique of underground blasting. Capable of precisely controlling the explosive force within half a meter, in recognition of their prowess, Karen immediately granted these 5 individuals freedom from their slave status, providing them with housing and promising to establish a settlement for cave dwellers within the tavern. Allowing those who mastered special skills to qualify for residency, the cave dwellers erupted in fervor. Upon entering the tavern, they had learned that some goblins had escaped their slave status to become commoners. Even establishing an alchemical factory and gaining status within the tavern, the prospect of emancipation from slavery seemed impossible to the cave dwellers. Yet within mere days, 5 individuals had achieved commoner status and enjoyed the privileges of settlement. All due to their mastery of explosives, the cave dwellers could no longer contain their excitement. Some of the younger ones began to meticulously explore the explosive potential of the dynamite. Hoping to leverage this knowledge to escape their servitude, the elders had already perceived Karen's intentions. He sought talent, particularly in excavation, and blasting was merely one facet of that. They began to utilize their experience to study excavation techniques. With several elders employing ancestral wisdom to identify mineral veins within the caves. In just half a day, several cave dwellers discovered deposits of red copper, black iron, and green copper. Although these were merely basic copper ores, they brought great joy to the golden dwarves, as the primary beams in the construction of the golden temple require copper, which is scarce and underutilized on the continent. Karen's delight was equally profound, not for any other reason but because. After purchasing magic crystal lamps from the slave market, he discovered through his research that copper serves as an excellent conductor for magical energy, inferior to mithril but superior to steel by tenfold. And, most importantly, its price is remarkably affordable. After emerging from the slave market, Karen had sought to collect copper, yet the low price of copper meant that even the most industrious of cave dwellers were reluctant to gather it, rendering the chances of acquisition within the slave market dismally slim. Now, with the cave dwellers providing copper, it indicated that they possessed exceptional or recognition abilities. To reward them, Karen abolished their slave status, allowing them to establish abodes within the cave dweller settlement, and he relieved them of labor obligations so they could focus on studying mineral veins and searching for ores. The prospect of being freed from slavery for the ability to identify minerals sent the cave dwellers into a frenzy. Especially the elders, who carried a rich heritage and possessed a broader understanding of minerals than the dwarves. Within half a day, 30 senior cave dwellers had contributed their identified minerals, securing their freedom from slavery. In addition to copper, there were sporadic deposits of iron ore, and one cave dweller even discovered a piece of pristine ice crystal ore, a rare find on the continent, valued at 1,000 gold coins. Such a precious mineral was generously offered without reservation, thrilling Karen. After inquiring, he learned that this individual was the eldest among the cave dwellers within a 1,000-mile radius, possessing extensive ancestral notes on minerals. To unearth such talent among the cave dwellers left Karen at a loss for words. On the continent, mining has been largely undervalued, and prospectors receive scant rewards. The focus has been on weaponry and ready-made ores. Hence, the dwarves, skilled in crafting, are far more esteemed than the cave dwellers, who excel in mining. Karen was unwilling to allow this elderly cave dweller to toil underground, witnessing the increasing number of cave dwellers capable of identifying minerals. Karen directed Moyne to construct a hall, naming it the Mineral Guild, situated within the cave dweller settlement, dedicated to the study of mineral identification and excavation for the tavern's future. Upon hearing Karen's proposal, the elder cave dweller, known as Kuan Dong, was so overwhelmed with emotion that he knelt down, promising Karen that within the Mineral Guild, he would selflessly organize the ancestral mineral notes and impart knowledge on mineral identification to future generations. Despite the Mineral Guild's recent establishment, Karen made a generous gesture by appointing the elder as the guild's president, while the first cave dwellers to attain freedom from slavery collectively joined the guild. They hailed from diverse tribes and possessed differing legacies. Should they be able to complement one another, the tavern's mineral resources would only grow richer. Naturally, Karen even made a significant investment, donating all books related to ancient minerals from the library for the guild's research, in order to foster the development of the Mineral Guild. It is permissible for them to impart mineral knowledge among the cave dwellers. Many of these cave dwellers possess an innate perception of minerals. With just a slight nudge, they can quickly grasp the concepts. Their talents, deeply embedded in their lineage, are merely harnessed by Kamenlun through minimal efforts. However, this small endeavor has led to a rapid accumulation of minerals within the tavern. After a day of excavating the caves, the log of the Mineral Guild recorded the discovery of 13 types of minerals, including an unexpected find, a snow crystal or a rare stone that can only be found deep in the icy underground. Chapter 54. The first encounter with magic crystal. The establishment of the Mineral Guild was an impulsive decision by Kamenlun, marking a unique occurrence on the continent of the gods. Miners, it must be said, occupy a position of significant lowliness on this continent, particularly within the Beastman territories, where the vast population and scarcity of food have relegated even skilled miners like the cave dwellers to the lower echelons of society. Struggling daily for sustenance while remaining perpetually famished, the cave dwellers are somewhat renowned for their mining abilities across the continent of the gods. Unfortunately, no race has treated them kindly, simply because their physical strength is quite limited. They can easily penetrate ordinary soil, but are rendered powerless when confronted with hard rock layers. Thus, people favor the abyssal beetles dwelling beneath, which possess formidable pincers and can maneuver effortlessly even at great depths. In human mining operations, it is common to employ these beetles alongside immensely strong puppets. With mages assisting in identifying ores, this intricate combination maximizes the efficiency of mining endeavors. Kamenlun, however, does not possess such advantageous conditions. The cave beetles alone represent a beast-level existence, only manageable through contracts by powerful mages. As for puppets, their creation requires advanced alchemical knowledge, and Kamenlun cannot afford to hire mages capable of mastering a mine. Only those who have undergone a secondary awakening and are considered the pillars of humanity can do so. Thus, he can only cultivate his own mining team. Fortunately, the cave dwellers exhibit commendable talent, having inherited a rich tradition of subterranean excavation, coupled with the effective use of explosives to compensate for their shortcomings. Kamenlun believes that given sufficient time, he will be able to assemble a mining team comparable to that of the humans. Kamenlun places significant importance on the cave dwellers, as the output from the mines will be paramount for the future of the Lich Tavern and is of critical significance to its construction. Whether for the construction of tanks or goblin airships, a substantial amount of metal is required, which can only be sourced internally, upon learning of the magical ore veins in the Zisong mountain range. Kamenlun hurriedly made his way there. Even in the presence of the traditionally haughty gold dwarves, Kamenlun suppressed his pride and, in an uncharacteristically bold move, entered the Zisong Canyon fully armed, swiftly seizing the area, setting traps, erecting walls, establishing a camp, and even sealing the skies to safeguard the canyon like an ironclad fortress. Kamenlun is not oblivious to the fact that the Zisong mountain range can withstand most of the harsh weather conditions prevalent on the frozen plateau, and numerous tribes inhabit the mountains, including some formidable mercenary groups. Kamenlun's aggressive maneuvers are bound to incite discontent among these powers. The absence of immediate conflict merely indicates their uncertainty regarding Kamenlun's true capabilities. My lord, just now, President Cohen from the underground informed us that they have found a magic crystal mine. Doyen softly approached Kamenlun, his voice barely above a whisper, wary of disturbing Kamenlun's tranquility. He knew Kamenlun preferred solitude and contemplation over chaos and noise. Hence his cautious demeanor upon entering. Have they located the magic crystal so swiftly? The efficiency of the cave dwellers is indeed impressive. Kamenlun expressed his delight, recognizing that magic crystals are the foundation for sustaining the goblin factory. To find one in a mere day's time is nothing short of miraculous. My lord, the true vein of the magic crystal has yet to be discovered. Cohen and his team merely unearthed a single magic crystal during an explosive blast. However, they have summoned all the elders among the cave dwellers to analyze the vein's trajectory, and they believe they will soon identify the main vein of the magic crystals, Doyen replied, his evident enthusiasm tempered by his growing composure from managing the tavern over recent days. Unless exceptional news arose, it was challenging to discern any emotional fluctuation on his deer-like face. That is already quite commendable. I feared it would take a week. Please expedite the establishment of the warehouse within the spatial realm. Once the vein is located, promptly set up a teleportation route. There are plenty of minerals to be mined, and we must ensure we have enough supplies, Kamenlun instructed. My lord, rest assured. I ordered the construction yesterday, and I have designated a cluster of warehouses to categorize all minerals meticulously. Furthermore, Any precious items have been sealed away. Without your command, no one can access them. Doyen smiled, recalling how he had instructed the yaks to build the warehouses yesterday. Their considerable strength and endurance, combined with the assistance of mammoths, allowed for rapid construction. However, given the current circumstances, it seems the existing warehouses may soon be insufficient once the magic crystal mining begins. Upon returning, I shall immediately allocate more personnel to ensure all minerals are securely stored. After conversing for a while, a cave dweller entered, visibly elated, holding a transparent mineral in hand. From a distance, Kamenlun sensed a pure wave of magical energy emanating from it. Although its grade was not high, he could ascertain that this mineral was indeed a magic crystal or capable of being refined from magical energy. The ore was no larger than a palm. Yet the magical power contained within it surpassed even that of Kamenlun, the Lich, by 100-fold. Truly, it is a gift from nature, the focus of contention among various factions. This single specimen, if placed in the hands of an alchemist, could be transformed into an excellent magical staff or even provide energy for a small puppet. Splendid, indeed, it is a magic crystal. Inform Kuan that all cave dwellers participating in the excavation of the magic crystals shall be granted the status of commoners within the tavern. Those who excel in their performance may apply for housing and opportunities to venture outside the tavern. Kamenlun proclaimed, genuinely elated. He granted two significant conditions, the offer of housing being a considerable privilege for the cave dwellers, while the chance to leave the tavern represents a true blessing for those of slave origin. Currently, only a handful of individuals can freely enter and exit the Lich Tavern, including the original Deer Beast men who had followed Kamenlun, who must also obtain his permission for passage. Although this opportunity is singular, it is entirely unexpected good news for the cave dwellers. They had become slaves against their will, separated from their families and children, even in the harshest of icy plateaus. They yearned for reunion. Being able to leave the tavern would not only allow them to gather information, but should they possess gold coins, they might even hire mercenaries to search for their lost kin. Thank you for your grace. My lord. If Elder Kuan learns of this news, he will surely be overjoyed, the cave dwellers said, bowing deeply in gratitude. This reward, besides Kamenlun's promise, also reflects the internal recognition among the cave dwellers. Ever since the establishment of the Mineral Guild, Kamenlun had relinquished some authority, allowing the guild to evaluate the miners' ranks. This cave dweller had performed admirably in the discovery of the magic crystal mine and would likely attain the status of a ranked miner upon his return. After dismissing Doyen, Kamenlun turned his attention to closely examine the magic crystal ore.it sparkled with a transparency that resembled a mirror.at. The center of the ore, an unusual pattern emerged, where bubbles gathered at the intersections of the lines. These bubbles contain the magical energy within the magic crystal ore. The more bubbles present in a piece of magic crystal, the richer its stored magical energy. The magic crystal in Kamenlun's possession, however, had sparse bubbles, categorizing it as the lowest grade. Nevertheless, it would suffice to sustain the factory's consumption. After half an hour of studying the magic crystal ore, Kamenlun instructed someone to deliver it to the Mineral Guild. Once the initial excitement subsided, he regained his composure, for the sounds of explosions at the canyon entrance suggested that many curious souls were drawn to the site. What began as sporadic blasts had escalated into a series of detonations, indicating that the number of individuals eager to enter the canyon was increasing. Kamenlun had anticipated this scenario, yet the audacity of so many to risk their lives was somewhat astonishing. That it should be noted that a fire priest of the undead resided on the city walls at the canyon's mouth, capable of transforming corpses into a desolate land. Should too many corpses accumulate, they could give rise to a plague mist. Such a perilous environment could only be described as a death trap. Yet, despite these dangers, waves of curious individuals continued to rush into the canyon. Crossing through the canyon and ascending to the city walls, Kamenlun observed thin wisps of greenish smoke rising at the canyon's mouth, a precursor to the plague toxins. The fire priest was manipulating a sacrificial array, muttering incomprehensible incantations, evidently facilitating the formation of the plague. At the far end of the toxic mist, a densely packed throng of figures could be seen. Werewolves, centaurs, human warriors, and even sea folk. Judging from the fluctuations of their auras, they were merely unrefined warriors who had yet to undergo evolution. Kamenlun held no fear of these individuals. Even a simple toxic mist could claim their lives, let alone the desolate land and explosives. What truly troubled Kamenlun was the sight of beastmen in the distance herding a group of bloodthirsty wild boars toward the canyon, It dawned on Kalen that the beastmen intended to use the wild boars to trigger the explosive traps at the canyon's entrance. It must be said that although this method is rather cliché, it proves to be exceptionally effective. Originally, the bomb zone extended over 500 meters, yet these orcs managed to encroach upon 300 meters. Were it not for the snow-lined tribe of Kamenlun executing flanking attacks from the sidelines, the bomb traps laid by Kalen would likely have been dismantled by now, under the orcs' relentless prodding. The bloodthirsty wild boars triggered a portion of the explosives, but their flesh rapidly decomposed in the desolate land, transforming into a miasma above. This, at least, could be considered a silver lining for Kalen. However, the current pestilential fog was too thin to take shape quickly, and Kalen could hardly believe that only these minions harbored curiosity about the canyon. Once all the bombs were disarmed, the evolved powerhouses would undoubtedly surge into the canyon, and a battle would become inevitable. Chapter 55. Blood and flesh sacrificed. The walls at the canyon's mouth were constructed from rudimentary marble, with a layer of black sand poured over the surface to enhance their hardness. Coupled with the mountain peaks on either side, it required little effort to fortify the entire valley. What should have been a simple defensive battle transformed into a dire situation after the bloodthirsty wild boars obliterated the bomb traps. Kalen could distinctly hear the howls of wolves. These were the wolf riders of the beast clan. The towering headwolves, possessing sharp claws and remarkable leaping abilities, found the 5-meter-high walls to be no obstacle at all. In addition to the wolf riders, Kalen observed a gathering of minotaurs, each standing 3 meters tall, wielding purple pine logs, ready for action at the canyon's entrance, though their numbers were few upon closer inspection. There were over a dozen of them, their bodies adorned with intricate patterns that indicated their status as evolved warriors within their tribe. It was unexpected to discover a minotaur tribe residing in the Purple Pine Mountains. They were known for their thick skin and immense strength. And should they approach, even the lion warriors would have to tread carefully. Behind the minotaurs, a diminutive figure darted back and forth, reaching the walls in just a few blinks. With long whiskers, beady eyes, and sharp claws, this creature, akin to a cave dweller in its burrowing speed, tore a hole in the wall. The ratfolk, known among the beast clan as the most adept diggers, were often relied upon to topple enemy fortifications during sieges. Kalen, observing the scurrying figure at the canyon's mouth, felt cold sweat trickling down his face. He glanced at O'Neill, but the oaf remained clueless as to how to respond. This was hardly surprising, as the Ice Bear clan typically focused on mere survival. And now, having just secured their basic needs, they were struggling to adapt to the notion of combat. In contrast, Kamenlun exhibited a natural flair for military strategy, commanding the yak folk to swiftly construct defensive fortifications and sharpen the purple pines into rudimentary arrowheads, urging the halflings to hurl them down at all costs. While the arrowheads lacked substantial lethality, the ratfolk were notorious for their frail defenses. Even a 5-meter drop of a purple pine arrowhead could easily inflict severe injuries. Thud, 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 as the rhythmic beating of drums resounded. The minotaurs emerged at the canyon's entrance, followed closely by dozens of boar-headed warriors, their necks adorned with bows and arrows, a clear sign of impending battle. The boar-headed warriors were among the few hunters in the beast clan, a commendable combat race. Upon reaching adulthood, a boar-headed warrior was invariably enlisted by the beast clan's military, making them a rare sight in the outside world. Even the mercenary guild, which claimed to encompass countless tribes, found it difficult to procure the services of boar-headed warriors. Yet here they were on the frozen highlands. The arrows wielded by the boar-headed warriors were no trifling matter. Their concentrated volleys could instill fear even in the most skilled centaur archers. Among the beast clan, the boar-headed warriors, centaurs, and white-winged eagles were renowned as the 3 premier archer races, with centaurs possessing the power and range to pierce all, and white-winged eagles commanding absolute aerial superiority. Meanwhile, the boar-headed warriors were feared for their ability to unleash hundreds of arrows in a single second. In warfare, a mere squad of 10 boar-headed archers could extinguish a formation of 100. Kalen surveyed his own side. Aside from the snow lions, there was little fighting spirit left among the rest, an amalgamation of the old, weak, and infirm, goblins, cave dwellers, halflings, yak folk, and even O'Neill's cavalry could only be described as cannon fodder in the canyon. Were it not for the advantageous terrain he occupied, he would have surely become a prisoner by now. Kalen, we need to devise a plan. Kamenlun approached, Even the so-called genius commander of the lion tribe recognized that success in defense was utterly unattainable in light of the boar-headed warrior's presence. And with a dozen wolf riders approaching the canyon entrance, it was clear that these cavalry would easily leap over the walls, shielded by the boar-headed archers. Kamenlun had not anticipated being thrust into such a desperate predicament. Nor did he foresee that the factions within the Purple Pine Mountains would place such significance on this canyon. Presently, only a few factions of the Beast clan occupied the canyon entrance. Yet within the Purple Pine Mountains, mercenary bands and sea folk remained hidden, undoubtedly waiting for the walls to crumble before reaping the spoils. Kamenlun was well aware of their intentions, but what could he do? Perhaps it was his own might that drew their attention, or perhaps they had learned of his worth in the slave market. Bloodthirsty potions, bomb robots, or the substantial gold coins he possessed, surely. Even one of these would excite the marauding bands that thrived on the scent of blood in the frozen highlands. Tribes were not to be feared. What was truly terrifying were the mercenaries and bandits, who dominated the entire region. Boss, perhaps I have a solution. A voice, reminiscent of a machine, spoke with a stiff tone. Even before it approached, a palpable aura of death wafted toward him, and there was no mistaking it was the treasure Kamenlun had acquired, the fire sacrifice wizard. Monk, who wielded precise theories of blind spots and methods of offering to the Grim Reaper. What is your plan? Kamenlun, who held great respect for the enigmatic fire sacrifice wizard, inquired. Legend spoke of the terrifying sacrificial spells wielded by fire sacrifice wizards, capable of offering everything to the Grim Reaper in comparison to the human necromancers, elven spell elders, or the shaman of the Beast clan. The undead fire sacrifice wizards stood in a league of their own. Their spells seemed innate, and their offerings directly reached the Grim Reaper. Few could still communicate with the divine, aside from those monks residing in temples, but fire sacrifice wizards were a notable exception. I can complete the pestilential fog. Only high-ranking warriors can traverse the formed pestilence. The so-called high-ranking warriors referred to those who had undergone a second evolution. What do you require? Kamenlun asked directly. Recognizing that a sacrifice would necessitate ample offerings, the formed pestilence was immensely formidable, and the minotaurs, ratfolk, and boar-headed warriors currently present lacked the fortitude to withstand it. Flesh and blood. Just provide me with sufficient flesh and blood, and I can expedite the sacrifice. Monk's tone was as stiff as the specters that emerged from the abyss. Although Kamenlun had anticipated such a requirement, hearing it spoken by Monk still sent a shiver down his spine. In the realm of divine beings, blood and flesh sacrifices were often referred to as evil offerings or taboo sacrifices. Intelligent races possessed tomes on blood and flesh sacrifices, but these methods were invariably fatal. Only the undead would boldly employ blood for offerings, and among all their sacrificial practices, blood and flesh sacrifices were the most prevalent. A Lich. The ultimate fate was to become an undead creature, yet hearing the mention of blood and flesh sacrifices made him uneasy. Judging by Monk's expression, the quantity of requisite flesh and blood was certainly considerable. How much do you need? After some contemplation, Kamenlun resolved to pursue this course of action, should he lose the canyon. He could rely on the tavern to escape with his life. However, the tavern's development would undoubtedly be severely hindered. In the past, Kamenlun might have squandered time, but now he felt an inner fervor, believing life should not be wasted in such a manner. With the tavern, he might even aspire to become a great lich like Kamenlun, or perhaps a fearsome existence etched in the annals of history on the continent of divine beings. He could not afford to relinquish the magic crystal mines. They were the foundation of the goblin factory and essential for the tavern's growth. The designs for tanks and airships had already begun to take shape, and he could not allow these projects to stall. A great deal, 500 giant pigs, Monk stated. Upon hearing this figure, Kamenlun felt momentarily dazed that a single giant pig weighed several tons. 500 would amount to tens of thousands of tons of flesh and blood. This was merely to cultivate a single pestilential toxin. What would be required for a more formidable necromantic spell? Kamenlun did not ponder long before instructing Duin to prepare the flesh and blood. Currently, there were remaining giant pigs in the space, more than sufficient to support this sacrificial magic. In the future, the tavern's meat supply would need to be drastically curtailed. It seemed that after successfully defending their position, he would seek to procure some giant pigs from the mammoth orc Angdadu. Perhaps these giant pigs would become the primary source of flesh for future sacrifices. Duin worked swiftly, asserting that halflings possessed considerable experience in slaughtering giant pigs. Their adept skills ensured that not a single drop of blood was wasted, and soon, Dozens of halflings carried a giant pig, tossing it over the outer walls. However, Monka simply drew a magic circle and knelt upon it, his bony mouth opening and closing as if silently reciting an incantation. This peculiar scene left Wolf and the Tavern outside somewhat bewildered. The massive pig lay just a short distance ahead, its blood still flowing, indicating it had been freshly slain. In the food-scarce frozen highlands, such waste of meat was utterly deplorable. The Tauren's crimson eyes burned with rage as they gazed at Karen atop the city wall. For their tribe seldom enjoyed even a single meal of meat throughout the year. The roots and the unique purple pines of the Zisong Mountains served as their staple food, a combination of bitter underground fare and the fishy taste of pine that was nearly impossible to swallow. Yet, for the sake of survival, they had no choice but to consume it. The Tauren fared better, but for the Wolfkin, meat was their utmost delight. Even though they could occasionally plunder some, bringing this enormous pig back to their tribe would provide a week's worth of sustenance, especially for the seated wolves who could share in the bounty. The scoundrel atop the city wall was squandering the blessings of the war god. This sentiment resonated with everyone at the valley's mouth. The rumors were indeed true. The Lich before them was truly dripping with wealth. Chapter 56. The terrifying effects of the plague's toxic mist. The halflings proved to be the most obedient and efficient slaves, progressing from slaying one giant pig every 5 minutes to one every minute within half an hour. What was initially a task expected to take 7 hours was completed in just 5. However, the sight of the 500 giant pigs, their glistening fat, proved too much for the orcs to contain their emotions. Seeing the delectable meat rapidly corroding and transforming into a green toxin, even the orcs, not known for their intellect, realized that a special ritual was underway in the valley. The Tavern charged forward, wielding tree trunks and shouting slogans, marching in unison while casting determined glances at Karen on the city wall. A stream of earthy yellow energy emanated from them, isolating them from the toxins. Alas, as one giant pig after another was sacrificed to the wasteland, the plague's toxicity was beyond what ordinary warriors could withstand. After struggling to advance less than 100 paces, the Tauren warriors reached their limits. After discarding a dozen ratmen corpses, they fled in disarray. The Wolfkin, led by Wolf, attempted a forceful assault leveraging the leaping advantage of their seated wolves. However, as the mist in the valley thickened, they hesitated to commit fully. Glancing back at their white wolf leader, just 50 meters away, as if seeking his counsel, the white wolf leader rode atop a 2-meter-tall white wolf, its sharp fangs and proud gaze indicating it was a wolf king. The Wolfkin boasted the fiercest warrior lineage among the beast tribes, and this leader was no exception. Yet, he was no fool. He too sought the opinion of the Tauren chief beside him. The Tauren tribe resided halfway up the Zisong Mountains, where resources were scarce in the valley. Only goblins and halflings would hide within, scraping by, unlike those at Mid-Mountain, who could cultivate some crops alongside the unique plants of the frozen highlands, making it a veritable treasure trove. The Tauren had little interest in the valley until they saw Karen decisively occupy it and learned from the Wolfen tribe that the Lich controlling the gorge possessed vast amounts of gold and provisions. In the icy highlands, gold was of little consequence, but food was the essence of a tribe's survival. With sufficient provisions, the Tauren tribe could not only weather the harshest winter, but could even double in size. Yet now, this formidable Tauren tribe boasted merely a dozen warriors, of which only 3 had undergone evolution, and even their chief had yet to experience a second evolution. Such a meager strength was hardly notable among the beast tribes renowned for their combat prowess. Were it not for the frozen highlands, where strength was not overly emphasized, his tribe might have already been swallowed up or sold into slavery by those despicable slave traders. Thus, he allied with his neighbors, the Ratmen and Wild Boar tribes, even enlisting the help of a shaman from the Wild Boar tribe to drive a horde of bloodthirsty wild boars into the valley, all to share in the Lich's abundant food and wealth. Unfortunately, matters did not proceed as he had hoped. The explosive traps were akin to third-tier human magic, and the valley floor was riddled with them. Standing upon that desolate ground felt as though one's very blood was being devoured by the earth. A foul trickery only the undead could wield. To his astonishment, such traps were laid at the gorge's entrance, and as the green mist thickened, the Tauren chief knew that if they did not charge soon, the opportunity might slip away. Charge. Simply a word, yet it propelled the Tauren chief forward, and the white wolf leader, not to be outdone, leaped into action atop his seated wolf. Yet, something strange occurred, having barely taken 5 steps. They recoiled in horror. The earthy yellow energy surrounding the Tauren diminished at a visible rate, their robust muscles rapidly withering. Several Tauren who could not retreat in time collapsed to the ground. their bodies transforming into dry corpses within mere moments, quickly decomposing as their flesh was reintegrated into the toxins. Among the Tavern, a few werewolves also failed to escape, of a 30-strong unit. Less than half returned after just 5 steps. How terrifying. Even at a distance, Karen couldn't help but exclaim. This was the power of the plague. No wonder Monka claimed that only high-tier warriors could breach the plague's defenses. Given the current situation, even advanced warriors would shed their skin upon arrival. Well done, Monka. I shall reward you handsomely later, Karen said, only to regret it immediately. Monka sought little, but each item he desired was worth a fortune. Ever since he learned that Karen had acquired a goblin, the undead wizard had come to demand 3 goblins, each one a chieftain, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Rest assured, boss, we are merely at the initial stage of the plague. If we can sacrifice some high-tier warriors, the plague will evolve further. The skull in Monka's head clearly possessed thought. Upon receiving Karen's promise, the flames within his cranial cavity flickered with enthusiasm. The establishment of the Death Temple had been delayed due to a shortage of manpower, and it seemed imperative to prioritize this upon their return. Additionally, the Alpine Stone, the Temple's keystone, needed to be acquired promptly. As giant pigs continued to be thrown into the valley. The once faint plague had now become nearly invisible to the naked eye. The area before the city wall was awash in green, swirling with toxic gas, and the occasional skeleton that rose further solidified the valley's transformation into a desolate wasteland. In this world, where some rejoiced, others lamented, the Tavern chief was filled with regret, having lost 5 warriors in mere seconds, while the White Wolf leader suffered similarly, his elite wolfkin losing 7 even when encountering bandit groups in the frozen highlands. Losses were seldom as great. Now, merely due to a cloud of mist, they found themselves utterly powerless. The ratmen and wild boar heads, however, were elated. They had remained at the back, their defenses weaker, and thus had not yet ventured in to witness the formidable Tavern and wolfkin falling victim within. The moment they stepped forward, they swiftly retreated, unwilling to become desiccated corpses at the hands of the monstrous presence before them. Both the Tavern chief and the White Wolf leader understood they were powerless against this loss, forced to swallow their bitter defeat. Yet, the master of the gorge would not fare well either. The Zisong Mountains housed more than just their factions. Powerful forces occupied the mountain's peak, including a mercenary group and a band of thieves, all of whom were unscrupulous individuals driven by profit. Should they learn of the Lich's substantial wealth, they would undoubtedly be tempted. It was known that their leaders were veritable high-tier warriors, and even their subordinates were uniformly high-tier warriors, with whispers of some within the band of thieves surpassing even that level. Such beings could secure prominent positions even within great empires, while the toxins posed a threat to the Tavern and wolfkin. In the hands of these mercenaries, they would likely be of little concern. Go inform the Black Wolf Thieves leader that we've discovered a substantial bounty. The White Wolf leader commanded one of the wolfkin to head towards the summit of the Zisong Mountains. The Black Wolf Thieves were well known in the frozen highlands, the majority of whom were wolfkin, with the leader being a genuine werewolf. The White Wolf leader had maintained some contact with the Black Wolf Thieves in the past. Mamble, go speak to the leader of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps. Inform him that there is a fine quarry here. I am certain he will be interested. To survive in the Zisong Mountains, one must rely on powerful allies. Much like the White Wolf leader, the Tavern tribe depended on the protection of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps. The leader of this mercenary group was a human. A daunting task for any human to survive in the Beast tribe's frozen highlands. Yet, the Holy Light Mercenary Corps not only endured but firmly established itself as the dominant force in the Zisong Mountains, controlling much of the slave trade in the eastern frozen highlands. Numerous factions populated the Zisong Mountains, yet only 3 could truly be counted among the significant powers: the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, the Black Wolf Thieves, and a loose alliance of sea tribes, a collection of scattered sea folk who sought refuge while pursuing wealth in the frozen highlands, avoiding involvement in power struggles. Although disparate, the 2 formidable factions have never dared to covet the Sea Clan alliance, not for any other reason, but merely due to the multitude of powers that exist on the frozen plateau. There are no fewer than dozens. Wherever there is a tribal gathering, a Sea Clan alliance is sure to be present. It is said that at the very heart of the frozen plateau, the habitat of the snow dragon, the Sea Clan alliance still maintains its stronghold. That place is the most prosperous and the hub of slave trade across the entire frozen plateau, housing both mercenary and thieves guilds, where powerful mercenaries and thieves can be seen at any moment. And even beings that surpass advanced existence, as the plague grew increasingly severe, Kalen's heart began to settle. Under the protection of the elves above, he believed that no one could breach the magic of this 500-year-old elf on the frozen plateau. However, the only passage had been sealed by the plague, rendering the entire gorge akin to an iron barrel. Kalen briefly advised O'Neill and Kamenlun before returning to the gorge. The entrance to the cave had been secured, and he observed cave dwellers herding mammoths, hauling soil and stones out of the gorge. Subsequently, a group of cave dwellers rushed forward to identify the ores contained within the stones, swiftly categorizing them. Kalen merely smiled at the enthusiasm of the cave dwellers. Perhaps they too found it hard to believe that one day they would see stones more cherished than food. Chapter 57. A hard battle that must be fought, my lord. Trouble brews. O'Neill urgently requests your presence. Kalen had scarcely returned to the laboratory when Doyen rushed in, breathless and anxious. My lord, the gorge is under attack. What is the situation? Did we not just repel them? Kalen was equally vexed. These orcs were like flies, charging recklessly even when they knew they couldn't breach the defenses. Yet, since O'Neill had conveyed the urgency, it seemed this time their intentions were more formidable, crossing the gorge. Kalen ascended the city wall and beheld a neatly arranged squad of wolfmen. Distinct from the previous white wolf chieftain, these wolfmen donned exquisite armor and bore sharp weapons. Behind them hung a high black wolf flag. In this world, those who possess a banner undoubtedly represent a faction of power. Kalen realized he had finally provoked a true force from the Purple Pine Mountains. In a wonder O'Neill had urgently summoned him, although their equipment was impressive. The aura surrounding them indicated they were merely intermediate warriors who had undergone a single evolution. And logically, they should not have been able to traverse the plague's protective barrier. My lord, these warriors' masks can withstand a degree of the plague, and they possess shamanic enhancement spells that will reduce the plague's damage. Indeed, behind these wolfmen, one could see several shamans wielding staves, casting protective spells upon the wolfmen, evidently murmuring incantations to ward off the plague's encroachment. Hear us, inhabitants of the valley, we are the Black Wolf Bandits. I represent the leader of the Black Wolf Bandits, and I hope you will act sensibly and step forth, lest we be compelled to flatten this valley. A wolf cavalryman proclaimed loudly, his gaze betraying a mixture of arrogance and disdain. The Black Wolf Bandits were a significant force in the eastern frozen plateau. Dispatching their squad to assault a mere valley was an utter waste of resources. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the gorge. In the distance, a golden shimmer approached. Golden armor, golden saddles, golden weapons, all resplendently golden. A high banner sparkled in the light, leading a priest, followed by an entire troop of cavalry atop rare ice plains steeds. Galloping across the frozen expanse as if it were solid ground, these were the finest mounts for cavalry on the frozen plateau. Holy Light Mercenary Corps, what brings you here? The previously vocal wolfman questioned, his brow furrowing slightly. Clearly taken aback by the arrival of the Holy Light mercenaries, the leading priest paid them no heed, instead standing before the plague and utilizing an amplification spell to address the valley. Kalen, we are the Holy Light Mercenary Corps. If you are willing to join us, we can offer you our protection. This proposal undoubtedly stirred Kalen's interest. However, he was acutely aware that such an alliance was impossible. Since they knew his name, the Holy Light Mercenary Corps was undoubtedly fully aware of everything transpiring in the slave market. Their desire to recruit him was clearly motivated by the wealth and potions he possessed, especially as he was currently excavating a magic crystal mine. Should this secret leak, powerful mercenary factions from the heart of the frozen plateau would surely come calling, and he would find himself in a precarious situation. His only recourse now was to seize control of the entire valley through his own strength. Only with sufficient power could he earn the respect of these factions. I'm afraid I must decline. I wish only to construct a Lich tower here and pursue my magical studies in peace. Without joining any factions, Kalen firmly rejected. The Lich Tower was a renowned site for Liches to study magic, akin to the famed towers of human mages, but such privileges belonged to powerful Liches, a status Kalen's limited knowledge could not yet afford him. Indeed, upon Kalen's dismissal, silence fell upon the opposing faction. The mere mention of a Lich Tower indicated Kalen's intent to deter them. After all, the Lich Tower was a domain reserved for those who had transcended advanced existence. Were a powerful Lich to erect a tower here, they would certainly refrain from interfering. However, they had already inquired and knew Kalen was merely a level 1 Lich. Far from qualifying to construct a Lich Tower, the priest understood Kalen's immense value. Not only the vast quantity of gold, but also the blood potion alone held the potential for substantial profit. enough to multiply their earnings several times over and possibly place them in contention with the core powers of the frozen plateau. Similarly, the Black Wolf bandits recognized that this value was no less significant than a treasure. After a brief standoff, the Holy Light Mercenary Corps and the Black Wolf bandits reached an agreement. They would first capture Kamenlun and then divide the spoils. Kamenlun had hoped for a fierce conflict between the two powerful factions, but it seemed that only the shrewdest of individuals could survive on the frozen plateau. As the Holy Light Mercenary Corps surged forward, enveloped in a radiant aura, Kamenlun realized that resistance was futile. The plague, upon encountering the Holy Light, dissipated into a fog, while the Black Wolf bandits, bolstered by the shamans, could barely withstand the plague's invasion. Both sides were cavalry, moving with astonishing speed as they swiftly closed the distance. "O'Neill, gather your cavalry at once. You must hold them back," Kamenlun commanded sternly. "My lord, I cannot." O'Neill hesitated, but upon meeting Kalen's gaze, his resolve faltered. "What do you mean you cannot? They have only 2 intermediate warriors. You and Kamenlun can easily contend with them. Moreover, I will have Monk provide you with protection within the poisonous mists of the plague. You will find yourselves at home," Kamenlun calmly reasoned, before asserting. "If you cannot prevail now, your cavalry will never be formed. Rest assured, O'Neill, I am with you." Kamenlun stepped forward, patting O'Neill's shoulder before leading his golden line forward. Mounting it as he readied his crescent blade for the charge, O'Neill glanced at Kamenlun, then at Kamenlun, and observing the halfling laboring to move the carcasses of giant pigs, his determination solidified. He leaped from the city wall into the gorge, bellowing, "Wild boar cavalry, minotaur cavalry, follow my lead." As if already assembled and prepared, the minotaurs mounted on their bison and the pig-headed warriors atop their golden wild boars formed an orderly square. With cave mages and goblin strategists trailing behind, the cave mage began chanting a complex incantation, and all the cavalrymen seemed to don a layer of rocky armor, stone armor, a rare spell among the cave dwellers. Though not as sturdy as metal armor, it was remarkably lightweight, and the spell's effect even enveloped the mounts. "Charge!" With O'Neill's thunderous roar, the Bear Cavalry Corps began to move slowly, then, taking advantage of the sole large gate in the city wall, they surged forth, their speed increasing as the ground trembled beneath them, echoing throughout the gorge. The booming vibrations caught the rushing mercenaries and thieves momentarily off guard. Peering through the mist, they caught sight of an ice bear leading the pig-headed and minotaur warriors, prompting laughter. Everyone knew these 2 races provided the most infantry for the beast men, and it was unprecedented to witness their cavalry. By the light of the divine, the light knights prayed in unison, a beam of holy light bathing them, before brandishing their lances and charging forward. Even though he was a priest, years spent within the mercenary corps had endowed him with a robust physique and some mastery over knightly lance techniques. At that moment, he truly wished to demonstrate his prowess. However, the reality of the impending clash brought regrets. Awaiting him was a gigantic axe. A wave of icy air surged up his lance and coursed through his body. He intended to defend with holy light, but the immense weight sent him flying. In a flash, the priest had not yet comprehended the situation before he lost his head. "Kamenlun, I have slain one," O'Neill exclaimed with exuberance, as the ferocious ice bear beneath him charged directly into the mercenary band. "I see, and he's even a leader," Kamenlun chuckled, parrying a fierce thrust from an enemy spear with his crescent-shaped sword. Then skillfully bending down to deftly sever a horse's leg, the cavalryman fell unexpectedly, yet fortunately for him, his seasoned experience spared him from death. "Charge! Trample them into paste," O'Neill bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, sending a shiver of dread through the knights of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps. What stood before them were ice-spear knights wielding axes, an unprecedented sight in all legends and legions. Yet, this very night, their own mercenary band could not contain. The axe he wielded flashed with a chilling light upon contact, often resulting in the swift decapitation of his foes. Such simplicity and efficiency in his technique, having already felled 3 knights, began to instill fear in these seasoned mercenaries who habitually danced on the edge of death, alas, with their steeds now at full gallop across the icy plains. Retreat was no longer an option. They could only press forward. Recognizing the might of the ice bears, they resolved to avoid their charge and direct their spears towards the ogres and minotaurs lurking behind. If they could break through and slay the enemy cavalry, they would soon find themselves the sole survivors, methodically worn down in due course. With this thought, the previously dispirited mercenaries surged forth, as if catching a glimpse of dawn, charging towards the golden wild boar cavalry. Chapter 58. Ruthlessness the charge, a knight's most terrifying power, combined with the force of their mounts, bore down upon the enemy like an impenetrable wall, especially when a dozen knights united. The sheer force could only be truly appreciated through direct confrontation. The human knights, perfecting the art of charge, left the wild boar cavalry in awe, had it not been for their golden mounts still galloping forward. Their timid nature might have led them to flee in terror. Charge, sever the heads of these scoundrels, and I shall reward you upon our return. O'Neill's enthusiasm was palpable with each swing of his axe. He claimed a life. The beastmen, renowned as the mightiest warriors, slaughtered on land like a relentless meat grinder. In that moment, O'Neill epitomized an unstoppable force as the human cavalry's charge met his wrath with righteous fury. They raised their blessed lances towards the golden wild boar knights. Thrust, just as anticipated, a lance pierced through the chest of one wild boar cavalryman, lifting him effortlessly into the air, a clean and decisive maneuver honed through countless repetitions. One after another, wild boar and minotaur cavalry fell to the ground, as the human cavalry squad decimated 7 wild boar knights and 1 minotaur in mere moments. For Kamenlun, who had meticulously planned for heavy cavalry, losing 1/10 of his forces in an initial encounter was a severe blow. Nevertheless, it illustrated that the Holy Light Mercenary Corps was indeed a formidable power reigning over the eastern frozen highlands. Their response to the chaos did not falter even in the wake of their leader's demise. Observing the turmoil before the city walls, Kamenlun refrained from recalling O'Neill. He understood that this was the nature of war. Though fewer than 100, it reflected the brutal reality of battle. Sympathy would only render O'Neill perpetually protected. Like a lamb. If he truly aspired to establish his own cavalry and become a great leader, he must navigate this trial. O'Neill possessed a numerical advantage, and with the enemy lacking a commanding leader. If he could not secure victory now, Kamenlun's expectations would be deemed excessive. The death of the wild boar cavalry sobered O'Neill, who stared at the bodies strewn about, a sudden clarity washing over him. A wave of fear surged within, cold sweat trickling down his spine. This was war, and war meant death. This was a battle, not a solitary endeavor. The recent slaughter of wild boar cavalrymen was significantly tied to his own actions. He had strayed too far from his own cavalry. This was a mistake, a fatal error that no leader should commit. After the initial panic, O'Neill regained his composure. Rallying his forces to stand resolutely before the city walls, he recognized that he must win this battle, regardless of future failures. The present fight demanded victory. This was the maiden battle of the Bear Cavalry Corps, and though they lacked training and adequate equipment, this moment was pivotal in forging the spirit of the cavalry. Should they fail now, their very existence would be rendered moot. Both sides remained locked in a stalemate. After a wave of charges, the Holy Light Mercenary Corps regained confidence. Their experiences from years spent on the frozen highlands informed them that their foes were merely a ragtag assembly. A few charges would pierce through their ranks. O'Neill glanced at Kamenlun, who, during the earlier melee, had neither slain an enemy nor issued commands, merely following the charge of the wild boar cavalry and ensuring their retreat at critical moments to minimize losses. As a scion of the Lion tribe, Kamenlun had received military training from his family in Rhine Town, equipping him with the knowledge to lead a force. O'Neill understood that he lacked Kamenlun's innate talent. Yet he possessed his own strengths, the power of the axe in his hand and the might of his steed. The Bear Cavalry Corps relied on absolute strength to secure victory, hence his ranks were filled with robust cavalrymen. At that moment, a realization dawned upon O'Neill, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he bellowed at the distant humans. "Charge, let us crush them." "Yes, charge," O'Neill urged his eyes spare forward. Surging ahead with all its might, kicking up a flurry of ice as it exerted itself, Kamenlun offered a reassuring smile and shouted, "Fear not death. Unleash the power of your mounts and charge forth." He too propelled his lion steed into the fray. Aware that its strength paled in comparison to O'Neill's, with a deft sidestep, he noticed the golden wild boars and yaks following suit, pounding the earth as they pressed forward, though the sight was somewhat comical. Their fierce momentum made it clear to Kamenlun that after this battle, O'Neill's cavalry would finally embody a semblance of formidability. The mercenary squad charged in an orderly fashion, observing O'Neill leading the charge. They executed their plan to encircle him, then brandished their lances towards the wild boar cavalry behind him. Suddenly sensing something amiss, they witnessed O'Neill, atop his ice bear, not advancing further, but instead executing a lateral maneuver, crashing into his own ice snow horse instead. Such an unconventional tactic was unfamiliar to the mercenaries. A direct collision between mounts without the use of weapons. Had a military strategist witnessed this, they would have been left in stitches. Yet, The mercenaries could not find humor in the situation, for barreling towards them was a colossal ice bear. The ice snow horse, though the swiftest mount on the plains, was no match for the sheer mass of the ice bear. Most critically, the wild boar cavalry mirrored this reckless charge, urging their golden boars to collide with their own mounts, pressing their bodies against their steeds. This mindless assault felt to the mercenaries as though they were striking a horde of formidable turtles with their lances. The resounding thuds of impact echoed as the forces clashed, after mere seconds. As they separated, O'Neill gasped for breath. 3 ogres had been tossed aside, yet their bodies did not lie lifeless on the ground. Instead, the enemy lay sprawled in disarray, while the mercenaries suffered minimal injuries. However, their mounts, spitting blood and succumbing to the ravages of plague, crumbled into heaps of bone before their very eyes, offering themselves as sacrificial offerings to death. This astonishing transformation was unforeseen by both the mercenaries and Kamenlun, who had anticipated significant losses. Yet, the current situation suggested a decisive turn in the battle. Charge! O'Neill would not squander this fortuitous opportunity. The wild boar cavalry would not relent either, their eyes aflame as they surged forward. Recalling the splintering lance that had just passed before them, lifting their fallen comrade, witnessing the corpses of their brethren on the ground, they charged fiercely alongside their golden boars. Heavy cavalry, with their immense weight, posed a formidable threat. Kamenlun had intended to capture these humans as slaves, yet before he could utter a word, the hooves of the boars trampled upon the mercenaries, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. Kamenlun remained silent as O'Neill refrained from charging. Allowing the wild boar cavalry to rampage as they pleased, he understood that wild boar cavalry were the most despised among the beastmen. Their journey to become cavalry had been fraught with disdain. This moment represented a release, a fresh start, allowing them to experience the glory and joy of being cavalry, a sensation they would carry with them throughout their lives. It must be said, the resilience of these humans was remarkable. For half an hour, the valley echoed with their shouts. The wild boar cavalry, drenched in sweat, scattered across the barren land. It was only when O'Neill sounded the rallying horn that they regained their composure. Yes, they had emerged victorious in this battle. Though they faced merely a dozen foes, they had indeed claimed a true victory. The wild boar cavalry, clutching golden wild boars, hastily gathered towards O'Neill and then breached the city walls. Upon entering, all the wild boar orcs began to retch. The recent scene had left the humans they trampled upon in a gruesome state, and even the notoriously filthy wild boar orcs found it difficult to acclimatize to the sight. Moreover, they had just unleashed their fury, exhausting all their strength. After their bout of vomiting, each one collapsed onto the ground, unwilling to rise again. "Duin, pour them a jug of rum," Karen commanded. "Understood, boss," Duin replied with a bow as he made his way to the tavern. Although rum was not particularly precious, it was evident that Karen was pleased, as this was his most formal act of generosity yet. "Boss," O'Neill approached, fidgeting like a bashful maiden. Glancing at Karen, the reckless bravado he had just displayed seemed to have vanished. "Train your cavalry properly. Look at how they just performed. There's no semblance of a cavalry unit. Over 100 men against a mere dozen, and yet they were so disheveled," Karen admonished before adding with a chuckle, "They did well, but this has thoroughly provoked the enemy. Coincidentally, there's a band of wolf-riding bandits opposite us. Make sure to train your cavalry well. Such a fine opportunity cannot be squandered." "Boss, rest assured, I will lead an exceptional cavalry unit," O'Neill declared proudly, puffing out his chest. Chapter 59. The commanding talent of a lion. Do not underestimate them. The wolf riders are not like human cavalry. Their strength lies in individual combat. If you continue to act recklessly as you did earlier, you will gain nothing, Karen warned. The wolf-riding cavalry were infamous as bandits across the Beastmen continent, renowned for their ability to ambush. Unlike humans, who favored collective charges, they relied on the advantage of their direwolves for individual combat, forming encirclements that often yielded unexpected advantages. "Boss, have no worries. I am growing increasingly confident in my cavalry. I merely did not showcase it earlier. Let those wolf pups witness the might of your bear grandpa," O'Neill announced, brandishing his ice spirit silver axe as he mounted his ice bear, ready to assemble his troops. "Wait," Kamenlun suddenly called out, addressing Karen. "O'Neill's cavalry is exhausted from the recent battle. Let me take a shot." "You?" Karen regarded Kamenlun skeptically. "Isn't your snow lion unit lacking in combat prowess?" "Huh, boss, while the snow lions may not hold much advantage against human cavalry, I have my methods to capture all of them," Kamenlun replied confidently. Karen observed the resting boar-headed orcs and the visibly eager Kamenlun. ultimately nodding in consent. Do as you see fit. As soon as Karen's words fell, Kamenlun whistled, and gradually, white dots began to appear in the canyon. Dozens of snow lions. Karen recognized that these were beastified snow lion orcs. After whispering a few commands, dozens of snow lions exited the city gates, swiftly approaching the cautiously advancing wolf tribe, the wolves. Be cautious, the wolf leader warned, for they possessed keen noses, capable of discerning unfamiliar scents even in a plague-ridden wasteland. Before the snow lions could close in, each wolf drew their curved knives, wiping them against the fur of their dire wolves, before retrieving a vial of crimson potion to coat their blades. Red snake grass poison. This plant is exceedingly toxic. It is said that even a single drop can be fatal to high-ranking warriors. The poison in the wolf's possession had evidently been diluted. Yet even such a concoction could kill a snow lion with the slightest contact. Unfortunately, there was no antidote for this poison. Upon seeing the red snake grass, Karen couldn't help but scowl. It seemed the wolves were resorting to their most lethal resources after witnessing the mercenaries' grim fate. Had the novice O'Neill not been so reckless, the mercenary squad would not have been so ruthlessly decimated. One must admit, the wolves were well-trained thieves. After applying the toxin to their knives, they swiftly wrapped themselves in layers of protection, even concealing their faces behind black metal masks, thus minimizing the risk of self-infliction while they stealthily advanced. Boss, that lad Kamenlun is in for a tough time, O'Neill remarked, even he, with his carefree nature, sensed Kamenlun's predicament. Just watch, since he has volunteered, he must possess some skill, Karen replied calmly, redirecting his attention to the canyon ahead. He noticed the ice bears drawing closer, concealing themselves within 30 meters, seemingly digging into the ground. Bombs. Karen distinctly saw the ice bears burying specially crafted bombs from the Lich Tavern, setting up explosive traps. Karen couldn't help but glance at Kamenlun. In just about a week, he had figured out how to employ bombs with the ice bears. This lad certainly had a knack for resourcefulness, unlike O'Neill, whose cavalry had made little progress in the same time frame. Had it not been for a stroke of ingenuity earlier, that cavalry unit would have met its doom. The snow lions excelled in stealth. They could transform into snow lions to set up explosive traps. This idea was truly brilliant. After successfully arranging a series of traps, the snow lions quickly retreated, while several others stealthily positioned themselves on either side of the canyon, wielding bone staffs. Damn it, my explosive bone staff. Karen felt an urge to slap Kamenlun. The explosive bone staff had only recently been developed following the insights gleaned from the slave market's arcane bone techniques. Karen had managed to craft just over 20 of them, yet it appeared that the snow lions had brought forth all of his stock. Boss, that item Kamenlun mentioned, could you spare 100 for my cavalry? O'Neill asked enviously. Get lost. 100. He could scarcely count himself among that many. The materials for crafting explosive bone staffs were all derived from monster bones, and the tavern's resources were exceedingly limited. Boom! An explosion erupted as a trap was triggered, launching a dire wolf into the air. From a distance, the robust creature was blown apart, resembling a firework, with flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The sudden turn of events caused the wolf squad to recoil. The squad leader stared at the ground, contemplating the recent devastation, realizing it was a unique explosive trap belonging to the canyon's master. But hadn't all the traps been dismantled? Moreover, the mercenary squad had just battled the ice bear-led boar-headed orcs, leaving what was supposed to be a safe ground in ruins. Regardless, they had to advance. 2 wolves threw stones ahead to clear the explosive traps. After triggering 2 successive explosions, they could faintly see shadows atop the city walls. Yet, before they could rejoice, a series of whistling winds filled their ears. Watch out for arrows, the squad leader shouted urgently, but upon seeing bones hurtling toward them, his confusion deepened. The bones were moving slowly and were no match for arrows. They could easily catch them with their bare hands. One curious wolf grasped a bone, but before he could secure it, another explosion detonated, obliterating the bone staff and sending him crashing into a pool of blood. Bone burst. Unlike the power of a bomb, bone burst was a form of magic. The squad leader, possessing some knowledge, recognized the magical fluctuations from the bone staff explosion, realizing that the bones before him were one-time use magical items. The fact that the canyon's master had employed such valuable items in battle sent beads of sweat down his spine. One of these bone staffs could cost hundreds of gold coins. With the loss of several in quick succession, they were looking at thousands of gold coins. News from the slave market had proven true. The canyon's master was indeed incredibly wealthy. The squad leader understood that they could not conquer the canyon with their current strength. The only way forward was to return to the bandit group and request the captain's assistance. The captain was a high-ranking warrior, and if he learned of the canyon's riches, he would undoubtedly take action personally. With this thought in mind, the squad leader began to lead his team slowly out of the valley. However, barely a few dozen steps in, another explosion erupted, not from the bone staff, but from an explosive trap beneath their feet. Staring at the gaping crater and the shattered remains of their comrades, the squad leader felt his heart sink. Their escape route was sealed. Observing the wolf squad trapped in the toxic miasma, Karen couldn't help but chuckle. The wolves were now caught in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. He also noticed that the snow lions had managed to corner several wolves using the explosive traps, occasionally tossing a bone staff, which cast aside your weapons and armor, and I shall spare your life. The voice of Kamenlun resonated, akin to the final straw that broke Wolf's resolve. A curved blade clattered to the ground, followed by another, and then yet another, until even the squad leader relinquished his weapon, dismounted from the dire wolf, and, with a heavy heart, declared, I surrender. He understood the grim fate that awaited him upon capitulation, yet at least he would not face the abhorrent fate of being obliterated by those vile explosives. Team 1 will set traps at the canyon entrance, while Team 2 will escort these slaves to the tavern. Kamenlun succinctly instructed, striding towards the city walls. Unlike the bloodshed orchestrated by O'Neill, the skirmish before them had lasted barely 2 hours, with not a single snow lion lost. Pay heed to the lesson, Karen remarked. Casting a glance at O'Neill, who stood by that moment, Kamenlun approached, choosing to remain silent, evidently allowing Karen to speak first. Karen merely offered a look of approval and remarked, the defense of the canyon entrance is now entrusted to you. Remember to diligently train your troops, for opportunities like this are rare. Karen understood that these two squads were not the final outcome. The mercenary and thief guilds would undoubtedly dispatch even more formidable forces to seize control. Perhaps even their leaders would personally intervene. However, Karen knew that the greater the strength of the incoming forces, the more it would elevate O'Neill and Kamenlun's capabilities. That a troop, if not forged through the crucible of battle, would merely be a paper tiger, easily vanquished. They had their missions, and Karen had his own affairs to attend to. News regarding the magic crystal mine was imminent, and the gear machines designed by the goblin Madamu were nearing completion. The elven elder also required his personal attention. The tasks ahead were truly numerous. Chapter 60. An unexpected discovery. The howling northern winds began to rise, and the tornado storms on the frozen highlands swept across the entire ice field. The shrieking gusts tearing through the purple pine mountains, dislodging the hardest ice from the peak and sending it tumbling into the canyon below. At present, the inclement weather marked the most challenging period across the entire frozen plateau. The mercenary guild would refrain from undertaking missions, and the thief guild would abstain from hunting. The tornado storms were likely to endure for a week, which could very well be the most arduous time for the canyon. Perhaps the two leaders would make a grand appearance, placing immense pressure on O'Neill and Kamenlun. Karen preferred to remain uninvolved. Safeguarding the canyon's security was their duty and an opportune time for honing their skills, especially after sending 10 bottles of crimson flame poison to Modin. He believed that, after a week, some formidable warriors would surely emerge. Just as he set aside matters at the canyon entrance, a halfling approached. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a halfling elder, bowing deeply as if he had been starving for years. Kneeling on the ground, he offered a respectful greeting, saying, My lord, the president of the Kuan cave has conveyed that there are other discoveries within the underground caverns. Other discoveries? This was precisely what Karen dreaded to hear. The magic crystal mine harbored terrifying magical power, and on the continent of the gods, various wondrous races existed, capable of keenly sensing magical energy. Perhaps within this magic crystal mine, other aberrations lurked. Without further thought, Karen followed the halfling as he led him directly to the subterranean chambers. The underground passage was somewhat dim, though torches had been affixed along both sides, barely providing enough light to see. The uneven ground occasionally revealed scattered stones, evidently the result of a rushed excavation, lacking meticulous handling. Nevertheless, the cave dwellers relied on their sharp claws to attempt to make the terrain more level. In the flickering torchlight, one could clearly see that the cavern walls were marred by large chunks of stone blasted apart, the evidence of explosive power. Particularly deeper into the earth, the rock layers became increasingly formidable, and signs of detonations were ubiquitous. Vibrations could occasionally be heard resonating from the depths below. The underground had always been a forbidden zone for all races on the continent of the gods. as it often concealed another world, an underground city, home to black dragons and dark elves, powerful and malevolent beings from ancient lore, associated with all manner of evil and terror. On the continent, the passages to the underground city were exceedingly scarce and perilous. Yet it was said that if one dug downward persistently, they would eventually breach the sky of the underground city. Throughout the continent's history, numerous instances of such breaches had occurred, the most infamous being during the time of the gods, when the formidable hill dwarves, while mining for minerals, inadvertently pierced through to the underground city, summoning 3 black dragons and hundreds of evil eyes, as well as a demigod known as the Flame Emperor, leading to the annihilation of the hill dwarves, who had once boasted immunity to all magic. Since then, sightings of hill dwarves had become exceedingly rare. As a Lich, Karen was acutely aware of the dangers inherent in digging deeper. Upon receiving news from Kuan Cave, he speculated that if they truly breached the underground city, it would not only be black dragons they had to contend with. Even a few dark elves would pose a significant threat. Karen's friend Alice had, at merely level 3, been able to challenge a beast known as the scorpion-tailed lion, particularly leveraging the moment provided by the Spider Queen Rose, and even now, thinking back on it sent chills down his spine. It was worth noting that in the days following the disappearance of the gods, the Spider Queen Rose had continued to thrive in the depths below. She was the being closest to divinity, capable of transmitting her power to her followers at any moment. Navigating through the winding passage, Karen could already sense the fluctuations of magical energy. It felt stagnant, as if sealed away, characteristic of the magic crystal phenomenon. Yet mingled with the abundant magical energy was also an agitated fiery power, exuding such heat that even from a distance, one could feel beads of sweat forming on their skin. "My lord, you have arrived," Kuan Cave exclaimed, hastening towards Karen. Before him lay a pool of lava, and across the fiery river was a small silver lake. Above the lava flowed a transparent expanse, entirely composed of magic crystals, indicating a considerable reserve. However, extracting the magic crystals would not be a trivial endeavor. The fiery river posed a significant challenge, with remnants of minerals occasionally drifting down from its surface, and even to a layperson like Karen, the gleam of the minerals made it clear that some were exceedingly precious. This was an untouched area, where the lava had effectively refined the impurities, perfectly preserving the essence on the opposite bank of the lava. The silver lake appeared to be a pure metal, though its distance made it impossible to ascertain its nature. How could there be a fiery river underground? Karen pondered, perplexed, for above him lay the frozen highlands. Yet below was a realm of searing heat. "My lord, this is a natural phenomenon. Extreme cold can give rise to such intense heat. This river is likely an underground river, with its source being a volcano," Kuan Cave replied. Furrowing his brow as he kicked a stone forward, the stone melted away in an instant, as if it were snowflakes, consumed by the lava's terrifying temperature, causing Karen to shudder at the sight. Kuan Cave continued to kick several stones, with similar results, before finally stating, "The temperature is exceedingly high. Extracting magic crystals will prove difficult. What shall we do?" Karen did not wish to see the precious magic crystals languishing above his head. The lava river was indeed a conundrum. Yet in the age of magic, solutions should not be elusive. "My lord, you ought to consult the goblins. Their ancestors were capable of harnessing volcanic energy freely. If they are fortunate enough to have inherited such knowledge, then extracting the magic crystals will not pose a problem. Moreover, I suspect that the opposite shore resembles Mithril," Kuan Cave suggested. "Mithril? Are you certain?" Karen nearly exclaimed, for Mithril was measured in grams on the continent of the gods. With a single gram worth over 500 gold coins, what lay before him was a small lake. "My lord, I am merely speculating. I do not yet dare to confirm. If we could cross the river, all would become clear." Kuan Cave smiled, aware of the value of his words. "Summon Alibaba and Madamu, and also call upon those golden dwarfs. Their royal lineage and mastery of fire research may provide a solution," Karen ordered. Within 10 minutes, Modin appeared, leading several figures from the dimly lit tunnel. The diminutive figures were Alibaba and Madamu, who had been industriously establishing a goblin airship factory and gear factory within the elk space. The goblins under their command were working tirelessly, yet they felt the strain of insufficient manpower. The airship factory fared better without magic crystals and metals, focusing solely on air balloon production, while Madamu, with his extensive knowledge of gear machines, faced a challenge. Many of the machines required the support of alchemy. Thus, he had been relying on Alibaba, hoping to recruit the few golden dwarves who understood alchemy. as they were particularly adept at forging, making them well-suited for producing gear machines. The two goblins had been scarcely sleeping since the factory's construction began, but suddenly Modin arrived, stating that Karen had specifically requested them. Though they were inundated with tasks, they had no choice but to comply. In contrast to the goblins, the dwarves appeared far more beleaguered. Their once proud golden skin was now smeared with black oil. Known as oak oil, a product of extracting the sap from oak trees and refining it through alchemy. Oak oil was essential for maintaining the smooth operation of gear machines, and Ali Baba had insisted on extracting it, leaving the dwarves sleepless for 3 days in the process. However, their efforts bore fruit. Not only had they successfully extracted oak oil, but several clever goblins under their command had also mastered the alchemical processes involved. The golden dwarves, who had hoped to catch their breath, now found themselves tasked with forging a magical energy extractor, for which Ali Baba had already prepared the schematics. However, the metals required for the energy extractor were exceedingly difficult to refine, compelling the dwarves to return to their workbenches once more. When Karen's command arrived, the dwarves were elated, casting aside their tools and eagerly rushing towards the cavern, since Karen handed them over to that wretched goblin for servitude. Their lives have been more miserable than those of slaves. Those filthy goblins would come to them with cheerful grins, spouting a barrage of tiresome platitudes about hard work and unceasing toil. Karen, you finally remember us. We thought you had forgotten. The golden dwarves exclaimed upon seeing Karen, their affection for him surpassing that of meeting their own parents, and they no longer regarded him with disdain, but rather with warmth. How have you all been faring lately? Karen inquired, seemingly oblivious to their suffering, poking at their wounds as he spoke. This left the golden dwarves at a loss for words. To say they were well would be a deceit. Yet to claim otherwise might compel Karen to make them endure even more under the goblins' yoke. Those goblins would love nothing more than to divide them into 5 for labor, and should this continue, even the robust golden dwarves would be worn to death. Looking at Karen, they all replied in unison, "Good, very good. Then upon your return, continue with your tasks," he said. "No. Please, no," the golden dwarves hastily interjected. "Karen, we possess exceptional forging skills and dwarven alchemy. To use us merely as laborers would be a gross underutilization of our talents." Observing that the golden dwarves had lost their initial defiance, Karen chose not to tease them further. With a smile, he reassured them. "Fear not. You are precious to me. I could never squander your abilities. Upon returning, let Ali Baba and Duo select some capable goblins to form a school where you shall teach them the intricacies of gear machinery and alchemy. Duo has informed me that these alchemical principles are not overly complex, and I believe the goblins will master them with ease." "Haha, I knew you would not overlook our talents." The golden dwarves erupted into laughter upon hearing they would not be laboring. It was only then that they noticed their surroundings, a river of magma, and across it, a shimmering lake of mithril that left the golden dwarves dumbfounded. Chapter 6. The Doomsday Furnace. Is that the mithril lake? The golden dwarf rubbed his eyes and sniffed the air as if savoring roasted chicken. Suddenly, his gaze sparkled, and he exclaimed, "It truly is the mithril lake, and of remarkably high purity." Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Karen and declared, "Karen, we wish to construct sacrificial instruments made of pure mithril, and we hope you will consent." It must be said how absurd the golden dwarf's proposal was. Had they been outside, one might think a group of fools were speaking. However, upon witnessing the shimmering mithril lake against the backdrop of flowing magma, their intentions became comprehensible. Is it really mithril? Karen pondered, still uncertain, but given the golden dwarf's assertions, it seemed plausible. After all, they were master smiths, with an undeniable affinity for mithril. "Your request is not unreasonable, but alas." "But alas what?" the dwarves asked anxiously. Karen gestured towards the river of magma before them, exclaiming, "Alas, there lies a river of magma. Not only is the mithril across the river inaccessible, but even the readily available magic crystals above us cannot be harvested. I called you here to inquire if there is any solution regarding this river of magma." As soon as Karen finished speaking, the dwarves and goblins fell silent, aware that they had reached the crux of the matter. The silence lingered for a brief moment before the golden dwarf, Goldhammer, stated, "If it were anyone else, it might be impossible, but what?" Now it was Karen's turn to feel anxious. "But if it is you, Karen, perhaps you possess a solution." "What solution? Spit it out," Karen urged, genuinely distressed, his impatience mounting. "Karen, in our dwarven lore, there exists an energy apparatus known as the Doomsday Furnace. It is the pinnacle of alchemical achievement," Goldhammer suddenly recalled. It is akin to your tavern. Both being grand concepts of that era, the Doomsday Furnace transforms the energy of volcanic magma into the purest form of magical power. This magical power cannot be utilized by wizards, but it can be harnessed for golems, automatons, and machines. The Doomsday Furnace. Karen frowned. The name alone suggested something extraordinary. An idea that could stand alongside his tavern must be terrifying indeed. Although his tavern appeared unremarkable, the principles of bloodline recognition and freedom compression were not feats any ordinary alchemist could achieve. Even the most accomplished alchemists could only manage freedom compression. The concept of bloodline recognition had never been heard of throughout the continent. Indeed, it is an apparatus for extracting volcanic energy. Yet constructing a doomsday furnace comes with significant prerequisites. Significant. Indeed, it is quite demanding for an ordinary person, yet for you, it would be a mere trifle. It requires a dedicated space. Currently, the elk space is very isolated. Is it truly that simple? Karen found it hard to believe that such a grand concept would be so easily attainable. After all, during the reign of the gods over the continent, the god of space had produced numerous space gems. If it were that simple, the Doomsday Furnace would have been ubiquitous during the Age of the Gods. Karen, you are mistaken. The concept of the Doomsday Furnace was established after the gods vanished. By then, the number of space gems had significantly dwindled, and to build the Doomsday Furnace, one must not only possess an independent space but also master teleportation magic to connect the space with the magma. Then construct the Doomsday Furnace, install the magic converters, magic extractors, and magic flow distributors, and lay out magic pipelines to disperse the energy of the flames into the space. In this manner, your gear factory, airship factory, and axle factory would no longer require vast amounts of magic crystals, as this river of magma would completely fulfill all your energy needs, Goldhammer explained calmly. However, as Karen listened, his astonishment grew. Could this truly be described as simple? Setting aside the furnace itself, the mere mention of teleportation magic and the array of alchemical devices made his head spin. Sensing Karen's trepidation, Goldhammer chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, Karen. Alamo has already grasped the alchemical techniques for magic extraction, and he has inherited a wealth of knowledge. The alchemical principles for the Doomsday Furnace are not particularly arcane. It merely requires a bit more material. I believe within a week, we can assemble a basic Doomsday Furnace system, and then we can gradually improve it. Goldhammer glanced at Alamo, seemingly awaiting his response. After thoughtful consideration, Alamo replied earnestly, Master, indeed I possess many key techniques for magic conversion, and the legacy for the Doomsday Furnace is likely substantial. However, my tribe is not particularly adept in energy alchemy. Conversely, my friend, Brotherlin, is quite proficient in energy alchemy. He not only possesses a more refined understanding of the Doomsday Furnace, but also other energy extraction techniques. Brotherlin? Why have I never heard of him? Karen queried, furrowing his brow, genuinely perplexed by the unfamiliar name. Master, he is not the chieftain of a goblin tribe, but an ordinary goblin. However, he stumbled upon a goblin legacy during a fortuitous encounter, which included energy alchemy. If you can provide him with alchemical support and sufficient trust, I am confident he will not disappoint you. Alamo assured him with unwavering conviction. I hope he is as remarkable as you claim, Karen replied with a smile. Duo. Go into the space and find Brother Lin. Bring him here swiftly. Duo's efficiency was remarkable. Within half an hour, a diminutive goblin appeared, trembling and trailing behind Duo, fixated on Karen at the center. The goblin was indeed small, indistinguishable from any other goblin, and had not it been for Karen purchasing them and having them scrub off the mud from their bodies in scalding hot water, he would have appeared to be nothing more than a ball of dirt. Observing his trembling, it was difficult to understand why Alamo would recommend this particular goblin. Are you Brother Lin? Karen inquired gently. Looking down at the goblin, his voice was soft, yet to the goblin's ears, it thundered like a clap of thunder. Brother Lin had spent his life engulfed in fear and flight since his birth, struggling daily for survival, listening as his siblings in the tribe became slaves, perishing beneath the blades of magic. From a young age, Brother Lin had yearned to avoid the fate of servitude, clinging tightly to his tribe. He understood his own weakness. He lacked strength and magical prowess, and even the feeblest of beastmen, the dog-headed ones, surpassed him in might to survive. He had no choice but to rely on the power of his tribe. Yet, the goblins were swept away, and even the seemingly formidable goblin tribe was captured and sold to merchants, only to be passed along until they reached their final buyer. This was an unfamiliar world. devoid of skies, suns, or fertile lands, yet filled with the sounds of strange machinery that were unheard of in the goblin tribe. Only through the limited tomes of the goblins did one learn that these were the products of the pinnacle age of goblin alchemy. Quietly laboring, diligently following orders, he became a worker in the gear factory. Mastering a bit of machinery-making alchemy, he believed that with effort, he could become a goblin like Duo, capable of managing a factory with a multitude of goblins under his command, commanding wizards and alchemists alike, while the seemingly robust warriors would take orders from him. Such a scenario would be utterly impossible in the outside world. Brother Lin held on to the hope of realizing his aspirations. Yet the overseer of the elk space, Duo, appeared before him, a godlike figure in the eyes of the goblin, leaving him bewildered as to why he would be noticed at all. "The boss is looking for you." With these simple words, he turned and walked away. Brother Lin, trembling, quickly left the platform where he operated the machines and hurried after him. He was not concerned about damaging the machines, for he had at least 3 assistants capable of fully replacing him. He understood that from this moment onward, that machine platform no longer belonged to him. His own dreams had, from this point, been utterly shattered. Yes, my lord. He dared not call him boss. That title belonged only to those truly close to the tavern. Within the tavern, all the goblins referred to him uniformly as master or my lord. "I heard you can craft the doomsday furnace," Karen quietly inquired. "My lord, yes, I know a bit," Brother Lin stammered, glancing at the nearby Duo, whose eyes reflected a hint of affirmation and a measure of joy, which eased his anxiety considerably. "My lord, I have inherited a little knowledge and studied in other tribes as well." "Are you implying that you know only a little?" Karen's gaze remained fixed, adding, "Then you may not be of much use." No, my lord, I am well versed in the complete alchemy of the doomsday furnace," Brother Lin quickly replied, as if fearing he might truly be deemed useless. The doomsday furnace theoretically has 3 types, categorized by size: small, medium, and giant. Since the doomsday furnace is designed to convert natural energy, the core alchemical technique involves the design of a magical energy converter, and coincidentally, I possess detailed alchemical blueprints. The core of the doomsday furnace encompasses many aspects. I cannot entrust the entire furnace to you based solely on that. Karen spoke slowly. Observing the small goblin before him, he scrutinized Brother Lin's reactions, for if he truly possessed the capability, he would certainly be able to shoulder such a responsibility. Chapter 620. The Doomsday Furnace 2-inch. My lord. Are you suggesting that I oversee the entire doomsday furnace? Brother Lin summoned his courage, finally lifting his gaze to meet the tavern's ruler. The words he had just spoken echoed in his ears. Oversee. The doomsday furnace was no mere factory or ordinary furnace. It was, as its name implied, a mechanism designed to transform the fiery energies of a volcano into controllable magical energy, essential for sustaining the operations and energy consumption of the factories within the space. Constructing a doomsday furnace was not a task to be accomplished in a day or 2. It could take years, even decades. If successfully established, Brother Lin believed his status could easily surpass that of the Duo, potentially making him one of the few core figures within the tavern. "I fear your abilities may not suffice," Karen expressed, eager to test the goblin, although he was unaware of the specifics of the doomsday furnace. Based on Duomu's and Brother Lin's descriptions, he sensed that once the doomsday furnace was established, the entire reindeer space might undergo significant transformation. "My lord, my abilities are indeed limited," Brother Lin suddenly calmed, fixating on the flowing river of lava before him, furrowing his brow. The doomsday furnace is a grand concept and the very pillar of this space. According to ancient goblin texts, all spaces rely on the main plane for their existence. The reindeer space has only recently been established, rendering this phenomenon less evident. However, if this continues for a decade, the entire space may vanish. "Continue," Karen urged, understanding that Brother Lin spoke with conviction. As a Lich, he had read numerous texts on space establishment since its inception. Indeed, space resembled a lake, gradually depleting its water. A day would come when it would dry up. To ensure the lake's persistence, external energy replenishment was necessary. The doomsday furnace, therefore, was an alchemical machine designed to draw in external energy. Without hesitation, Brother Lin contemplated and stated, "All spaces require external energy supplementation. The doomsday furnace can only extract flame energy, making it one of the more complex energy apparatuses. The magical refining apparatus and magical conversion apparatus are merely one aspect. The metals required for constructing the doomsday furnace also necessitate reinforcement by alchemists. Additionally, magical storage devices and magical control machines are needed. Rather than being merely a magical machine, the doomsday furnace constitutes a formidable magical system that one individual cannot wholly manage. Even the greatest human sorcerers cannot fully control a single magical apparatus. How many people are required? Karen's interest was piqued. Brother Lin's brief remarks had already revealed his genuine expertise. A minimum of 1,000 ordinary workers is essential, along with 10 fire-based grand sorcerers and 100 alchemists, among whom at least 5 must be grand alchemists. This is merely the foundation. Constructing the doomsday furnace also requires blacksmiths, preferably dwarven blacksmiths, as their craftsmanship is unparalleled. This is merely the manpower required for a small doomsday furnace. Upon hearing this figure, even though Karen had anticipated it, he was taken aback by Brother Lin's proclamation. The scale was even more daunting than Alibaba's airship factory. This was only for a small doomsday furnace. One could only imagine how staggering the numbers would be for a medium-sized one. Pondering this, Karen could not help but ask, what energy can a small doomsday furnace provide? Not much. It can sustain the normal operations of at least 10 factories within the space, Brother Lin replied with confidence, gesturing towards the river of lava. This river has the capacity to supply the resource consumption of the doomsday furnace. If we wish to cover the entire space with energy, would we then require a giant doomsday furnace? Karen inquired curiously. Not necessarily. The size of the doomsday furnace does not correlate with the amount of energy it provides, but rather with the quality of the energy it refines. The larger the doomsday furnace, the higher the alchemical technology required, and the more intricate the alchemical machinery. Ordinary spaces do not need a giant doomsday furnace for energy supply. The energy refined by a giant doomsday furnace serves as a substitute for magic crystals used to power puppets. If what you suggest is to cover the entire space, approximately 10 doomsday furnaces and 10 lava rivers would be necessary, Brother Lin remarked, smiling like a scholar. With his words, he felt considerably more relaxed. If I were to provide you with the required manpower, how long would it take to construct the doomsday furnace? Karen asked earnestly. As soon as he spoke, both the goblins and cave dwellers nearby were astonished. They had assumed that when Brother Lin proposed the need for the doomsday furnace, the idea had been promptly dismissed, but Karen's words seemed to imply the desire to put that thought into action. It was noteworthy that within the space, there was not a single grand sorcerer, let alone 10, nor even 10 alchemists. Grand sorcerers and grand alchemists were not to be found in abundance. They were the focal points of power struggles. One grand sorcerer could easily dominate within a faction, and now merely the construction of a doomsday furnace required 10 of them. In half a year, I can make the doomsday furnace supply energy for 3 factories. To complete the doomsday furnace, it would take approximately 2 to 3 years. Duduama calculated and provided his answer. That is acceptable. Now, go to Brewing and gather 1,000 personnel. The resources you need will arrive sequentially over the next month. From this moment forth, you shall be the overseer of the doomsday furnace. Thank you, my lord, Brother Lin exclaimed, almost bowing in gratitude. But upon seeing the imposing figure before him, he refrained and instead ran over to Dudumu, lifting him into the air and spinning around several times before breathlessly setting him down. Brother Lin, you hurt me, Dudumu protested, struggling free and glaring at the small goblin, having never realized he possessed such strength. Hurry and pay your respects to the boss. Boss. Brother Lin was momentarily taken aback, looking at Karen and tentatively calling out boss. As if he had expended all his energy, the moment the word left his lips, he collapsed to the ground. Do you have any objections? Seeing that Karen did not deny it, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Brother Lin's eyes, and he abruptly sprang back up, hastily shaking his head. No objections at all. Boss, I have absolutely no objections. Since there are no objections, you may now fulfill your duties, Karen instructed, pointing at the river of lava before them. This fiery river is obstructing the mining of magic crystals, and I hope you can provide me with a good suggestion. My lord, we can first refine simple magical refining and conversion devices. In doing so, the lava will lose its energy support and solidify rapidly, allowing us to mine magic crystals with confidence, Brother Lin suggested succinctly, though he furrowed his brow again. However, there is a potential hazard. The magic extracted will not be usable by us without going through the conversion of the doomsday furnace. Furthermore, the energy of the lava river is substantial, and our current alchemical technology cannot store energy for extended periods. Therefore, we must quickly transfer this energy out of the cavern. Otherwise what? Otherwise, the energy would erupt like a volcanic explosion, with fiery energy surging through the openings we have carved, spilling out of the valley, leading to the demise of everyone within the cavern. Even the valleys of the Zisong mountain range would be reduced to ashes. Thus, this notion is fraught with peril, and not a single error can be afforded, Lin boldly declared, his gaze fixed on the flowing river of magma, a shiver coursing through him. It is indeed somewhat terrifying, Karen mused, envisioning the catastrophic scene of a volcanic eruption. Yet, instead of fear, a hint of exhilaration sparkled in his eyes as he chuckled. Aren't we faced with a significant number of enemies at the entrance? O'Neill and Kamenlun might prove challenging to handle, and this could assist them. Boss, this is no jest. The energy unleashed during an eruption is formidable and may engulf the entire gorge, Doyen interjected. Aware that extracting magma energy and triggering an explosion would unleash uncontrollable forces that even the walls at the canyon's entrance would struggle to contain. Rest assured, focus on your own tasks. I grant you 3 days to ensure the extraction of magic crystal stones. The golden dwarves are entrusted to you. They can provide the necessary alchemical expertise and are adept craftsmen. I trust you will not disappoint me. As for materials, Doyen will prioritize your needs, Karen stated, disregarding Lin's reaction as he commanded, striding forward along the magma, eager to explore this subterranean cavern, hopeful for unforeseen discoveries. Boss. Lin attempted to voice his concerns, but seeing Karen had already distanced himself, he swallowed his words. Attend to your own affairs, heed the boss's instructions, and worry not. Everything will be fine. It is merely fear that grips me. 3 days hence. You must not allow the magma before you to solidify. Dodo comforted him lightly. With time, you shall grow accustomed to it. Perhaps I have overthought it, Lin replied with a tremulous smile, realizing that his sudden elevation in status had momentarily clouded his judgment. He felt somewhat ineffectual, having merely engaged in grandiloquent discourse to earn the tavern owner's support. However, to earn his place in the tavern, actions would speak louder than words. Lin remained silent, observing the ashen-hued golden dwarfs, feeling a twinge of fear, for the golden dwarves were the aristocrats among their kind, now relegated to being his subordinates. We are merely on temporary loan. We hope you will not treat us as slaves, Jin Shui, unusually composed, addressed the goblin before him with an uncharacteristic smile. Yet his next words betrayed his true intentions. Lin, may I discuss something with you? What is it? Once the doomsday furnace is established, can we ensure the energy supply for the forging temple? One must admit, the seemingly dense golden dwarf possessed remarkable insight. This was merely the first layer, as Jin Shui was already scheming for his own benefit. Chapter 63. The clam giant. The crimson magma flowed like a woman's sash, weaving its way from the heart of the mountains. The cavernous walls, eroded by the intense heat, had formed a hardened ceiling, while winding paths flanked the riverbanks, at times barely wide enough for a footstep. One cannot deny the treacherous nature of this place. A moment's inattention could lead to a plunge into the molten depths. As a lich, risk-taking was not his forte. Karen could have dispatched a few bear goblins to scout ahead. Yet he chose not to. He relished the intense heat radiating from the magma, the warmth seeping through his pores into his lungs, purging his body of impurities. This perilous locale also served as an excellent training ground. Had Karen been a warrior, he would not have wasted the opportunity presented by this auspicious terrain. Regrettably, he was a lich, valuing knowledge far above physical prowess. His curiosity propelled him forth, eager to discover where this river of magma led. The magma stretched endlessly before him, its fiery glow illuminating the surroundings. After traversing the winding river for merely half an hour, he halted, not for any reason but because the path ahead had vanished, revealing several smaller tributaries where the magma converged. The magma here was smaller in volume but plentiful, with at least a dozen channels. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberated through the air, akin to an earthquake, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly, followed by a series of rhythmic pounding sounds, reminiscent of a hammer striking a stone pillar beneath. Instinctively sensing danger, Karen quickly retreated. Barely half a minute had passed since he distanced himself from a stone pillar when it crumbled into the magma below. As if ice plunged into warm water, its surface dissolving and yielding dark iron fragments, subsequently swept away by the river. Amidst the blackened iron, Karen even glimpsed a flash of silver. Mithril. Now enlightened, he realized that the mithril lake across the river had been formed from shattered rocks refined by the magma. Yet, an inevitable question arose. Why would mithril accumulate into a lake? Suddenly, Karen recalled that the mithril lake must harbor something extraordinary. Beneath the lake, there had to be something that attracted mithril, much like a magnet drawing iron filings. With this thought in mind, Karen felt an overwhelming urge to return swiftly. Just as he was about to depart, The roiling magma surged violently, as if a volcano were on the verge of eruption. To his astonishment, a hand emerged from the center of the magma, a single hand larger than Karen himself, followed by an arm, and then a head and torso, gradually revealing the full figure of a giant. With skin as dark as iron and strikingly similar to that of a human, the giant towered over him, easily 20 times the height of an ordinary person. From a distance, Karen gazed upon him as one would regard a small mountain. While the tumultuous magma barely reached the giant's waist, the searing heat coursed over his skin without leaving a single scar. This giant had evidently submerged beneath the magma, and the earlier pounding sounds were likely the result of him searching for something at the riverbed. By the gods, I never expected to encounter the formidable clam giant here. Karen refrained from fleeing immediately, recognizing the identity of the being before him. The clam giant, an anomaly among giants, possessed immense strength yet a gentle disposition. Among giants, 3 were known for their benevolence: the Buddha giant, the mountain giant, and the clam giant before him. Legend held that the clam giant was the offspring of the sea god, shunning conflict in favor of crafting weapons. They were masters of forging, capable of creating the most resilient arms known to the world. The heavens had bestowed upon them tough skin and the might of giants, yet deprived them of the ability to wield magic. During the era of the gods' reign, the weaponry of the clam giants was a coveted commodity across the continent. Legends spoke of their extinction, yet here in the river of magma stood a clam giant. Observing the naivety in the giant's gaze and his stature, it was evident that this clam giant was still a child. According to ancient texts, adult giants stood 100 meters tall. This one measured merely 20 meters. Clearly not yet mature. Karen pondered the reason behind the presence of a clam giant in this place, yet knowing he could not afford to miss this opportunity, they were the finest blacksmiths, unlike dwarves. Their craftsmanship surpassed ordinary weaponry. With the towering alchemical puppets at their disposal, the clam giant could forge massive iron blocks, thus bestowing the puppets with iron bodies. Moreover, as the construction of the doomsday furnace commenced, having this clam giant wield the hammer would undoubtedly expedite the process significantly, perhaps even by several folds. However, a pressing dilemma loomed: how to persuade the clam giant to join his cause. Though the clam giant shunned violence, it did not equate to foolishness. "You are a lich." The booming voice of the clam giant resonated like a tempest, nearly sweeping Karen into the magma, had he not cast a binding spell. He might have been mistakenly slain by the giant's exuberance. "You know of me?" Karen inquired, intrigued, realizing that if the clam giant possessed sufficient wisdom, he would have to abandon the notion of persuasion. "Your veins flow with the blood of the Reaper, in my memory." "The blood of the Reaper is one of the most noble lineages. Long duo, it is a pleasure to meet you," the clam giant expressed with palpable excitement, his large, bright eyes fixated on Karen, revealing rows of massive teeth as he grinned. "You are the first living being I have encountered. I never expected you to be so small. No larger than my palm." Upon hearing Longduo's words, Karen felt a wave of relief wash over him. "All others are so diminutive. Only your form is grand. Longduo, how long have you resided here?" "What of your parents?" "I do not know. My parents have vanished. Upon awakening, I found myself playing in the river." Longduo scratched his enormous forehead, pondering for a moment before breaking into a Navi smile. "Are you here to play with me?" "Play at what?" Karen inquired, curious about what this clam giant entertained himself with. "It is quite simple. I knock down stones and extract the golden things within," Longduo exclaimed, suddenly producing a colossal golden hammer from the depths of the magma. With a mighty swing against the cliff, boulders tumbled into the molten river. Longduo wielded the hammer, striking the magma repeatedly, reducing the massive stones to dust. With his enormous hands, he sifted through the pulverized remains, selecting minute golden particles to embed into the surface of his golden hammer. Karen observed closely. Those were indeed fine gold, the hardest and most precious mineral in the realm of the gods. To his astonishment, Longduo's hammer was entirely forged from this exquisite gold. "Longduo, who taught you this game?" Karen inquired with curiosity. "No one taught me. It simply appeared in my mind when I woke up. I have many more to share, but I need to perfect my hammer before I can play. What about you? Do you need a hammer?" As he spoke, he extended the golden hammer in his hand towards Karen. This seemingly ordinary gesture nearly terrified Karen, prompting him to hastily shake his head, exclaiming, "No, no. If it were to actually come closer, it might very well crush him." However, reflecting on Longduo's words, Karen suddenly recalled a passage from an ancient tome that spoke of dragons, elves, giants, and demons possessing unique legacies. distinct from ordinary traditions deriving from their bloodlines. Observing Longduo's demeanor, Karen sensed he was not lying, and he began to understand why Longduo had been placed here alone. His mind contained the legacy of the giant of the clan, and as he matured, he would naturally master the art of forging. Yet, the experiences of daily life could not be inherited. With this thought, Karen felt a surge of excitement, looking at the massive figure before him. He mustered his courage and tentatively asked, Longduo, would you like to leave this place and explore the outside world? Not interested, Longduo replied bluntly. My hammer is not yet ready. I cannot leave. Upon hearing such a reason, Karen felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against a wall, imagining himself in a scenario akin to Little Red Riding Hood being tempted by the big bad wolf. However, he could not let this opportunity with the giant of the clan slip away. Longduo, I'm not asking you to leave. I merely want to show you a more entertaining place, and you can always return here. There are many friends there, along with countless peculiar things. Are there things to eat there? Longduo suddenly inquired. His interest peaked. At this moment, Karen fell silent, unsure of what this giant truly enjoyed eating. There is a fruit called the red luo fruit. It's round, striped, and quite large. Do you have any? Longduo sat down, splashing some magma, and gazed intently at the rocks above, muttering to himself, since waking up, I haven't eaten anything, and I'm quite hungry now. Karen's silence was not one of frustration but rather of joy. Longduo's description perfectly matched the fruit of the red crown tree. He had been fretting over how to bring this giant into the moose space, but now it seemed he had a solution since Longduo liked the red luo fruit. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck Karen. Perhaps Longduo's parents had left him here precisely because the red crown tree could provide ample food. By some twist of fate, the red crown tree had perished, and its seeds had been acquired by the mammoth orc Ongda, ultimately finding their way to him. Yes, and I have a red luo fruit tree. You can eat as many as you want, he replied. The red crown tree was quite large and grew rapidly, so he believed it could surely satisfy the giant's appetite. That's wonderful. I want it now, Longduo exclaimed, rising to his feet and effortlessly lifting Karen in his palm as he strode forward along the magma. Everything happened so swiftly that Karen barely registered the change until he found himself atop Longduo's hand. Chapter 64. The pinnacle of forging races by the magma river, Brother Lin was diligently organizing materials with several goblins, occasionally picking up a quill to swiftly sketch blueprints, which he would then hand to the nearby dwarf chief, Goldhammer. At the end of the tunnel, a few halflings could be seen hastily transporting iron ore. Just 2 hours had passed, and the riverbank was already piled high with materials. The 5 golden dwarfs were so busy that they couldn't spare a moment. A flash of golden light would occur as they reshaped a piece of iron ore, infusing it with magical energy, which under their control formed a unique set of runes. At this moment, one could see the exceptional forging skills of the golden dwarfs as they adeptly combined magic with their craft, while the dozen-odd goblins, who had only recently grasped some alchemical techniques, struggled significantly in comparison. That it was unclear what conditions Brother Lin had promised the golden dwarfs, but they, typically lazy, seemed to exert their utmost effort. In just 2 hours, they had forged all the components of the magical energy extractor and then proceeded to assemble them according to Brother Lin's blueprints, executing the final forging to perfectly integrate the magical runes and embed the magic crystals, thus completing a small magical energy extractor. What should have taken 5 hours was nearly finished in 2, indicating that Brother Lin's promises to them were undoubtedly substantial. Having just completed the first magical energy extractor, the dwarfs immediately set to work on a second. According to Brother Lin's estimates, solidifying the magma would require at least 5 magical energy extractors working in concert, along with other instruments that needed to be forged. For the golden dwarfs, even 3 days without food or sleep would pose a considerable challenge to complete the forging. As the dwarfs focused intently on their work, the previously calm magma began to swirl chaotically. Brother Lin, engrossed in sketching blueprints, seemed oblivious to the reactions of the cave dwellers nearby. The cave dwellers, crouched on the ground with their materials set aside, were so frightened that they did not dare to flee, quietly murmuring incantations as they involuntarily wet their trousers. What are you making such a racket for? Work properly, or I'll toss you all into the river. Brother Lin was irritated by the cave dwellers' muttering prayers. Although he had memorized several key alchemical techniques for the doomsday furnace, quickly translating them into blueprints was no easy task. He needed a quiet environment. Yet those cave dwellers were not only shirking their duties but also chattering incessantly. He intended to scold them, but suddenly sensed something was amiss. Not just the cave dwellers, but even the goblins, who were now crouched on the ground, too afraid to lift their heads. This scenario felt familiar. It reminded him of the time when the entire tribe was captured by mercenaries. And all the goblins had worn the same expression. Was he to endure a similar fate once more? Yet, he suddenly recalled that this was the tavern's domain, where mercenaries should not appear. What, then, was it that terrified the goblins? He cautiously turned his head. The sight before him left him dumbfounded. A 20-meter-tall giant with sharp, massive teeth, whose mere gaze could terrify all the goblins. His enormous hand, when pressed down, could easily end one's life. A giant. There was indeed a giant within this river of magma, and Brother Lin knew his time was up. His life was forfeit. Why are you all kneeling instead of working properly? Be careful, or I'll toss you into the river, came a voice filled with scorn. Brother Lin recognized it. He summoned his courage and looked up to see a familiar face in the giant's palm. Karen. The tavern owner. At this moment, Karen stood unharmed atop the giant's hand. Boss, who is this? Brother Lin began to ask. None of your concern. Mind your own business. If you can't resume normal operations for mining magic crystals in 3 days, you'll meet me at the bottom of the magma, Karen threatened, shouting at the kneeling cave dwellers and goblins. This is Long Duo, my friend. Karen had to raise his voice, fearing the goblins might not hear him from such a distance. Upon hearing Karen's shout, the goblins quickly stood up and resumed their work on the iron ore, occasionally glancing at the giant of the clam in the magma before hurriedly turning away. The cave dwellers swiftly dropped their loads and scurried away, terrified that they might be devoured by the giant if they lagged behind. Everything seemed absurd, yet amidst the absurdity, there was an electric tension. A confrontation akin to the clash of titans. Giant of the clam. Golden dwarf. The two exclaimed in unison. The 5 golden dwarfs stood lined up, their eyes fixed on the towering figure before them, displaying no fear akin to that of the goblins and cave dwellers. Instead, their gazes radiated pure provocation. Yes, provocation. The giant of the clam, too, had shed his innocence, his eyes locked onto the golden dwarfs. Lifting the exquisite golden hammer in his left hand without hesitation, then, with a sudden swing, he struck down upon a piece of iron ore, compressing it into a flat, biscuit-like shape as he coldly glared at the golden dwarfs, asking, "Haven't you all perished yet?" This statement seemed to come not from a mere young giant of the clam, but from an entity that had existed since the age of the gods. Those who should have perished are you. Goldhammer, losing his previous calm, now bore an expression 10 times more terrifying than mere composure. Karen, I demand a duel with them to defend the honor of giants. The giant of the clam roared, raising his massive hammer, his voice reverberating like shockwaves, creating rippling echoes in the confined space. Karen, let us witness how this lowly clam will inevitably fall before our might. A duel? They were indeed challenging each other. Karen believed this to be the first meeting between Long Duo and Gold Hammer, yet their fiery gazes resembled those of sworn enemies. However, he did not dwell on this, focusing instead on the iron block before him. An idea surged forth. Brother Lin provided the blueprints. Whoever can forge the components the fastest will be deemed the superior craftsman. This statement was undoubtedly a gamble. Karen had read in his library that both the giants and golden dwarfs were born forging races, possessing exceptional forging skills and claiming to be the finest smiths, believing only they were worthy to create weapons for the gods, from the era of the gods until their eventual disappearance. The rise of the myriad races was accompanied by an unceasing conflict between them. Whenever they crossed paths, it became a contest of forging skills. It was as if Kalen's words served as the referee's whistle. No sooner had he spoken than the giant's massive hand swept up a nearby blueprint. With just a fleeting glance, he moved a colossal iron ore to his side that a golden hammer came crashing down, producing a cacophony of strikes in mere moments. The iron ore was transformed into a qualified machine part, executed with such clean and deft precision that it was the first time Kalen had witnessed such skill. Although the golden dwarves worked at a slower pace, their combined efforts allowed them to carve intricate magical runes onto the formed piece. Kalen understood that beyond the components themselves, the runes inscribed upon them were crucial to the functioning of the magical machinery. In but a few blinks, a component was born, and this terrifying efficiency was 5 times that of the golden dwarfs. The rhythmic clanging of hammers and the pulsating sounds of magical vibrations filled the air as parts accumulated at a visible pace. The giant from the clam tribe was the first to complete all the components, and within half a minute, it already resembled a magical extractor, albeit without the runes. Kalen focused intently on Rondo's giant hammer, eager to observe how he would inscribe the runes. He knew that the clam giant lacked magical abilities, yet he believed that Rondo would find a way. Rondo gently leaned his hammer against the magical extractor, and as the edge of the hammer rubbed against its surface, sparks flew. Once the sparks faded, a simple rune design emerged. Rondo, it seemed, intended to inscribe the magical runes all at once across the entire machine. Unlike the dwarfs, who carved their runes separately, Rondo's approach was holistic. Kalen watched as Rondo stored his golden hammer away and embedded a magic crystal into the machine. The magical extractor began to vibrate to life, signifying the success of this forging endeavor. Meanwhile, the dwarves completed their task on schedule as well. Kalen found it difficult to discern who had finished first, but he noted that the dwarves' runes were far more intricate, while the clam giant emphasized a more unified structure, resulting in a sturdier overall design. Kalen realized that he was in a predicament if he could not determine a clear winner. Both the clam giant and the dwarves would likely hold him accountable. This, Kalen stammered, truly at a loss for words. He had never anticipated their forging skills would be so closely matched. Rondo was still a youth, far from adulthood, while the golden dwarves had yet to showcase their true craftsmanship. To Kalen, the magical extractor was a challenging alchemical creation, yet in the pinnacle of alchemy, it would merely be a practice piece for apprentices. Such a contest held little difficulty for either the golden dwarves or the clam giant. Chapter 65. The Golden Array and the Magical Array. Kalen could not comprehend why the burden of a decision had fallen upon him. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes fixed upon him, he could only force a tremulous smile and say, "You both see it. It is a dead heat. However, you know this is merely practice. The true contest lies ahead. As it stands, I declare you both shall receive rewards." Rewards? You said it. The golden hammer gleamed with a glint of excitement as the earlier hostility evaporated completely, raising suspicions that the previous tension had been feigned. "I hope you can quickly find the orb stone to construct a statue embodying the spirit of forging. And I wish to duel this giant once a month. I too desire a duel with these golden little nuggets and demand they relinquish all their wealth." The clam giant huffed, seemingly forgetting something. He turned to Kalen and added, "Aside from the red luo fruit, I hope you can procure some other food for me." "Other food?" Kalen inquired, puzzled as to what Rondo might desire. "Malting dragon, a special type of grain. But it has grains shaped like dragons. It is incredibly delicious." Rondo's eyes sparkled with longing. "Have you ever tasted it?" Kalen asked skeptically, recalling that Rondo had been in this place for as long as he could remember. Judging by the name, it was clear that malting dragon was not easy to come by. "No, but in my memories, it was delightful," Rondo replied, entirely oblivious to how infuriating his previous statement had been. He continued to muse. "It just seemed to be extraordinarily delicious." Kalen found himself at a loss for words. After acquiescing to both parties' requests, he couldn't help but regret his earlier greed for a paltry magical extractor. Having promised a plethora of conditions. Of course, he could renege on his promises, but to do so with two apex forging races would surely result in far greater losses. "Rondo, I would like to ask for your assistance. Could you forge some machines similar to those we just created?" Kalen tentatively inquired. "Those little trinkets? I'm not particularly interested in my memories. Such machines should be quite large, at least 10 times the size of those just made. I fail to understand why you would bother with these small items. Are they merely toys?" Rondo asked curiously. "Do you have memories of these machines?" Kalen chose to overlook Rondo's last remark and instead focused on the intriguing aspect of his answer. "Yes, to some extent, but they were far more complex, and the magical runes were intricate as well. It seemed they were forged for energy alchemy. But my memories are scarce, and without the cooperation of an alchemist, it would be impossible to complete," Rondo recalled with difficulty. "Ah, yes, they were forged at the Eye of the Storm." "The Eye of the Storm?" Kalen murmured softly to himself. He was aiming to forge the Doomsday Furnace, a name that seemed incompatible with the Eye of the Storm. It is also a type of energy device, but like the Doomsday Furnace, it collects the energy of hurricanes. It is significantly more challenging than the Doomsday Furnace, the golden hammer interjected. Only those giants would dare to enter the hurricane to harvest its energy. Much like those golden dwarves who burrow underground in search of gold, constructing their nonsensical temple is far more manageable. The clam giant, seemingly privy to some secrets of the golden temple, remarked without reservation, "Your kind of rudimentary architecture is no wonder the god of forging would rather reside in a house with a forging furnace than set foot in a golden temple." "Nonsense. The forging spirit sacrificed itself to create divine artifacts for the gods. Its power is the source of gold, and only within the golden temple can it attain immortality. Moreover, the temple can provide an endless supply of golden energy," the golden hammer fervently defended. "Absurd. You have lost the array to absorb golden energy. Without the core array, no amount of gold will suffice." Rondo smirked. As if he had seized upon some incriminating evidence, he took up the golden hammer and slowly began to forge the magical extractor he had just completed. Causing the golden dwarves nearby to fume with indignation, the youth appeared to have already won the earlier contest. It was you who deceived us of the core of the golden temple. Do not think we are unaware. You betrayed the trust of the god of forging. I command you to return the golden array. The golden hammer was nearly driven to madness during the reign of the gods. The golden dwarves had been faithful servants of the forging spirit, always referring to themselves as its descendants. One day, the leader of the golden dwarves learned that the energy source of the forging spirit was golden energy and vowed to construct a golden temple for it. The temple, the altar, and the statue, all were in place. The only missing element was the golden array capable of absorbing golden energy. Only by establishing the golden array could they continuously draw in golden energy, ensuring the immortality of the forging spirit. However, at the most critical moment of the golden temple's construction, the chief of the giant clan deceitfully procured the golden array from the forging spirit using a precious gemstone. Shortly thereafter, the forging spirit fell, and the golden array never returned to the golden dwarves, marking this scandal as the greatest shame for the dwarves and their kin. Thus, every dwarf harbored the hope of one day constructing the golden temple, allowing them to freely wield golden energy and gain the divine power of the forging spirit. This was the dream of every dwarf, yet the absence of the golden array rendered it perpetually unachievable. However, all dwarves believed that it was the chief of the giants who caused the downfall of the forging spirit, for the gemstone exchanged was none other than the infamous stone of misfortune, known to bring calamity upon all. Even the god king would succumb to countless misfortunes. In all legends, the stone of misfortune was one of the most dreaded gems among all races. That was wealth obtained by the king of giants for us. Rondo triumphantly waved the golden hammer, exerting great effort to pry off a gold ingot, yet the ingot seemed to possess a magnetic pull, drawing back to the hammer, merging seamlessly without a single fissure. It is the golden array. Indeed, you thieves have doomed our foundation. The 5 golden dwarves gazed at Rondo's miraculous technique, their eyes ablaze with rage, burning hotter than molten lava as they glared at him, panting heavily, seemingly relishing the dwarf's anger. Rondo carelessly toyed with the golden hammer until suddenly his triumphant demeanor vanished. He glared at the golden dwarves and shouted, "The magical array! You have stolen the blessings of the god of forging. Thieves!" At this moment, Kamenlun understood why the two races were at odds upon their first meeting. It appeared that during the era of the gods, the two races were not particularly hostile. Rather, it was due to the contention over the two arrays. The giants had acquired the golden array, granting them the power of metal control bestowed by the god of forging, while the dwarves inherited the power of the magical array. The two arrays represented two forms of power, and it was clear that both sought to claim them as their own. The animosity that has persisted since the age of the gods continues unabated to this day. Intertwined with their legacy of forging techniques, this opposition has been handed down through the generations. Kamenlun now understands that resolving their hostility is not a matter of mere words or a few gifts. This enmity will not dissipate for any reason, unless they possess two types of magical formations simultaneously, which is an impossibility. The elk space has commenced the construction of the golden temple, yet without the golden formation, it remains an incomplete edifice. The titled giant would never inscribe the golden formation within the golden temple. It appears this is a formidable task. Kamenlun suddenly realizes that, if possible, he would like to witness the birth of the golden temple. Such an event would undoubtedly endow the tavern with the ability to harness golden energy, thereby attracting more dwarves as willing followers. Kamenlun prefers dedicated adherents over slaves acquired through monetary means. The two parties seem to have reached an unspoken understanding, recognizing that words would yield no advantage. They throw themselves into the forging process, each striving to outpace the other. Observing the mountain of materials vanish at a visible pace, Kamenlun can only smile wryly, acknowledging that the golden dwarves and tidal giants are indeed the pinnacle of forging races. With the proper blueprints, they can swiftly create anything. 5 magical energy extractors and 5 magical energy converters were completed in less than half a day, leaving only the magical energy storage devices, which are not difficult to construct and can be handled by goblin apprentices. Provided the materials are ready, what was originally a 3-day task has been accomplished in half a day. Kamenlun can only shake his head in bemusement as he stands on the shore, observing the cold standoff between both sides, unsure of how to proceed. "Rondo, let us venture to the opposite shore," Kamenlun suggests, his curiosity piqued by the alluring mithril lake. Initially, he intended to wait for the magma to solidify before crossing, but with the tidal giant present, it would be far more convenient. Rondo casts a fierce glare at the golden dwarves and extends his palm. Kamenlun leaps aboard, feeling the ground recede beneath him as they swiftly glide forward. Within mere seconds, he feels himself plummeting, the sensation of weightlessness threatening to induce nausea, only to be revived by a pungent aroma. The experience is overwhelming, and after just a brief moment, Kamenlun begins to feel lightheaded, poison gas. To his surprise, he discovers that the opposite shore harbors toxic fumes. He hurriedly consumes an antidote potion, but it proves ineffective. After downing 3 bottles in succession to no avail, a gust of wind sweeps past. And Kamenlun suddenly feels much better. It turns out to be Rondo's hand, which he waved to disperse the nearby white mist. "Thank you," Kamenlun replies. "This is the mist of mithril. It is non-toxic. But it can cause your blood to coagulate, so be cautious," Rondo warns. Chapter 66. The Mithril Lake. As Kamenlun recalls the records in his library, he realizes that the mist of mithril is a special cloud formed only when highly pure mithril gathers together. This ethereal mist, rarer than mithril itself, represents a transformation of its essence from liquid to gaseous form. The mist of mithril can seamlessly integrate into any weapon, enabling alchemists to freely embed magical formations. It can be said that with sufficient mist of mithril at one's disposal, even a novice alchemist could forge a magical weapon. Such a resource, which requires little alchemical refinement, can command exorbitant prices on the continent. Now, before Kamenlun lies a small lake, its swirling mist appearing to him like shimmering golden coins. Kamenlun can easily surmise why Rondo shows no interest in the mithril. The ancient gods deprived the tidal giants of their magical abilities, rendering this ultimate conductor of magic beneath their contempt. Preferable to them is the frigid iron that pierces the bone. However, if the golden dwarves were present, they would likely go mad. They could perfectly amalgamate forging with magic. And in their hands, the mist of mithril could provide Kamenlun with a vast array of magical weaponry. Imagining the heavy cavalry of O'Neill and the battalions of Kamenlun clad in magical armor and wielding weapons infused with magic creates a vision of unparalleled might. One that even the most elite mercenary groups on the continent could scarcely aspire to attain. Kamenlun's first thought is to swiftly convert the mithril before him into tangible power. After all, a portion of their enemies lurks at the valley's entrance, eyes fixed hungrily upon them, though Kamenlun has managed to fend them off for now. The threat remains. Previously, Kamenlun's ambition was to excavate the magical crystal mines here, yet he has now discovered an underground magma flow interspersed with various metals. At this moment, he finds it impossible to abandon this valley. Only by securing it can he sustain the tavern's immense resource consumption. The doomsday furnace, various temples, village constructions, and the goblin factories all resemble insatiable gluttons, perpetually devouring Kamenlun's resources, though they ultimately yield substantial returns. The immediate need for full investment is paramount. While the mithril is abundant, it may still fall short of meeting the tavern's demands. Moreover, with the doomsday furnace project underway, Kamenlun will undoubtedly need to recruit a cadre of mages and alchemists. Ordinary gold holds little allure for them. Only rare materials can entice them to linger. And mithril is one such material. Thus, the current task is to mine this mithril lake, and it is imperative that Kamenlun comprehensively understands everything within its depths. Fate has dealt fairly. While the tidal giants were stripped of their magical abilities, they were simultaneously endowed with skin resistant to magic. Although the mist of mithril is highly corrosive to blood, its effects on Kamenlun are minimized due to the interference of the tidal giants. Furthermore, Kamenlun's status as a foreign barbarian, well-versed in the power of blood, allows him to regard the mist of mithril as a negligible threat, lacking any wind along the banks of the magma river. The mithril lake lies still, resembling a stagnant pool. As Kamenlun breaks through the outer layer of mist, he finally glimpses the lake's true nature. It is less a lake and more a small pond, measuring barely a square meter, and quite shallow. The mithril here, even devoid of light's reflection, radiates a silvery glow. With a slight movement, the silver pond begins to gently ripple, evoking the serene beauty of a moonlit lake, tranquil and deeply satisfying. For a lich, despite not yet having the guild's recognition, he can still sense the pure magical energy that permeates the pond. This is the unique magic of mithril, which renders it the finest magical conductor on the continent. Confirming that it is indeed mithril, Kamenlun begins to survey his surroundings. The stone walls appear unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features. Yet, these seemingly ordinary rocks effectively contain the mithril's energy, according to detailed accounts in magical tomes. Mithril will solidify upon contact with the outside world, necessitating its confinement within specialized magical containers. Clearly, the current environment does not serve as such a container. To uncover the truth, Kamenlun must immerse himself in the pond's waters. However, a pressing question arises. Can one truly descend into a mithril pond? Throughout millennia of magical history, there is no record of anyone submerging themselves in a mithril pond. Mithril is not water, it is a unique metal. Can a pond composed of this metal bear the weight of a descent? Kalen resolves to take a gamble. Emerging from Rondo's palm, he tentatively makes contact with the mithril. The silvery brilliance of the mithril is clear and bottomless. Upon slight contact with his skin, a unique magical force surges into his body, resonating with Kalen's own magical energy. Before him, the pond begins to shimmer with layers of ice blossoms, one of the few spells Kalen has mastered, Ice Ball. In a mere moment, the ice ball shatters, and a colossal fireball materializes before Kalen's eyes, its flames roaring with a power that far exceeds that of a typical fireball, both in size and intensity, by more than tenfold. Witnessing the mithril effortlessly expand his magic, Kalen realizes that with merely a thought, such an effect can be achieved. If he were to truly conjure a fireball, its size would likely surpass that of the entire mithril lake. No wonder everyone on the continent covets weapons imbued with mithril. The mere enhancement and expansion of magical power render it an object of insatiable desire. Kalen, who once looked down upon the wealthy who fervently bid on mithril weapons at auctions, now recognizes the short-sightedness of his previous judgments. The power of mithril cannot be quantified merely in gold. After briefly reveling in the properties of mithril, Kalen finds himself compelled to retract all his thoughts. It is, indeed, a challenging endeavor. Typically, Kalen allows his imagination to roam freely, as this is how various brilliant ideas are born, a principle often emphasized in the curriculum of liches. They are the unconventional agents of time, the catalysts and inventors of the world, their thoughts unbound by earthly constraints. Yet, at this moment, Kalen must suppress all mental wanderings. Any minor fluctuation in thought will be magnified by the mithril. Particularly in matters of magic, even the ice ball and fireball spells are benign, but should he entertain a curse, an indiscriminate spell, Kalen has no desire to meet his demise within this mithril lake. Calming his mind, Karen spent a full 3 hours before he began to probe the mysterious silver lake. His gaze was as clear as the depths of a tranquil pool, more insightful than that of a newborn babe. Extending his finger, he gently touched the silver, yet the magical spectacle he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead of elation, he focused on regulating his breath, preparing to venture deeper into the silver. Pressure was Karen's first sensation as half his body submerged in the silver lake, met with an overwhelming force from all directions. Unlike water, the density of silver was several times greater, posing a challenge for the frail body of the Lich, fortunately, having consumed a vial of crimson poison. Although he had not transformed into an evolved Lich, his physique bore some resemblance to that of a beastly warrior, enabling him to breathe under the immense pressure. As he attempted to move forward, the pressure intensified. However, it confirmed his hypothesis that there was something extraordinary within the lake, particularly at its center, where the pressure was greatest, indicating a higher density and quality of silver, though the surface of the lake shimmered uniformly with silver light. Karen sensed a unique force tugging at the silver energy, preventing it from solidifying. This phenomenon resembled a special magical vessel. His curiosity about this wondrous entity was piqued, for such marvels were rare even in the age of ancient gods. The existing magical tomes recorded only a handful of such unique artifacts, including the Wrath of the Gold Elves, which produced exquisite gold, the five-colored altar that altered soil, the pledge of the tree herders that drove away forests, and the Titan horn that collected lightning. Karen dared to assert that the object before him bore similarities to these legendary items. The mere ability to freely harvest silver from the mountains could make him immensely wealthy overnight. Yet, after taking merely half a step forward, he halted, overwhelmed by the oppressive force guarding his heart. It was far beyond what his body could endure, even with the fortification from the crimson poison. The pressure at the center was capable of crushing him to dust. Realizing there was no way forward, Karen reluctantly withdrew, though the treasures at the lake's heart were tantalizing. Claiming them instantly seemed impossible. A new idea sparked in Karen's mind. If he could reduce the purity of the silver, would the pressure at the lake's center diminish? The method to lower the purity was straightforward: mining the silver. Silver was one of the most precious resources on the continent of the gods, and the techniques for its extraction were well documented in magical literature. As from magical vessels, even a novice in alchemy could craft one. Albeit the materials were somewhat challenging to procure, requiring magical crystals. While this posed a dilemma for outsiders, it was a simple task for Karen, as the entire summit of the lava was rich in magical crystals. With the presence of the clam giant, he could easily forge a colossal magical vessel, such as a gigantic magic vat. Chapter 67. Mining silver. Having made up his mind, Karen ceased his exploration of the Silver Lake and turned to the giant behind him, unreservedly asking, "Rondo, I would like you to forge a simple magical vessel from the magical stones atop the lava." "Karen, you know we clam giants cannot perform magic. I fear I cannot assist you in this endeavor," Rondo replied. Scratching the back of his head, his massive palm waved like a fan, and with just a few motions, a gust of wind swept past Karen. Although the giant seemed somewhat intellectually challenged, he at least recognized his own limitations. "No worries. Just retrieve the magical crystals from the top and shape them into a vessel. As for the magical aspect, I will find a solution," Karen reassured him. "Find a solution?" Rondo's enormous eyes rotated twice, glaring at the golden dwarves across the lava river, indignantly asking, "Do you intend to rely on them? The great Rondo will not serve those lowly dwarves. Karen, you are my friend, and I hope you do not anger me. Please." "Rondo, you are overthinking it. I will carve the magical array on the vessel myself. I will not involve you with the golden dwarfs," Karen hastily responded. Initially, he had considered this option, but recalling the long-standing conflict between giants and dwarfs, he quickly abandoned the thought. With limited alchemists at his disposal, while there were some promising goblins, it was unlikely they could produce qualified alchemists in such a short time. For the sake of silver, he would have to take matters into his own hands. "That's more like it," Rondo chuckled heartily, rising to his feet and striding directly into the lava river, in just a few large strides. He reached the center of the river, hurling a golden hammer into the air. The sound of a crash echoed, and it felt as if an earthquake had struck beneath the mountain as chunks of debris rained down from above. After half a minute, the chaos subsided, and Karen opened his eyes to see Rondo returning with several large stones, each measuring over 2 meters in height. Then, Karen witnessed Rondo's forging prowess. Within 3 minutes, he hollowed out a sizable magical crystal, or with a hammer that, in Rondo's hands, resembled a finely crafted small axe. With just a few strikes, a rough vessel shape emerged, and after some simple finishing touches, it was placed directly before Karen. Gazing at the enormous magical vessel, towering over him by at least 2 heads, Karen realized that carving the magical array required access to the interior, in his laboratory. To ensure the freshness of magical materials, he often crafted several magical vessels, developing a knack for intricately carving arrays within. However, such skills were of no use now, as the vessel before him was akin to a colossal vat. To complete the task, Karen would have to crawl inside, but the vat was far too large and his stature too small. Without the ability to levitate, he found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, Karen had to enlist Rondo to hoist him into the vat like a chick. With a resigned smile, he immersed himself in the task of carving the magical array. The array itself was straightforward, well engraved in his mind. But the challenge lay in scaling it up several times and ensuring that he first melted the specific magical patterns with small fireballs, then linked the energy of the magical crystal, followed by solidifying the array with iceball magic. What seemed a simple task took Karen an entire hour to complete the engraving of the magical array. Just as he stood up, he could see Rondo neatly arranging 6 large vats nearby. At that moment, Karen felt an urge to weep, as thoughts of the golden dwarves resurfaced in his mind. Given their magical talents, he mused that carving a simple magical array should not pose much difficulty for them. During this time, Rondo returned to the river's center to retrieve more magical stones, without significantly disrupting Karen's engraving process. It seemed that in his large mind, work was a serious matter, and he treated it with the utmost respect, both for himself and others. An hour passed, and Rondo did not take a single break, persistently crafting the massive vessel. "Rondo, why not take a break? I'm feeling a bit fatigued," Karen called out, halting Rondo's forging. As a lich, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Traditionally, magic users and liches had been the leaders of the continent of the gods. Yet here he was, the greatest failure of the two. "I'm not tired. You can rest," Rondo replied, continuing his forging without pause. "Rondo, I'm curious, how long can you sustain this level of forging?" Karen asked, remaining within the colossal magical vessel and gazing up at the giant. "About a month. Perhaps. My endurance is rather short. In my memory, my ancestors could endure for hundreds of years to forge a single weapon," Rondo answered, not lifting his head and replying casually. This single statement struck Karen like a thunderbolt in his mind. He understood that Rondo was not lying. Now he grasped why the clam giants had become a great forging clan. Their talent and resilience were inseparable. Imagining himself, weary from merely carving a magical array, He felt a pang of embarrassment as a Lich to it suddenly dawned on him that from the era of ancient gods to the present, the greatness of those extraordinary Liches was not merely due to their genius concepts, but also their unending experiments. Only through countless trials could a Lich possess unimaginable ideas. Now, he realized that having a modest foundation had led him to a sense of pride. Ultimately, he was still an apprentice Lich. If he were to seek certification from the Lich Guild, perhaps he would not even gain their recognition. Karen chose not to speak further and simply had Rondo lift him into another magical vessel. Beginning the tedious task of array carving once more one by one, he felt his magical energy deplete, yet the magical vessels crafted from magical stones bore internal capacities exponentially greater than the exterior, allowing for swift replenishment. What drained Karen was his energy, repeatedly employing ice ball and fireball magic, while sensing the flow of magic within the vessel was taxing. His head felt ready to explode. And he longed for rest, yet he persevered. After enduring, the headache lessened. It was akin to being excessively hungry. Once the hunger subsided, the sensation was not as intense. By the time he completed the engraving of 20 magical vessels, Rondo lifted him out, and Karen could hardly believe he had finished the intricate carvings of 20 colossal arrays in one sitting. He felt that his proficiency with fireball magic had increased, and he had gained a new understanding of its release. As for iceball magic, he felt he had grasped a hint of the essence of freezing, transitioning from needing to freeze the magical array patterns to effortlessly allowing a stream of ice to glide over and perfectly solidify the array. Magic requires countless hours of rigorous practice to master its intricacies and comprehend its profound secrets. Karen had often encountered this phrase in the tomes of magic, yet it had never truly resonated with him until now. When he finally grasped its true significance, he instructed Rondo to cease the forging of magical containers and instead to place one at the edge of the mithril lake, not for any other reason than the sheer weight of the container, which demanded the strength of 4 to 5 individuals to lift. With only Karen and Rondo present, they had no choice but to rely on the might of the giants. The process of filling the mithril was remarkably straightforward, akin to pouring water, until the shimmering mithril began to flow gently into the magical container. Karen then activated the enchantment inscribed upon the container, effectively isolating the magical energy from the external world. The entire endeavor was completed in under 2 minutes, effortlessly filling all the magical containers without consuming even an hour. Observing the mithril being extracted from the lakeside, it was evident that the central vein of mithril was indeed flowing towards the edges. Karen continued to immerse himself in the lake, sensing the pressure at its core, which validated his hypothesis. He had indeed moved a fraction closer to the center, though it was merely a slight advancement. It was nonetheless a testament to his success. Now possessing 20 vats, he pondered whether 200 would allow him access to the core. The thought filled Karen with exhilaration, prompting him to call out to Rondo to resume the forging of magical containers. However, the timing was not opportune, as figures began to appear on the opposite shore, including his alchemical mentor, Baal, the 500-year-old elf Anna, and the goblin Ali Baba, head of the airship factory. Even a shaman from the Moose Orc tribe had joined them. These individuals represented some of his most significant allies, and their collective presence here could only mean one thing: the allure of mithril, renowned as the finest conductor of magical energy and a vital ingredient in alchemy. Mithril was paramount to their respective projects, and they had come to seize the opportunity for maximum benefit. The 5 golden dwarves watched eagerly as Karen collected vat after vat of mithril. For those skilled in magical forging, it was akin to flaunting a sumptuous feast before a hungry beast, yet the rolling river of magma left them powerless to solidify the magma. They required alchemical machinery that would take several days to complete. Yet these dwarves could hardly afford to wait, for the Golden Temple desperately needed mithril. Previously, they had refrained from broaching the subject for fear that Karen would decline to construct the temple. But circumstances had shifted. Before them lay a mithril lake, whose resources could undoubtedly support the magical array of the Golden Temple, and they believed that with sufficient mithril, their design could even yield unexpected functionalities. Yet a troublesome question arose. Why was the clam giant lurking beneath the Zisong Mountain, the sworn enemy of the Golden Dwarfs? Chapter 68. The Knight with Silver Eyes and Feathered Wings. Rondo. Could I trouble you for a favor? Karen asked with a hint of politeness. Karen, we are friends. As long as it's not too much to ask, Rondo replied courteously. Please bring over the individuals from the opposite shore. They are all from the tavern and will be your friends and kin in the future. Karen glanced across the river. Noting the fiery intensity in Minter Bale's eyes, and even the usually composed 500-year-old elf was visibly unsettled. While she possessed the capability to traverse the magma river, the sight of the clam giant on the other side held her back. One could never be certain of a giant's intentions. Despite the clam giant's relatively benign historical reputation, the sheer power of giants instilled caution in the elves. Furthermore, the giant did not belong to the tavern. The earlier incident of employing elven magic to seal the valley skies had been entirely due to the substantial gold coins Karen provided monthly. No problem, Rondo said nonchalantly. Rising to his feet and making his way across the fiery river, he approached Bale with friendly intent, conveying Karen's message without inciting any fear or conflict, and efficiently brought everyone over, except for the 5 golden dwarves. Upon reaching the shore, the sight of the massive container brimming with mithril sparked a cacophony of excited chatter. Karen, as your mentor, I must emphasize that the tank project demands high magical standards, requiring the exceptional conductivity of mithril. I hope you can prioritize supplying the gear and axle factories, Bale, the head of the tank initiative, insisted. Karen, many airships depend on magical conductivity, and with these mithril supplies, I can accelerate their development twofold by the end of the year's Tavern showcase. The airship factory will be ready to accept orders. Ali Baba, the goblin factory head, urged eagerly, envisioning the gleaming airships he designed. Moreover, the airships will have a broader range of functionalities, enhanced performance, and most crucially, these mithril supplies will enable magical offensive capabilities. Don't listen to him, boss, Hyton Lin, the timid goblin. The airships aren't the priority. We need to resolve the energy issues within the tavern. The doomsday furnace requires energy output, and mithril is the ideal material that I've organized the goblins to study mithril energy transmission lines. If we have sufficient supply from you, I believe the year-end showcase will leave our guests in awe. Hearing the mention of mithril energy transmission lines, Karen couldn't help but chuckle. There was no need for extensive research. They simply needed to shape the mithril into wire and encase it in giant pig leather for insulation. It was hard to deny that Lin's ambitions were indeed grand. To consider using mithril for the energy transmission lines was lavish, especially given that even in the most advanced human alchemical empire, the automata only utilized mithril in their most critical components. Yet Lin envisioned using mithril for the entire tavern's energy transmission. Karen found his proposal extravagant but did not dismiss it outright. Rather, he felt an urge to experiment. In this world of gods, brass transmission lines were standard, with the slightly superior option being golden transmission lines, an expense only the most formidable factions could sustain. If his space could employ mithril transmission, the energy transfer would be at least 1,000 times more efficient than golden lines. That was a staggering concept. The energy could flow from the doomsday furnace to the necessary factories in an instant. Karen was both frightened and exhilarated by this idea. A relentless clamor echoed in his ears as everyone clamored for mithril, showcasing its versatility across myriad industries, from alchemy to magic, and even mundane life. Karen chose not to intervene, allowing them to voice their desires freely. A hasty decision was not his to make. The distribution of mithril required careful consideration. Karen realized he was in urgent need of a competent space manager. Despite their evident capabilities, the short time frame posed a challenge. If only there were a suitable manager, the current dilemmas might be far simpler to navigate. Rondo, could you bring the golden hammer dwarves over? I need them, Karen said. Perhaps fearing Rondo's displeasure, he emphasized, they are crucial. This time, Rondo did not express anger. He merely shot Karen a bemused glance before turning towards the opposite shore. The golden dwarves and clam giant exchanged no hostilities, merely whispering to one another as if reaching an agreement. Rondo was pleased, and the golden dwarves successfully crossed to Karen's side. Upon seeing Karen, the leader of the golden dwarves, Jin Hammer, stepped forward and declared, Karen, the mithril must supply the golden temple's needs. Karen smiled faintly, gesturing to the massive container Rondo had prepared. Transform these into magical containers and extract sufficient mithril, and I shall grant your request. Agreed, Jin Hammer responded. Somewhat taken aback by Karen's stipulation, the daunting container, while seemingly formidable, posed no challenge to the adept golden dwarfs, who could forge a magical container in under a minute, a feat that would take Karen an entire hour. Such astounding efficiency made Karen eager to summon these dwarves. As for Rondo, Karen said nothing further, opting instead to forge magical containers himself. This decision lightened his burden considerably. He listened to Bale and the others bicker while halflings carefully extracted mithril from the massive vat. All he needed to do was activate the magical runes once a vat was filled. This monotonous task persisted for 5 days, until a tremendous roar erupted from the opposite shore. A newly assembled alchemical machine buzzed to life like a bellows, and the flowing magma began to solidify at a visibly accelerated rate, ultimately congealing into solid rock. Karen approached and touched the surface. Though it was hot, it was not scalding, and he could easily traverse it. "Boss," explained Gijlan, as he pointed towards the energy-filled containers on the opposite bank. "Due to the limited materials, we can only solidify the surface of the magma. As for the entire magma river, it continues to flow beneath." He expressed his concern. "However, those containers must be cleaned once a day. Otherwise, there could be a magma explosion underground. Do not worry, I have already devised a plan for their disposal. Once the energy is full, we shall have the halflings throw it into the entrance, as there are plenty of enemies there, which will relieve some pressure off Kamenlun." Karen replied nonchalantly. He was unconcerned that the magma had not fully solidified, harboring no belief that a mere few rudimentary instruments could solidify an entire magma river. The peculiar alchemical apparatus before him merely formed a bridge-like structure over the magma surface, allowing the cave dwellers to erect a high scaffold for the mining of magic crystals. Most importantly, it eliminated the need for loom to serve as a means of transportation, allowing a large number of halflings to assist Karen in extracting the mithril from the lake. One could not deny the strength in numbers. After 3 more days had passed, Karen finally broke through the confines of the lake and entered its center, where his toes brushed against something extraordinary. It was a statue of a knight, entirely silver, riding a 4-winged Pegasus, its feet dancing upon silver flames. The statue was composed entirely of pure silver, especially the knight's eyes, which possessed a unique shade of silver, reminiscent of mithril, yet distinctly different, appearing exceptionally profound and imbued with a hint of magical power. "That is the silver-eyed winged knight statue. I did not expect to find it on the frozen plateau," spoke a voice. Cold and detached, it belonged to the 500-year-old elf who had remained silent since arriving on the opposite bank. He was a powerful elven mage whom Karen had hired at a premium. "You are fortunate. This is a treasure of the world," the elf continued. "Silver-eyed wings." Karen glanced at the elf, confused, awaiting further explanation. The silver-eyed are a lineage of the demon race, naturally adept in the arcane arts. Only upon their demise can they become such statues, and only the most powerful among the silver-eyed can attain this form. Their statues possess unfathomable abilities. Throughout the history of the continent, only 2 winged knight statues have been recorded, the flowing magic winged knight and the radiant magic knight. If I am not mistaken, yours should be the mithril winged knight, capable of absorbing surrounding mithril. The 500-year-old elf spoke slowly. Upon hearing the elder elf's words, Karen felt his tongue tremble. The flowing magic and radiant magic were legendary artifacts that even the gods envied. The flowing magic could provide an inexhaustible source of magical energy, while the radiant magic could elevate the power of spells to the divine realm. In ancient times, these 2 artifacts were known as the divine magic set. But like the deities themselves, they had been lost to time. Staring at the silver-eyed statue in his hands, Karen could hardly believe he was in possession of a divine artifact. "Master, could you enlighten me about the demon race?" Karen inquired respectfully, feeling like a child in the presence of the knowledgeable elf. "The demon race is a formidable existence, akin to the gods. They are adversaries of the divine. In the limited lore, the disappearance of the deities is closely tied to them," the elder elf remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Karen as he added, "Niozu is indeed one of the demon race." Though the exchange was brief, it sent Karen's mind reeling. He understood that the elder elf was only privy to this much. The gods had become enigmatic representations in the present age. "Master, how much mithril do you require?" Karen sought to satisfy the elf's needs, feeling it was necessary. "Just a little, merely a trifle for you," the elf replied mysteriously, smiling as he crossed the magma bridge to the opposite bank. Just as he reached the shore, he turned and suddenly addressed Karen. "If you have the time, do visit my treehouse, Lich. Your knowledge is rather lacking. Also, safeguard your treasure well. Others may not possess my level of restraint." At that moment, Karen realized that the silver-eyed winged knight statue he held was indeed a coveted treasure among the gods. If another powerful entity were to lay eyes on it, they might attempt to seize it, putting Karen's life at risk. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Yet, after this fleeting fear, Karen began to question the elf's identity. What kind of being was he? Did the silver-eyed winged knight statue not pique his interest? Why had he chosen to reside in Karen's tavern? Karen was convinced it was not solely a matter of gold, from the magic displayed upon entering the canyon, which had sealed the entire sky. The elf's magical prowess could easily earn him hundreds of thousands of gold coins in a year. Yet, he merely entered the tavern, constructed a treehouse, and made no further moves. Chapter 69. The eerie visitor. It was not until Karen saw the elf's silhouette vanish into the depths of the cave that he turned his attention back to the silver-eyed winged knight statue. Its shimmering silver surface radiated a unique magical aura, and the exquisite craftsmanship made it appear almost lifelike. Karen was now deeply curious about the silver-eyed demon race, their death resulting not in a corpse, but in a gleaming silver statue. Karen. About the mithril, Master Beller approached, patting Karen on the shoulder while gesturing toward the distant Duin, who was directing halflings to efficiently transport immense magical containers out from the underground to be stored within the tavern. The mithril lake before them was likely a result of millennia of accumulation from the silver-eyed winged knight statue, and it seemed the entire mountain's mithril was absorbed into this lake. Karen understood that if he were to extract the statue, the mithril lake would yield only a little, and mithril was the most precious magical commodity in the realm of the gods. He would not waste even a drop. Master, you have reiterated this to me hundreds of times. Rest assured, I will provide mithril for the key alchemy on the tank, Karen replied, exasperated by the incessant chatter of the alcohol-dependent human elder, who could talk endlessly as long as he received no response. It is not just the key alchemy techniques that require mithril. All alchemy relies on mithril support, Beller retorted, unperturbed by Karen's attitude, his frustration simmering as he contemplated how to properly torment this alchemical apprentice in their lessons. Master, as you can see, this is a crucial moment for mithril extraction. If you assist me with one task, I shall fulfill your request, Karen proposed. What task? Beller asked, excitement evident in his voice, unable to believe that Karen was being so accommodating. Ensure that these halflings extract every last drop of mithril without leaving any behind, Karen replied, smiling at Beller. Mithril extraction was a meticulous and cumbersome task that Karen was eager to avoid, and Beller's offer was fortuitous. Moreover, the tank design was a key project under Karen's name, and sufficient mithril supply had already been arranged. Rest assured, Karen, I will see to your request diligently. Even without your prompting, I would not dare waste a single drop of mithril, Beller said with a triumphant grin, as if fearing that Karen might change his mind. He immediately called over several halflings to lift a massive magical container and hurried toward the mithril lake. Boss, give us some work too. We only need to supply mithril, Gidge Lin, feeling envious of Beller's newfound task, boldly approached Karen to request a job. You need not worry. Focus on preparing everything for the doomsday furnace. Once the mage arrives, it must be established swiftly, Karen instructed, emphasizing the importance of the doomsday furnace as the energy core of the tavern, which he prioritized over the tank's alchemical project. Once the doomsday furnace was operational, the magma beneath the Purple Pine Mountains would provide a continuous flow of energy, ensuring that all the tavern's factories would be flooded with abundant magical crystals. Master, a guest has arrived in the valley, Duin announced. Since following Karen, he had taken to addressing him as master, even though O'Neill and Kamenlun now referred to him as boss. His demeanor had grown increasingly respectful, yet his status in the tavern had risen significantly. Everyone knew he was Karen's first follower. Compared to the combat-capable O'Neill and Kamenlun, this unassuming moose orc wielded greater influence within the tavern. What sort of guest? Karen inquired. Curious, the canyon had been entirely sealed off, with O'Neill and Kamenlun guarding the sole entrance, preventing any outsiders from entering. The fact that this visitor had entered so openly implied that he held considerable value. Kamenlun believed it was essential for Karen to meet him. A knight, Duin replied succinctly. Merely a messenger, leaving all decisions to Karen. Let us go. It is necessary to meet him, Karen commanded, before briefing Duin on the specifics of mithril extraction and magic crystal mining as they made their way to the valley. Due to the sealed sky, the valley was illuminated only by ordinary torches, and the air was thick with the distinctive scent of burning oil. Karen took a deep breath and headed directly towards his tavern. Situated in the heart of the valley, the tavern stood over 3 meters high, resembling a typical small cottage. Inside, it was rather desolate, devoid of patrons, and naturally, no one dared to enter the tavern. Karen established a two-way teleportation array in the valley and the moose space, where generally all halflings would emerge through the teleportation array. never daring to pass directly through the tavern's walls. The entire tavern was still managed by Gorge, the nephew of Brewing. On the counter sat various potion bottles, containing both ordinary rum and the occasional wine brewed by Karen during his leisure hours, as well as a unique pine nut wine produced in the Z-Zone region, all meticulously preserved on the shelves behind by Gorge. Even the most commonplace rum was treated with utmost respect. He did not dare to steal a sip, for, as per Brewing's instructions, these wines were reserved for the most important guests. The tavern was illuminated by a magical lamp embedded in the center, an artifact Karen had acquired from the slave market in the frozen highlands. When it came into contact with magic crystal stones, it emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire tavern. Intrigued by the magical lamp, Karen planned to study its internal alchemical structure when time allowed. The atmosphere within the tavern was tranquil, with only 3 tables and chairs occupied, one of which was a tall human quietly seated on a bench, dressed in golden armor, now significantly damaged and partially melted, evidently a consequence of magic. This individual was a typical knight, wielding a long spear that emanated faint magical fluctuations, now broken into 2 segments, with the interface revealing the influence of water magic. It was clear that this knight was not faring well. "Gorge, bring me a cup of nut wine," Karen called out, fixing his gaze upon the knight seated across from him. "You wish to meet me? I am curious as to how you managed to persuade Cameron and O'Neill." This was the crux of Karen's intrigue. "I did not persuade them. I merely stated that I was once a knight instructor for the human cavalry, particularly experienced in heavy cavalry training," the knight replied, adjusting his heavy golden armor as if to emphasize his point. "I find that reasoning insufficient." Even though O'Neill was in urgent need of a cavalry instructor, there were many heavy cavalry on the Beastman continent, and such an instructor would not compel O'Neill to defy Karen's orders. "Of course, I possess a special gift," the knight smiled, subtly channeling his fighting spirit. A small void appeared at his sleeve, a unique spatial device from which he soon produced a figure, followed by a large basin of water. The moment it emerged, Karen was enveloped by a potent aura of water elements. "A mermaid. You are the audacious knight who captured a mermaid from the sea folk." Karen was utterly astonished, for before him was indeed a mermaid, her grand fish tail submerged in the water basin, while her upper body was that of an exquisite beauty, modestly concealed by 2 shells. A thick rope cruelly bound her slender form, creating a striking contrast against her delicate skin. Gazing at the mermaid, Karen felt an unexpected surge of desire, one that he found hard to contain. What do you think of my gift?" The knight observed Karen's reaction without surprise. Anyone encountering a mermaid would likely respond similarly, as it was a symbol of masculinity at its very core. "Now, you may reveal your name and your request." Karen understood the knight's injuries now. In the frozen highlands, only the sea folk could command such formidable water mages, and it was only they who could force such a human heavy cavalry knight to seek refuge here. "Alas then, my request is quite simple. I wish to join your heavy cavalry as a vice commander." The knight's straightforward demand seemed entirely reasonable. 100,000 gold coins. "Is that all you seek?" The mermaid was rumored in the slave market to be worth 100,000 gold coins, yet none dared to claim her, fearing the wrath of the sea folk. Alastin's presentation of the mermaid appeared to bring a fortune, yet it also invited a potential disaster. "This is already the greatest return for me. Back when I was among the humans, I aspired to be the commander of the cavalry. Yet they always underestimated my abilities, dismissing them as mere childish fantasies. Thus, I came to the Beastman continent to establish my own mercenary group, but lacking funds, I was left with no choice but to kidnap a mermaid, hoping to secure the initial capital for my mercenary band. However, I still could not realize my dream until recently, when I sought refuge in the Z-Zone Mountains and heard of your ongoing conflict with the mercenary and thief factions. Currently at a stalemate with the wild boar cavalry and the minotaur cavalry, I knew my dream of a heavy cavalry was within reach. Alastin's words tumbled forth chaotically. Yet, Karen discerned a singular point. The knight had dreams. Alastin, I am pleased to have you join the tavern." Turning to Duoin, he instructed, "Issue this vice commander an appointment letter. From this moment forth, he shall be the vice commander of the Mad Bear Heavy Cavalry, responsible for the foundational training of the heavy cavalry." "Thank you, Karen. You have fulfilled my dream." Alastin felt tears welling up, yet as a man, crying would be most unbecoming. So he simply pushed the basin containing the mermaid toward Karen and hurriedly left the tavern, dragging Duoin with him. Chapter 70. The value of the mermaid. With Alastin and the moose butler hastily departing, only 3 remained in the tavern. Karen, the mermaid, and the awkward gorge, who seemed aware of his own redundancy in the situation. He offered a sheepish grin before retreating upstairs to assist Karen in organizing his laboratory, but it was only then that Karen took the time to carefully appraise the mermaid before him. Truly a jewel of the ocean, unmatched in beauty among the women he had encountered. Karen, being of shorter stature, stood nearly at the same height as the mermaid, yet her spirit appeared diminished. He could hardly fathom how Alastin had treated such a beauty so cruelly, binding her with coarse ropes. Naturally, Karen had no intention of releasing her. Every mermaid was a born water mage, and with just the two of them in the tavern, he doubted his ability to overpower her. "My name is Nicole," the mermaid quietly introduced herself, her tail flicking weakly, her large eyes gazing at Karen. From the knight's words, she understood that her fate was now in the hands of the Lich before her. "A lovely name, refreshing," Karen remarked succinctly, his gaze lingering on her, as if genuinely admiring her beauty. "I am a princess of the sea folk, but I was captured by that knight during a moment of mischief." Nicole spoke with a hint of trepidation. Not from fear, but from the pangs of hunger after many days without sustenance. "You should not have accepted that knight's offer. He possesses systematic training techniques for heavy cavalry. I need him," Karen replied nonchalantly, still observing the mermaid, adding, "Of course, I also require your assistance. What do you want from me?" Nicole attempted to retreat, but her bindings were too tight, leaving her unsure of where to go. "You can do many things. It is said that the blossoms of mermaids can grant special barriers, and being in your presence daily would enhance my affinity for water elements. Additionally, the pearls within your body possess inherent magic." Karen spoke slowly, but to Nicole's ears, the Lich appeared to be a demon emerging from the abyss. "Do you intend to kill me?" Nicole asked timidly. "The sea folk will not spare you. You do not understand the status of a mermaid among them." "Not at all. Your pearls hold little value for me. Yet I need the affinity for water elements, which is crucial for any Lich." "No, you must have misheard. I lack such ability." "Do you?" Karen frowned, his eyes widening in suspicion. "Could I be mistaken? Is it not true that on the continent of the gods, there are 4 creatures capable of obtaining affinity with the 4 primary elements: water mermaids, earth bikini maidens, fire demonis luxi, and wood flower fairies?" "Where did you hear that?" "That is a secret known only to the ancient gods." Nicole stared incredulously at the Lich before her. "Aha. Cameron's speculation proves correct. I am certain he must have captured a mermaid before, else how would he have granted the bone dragon the power of freezing breath?" Karen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to carefully touch the mermaid's skin. "Do not. Touching me now will not yield you the affinity for water elements," Nicole hastily cautioned, her words ringing true. "I am aware. It is said that mermaids are creations of the sea god. Thus, to touch a mermaid, one must receive the sea god's blessing." This was recorded in Cameron's notes and explained why many could not enjoy the direct benefits of capturing a mermaid on the continent. Such an endeavor was one to be admired from afar, and mercenary guilds had posted high rewards for methods to break through the barriers surrounding mermaids. Unfortunately, none had yet been discovered. There was, of course, one exception: if the mermaid herself willingly consented. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed that the mermaid had no intention of engaging in any intimate encounter with Karen. "Could we perhaps negotiate? If you release me, I shall offer you rewards beyond your wildest imagination." This phrase sounded oddly familiar to Karen, reminiscent of his own entreaties before the merchant Churchill, pleading for gold. Were Churchill present, he would undoubtedly retort, "I shan't wager on the future. Offer something tangible instead." Karen felt similarly. Upon first arriving at the frozen plateau, he was consumed with eagerness upon hearing rumors of mermaids. The notes of Kamenlun vividly chronicled the wondrous effects of water element affinity that a fleeting encounter would lead to but one conclusion. Throughout Kamenlun's lifetime, he had faced countless perils, yet each time, he vanished after seizing the utmost benefit. Now, reflecting on it, Karen surmised that Kamenlun must have mastered the starry barrier by then. The starry barrier was a unique form of teleportation array, permitting only mutual conveyance between 2 individuals. Such a peculiar barrier was indeed derived from the mermaid's defenses, a testament to the creator's marvels. "I shall not acquiesce," the mermaid Nicole declared firmly. "No matter, your consent is not a prerequisite," Karen replied with a faint smile, producing a vial of murky gray potion. As he moved it, a fleeting shadow of a demon flickered by, an abyssal potion, a forbidden elixir from the divine continent. Karen had once relished experimenting with abyssal potions on the Rhine plains. They were cost-effective yet potent. I have heard that the abyssal potion can dispel the sea god's protection. I wonder if that holds any truth. Nonsense. The sea god's protection cannot be undone by such a vile concoction. Karen, you risk incurring the sea god's curse, Nicole said, a tremor of fear in her voice. This lich before her evidently possessed profound knowledge of mermaids. Even aware of secrets unknown to the gods, this time, Karen remained silent, gently dripping the abyssal potion onto the mermaid's form. Just a single drop caused the entire basin to ripple violently, as if the wrath of a deity had manifested. Morphing into a colossal water-shaped trident that pierced through Karen's body, slowly etching a trident symbol upon his forehead, resembling a weapon poised for fury. The trident's fury. Nicole stared blankly at the emblem on Karen's brow. The trident was the weapon of the sea god, and the trident's fury signified the nature of the curse. Its design lacked any special ability, but rather conferred upon him a unique capacity to restrain the ocean. However, it was deemed a curse because if any sea creature were to slay Karen, he would gain the sea god's divine power, becoming an oceanic walker for the sea god in the annals of sea creature history. The trident's fury had manifested only 7 times, each instance heralding the birth of a divine warrior. The last occurrence had transpired 500 years ago, and for 5 centuries, all sea creatures sought a being bearing the trident's fury. To no avail, the mermaid never anticipated that right before her, a living embodiment of the trident's fury curse had materialized. In stark contrast to the changes in Karen, the transformation in the mermaid was far more pronounced. Her elongated fishtail began to shrink, gradually morphing into human legs. In mere seconds, the mermaid had completely transformed into a stunning beauty. This is landwalking. Nicole gasped again, astonished. Since the ancient gods had vanished, mermaids had lost the ability to walk on land. Compared to ordinary sea folk, their only advantage had been the ability to surface for air. Now, by sheer serendipity, she had acquired the ability to walk on land, all thanks to a vial of abyssal potion. Now I believe we can attend to business, Karen stated. Business? Nicole was about to inquire further when she caught sight of her own body and suddenly understood. As she watched the lich approach slowly, she began to scream, but her cries were met only with laughter. Life continued. The tavern bustled with activity, and the exterior of the barbarian temple had been completed. One must commend the ogre wizard for his diligence in supervising the construction. The magic crystal mine beneath the purple pine mountains had commenced production, while the silver lake shrank ever smaller after the removal of the silver-eyed winged knight statue. It seemed that within 5 days, the lake would be fully depleted. Meanwhile, the giant clam was now enjoying delectable red fruits beneath the red fruit tree in the elk space, having established a home beside a tree hollow. However, this simpleton had honorably become the apprentice of a 500-year-old elf for the golden dwarves. They were evidently fulfilling their promises, laboriously directing halflings to construct a giant temple beside the golden temple. This was a result of a brief contract established after traversing the lava river. As for the Kundo, he was currently training batch after batch of cave dwellers, upon witnessing the rewards bestowed upon Karen. He was resolute in his determination to cultivate each member of the cave clan into adept miners. His efforts bore fruit. Beyond the ordinary iron and copper mines, he stumbled upon a rare metal, magic gold. Although it amounted to merely a few grams after refining, the value of magic gold rivaled that of a spatial gem. Such a rare metal was directly stored in the first treasury. The first treasury was the secret heart of the Elk Tavern, the nexus where all the tavern's essence converged. Chapter 71. The Deep Blue Barrier. The entire valley's operations had evidently fallen into a well-ordered rhythm. Even the curious onlookers at the valley's entrance seemed to have laid aside their animosities, allowing O'Neill and Kamenlun some respite. Meanwhile, the fire-worshipping Lich was busy collecting corpses, lacking any assistants. Who would dare to assist a Lich? Thus, he toiled alone, vowing to enlist several alchemists to help design a meat grinder. In the wasteland's construction, dozens, if not hundreds of thousands of corpses would be required. And without a meat grinder, such a daunting task could not be accomplished. As for Karen, having tasted blood for the first time, he was perpetually eager to explore. The ancients were indeed correct. The collision of male and female was akin to magnets and iron, drawn together inextricably. At last, the tavern was quiet. Karen descended from his bed, feeling somewhat fatigued. The tavern's bedroom was seldom used by him. He mostly made do in the laboratory. Now, as he surveyed his bedroom, it felt somewhat foreign. On the bed, Nicole, a touch bashful, wrapped in the sheets, glared at Karen with a hint of reproach. Though lacking the previous ire, Her demeanor had shifted to one of reluctant acceptance of their earlier actions. Women are truly curious beings. Even mermaids are no exception. Moments ago, she had been distraught, yet after the experience, she began to acknowledge her identity. Meanwhile, Karen was probing the changes in his body, attentively sensing the surrounding magical currents. The water element felt significantly clearer than before. This was merely the beginning. With time, his perception of the water element would only deepen, confirming the accuracy of Kamenlun's notes regarding the enhancement of water element sensitivity through association with mermaids. Presently, Karen's greater concern lay with the barrier. What kind of barrier was it? Was it akin to Kamenlun's starry barrier, or something else? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he found himself enveloped in a layer of blue, akin to being encased in a water sphere, within which a mermaid danced rapidly upon the membrane. What is this? Karen was perplexed. It was evidently a superficial endeavor. It is the deep blue barrier. I never imagined you would be so fortunate. Nicole shot him an incredulous glance, her own body beginning to emanate a blue glow. However, unlike Karen, her barrier's membrane bore a pink mermaid, plump and undeniably adorable. What purpose does it serve? Surely it cannot be merely for aesthetic appeal. Its significance is immense. The deep blue barrier is a coveted dream of every royal sea creature. It is also referred to as the Prince of the Sea's Purification. The Prince of the Sea's Purification. What does that entail? Nicole now regarded Karen with exasperation. Just moments ago, he had demonstrated profound knowledge of mermaids, yet now he seemed oblivious to the importance of the deep blue barrier. The deep blue barrier is a unique barrier, while it may not exhibit any overt effects. Its benefits are boundless that it can purify impurities within your body, allowing you to grow stronger day by day without the need for any training. Growing stronger, Karen finally grasped Nicole's implication. Was this not akin to becoming a warrior? Yet he was a lich. The greatest strengths of a lich lay in knowledge and spellcasting. What need had he for physical prowess? Was he to wield an axe and engage in melee? Do you truly believe it to be beneficial? Absolutely. There have been 3 instances of the deep blue barrier among sea creatures, each time birthing a pair of divine warriors, Nicole proclaimed with pride. But has it ever produced a divine mage? Karen now wished for a different barrier. It seemed rather superfluous. I don't think so. Nicole shook her head, suddenly recalling the Lich's identity, awkwardly at a loss for words. All right, you should rest well. Karen sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened that he had not expected that a mermaid would yield such meager rewards. Now, having enjoyed the experience, he was faced with the impending challenges. Alriston had entered the valley, now utterly cornered, and it seemed that the 3 factions on the Purple Pine Mountains had already allied. The Holy Light Mercenary Corps and the Black Wolf Bandits were not particularly fearsome. Their assaults required real blade-to-blade clashes. However, the sea creatures were a different matter. They were prolific in mages, particularly low-level mages. A barrage of ice balls and icicles would overwhelm even the mightiest warrior, and should they shield cavalry for a surprise attack, it was likely that O'Neill and Kamenlun would be unable to defend the valley. This contemplation has been in the works since the appointment of Alastin as the deputy commander of the Bear Cavalry, especially with the 3 factions perpetually eyeing him with suspicion. If this situation remains unresolved, it is only a matter of time before it becomes a significant issue. The Zisong mountain range is home to 3 major powers: the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, the Black Wolf Bandits, and the Sea Tribe Alliance. Each of these factions boasts distinct advantages. The Holy Light Corps possesses a unique priestly system along with formidable mages, while the Black Wolf Bandits are led by powerful wolf cavalry. As for the Sea Tribe Alliance, it is an exceedingly loose organization, yet no faction dares to provoke them. These 3 powers maintain a delicate balance, but the arrival of Kamenlun has completely shattered this equilibrium. The Holy Light Mercenary Corps and the Black Wolf Bandits have begun to form an alliance, and Alastin's offering of a mermaid to Kamenlun has solidified a unified front against him. They believe that Kamenlun leaves no room for negotiation, forcefully seizing the Zisong Gorge, which is far more complex than merely constructing a lich tower. Wealth, alluring like fine wine, especially that of an unknown nature, stirs the deepest greed within one's soul. In this alliance, a deputy commander has joined the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, Finda, a 6th-level paladin on the verge of a 2nd evolution into a high-ranking knight, commanding 3 elite squads of 100 men each, all of whom are formidable fighters. The Black Wolf Bandits are led by a prophet of the wolf race, who serves as the absolute core of the bandits and commands half of their elite forces. Meanwhile, the Sea Tribe has dispatched 50 mages along with a group of youthful mermaid sorceresses. Such a vast assembly gathers at the entrance of the Zisong Valley, not hastily launching an attack, but rather forming a standoff with Kamenlun. This caution arises from the significant losses both factions suffered in merely half a month, and after this period of evolution, the plague toxins at the valley's entrance have fully manifested, without an antidote. They are unable to approach the city walls. The plague has become the formidable barrier for the three powers, and their weight involves hiring a light mage to thoroughly purify the toxic miasma. As time slipped away, when Kamenlun arrived at the city wall, O'Neill was observing. After half a month, O'Neill's cavalry had dwindled by nearly half. However, the remaining troops exhibited far greater discipline, each bearing wounds. As O'Neill diligently instructed a group of pig-headed cavalry on the essentials of heavy cavalry tactics. "How is Alastin?" Kamenlun inquired of O'Neill upon their meeting. "His understanding of heavy cavalry is comprehensive, and he has received systematic training. As you can see, my subordinates have matured significantly over the past half-month," O'Neill replied, devoid of his usual jovial demeanor. The past weeks had felt like an eternity. Witnessing the recruits he had personally gathered fall in pools of blood, becoming fodder for the plague. He himself had been injured 18 times in this span, largely due to his tendency to charge recklessly into the fray. "He is better suited to be a commander," Kamenlun remarked. "You are the one suited for that role," he added, patting O'Neill's shoulder while gesturing towards the pig-headed warriors arraying themselves. "From the moment you first charged, you established your position. Alastin may possess extensive knowledge of heavy cavalry, but you have all the requisite qualities. Under my command, there shall be only one leader of the heavy cavalry regiment, O'Neill." This was Kamenlun's promise, as well as his hope for O'Neill. "Boss, I understand," O'Neill replied tersely, his expression revealing little, though his eyes hinted at a transformative thought process. "What of Kamenlun?" Kamenlun then noted the absence of his other major general. "The Lion. He is in the Elk space, where it is said that Baal has made new advancements in bomb technology. A goblin has apparently inherited the alchemy of bomb launchers, and he is currently leading several Snow Lion orcs to test the cannon's power," O'Neill explained. Upon hearing about the bomb launcher, Kamenlun was taken aback, realizing he had a talent of such caliber among his ranks. This device could launch bombs, akin to a magical crystal cannon, yet the technology differed vastly. He had thought the legacy of such craftsmanship was lost, only to discover that a goblin had preserved it intact. "The Lion's path diverges from yours. Do not be overly ambitious. Focus on training the heavy cavalry. Alastin's knowledge is commendable, but you must not simply follow in his footsteps. You need to envision how to forge a formidable heavy cavalry unit. Currently, it consists solely of pig-headed orcs and cow-headed beings. But in the future, your ranks will include even more powerful races. O'Neill, your mission is of great importance," Kamenlun concluded, leaving no further words unsaid. At that moment, movement stirred at the valley's entrance, as the melodic chants praising the god of light began to resonate. Meanwhile, the fire priest sat quietly within the magical circle, reciting incantations. From the occasional notes that drifted through the air, Kamenlun could discern the utterances of death, indicating that the runes mentioned by Monk were far from simple.